Chapter 1, The High Martial World, Automatic Martial Cultivation. Clang. Nourishing Chi technique has awakened, detecting the master's unstable foundation. It begins self-reflection and recommences tempering the master's physical body. Clang. Nourishing Chi technique grows desperately thirsty and weak. Master must replenish energy immediately. Gurgle. In my dazed state, the jumbled voices crowding my mind startled me awake, especially the ravenous hunger gnawing at my stomach that left me lightheaded. It felt like I hadn't eaten for 3 days straight, craving to devour an entire hog in one gulp. I lifted my head from the desk and saw a youthful, delicate face leaning in, asking curiously, "Chongji, didn't you eat lunch? Who is this? Where am I? And who am I?" I jolted with shock because I clearly didn't recognize the student before me. Immediately afterward, a massive surge of information flooded into my mind, nearly making me faint on the spot. Turns out, I was in Yunqing No. 1 High School, Guanyun City, Hadong Base Province, Huaxia Country, on the planet Blue Star. Here, alongside modern technology, there exist flourishing supernatural martial arts and mutated, formidable beasts. It's a technologically advanced modern world where martial prowess reigns supreme, both familiar and vastly different from my previous life. My current identity is that of a high school senior. Like in my past life, I'm an orphan named Lu Chong, and I share the same strikingly handsome appearance. The crucial point is that I've realized I've crossed over and brought with me a martial arts cheat program I developed in my previous life. This program enables automatic cultivation of martial techniques. At this thought, I hastily focused my attention on the data panel that had appeared in my mind. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Disciple Tier 3, 95%, Martial Arts, 9 Shadows Step Minor Mastery, 83%, Boulder Splitting Palm Major Mastery, 1%. This status panel is all too familiar, I designed it myself. Combining the hints in my mind, I realized these martial arts can genuinely cultivate themselves on autopilot. The cultivation level improves through Chi absorption technique, while combat skills are methods for practical application. As I pondered, the 3 progress bars kept ticking upward slowly. Feeling this powerful physique, so different from my previous life's programmer subhealth, I suddenly thought this transmigration might not be such a bad deal. Growling. My stomach growled again, snapping me back to reality as I glanced at the classmate across from me. This was my deskmate, or more accurately, the original body's best friend Chen Yufei. "Chongji, don't tell me you've lost your memory and don't recognize me?" Chen Yufei teased half-jokingly. My thoughts were a bit scrambled, but I forced myself to stay composed and said, "Stop fooling around, Yufei. I'm just feeling lightheaded from hunger." Chen Yufei immediately got irritated. "I told you not to skip lunch again. You're always being stingy with meals." As he spoke, he pulled out what looked like a popsicle from his desk drawer and shoved it into my hand without another word. "If you keep being polite with me, don't you dare call me your brother anymore." I recognized from my original body's memories that this ice stick was actually a nutrient bar from this world, packed with high energy, each worth over 1,000 units. The original body was an orphan who only received a monthly school scholarship and welfare rate of 2,000 units, barely scraping by, sometimes even struggling to secure 3 meals a day. Without hesitation, I unwrapped the nutrient bar and devoured it in 3 bites, declaring, "I'll pay you back." Like my original self, I loathed owing others, but right now, I was starving and desperately needed this nutrient bar. Chen Yufei stared at me dumbfounded as I devoured the entire nutrient bar. "Are you insane? Don't you fear bursting your stomach?" It must be noted that a single bar contained enough energy to sustain a martial apprentice for 3 days. I didn't respond, silently absorbing the energy as the gnawing hunger rapidly dissipated, replaced by waves of warmth nourishing my body. Ding! Chi absorption technique has eaten its fill and resumes consolidating its master's foundation. The chi absorption and tempering is complete. In one vigorous effort, I shall assist the master in breaking through. At this moment, I realized I had successfully broken through from martial apprentice 3rd stage directly to 4th stage. Supplementing high-energy nutrients can accelerate the chi absorption technique's cultivation. I quietly noted this in my heart. Now, the chi absorption speed began to slow down, returning to the usual pace of automatic cultivation. My rank updated to Martial Apprentice 4th Stage, 5%. Chen Yufei, my deskmate, noticed something was off and exclaimed wide-eyed, "Chongji, did you break through?" I didn't hide it and nodded, "Just barely made it to the 4th stage." "Damn!" Chen Yufei shouted dramatically, "We were supposed to be at the bottom together, why are you suddenly standing out alone?" Still, I could tell he was genuinely happy for me. "So that's why you were so hungry, you wolfed down an entire nutrient bar before your breakthrough." Chen Yufei continued grumbling, "Great, now my dad's gonna lecture me again. Even in martial arts class, you've outdone me." My martial arts class results with Chen Yufei had always been at the bottom of the class. I struggled because I couldn't afford proper training, while he simply couldn't be bothered to put in the effort. But my academic performance had always ranked first in the entire school, only then could I qualify for the monthly scholarship. The saying "poor scholars, rich martial artists" was embodied perfectly in my life. So, if I want to practice martial arts, my first priority is to make money. I realized this quickly. In this world, martial arts classes accounted for a much higher percentage of the score than academic subjects, and martial cultivators would be the mainstream in society later on. There are less than 100 days left until the college entrance exams. If I don't hurry, my martial arts grades won't be enough to get into a top-tier martial arts university. At this moment, an exaggeratedly muscular 2-meter-tall giant walked into the classroom. Barefoot with thick hair covering his large feet, he stood on the podium and slapped the teacher's desk until it buzzed. "Students, nap time is over. Wake up, all of you. Wasn't this supposed to be math class? Why did the homeroom teacher barge in?" Chen Yufei timidly glanced at the giant and muttered under his breath. I stared in awe at the barefoot muscular man before realizing this was Wang Tong, our homeroom teacher for senior year class 5. He wasn't an ordinary teacher, but a genuine 8th Dan martial artist, a powerhouse capable of lifting tripods with his arms and splitting stone with his kicks. Martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial grandmaster. Each realm marked a watershed divide. For high school students averaging just the martial apprentice level, an 8th Dan martial artist stood as an untouchably superior existence. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat with a rumble like thunder and announced, "Class, your math teacher is sick today, so we'll be having martial combat practice on the sports field for this lesson." The classroom erupted into groans. "What? Stealing our math class again? I can hardly remember what the math teacher even looks like. I saw the math teacher practicing martial arts downstairs this morning. How could a certified martial artist fall sick so easily?" I heard the complaints of my classmates and felt a sense of déjà vu, yet something didn't quite sit right with me. Sigh, even the math teacher can't save us now. Looks like we're in for another beating. Even the underachiever Chen Yufei beside me was sighing deeply, reminiscing about the math teacher. Chapter 2, Women Have No Place in My Heart. The combat training class was held at the main sports field of number 1 high school. When we arrived, we found nearly all 10 senior year classes had gathered there. "Seems like it's not just us, other classes' regular courses got hijacked too," Chen Yufei said gleefully, his eyes darting around mischievously. I nodded, watching the sea of students shouting practice cries across the field. The sight sent waves of excitement coursing through my veins. I know what Chen Yufei is looking for, nothing more than pretty girls from other classes. Sure enough, Chen Yufei quickly locked onto his target and exclaimed with exaggerated excitement, "Look, class 1 of grade 12 is here too. That's Xiang Yueya, the school beauty. She seems to be stealing glances at me again. Brother Chong, help me see if it's true." Chen Yufei suddenly averted his gaze, standing tall with his chest puffed out and eyes fixed straight ahead. I sighed inwardly and followed Chen Yufei's direction, spotting a girl who stood out like a crane among chickens about 100 meters away. Standing at 1 meter 75 tall and dressed in a white fitted martial arts uniform, her well-proportioned figure stood out prominently among the crowd of students, even though she had just reached adulthood. "But, she's facing the other way, so she's basically giving you her backside to look at, right? Isn't that right?" Chen Yufei kept glancing over while pressing for an answer. Yeah, she's totally spying on you with the back of her head," I retorted irritably. I scanned the playground and knew full well that at least 100 shy, bashful gazes kept darting in that direction. This is the fantasy of student days, I thought with the weariness of an old soul. From the memories of this body's original owner, I knew that school belle Xian Yueya was no mere pretty face. The girl came from an illustrious family and was herself a 9th-level martial apprentice, far surpassing her peers, her sights set on North China Martial Arts University, one of the nation's top institutions. An ambitious girl like her wouldn't spare a thought for such naive, fruitless flirtations. Martial arts underachievers like me and Chen Yufei weren't even worth a glance in their eyes. In my view, the so-called campus belle was nothing but trouble. I had zero interest in getting close to any of them. In this world of martial arts, one must adhere to the fundamental principle, no distractions from women. "Alright class, snap out of it." The homeroom teacher's voice yanked the daydreaming students back to reality. "Warm up individually for 10 minutes first, then pair up for sparring as usual. I'll provide guidance when necessary," the homeroom teacher commanded sternly. The students began warming up with sluggish punches, with only a few taking it seriously. I found all this quite novel and practiced with exceptional diligence. While warming up with punches, I glanced at my status panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Warrior Apprentice, 4th tier, 6%. Martial skills, 9 Shadows Footwork, minor accomplishment, 85%. Boulder Splitting Palm, major accomplishment, 2%. In just half an hour, I noticed my chi absorption technique and 2 martial skills had improved again, with delightfully rapid progress. After roughly calculating the rates, the chi absorption technique improves by 2% per hour, 9 shadow step by 6% hourly, and boulder splitting palm by 2% hourly. If I practiced martial arts non-stop for 24 hours without external assistance, I could break through to the 4th level martial apprentice in 4 days. 9 Shadow Step might reach mastery tonight. Calculating this way, the future looks promising. By the college entrance exams, I might even have a shot at getting into a top-tier martial arts university. In the martial exam, both cultivation level and martial skill proficiency are crucial, neither can be neglected. Especially martial skills, which test students' comprehension and practical combat application abilities, they absolutely cannot be overlooked. Most martial arts learned during high school are the most basic human-grade lower-tier skills, primarily focused on fist and foot techniques, like my 9 shadow steps and monument-splitting palm. To get admitted into a top-tier university, students must master at least one martial skill to the profound realm, an extremely difficult challenge. Martial arts progress from novice to minor mastery, then to major mastery, precision, and finally perfection. Each step is a barrier where many can only reach major mastery. Chong-ji, what are you daydreaming about? Don't tell me you've also fallen for Xian Yueya? Chen Yufei distractedly practiced his punches while winking at me. I ignored him, carefully sensing this remarkably robust body of mine. I'm currently practicing the offensive martial art technique splintering boulder palm, 18 moves in total, every stance purely aggressive, utterly relentless, with the essence concentrated primarily in the arms. My boulder-shattering palm broke through to the Grandmaster level during my nap, doubling the enhancement to my strength. Still, I need to carefully assess my physical condition before revealing anything. Alright, the homeroom teacher suddenly barked. Time's up, pair up for sparring. Top performers, don't forget your one-on-one mentorship duties. Damn it, Sun Ze's coming over again. What awful luck, Chen Yufei grumbled in irritation. I snapped back to reality and spotted the intimidating-looking student Sun Ze that Chen Yufei had mentioned. I knew of him, something of a class bully. His academic grades were poor, but he excelled in martial arts and was already a 5th-stage martial apprentice. Puzzled, I asked, Yufei, why has he been targeting you these past few classes? Chen Yufei glanced again in the direction of Class 1, Grade 12, and sighed. It's all because of Xiang Yueya. Just because she talked to me once, this bastard decided to make me his enemy. I was quite curious and asked, what did Xiang Yueya say to you? Chen Yufei said proudly, she thanked me for giving up my seat when she was getting food in the cafeteria. I nearly rolled my eyes, how trivial. A classic case of a beauty bringing trouble. As we were talking, the tall and burly Sun Ze walked over, looking down at Chen Yufei with a haughty gaze. Hey, Yufei, he said, come on, the homeroom teacher asked me to mentor you, the underachiever. Chen Yufei curled his lips. Cut the crap, I don't need it. You're just scared, aren't you? A coward like you, still daring to Xian Yueya? Truly a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Sun Ze taunted in a mocking tone. Chen Yufei couldn't hold back anymore, stiffening his neck and shouting, fine, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? I secretly shook my head. What youthful rebelliousness. As a poor-performing martial arts student, I also had an assigned mentor, the delicate-looking class representative Lu Qingqing. Classmate Lu Chong, please give me your guidance. Lu Qingqing stepped forward with a hint of shyness, cupping her hands in salute. What could I say? I was undeniably the most handsome in our class, and my academic scores ranked first in the entire school. Even the class representative would blush at the sight of me. After you. I returned the salute, paying no attention to Chen Yufei's bitter expression. I also want to give it a try and see what my true capabilities are after reaching the 4th level of martial apprentice and mastering the boulder-splitting palm. But before I could spar with Lu Qingqing, I heard Chen Yufei cry out in pain as he was sent flying backward 2 meters. The one who struck him down with such force was none other than Sun Ze, standing in place with a cold smirk. That palm strike landed squarely on Chen Yufei's face, both brutally painful and humiliating. Classmate Yufei, are you alright? My apologies, I couldn't rein in my strength just now. Sun Ze didn't offer a hand, instead remarking coldly, but I truly didn't expect you to be this weak. I glanced at the homeroom teacher standing on the distant platform, his gaze sharp as a blade, yet he remained completely indifferent. I suddenly realized that the school campus in this world was no longer an ivory tower of tranquility either. Although high schools prohibit bringing weapons and strictly forbid students from engaging in unauthorized fights, the school encourages normal, controlled martial arts sparring as part of healthy competition. After all, the school focuses on martial arts training, aiming to cultivate warriors capable of battling exotic beasts and alien races on the battlefield, not fragile flowers in a greenhouse. So it's normal for the homeroom teacher to ignore fights like the one between Sun Ze and Chen Yufei. As long as no one gets killed or severely injured, the school won't intervene. In scholarship, there's no clear first place, but in martial arts, second place is just the first loser. Only under pressure can truly spirited warriors emerge. Of course, unless Chen Yufei willingly admits defeat and backs down. But in high school students' minds, surrendering means accepting inferiority, an act that would earn them ridicule from classmates. Just like Chen Yufei now, completely provoked by that slap, he scrambled to his feet roaring, "You bastard, I'll fight you to the death." But what greeted him was another whistling palm strike from Sunze, landing squarely on his shoulder and slamming him face-first into the ground, nose bleeding. "Had enough, Toad?" Sunze didn't miss the chance to taunt him. I could see the huge gap between them. Chen Yufei was only a third-stage martial apprentice with 2 martial arts skills, one at entry level and the other barely proficient. Sunze was a 5th-stage martial apprentice, his physical attributes far surpassing Chen Yufei's, and his boulder-splitting palm technique had already reached master-level proficiency. To put it bluntly, Chen Yufei couldn't even graze his opponent's clothes. But what surprised me was how quickly my stubborn friend scrambled back up, cursing furiously as he charged again. Then, getting knocked down again, rising once more, falling once more. Even covered in dust with blood streaming from his nose, floored time after time, he kept stubbornly getting back up, just growing quieter each time, refusing to yield. "This kid's got grit too," murmured several classmates who'd stopped their sparring to watch. Only the homeroom teacher remained unmoved. By the 6th time Chen Yufei staggered to his feet, he was swaying unsteadily, yet still he surged forward. Sunze was momentarily stunned by his ferocity, cursing under his breath and calling him a lunatic before deciding to strike ruthlessly. After all, knocking this kid out wouldn't be a problem, the school nurse could patch him up. Right then, I rushed over and grabbed hold of him, saying, "Yufei, that's enough." "It's not necessary." I could tell he was blinded by rage and shouldn't keep going. "Brother Chon, step aside." Chen Yufei raised his swollen eyes but managed to regain some rationality as he shouted at me, "We brothers can't let people look down on us, or he'll bully us every day from now on." Sunze had often bullied Chen Yufei before, and he frequently hurled sarcastic remarks at me too. Lately, probably because of that school bell, he'd become even more relentless. I pondered for a moment, then firmly helped Chen Yufei sit down on the side and reassured him, "Then let me vent your anger for you. If you refuse, you're not acknowledging me as your brother." Hearing this, Chen Yufei calmed down a little and tried to dissuade me, "But you're no match for him either. Forget it, we'll have plenty of chances later." I patted his shoulder and said to the class representative Lu Qingqing nearby, "Could you please look after him for a while?" Chen Yufei was right. If I didn't show a firm stance now, Sunze would only become more excessive in the future. Most high school students don't know when to stop, and they have no concept of restraint when bullying others. Without waiting for Lu Qingqing's response, I turned around and glared sternly at the smug-faced Sunze behind me. TSK, what's this? You two cowards still lining up to get beaten?" Sunze clenched his fists and jeered with a smirk. I didn't rise to his taunts, merely cupping my hands in salute and saying lightly, "Yufei's a bit tired. I'll spar with you instead." "After you." In practical martial arts class, as long as both parties were willing, the homeroom teacher usually wouldn't interfere. Sunze laughed heartily. "Then I'll send both of you to the infirmary together," he said, before we took up our stances, poised for combat. I didn't dare underestimate this class bully. After all, he was at the 5th level of martial apprentice, with a stronger physical foundation than me. Moreover, his boulder-splitting palm had reached mastery, leaving me at a disadvantage. Not far away, Chen Yufei had completely calmed down and shouted at me worriedly, "Chong, be careful. This guy hits hard. If it gets too much, just admit defeat in time." Beside Chen Yufei, Lu Qingqing also watched me, lightly biting her lip, too shy to speak up. Even further away, our homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, silently turned his gaze toward me. I guessed he had noticed that I'd broken through to the 4th stage of martial apprentice. Boom! The dirt under my right foot suddenly caved in as I propelled myself forward like a spring. My palm sliced through the air, striking toward Sunze's chest using the first stance of the shattering boulder palm technique, pushing stone to test the way. Sunze's reaction was almost identical to mine, still the first stance of boulder-cleaving palm, delivering a solid palm strike against mine. With a dull thud, both of our bodies shuddered from the impact, and we each took 2 steps back. Sunze shot me a surprised glance and said, "4th stage martial apprentice, with boulder-cleaving palm mastered? So you've made a breakthrough. No wonder you dared to provoke me. But let me remind you, I held back just now, otherwise, you would have been defeated without a doubt." I was also quite surprised I hadn't used my full strength in that palm strike earlier, yet as a 4th stage martial apprentice, I actually fought Sunze to a standstill. It suddenly occurred to me that the chi absorption technique had previously tempered my body anew. Could it be, after the tempering, my physical foundation is better than others at the same level? I speculated inwardly. Bang! This time, Sunze took the initiative to attack, using the chopping palm style of boulder-splitting hand, his palm descending like a blade in a diagonal slash. Recognizing the technique, I swiftly countered with my own palm strikes, exchanging multiple blows with him. We went back and forth, trading punches with gusto. I couldn't overpower him, and he couldn't gain the upper hand for the moment. Others thought Sunze was holding back, but only he knew he wasn't pulling his punches at all. The longer they fought, the more alarmed he became. He couldn't understand how I, a mere fourth-stage martial apprentice with equivalent boulder-splitting palm skills, could hold out for so long. With so many classmates watching, his inability to defeat me quickly was utterly humiliating. At this thought, Sun Ce hardened his heart and secretly unleashed another martial technique, 9 Shadow Step. In an instant, his figure accelerated, leaving afterimages that were hard to track. Despite my quick reflexes in using the 9 Shadow Step, I wasn't as nimble as him. Clearly, his mastery of the technique had reached perfection. Bang! Sun Ce seized the opportunity and struck my shoulder with a heavy palm. I failed to dodge in time, my head spinning as I staggered back several steps before barely regaining balance. Sun Ce laughed aloud. Ha, Luchong, if you can't land a hit, you'll just keep taking my strikes. Let's see how many more you can endure. He charged forward again, brimming with vigor. I secretly felt helpless. There was still quite a gap between us after all. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Shadow Steps is furious, feeling shame yet summoning courage. Its training speed has skyrocketed, breaking through to mastery. Shadow Steps mastery progress, 3%, 10%, 30%, 60%. Then it added, Stone-splitting palm refuses to fall behind, achieving another profound epiphany. Training progress increased by 50%. Wait, there's such a move? I couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Immediately perking up, I looked at Sun Ce charging toward me. Now I wasn't afraid of this EXP-delivering opponent anymore. No time to think further. Sun Ce's palm strike, empowered by 9 Shadow Step, was already inches away, elusive and erratic. But in my eyes, his footwork wasn't that profound anymore. My 9 Shadow Step had also reached mastery, even beginning to approach the perfection level, definitely not inferior to his. Whoosh! Sun Ce's confident heavy strike sliced right through my body. It's an afterimage, Sun Ce exclaimed, while the surrounding classmates looked bewildered. Luchong actually dodged it? That's right, just as his palm strike descended, I barely evaded it by executing the 9 Shadow Step, leaving an afterimage in my original spot. Sun Ce thought it was just luck, but then, like a ghost, I materialized behind him and delivered a palm strike squarely to his back. Bang! Sun Ce was sent flying 3 meters from my full-powered blow, his face filled with shock. My figure followed closely, not giving him a chance to land and adjust, and I struck another palm against his right cheek. Sun Ce cried out in pain, spun around in place, and then fell heavily to the ground. For shadows, a classmate exclaimed in shock. Lu Chang's 9 Shadow Step has reached mastery too. In my rapid succession of movements and strikes, the speed and directional changes were so fast that they left 4 afterimages behind. The homeroom teacher in the distance and Chen Yufei and Lu Qingqing nearby were all stunned. They knew me best, yet they had no idea when I had become so formidable. The one who most acutely felt my progress was Sun Ce. In truth, the gap between Sun Ce's abilities and my current strength wasn't vast. He even held certain advantages, but his underestimation gave me the opening I needed. Having finally gained the upper hand, I wasn't about to relent. After landing 3 consecutive strikes, I closed the distance without hesitation. Whack! Another resounding slap struck Sun Ce's left cheek, swelling both sides of his face grotesquely and sending 2 teeth flying from his mouth. Dazed from the relentless assault, Sun Ce faltered, yet I pressed on. Show mercy to a snake, and you'll suffer its venom later. I raised my palm high once more, ready to knock him unconscious with a single strike, leaving him no chance to fight back. With my shattering palm technique perfected, I could control the strength and precision perfectly, ensuring he would only be knocked out without any life-threatening injuries. After all, he hadn't surrendered yet. Wait, I surrender. In that critical moment, Sun Ce cried out in panic, trying to concede. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, my palm had already descended, striking him so hard that his eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. The witnessing students erupted in shock, staring at me as if I were some kind of monster. Checking that Sun Ce showed no signs of waking, I quickly crouched to support him and asked with feigned concern, "Are you alright, Sun Ce? Sorry about that. I didn't mean to use so much force. I really didn't expect you to be this weak." Sun Ce's body seemed to twitch slightly as I kept shaking him. "Wake up, Sun Ce, wake up." The classmates nearby were stunned. I could sense a sudden wave of sympathy for Sun Ce washing over them. But they quickly remembered Sun Ce had bullied plenty of others before. This was just karma catching up with him. My sudden outburst seemed to have startled them. Many classmates began recalling whether they'd ever bullied me before, even my best friend Chen Yufei. Chen Yufei almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He never expected me to be this vicious. He thought to himself, how much frustration did I bottle up before? Yet he felt exhilarated, believing that bastard truly deserved a good lesson. What a true bro, he thought to himself, and the frustration from being humiliated earlier completely disappeared. My clumsy act didn't last long before the homeroom teacher arrived behind me, speaking in a muffled voice. "Alright, Lu Chong and Lu Qingqing, you two are responsible for taking Sun Ce and Chen Yufei to the infirmary for treatment. The rest of you, continue with your sparring matches immediately." "Got it, teacher," Lu Qingqing quickly responded. Then I effortlessly hoisted the 1.8-meter tall Sun Ce with one hand while supporting Chen Yufei with the other, heading straight for the infirmary. Lu Qingqing followed cautiously from behind, secretly staring at my back while letting her imagination run wild. "You bastard. Can't you give me a chance to get close to a beautiful girl?" Chen Yufei grumbled with a hint of complaint. "Aren't you only interested in the school belle? I was just worried Xian Yueya might get jealous," I asked him with feigned curiosity. Chen Yufei was rendered speechless, thinking to himself, like hell she'd get jealous. Medical technology in this world was highly advanced. Chen Yufei's injuries could be treated simply and he'd recover by the same day, while even someone like Sunze with serious injuries could be hospitalized and return to school the next day, bouncing around full of energy. After all the commotion, by the time the three of us returned to the field, the 2-hour combat training class was almost over. Sunze was naturally kept in the infirmary for recovery and wouldn't be able to come out today. "Today's combat training ends here. Class dismissed," announced homeroom teacher Wang Tong, and the students scattered. "Lu Chong and Chen Yufei, come to my office after school," the homeroom teacher called out to us. "Yes, teacher," Chen Yufei and I promptly replied. As I walked back, I thought to myself, it seems the homeroom teacher has noticed my cultivation progress. After all, I was just a third-stage martial apprentice yesterday, with both major martial techniques still at minor mastery. Suddenly displaying such strength today is truly too unusual. I haven't figured out how to explain it yet. So exhilarating, Chongji. With no one around now, Chen Yufei grew excited. "You really held up our dignity today. Not to mention, from now on, no one in class will dare look down on us." I ignored him, but I could also feel how my classmates' gazes toward me had shifted. What was once disdain now carried a faint trace of awe. After school in the afternoon, Chen Yufei and I went to our homeroom teacher Wang Tong's private office. "Lu Chong, your situation is likely an extremely rare case of sudden enlightenment or a second awakening," the homeroom teacher said. "This kind of transformation likely occurred as you reached adulthood, when your brain's potential further developed and your body matured, awakening certain latent martial arts abilities." I never expected the homeroom teacher to be so understanding. Without me even needing to fabricate excuses, he managed to find a perfectly reasonable explanation for my consecutive breakthroughs. Moreover, even though I severely injured Sunze in class, he didn't pursue the matter, didn't even mention it. "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." All I could do was express my gratitude. Wang Tong nodded thoughtfully, then solemnly reminded me, "Over the next few days, pay close attention to your physical condition and try to maintain this awakened potential. If anything is unclear, come to me immediately to discuss it," he added earnestly. "Understood, teacher. I'll remember," I replied. Of course I knew what was happening to me, I just couldn't explain too much. However, the misunderstanding from my homeroom teacher turned out to be a good thing. It could roughly explain my sudden burst of progress and unconventional abilities. "Your comprehension was never bad," the teacher said. "It's just that you focused too much on academic studies before, which held you back." Speaking earnestly, the homeroom teacher continued, "Lu Chong, there are still 3 months left until the college entrance exams. If you work hard, you might still have a shot at getting into a top-tier martial arts university. If you perform well in the next mock exam, I can apply to the school for higher scholarships, nutritional subsidies, and even new martial arts techniques for you." My heart stirred. These were exactly what I needed most right now. Without them, even with my automatic cultivation sheet, it would be like a skilled housewife unable to cook without rice. "I'll remember this and won't let you down, sir," I responded earnestly. It suddenly dawned on me that this seemingly burly and aloof homeroom teacher actually had high hopes for me. Perhaps he hadn't given up on any underperforming student. At that moment, Wang Tong turned his gaze to Chen Yufei, who was staring blankly at the floor, and his expression turned stern. "Chen Yufei." Chen Yufei quickly looked up and said with a smile, "Here, Teacher Wang, I'm almost an adult too. Could I also have a chance for a second awakening of potential?" I was somewhat speechless. This kid actually remembered what the homeroom teacher said. Chen Yufei's birthday was a few months after mine, so he hadn't actually turned 18 yet. Wang Tong was momentarily stunned, then said irritably, "Let's hope so, but I hope you remember today's lesson. Go home and think carefully about it. Why were you the one getting bullied? Also, look at Lu Chong. If he really gets into a top martial arts university, while you can only enter society early, how much intersection will you two have in the future?" These words hit hard, leaving even the usually carefree Chen Yufei silent. "All right, I'll stop here. Head back." The homeroom teacher didn't say anything more. High schools in this world didn't have evening self-study sessions, leaving the time after dinner for students to arrange themselves. You can play virtual games, go to off-campus martial arts schools and seek private tutoring, or study cultural courses on your own. I couldn't afford martial arts schools, let alone hiring private tutors. The professional facilities and equipment there were far beyond my financial reach. Returning to my charity apartment in the slums on the east side of the city, I still felt somewhat unaccustomed to this new world and identity. But I quickly came to terms with it. This place was fascinating in its own way, and I possessed unique advantages. It was a rundown one-bedroom apartment, small but fully functional. I cooked a simple meal for myself and sat cross-legged in the cramped living room after eating, pulling up my personal stats panel. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, 4th level martial apprentice, 12%. Martial arts, 9 shadows step mastery, 66%. Splitting boulder palm mastery, 58%. Not bad, more progress made, I thought happily. In just 3 hours, the breathing technique and both martial skills had automatically progressed by 6%. Growing stronger every single moment, this feeling was truly exhilarating. But still, it's not enough. I didn't allow myself to become complacent. My goal wasn't just any ordinary martial arts university, it was a top-tier institution in Huaxia, perhaps even one of the top 10 prestigious martial arts academies in the nation. According to the memories of his original body, to get into a prestigious school, one needed at least the 8th stage warrior apprentice cultivation and mastery of at least 2 martial skills at the profound realm. I'm still far from where I need to be. So in the 3 months before the college entrance exams, I must accelerate my martial arts training beyond just relying on automatic cultivation. Based on my current condition, if I want to speed up my cultivation breakthrough, I'll need higher energy nutrients, either those nutritional bars like Chen Yufei uses, or the nutrient solutions our homeroom teacher mentioned. Otherwise, the faster my cultivation improves, the more likely I'll drain myself completely dry. These nutrient supplements are different from ordinary food. They're refined essences extracted from mutated medicinal plants or the corpses of exotic beasts. Only these things can truly meet a martial artist's needs. However, most of these nutrients are expensive. Even the nutrition bar Chen Yufei took out yesterday counts as cheap, low-grade stuff. It seems I need to work harder to earn money. The more the better. I felt the pressure of poverty. And there's the simulated exam the homeroom teacher mentioned. I must perform well to secure the school's financial aid. As for martial techniques, remembering yesterday's spar with Sunze, I thought to myself, right now, actual combat accelerates martial skill comprehension. What if I actively train? How effective would that be? Thinking leads to action. I didn't waste time idly at home but went straight to an abandoned construction site not far away. I performed the perfected 9 shadow step and tablet pushing palm with such vigor that even the spring night seemed electrified by my movements. After about 15 minutes of deep training, a notification suddenly echoed in my mind. 9 shadow step, moved by its master's diligence, has doubled its training speed, quadrupled. In fact, tablet splitting palm refuses to fall behind, quadrupling its training speed too. With this, both martial techniques' training efficiency leaped from 2% per hour to a staggering 8% per hour. Indeed, it works. I was overjoyed, and instead of stopping, I focused even more intently. This training session lasted until past midnight when my stomach growled in protest. By then, my personal interface had changed. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice Tier 4, 22%. Techniques, 9 Shadows Footwork, Micro Perfection, 2%. Shattering Stone Palm, Micro Perfection, 1%. Both martial techniques had reached the realm of micro perfection overnight. Even though I had mentally prepared myself, I couldn't help but feel thrilled when I saw the results. In less than a day, I had advanced both martial techniques from proficiency to mastery, an achievement unprecedented in the history of First High. With these 2 mastered martial techniques, I've practically secured admission to a top-tier martial arts university. All I need now is to keep up with my cultivation progress, and my future is set. But I'm still just a poor kid. I rubbed my hollow stomach, the hunger pangs intense. I hurried home and stuffed myself with whatever food I could find. But it still wasn't enough. My body was severely depleted. The path of martial arts is a bottomless pit, making me feel even more urgent about earning money. Lying in bed, I wasn't in a hurry to sleep. Instead, I continued silently counting the time, calculating the passive cultivation speeds of my cultivation base and martial techniques. I noticed that after mastering 2 martial techniques, the passive cultivation speed dropped from 2% per hour to 1%, while the chi absorption arts pace for advancing my cultivation level remained at 2% per hour. The further you go, the harder it gets. It's normal for progress to slow, I thought, unsurprised. Instead, I remained optimistic, knowing I'd found another way to accelerate cultivation. Besides combat, diligence could also make up the difference. I drifted asleep with hunger gnawing at me, only to wake up starving again at 6 in the morning. The chi absorption technique constantly consumed energy, inevitable under the law of energy conservation. I had no luxury to linger in bed. Wearing my faded blue school uniform, I hurried through my morning routine and dashed out the door. Fortunately, my predecessor had been frugal, leaving me over 2,000 in savings. I devoured 5 pounds of meat buns at the breakfast shop near my home before jogging to school. Ordinary food could only fill my stomach through sheer quantity, barely sustaining me. It paled in nutritional density compared to refined supplements, though its taste surpassed most processed nutrient packs. I covered the dozen-kilometer distance to school in just 15 minutes, and my 9 shadow steps training progress increased by another 2%. Entering the classroom, I was surprised to find Chen Yufei, who usually arrived just in time for class, already there ahead of me. "Chongji, I've decided, starting today, I'm going to study hard and aim for a top-tier university with you. Chen Yufei turned to me and declared solemnly. I recalled how mediocre he was in both martial arts and academics, but chose not to discourage him. Let's do our best together, was all I said. Then, I saw him dig out his phone from the textbook and open the virtual wargame interface. The class bell hadn't rung yet, and students were gradually entering the classroom while I was reviewing my beast history textbook. It said that beast mutations began over 100 years ago, and thus the martial arts era of humanity was ushered in. There are even rumors of alien civilizations invading, starting with ecological infiltration. Some prophesy that the true extraterrestrial visitors might arrive in just 10 years, and nations across Blue Star are preparing, some with hope, others with resistance. I was deep in thought when a shadow fell over me. It was Sun Tze, the guy I knocked out yesterday. This guy had only spent 1 day in the hospital and was already mostly recovered, though still missing a couple of teeth, making his speech a bit slurred. Lu Chong, you got the guts to spar with me again today? You caught me off guard yesterday, doesn't count. Sun Tze had been furious the moment he woke up last night, not just because he lost to me, but because I'd hit him hard enough to knock out 2 teeth and then dragged him to the infirmary in front of everyone. On the school forum, photos of his humiliating state had become a laughingstock. If he didn't settle this score, how could he ever hold his head up at number 1 high again? And what would Xiang Yueya think of him? I glanced up at him but couldn't be bothered to engage. Winning yesterday had been a close call, relying mostly on his underestimation of me. But today, I didn't even see him as a threat. What's wrong? Scared? If you're afraid, just admit defeat and apologize in front of the whole class. Sun Tze aggressively leaned forward, slamming his hand on my desk. Sun Tze, you're going too far. Losing and still trying to act tough. Chen Yufei couldn't hold back anymore, putting away his phone as he shouted angrily. None of your damn business, you're still my assistee. If Lu Chong won't play with me, I'll beat you up today. Sun Tze snarled viciously. No need. I'll spar with you again in today's combat class. I looked up and said, I wasn't planning to bother with this defeated opponent, but it seems unavoidable. If he won't accept defeat, another beating might just speed up my cultivation progress. Now that's more like it, unlike some worthless trash. Sun Tze stood up smugly, throwing a sarcastic jab at Chen Yufei. Chen Yufei paid no attention, turning to ask me, Chongji, are you sure about this? Don't go all out against him just for my sake. Think of it like getting bitten by a dog. I shook my head slightly. You're right about needing to thoroughly beat him into submission. Only then will we have peace moving forward. The class bell rang, and homeroom teacher Wang Tong entered the classroom, causing many students' expressions to change. Class, the virtual esports teacher has food poisoning. This period will be changed to combat training, Wang Tong said calmly. A chorus of groans rose from the students. They were all too familiar with the homeroom teacher's tricks. I didn't particularly care, but Chen Yufei looked furious enough to flip a table, like a wolf with its tail stepped on. Of course, under the homeroom teacher's gaze, he managed to restrain himself. Something felt off, so I glanced toward the back corner and recognized Sun Tze's silent lip movements. You're dead. Chapter 7, Astonishing Skills and the Homeroom Teacher's Surprise. During the practical combat class, as the homeroom teacher Wang Tong gave the command, the students swiftly dispersed in an orderly manner. Before Lu Chong could observe any longer, Sun Tze walked straight toward him. He didn't forget to make a grand spectacle of it either, shouting, fellow students, bear witness, today I shall settle things once and for all with Lu Chong. At the same time, Sun Tze called out his 2 close buddies and took out his phone to snap photos and record videos. He had his reasons for doing this. He absolutely had to upload today's comeback victory to the school forum to clear his name. Of course, it wasn't just his buddies. Other classmates in the room, and even some students from nearby classes who'd caught wind of it, eagerly pulled out their phones to film too. Lu Chong glanced at the homeroom teacher standing on the high platform. He noticed that despite the chaotic scene, the homeroom teacher remained impassive, neither supportive nor opposed. But it made sense when he thought about it. After all, it was a combat training class, and observing the match would benefit the other students. In the end, Sun Tze was easily one of the top fighters in Class 5, Grade 12. Before the battle even began, the surrounding classmates had already started murmuring in low voices. It seems Sun Tze still hasn't accepted defeat. After getting beaten so badly yesterday, he still dares to provoke Lu Chong. You don't understand anything. Yesterday Sun Tze just underestimated his opponent. In terms of real strength, he can still reliably defeat Lu Chong. A few classmates who usually cowered under Sun Tze's domineering influence took the initiative to cheer for him. Way to go, Sun Tze. I support you. Sun Tze looked at Lu Chong with undisguised smugness. See, the student's eyes are sharp. Don't think a single victory proves you're stronger than me. Chen Yufei couldn't help but want to lash out when he saw the other's smug, petty expression. Lu Chong stopped Chen Yufei, calmly took off his school jacket, handed it to him, and only then cupped his fist toward Sun Tze. After you. Before the fight began, any more words would have been superfluous. Sun Tze clenched his fists, his expression turning solemn. He remembered yesterday's lesson well. There was no room for underestimating his opponent again. Today, he would give it his all, mustering every ounce of strength to wipe away the humiliation of the past. With a fierce shout, Sun Tze took the lead, stepping with the perfected Nine Shadows step, leaving behind an afterimage in his original spot. Leaping to appear right before Lu Chong, Sun Tze thrust out a palm strike, pouring all his strength into it. His movements were swift, yet in Lu Chang's current perception, they seemed riddled with flaws. After mastering the Nine Shadows step and stone-splitting palm to the micro-level, his perception had also elevated accordingly. The micro-level. To reach this realm means excelling in the minutest details, an entirely different dimension compared to the peak mastery stage. Lu Chong merely took a slight sidestep at the moment Sun Tze's palm strike was about to land, effortlessly evading the incoming push. Unaware of anything amiss, Sun Tze seamlessly transitioned into the Nine Shadows step, leaving behind another afterimage as his flat palm sliced horizontally toward Lu Chong. But with another slight step back, Lu Chong once again narrowly dodged the attack, not allowing the opponent to even graze his clothes. Sun Tze continuously changed his moves, pushing the combination of Nine Shadows step and boulder-splitting hand to its limits, yet he still couldn't land a single hit on Lu Chong. The most terrifying part was that Lu Chong had only been taking small steps within a single zhang radius, yet he effortlessly maneuvered around Sun Tze, making him dance in circles. The surrounding classmates erupted in shock and murmurs. Classmate Lu Chong, is this also the Nine Shadows step? No afterimages, doesn't look particularly impressive. Why does it always barely manage to dodge? No idea. Feels like coincidence somehow. But this is too much. Can coincidences really occur so frequently? Suddenly, their homeroom teacher Wang Ton leapt down from the elevated platform with shining eyes, approaching them while marveling. Of course it's no coincidence. Observe carefully, all of you. This is the Nine Shadows step perfected to micro-level mastery, where true skill reveals itself in minute details. Wang Tong never expected that in just one night, Lu Chang's Phantom Steps technique had broken through once again, reaching the subtle realm. Among high school students, it wasn't unheard of for someone to cultivate a martial skill to the subtle realm, yet never had he seen someone progress so rapidly. He distinctly remembered that just the day before yesterday, Lu Chang's technique was still at the small achievement stage, which had already progressed to great achievement by yesterday. While one might rationalize that as the result of long-term accumulation, but to advance from grand achievement to minutiae overnight, this was truly baffling. Could it be a second awakening? Has he become a genius with unparalleled comprehension? Wang Tong felt his heart surge with excitement. If this were truly the case, then their Class 5, senior year might just produce a seedling capable of entering a top-tier martial arts high school. As the homeroom teacher's reminder sunk in, the surrounding classmates erupted in chatter. Nine Shadows attaining the subtle level seems like no one in our entire class has managed that yet. It seems that achieving the micro level in martial arts would give him a shot at getting into a key martial arts high school. Since when has Lu Chong become this strong? On the practice field, Sun Tze paid no heed to the chatter of his classmates. His entire focus was riveted on chasing Lu Chong. He seemed to have the upper hand, yet deep down, he was utterly frustrated. I've already given it my all, but not only have I failed to take down Lu Chong, I haven't even managed to land a single hit on him. Over half of my stamina has been depleted already. I can't keep going like this. With this thought flashing through his mind, Sun Tze hastily withdrew his attack and stepped back, flushing red as he shouted, Lu Chong, what's the meaning of this? If you keep dodging me, how are we supposed to fight? If you don't dare face me head-on, you might as well admit defeat right now. Lu Chong was savoring the subtle mastery of his Nine Shadows step and contemplating the automatic cultivation system. The reason he was leading Sun Tze along was to see if it could still trigger a surge in his cultivation speed. Unfortunately, after dozens of exchanges, neither the Nine Shadows step nor the monument-splitting palm showed any signs of progress. They continued cultivating at their original steady pace. So is it because this Sun Tze is too weak to be effective anymore? Lu Chong speculated silently to himself. He now speculated that boosting cultivation speed through actual combat also required certain conditions, at least an opponent who could apply some pressure on him. Seeing that Lu Chong not only ignored his questioning but also seemed completely lost in thought, Sun Tze's anger flared up uncontrollably, and he charged forward again with a furious roar. Snapping back to focus, Lu Chong had already lost interest in tangling with Sun Tze. By the time Sun Tze thrust his palm forward, Lu Chang's figure suddenly vanished from his sight, only to reappear right behind Sun Tze. Then, with a seemingly effortless motion, Lu Chong delivered a light palm strike that squarely landed on Sun Tze's back. Boom! Sun Tze didn't even have time to react or cry out in pain before he was sent sprawling face-first into the ground, completely humiliated. You wanted a fair fight face-to-face, didn't you? Why turn your back on me? Come on, I won't knock you out today, I'll give you a chance to go all out, Lu Chong declared impassively. Sun Tze scrambled to his feet, howling furiously, I'll fight you to the death. Boom! Lu Chong didn't dodge this time. firmly meeting Sun Tze's palm strike head-on. Only, it was Sun Tze who had exerted his full strength who went flying once again. After reaching the microscopic realm with his boulder-splitting palm, the amplification effect on his striking power had also doubled. Naturally, Lu Chong had no reason to fear his opponent. Microscopic. Class advisor Wang Tong's eyes shone brighter. The boulder-splitting palm has also reached the microscopic realm. His heart was roiling with tumultuous waves. This was simply one delightful surprise after another, almost to the point of alarm. Chapter 8. Reward of a new martial technique. Shameful. Utterly shameful. Sun Tze was certain he had given his all. This time, Lu Chong hadn't resorted to tricks, nor had he knocked him unconscious. Yet now, he wished he had been knocked out instead. At least then he wouldn't be lying flat on the ground, unable to get up, under the gaze of so many eyes. Every bone in his body felt shattered by Lu Chang's splitting monument palm. This humiliating posture, captured on camera by the classmates he himself had brought along, filled Sun Tze with such shame and fury he could practically die of it. That's what you call shooting yourself in the foot. Let's see what excuses you have left now, Shen Yufei remarked smugly from the sidelines, looking even more pleased with himself than Lu Chong, who was currently delivering a sound thrashing to Sun Tze. Sun Tze buried his head in the ground, unable to utter a single word. He had already verbally admitted defeat moments ago. Otherwise, he feared Lu Chong might really knock out all of his teeth. All right, the homeroom teacher promptly stepped in to intervene. Chen Yufei, take Sun Tze to the infirmary. Lu Chong, come with me. The rest of you, continue with your lesson. Lu Chong knew his rapid progress couldn't be hidden from his homeroom teacher, but fortunately he had already prepared an explanation and followed the teacher to the office. On the playground, Chen Yufei showed no intention of helping Sun Tze up, merely observing coldly from the sidelines. Sun Tze's lackeys instinctively stepped forward, still holding their phones to record while asking, "Brother Sun, should we keep filming?" "Film my ass. Can't you see what condition I'm in?" Sun Tze struggled to turn over as he cursed angrily. At the same time, he didn't forget to threaten the other students around him. "If anyone leaks what happened today, they'll have me to deal with. TSK, how impressive. Why didn't you dare make a sound just now in front of Brother Chong?" Chen Yufei continued pointing his phone camera at Sun Tze, clicking his tongue mockingly. Sun Tze shot Chen Yufei a fierce glare, then turned to his own cronies. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me to the infirmary." He knew that saying anything more now would be pointless, it would only make him look even worse. Besides, even if Sun Tze and his classmates didn't photograph him or upload the videos and pictures to the school forum, other students from surrounding classes would definitely do so. Sun Tze now only wished to flee this place of shame, never to show his face again. Ha ha ha. As Sun Tze walked off the field, Class 5 instantly erupted in boisterous laughter. In the homeroom teacher's office, Wang Tong stared with bulging eyes and asked with utmost seriousness, "Lu Chong, when exactly did your 9 shadow step and tablet sundering hand reach the micro-attainment level?" Lu Chong answered honestly, "Last night, I was practicing near my home when I suddenly had an epiphany, and it just happened." Wang Tong was dumbstruck for a full 10 seconds before finally regaining his composure. For an average high school student, mastering low-level martial arts techniques to minor proficiency usually takes about a month, but progressing from minor achievement to major achievement takes a bit longer, averaging about a year or so. Then advancing from major achievement to the subtle realm becomes even slower. The vast majority of students can barely reach this level in any discipline by the time of college entrance exams. Of course, students with personal tutors who are masters themselves, or exceptionally gifted geniuses, don't count in this estimation. But even the most outrageous students couldn't compare to Lu Chang's situation. From reaching initial mastery to directly grasping the subtleties, it took only a single night. Not even Class 1 of the Senior High Division and Elite Class had produced such a student. Never in the school's history. At that moment, Wang Tong was convinced he'd stumbled upon a treasure, a truly prodigious one. He knew Lu Chong couldn't possibly afford private tutors. Thinking of this, Wang Tong once again looked solemnly at Lu Chong. "It seems my earlier guess was correct. You experienced a secondary awakening upon reaching adulthood, especially in terms of comprehension, which is exceptionally extraordinary. Teacher, will there be any issues?" Lu Chong deliberately feigned ignorance as he asked. Wang Tong shook his head decisively. "This is a good thing for you, there's no need to worry. But there's one matter I must discuss with you in advance." Remembering something, Wang Tong suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. "Teacher, please go ahead," Lu Chong replied earnestly. At the very least, his current knowledge was far inferior to this homeroom teacher's. Wang Tong nodded and continued, "Your talent will soon spread throughout the school, and I don't advise you to hide it. After all, the school invests more resources in nurturing students with potential. Like the resources I mentioned earlier, I can help you apply for them now, no need to wait until after the mock exams." Lu Chong nodded in agreement with his homeroom teacher's words. His 2 public displays had also taken this point into consideration. After all, without the school's resource support, he would find it difficult to fully utilize his advantages. But, Wang Tong continued, You now have an opportunity to choose to switch classes yourself. Should I transfer to Class 1, the elite martial arts class? Wang Tong asked nervously, looking at Lu Chong. What does the teacher mean? Wang Tong said frankly, Class 1 has always been the top class in our school. Top students like Xian Yueya, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan, all at the 9th level of warrior apprentice, are in that class. I must tell you, Class 1 indeed has the best teaching resources in the entire school. And given the potential you've shown now, I can arrange for you to go there as long as I put in the application for you. In fact, once teacher of Class 1 finds out, they'll likely come to recruit you themselves. So, I had to ask for your opinion first, Wang Tong said gravely. Only then did Lu Chong understand. After a moment's thought, he replied, Thank you for telling me this, teacher. I'd like to ask, does Class 1 get more scholarships and nutrient solution than we do? Lu Chong countered. Wang Tong quickly grasped Lu Chang's meaning and said decisively, I can guarantee this point, there's absolutely no bias. As long as you demonstrate your potential, I can apply for you to receive equivalent resources, perhaps even more than what they could offer over there. Lu Chong no longer hesitated. With resolve, he replied, Then that settles it, teacher. I won't be transferring classes. It wasn't that Lu Chong was acting impulsively nor that he harbored some deep affection for Class 5. Lu Chong made this choice based on practical considerations. With less than 100 days left until the college entrance exams, transferring to a new class would likely bring unpredictable complications and waste precious time. Moreover, given Wang Tong's sincerity and their two interactions so far, Lu Chong currently approves of this homeroom teacher. If he switched classes and ended up clashing with the new teacher, what then? Since he could receive the same level of resources and cultivation here, and with the homeroom teacher valuing him so highly, staying to prepare for the college entrance exam was the obvious choice. In that elite class filled with top martial arts students, even if the teaching staff was stronger, would any teacher provide him with one-on-one guidance like this? Good. Wang Tong slapped his thigh enthusiastically. Since you're being so righteous, then your teacher, can't be stingy either. Right now, I'll personally reward you by teaching you a new martial arts technique. This was a reward I received for meritorious service during my military days, a mid-tier human-grade martial technique. Chapter 9, Fame Brings Fortune. Whirlwind Kick. When Lu Chong returned to the sports field, a mid-tier martial arts skill had already appeared on his personal panel. According to the homeroom teacher, this was a leg technique derived from an earth-grade axe martial art, emphasizing offense and better suited to complement the 9 shadow steps. Moreover, this was the only combat skill the homeroom teacher had mastered to perfection, allowing him to provide Lu Chong with superior guidance. Wang Tong specifically emphasized that Lu Chong should train in this leg technique with him every afternoon after school, where he would receive one-on-one instruction. This leg technique favors bold, sweeping movements, prioritizing momentum over form. It's far more challenging than lower-grade martial skills. If you can grasp the basics within 10 days, you'll have a shot at mastering it before the college entrance exams and aiming for a top martial arts university. This was what Wang Tong told Lu Chong after passing on the martial arts technique to him. Without a mastered mid-grade martial art to rely on, it would be very difficult to get into a prestigious national university. However, Lu Chong now had a problem and wasn't sure whether he should bring it up with his homeroom teacher. Because on his way from the teacher's office to the sports field, he had realized that his gale-splitting leg technique had officially reached the beginner stage. Gale-splitting leg bound and awakened, sensing the pressure of a newcomer, and voluntarily entered the beginner stage. Thus, Lu Chang's personal panel underwent a change. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice Tier 4, 33%. Martial Arts, 9 Shadow Steps, Minor Mastery, 10%. Splitting Boulder Hand, Minor Mastery, 7%. Gale Splitting Kick, Beginner, 1%. Just like that, Lu Chong had already begun to master the wind splitting kick, a technique his homeroom teacher had claimed would take at least 10 days just to grasp the basics. After some thought, Lu Chong still chose not to say anything, worried about upsetting his homeroom teacher. Better wait until I get guidance tonight before making any decisions, Lu Chong thought. The practical combat class took up all the morning's academic lessons, and by the time it ended, it was already lunchtime. Ha ha, Chong, you're awesome. No more talk, today's lunch is on me. Eat whatever you want. Chen Yufei enthusiastically threw his arm over Lu Chang's shoulder as soon as class ended. Is this really worth getting so excited about? Lu Chong casually asked while internally checking his training progress. How could we not celebrate? Chen Yufei exclaimed dramatically. Sunzai's definitely been knocked down a peg this time, that's absolutely worth celebrating. Later, Chen Yufei mysteriously pulled out his phone again, shoving the screen in front of Lu Chong. Chongji, look, you've really made a name for yourself at school. Lu Chong glanced at it and sure enough, photos and videos of him beating up Sun Tze had already become pinned hot posts. There was even a glaring headline, 4th stage martial apprentice with dual martial techniques at mastery level, genius bites his time for years, astonishes all in one strike. Lu Chong shot Chen Yufei a look. This wasn't posted by you, was it? Chen Yufei said smugly, of course. What do you think? Pretty badass, right? How's Sunzae doing? Lu Chong asked noncommittally, changing the subject. That kid is completely crushed. Why bother with him? Not adding insult to injury in the post title was already me being generous. Shan Yufei said nonchalantly. Of course, the main reason is he's not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as you, Zhongji. Being a mere stumbling block is enough for him. The two of them walked toward Yuehai No. 1 High School's cafeteria, chatting and laughing, while Lu Chong noticed numerous odd glances directed their way along the path. It seems Qin Yufei was right. Thanks to the morning's sparring session, he genuinely gained some notoriety within the school. As they were chatting and laughing, a soft and timid voice suddenly called from behind, Lu Chong? Lu Chong turned around and saw it was actually Lu Qingqing, the class representative for practical combat, blushing as she looked at him. What's the matter? Lu Chong asked in surprise. Lu Qingqing nodded and raised her head to meet Lu Chang's eyes. Lu Chong, there's something I'd like to discuss with you in private. Shen Yufei quickly stepped aside, winking at Lu Chong and whispering, all right, the class beauty's calling, I'll make way now. Chong, I'll save you a seat in the cafeteria. With that, Shen Yufei turned and ran off without looking back. Lu Qingqing clearly overheard Shen Yufei's comment and blushed even deeper as she explained, don't misunderstand, Lu Chong. I just wanted to ask for your advice on martial arts training. Lu Chong wasn't narcissistic enough to assume otherwise and replied calmly, you've helped me often before. If you have any questions, we can discuss them during practical combat class. No, that's not what I meant, Lu Qingqing quickly clarified. I was actually hoping to hire you as my personal tutor. Mainly, I want to make the most of my after-school hours to intensify martial arts training and prepare for the college entrance exams. Don't worry, Lu Chong, I can pay you by the hour. Would 1,000 per hour be acceptable? Lu Qingqing mustered her courage to ask. This immediately piqued Lu Chang's interest. Although the homeroom teacher promised to apply for resources for him as soon as possible, how could he, who was desperately short of money, refuse such an opportunity? In just 1 hour, he could earn another one of those nutrient bars like last time. Both cultivating and earning money, it was a great deal. He could refuse women, but he could never refuse the money needed for martial arts training. But he was still curious, why don't you hire professional martial arts instructors from the training halls? As far as he knew, the private instructors at external martial arts halls charged about the same rate per hour. Lu Qingqing said frankly, I do have private tutors from the martial arts halls, but the gap between us is too vast, it's hard to gain much insight. Lu Chong now understood, she specifically wanted someone whose cultivation level was weak, just like her, at the martial apprentice stage. Moreover, both of his major martial arts techniques had reached the microcosmic level, making him the perfect sparring partner. No problem. I can spare some time for sparring an hour after school each day, Lu Chong readily agreed. He still needed to set aside another hour for private tutoring with his homeroom teacher. Private tutor? Sparring partner? Chong, you're just being too dense. The class beauty clearly has her eyes on you, she's coveting your body and good looks. In the cafeteria, Shen Yufei couldn't contain his excitement but still whispered with a sly grin, don't say I didn't warn you, boys need to protect themselves when they're out in the world. Get lost. Lu Chong gave Chen Yufei, who had nothing better to do, a kick and then wolfed down the rest of his meal in a few bites. After school in the afternoon, Lu Chong was the first to arrive at his homeroom teacher's apartment building on campus. He planned to spend an hour practicing his wind-splitting kick here first before heading off to earn some extra cash with Lu Qingqing. Wang Tong stood barefoot in the small courtyard below, calmly instructing Lu Chong, first practice the wind-splitting leg techniques a few times until you're familiar with them, and I'll correct your posture. Yes, Lu Chong responded. Immediately, he assumed the starting stance, his legs like broad axes, executing the 36 techniques of the wind-splitting leg in the courtyard. Like flowing clouds in swift water, moving with tiger-like vigor, there was not the slightest hesitation from start to finish. Wang Tong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His hands that were behind his back somehow ended up clasped tightly together over his chest. Has he mastered the basics? Wang Tong could hardly believe his eyes, feeling his heartbeat quicken. But right before his eyes, this kid seemed to have genuinely mastered the basics. Every stance and movement was executed flawlessly. Yes, teacher. I practiced a bit on my own this afternoon and just now felt like I've grasped the fundamentals. Lu Chong came to a stop, answering honestly. In fact, not only had he mastered the basics, after checking his progress in gale-splitting leg technique, he was already 18% in. He reckoned with a few more hours of practice back home, he'd achieve minor mastery by tomorrow morning. This progress was indeed a bit slower compared to 9 shadow steps and tablets Sundering Palm. Chapter 10, Continuous Gains, Private Tutor Qualification. Keep this leg technique hidden for now, only reveal it during the college entrance exams. The college entrance exam has a practical combat test. If you let others see through you completely, you'll be an easy target. After taking a full dozen deep breaths, homeroom teacher Wang Tong finally calmed down somewhat and solemnly warned Lu Chong. Understood, teacher, Lu Chong nodded. The college entrance examination consists of both academic and martial arts exams, with the latter including practical combat assessments. That's why the teacher wanted him to hold back some of his skills. "Alright, watch me demonstrate the wind-cutting leg technique now. Just follow my movements," said Wang Tong, standing barefoot on the grass as he raised his hands into the starting stance. "Don't get too proud. The technique of the wind-cleaving kick isn't particularly difficult. What's challenging is mastering the flow of energy and cultivating the indomitable spirit to cut down all obstacles in your path," Wang Tong instructed patiently as he demonstrated the movements. His wind-splitting kick was truly a sight to behold. His legs swung like twin battle axes, cleaving through the air with thunderous howls. Lu Chong practiced repeatedly with Wang Tong, carefully sensing the differences between them. Observing the martial arts demonstration of whirlwind kick has been immensely beneficial. Practice speed multiplied fivefold. The notification in his mind sent another thrill through Lu Chong's veins. So having an expert's guidance can also accelerate my training speed, he realized. A fivefold increase meant his original 3% hourly progress had skyrocketed to 96% per hour. Holy smokes, at this rate my whirlwind kick will reach minor mastery within 1 hour here, Lu Chong mentally calculated with awe while mirroring Wang Tong's movements. He could feel his understanding of the cyclone leg martial arts technique skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. This feeling, it was truly exhilarating. Whoosh, whoosh. Half an hour later, Lu Chang's sweeping kicks began to cut through the air with audible gusts, each strike resembling the cleaving arc of an axe. Wang Tong, who was demonstrating the techniques, suddenly sensed something and felt like he was going crazy. "What is this? Could it be that I'm on the verge of achieving minor mastery?" "Teacher, please continue. I feel your guidance is incredibly insightful, and I've benefited greatly," Lu Chong quickly urged upon noticing his homeroom teacher's hesitation. "Don't stop now, otherwise, it'll affect the explosive progress of my gale-kicking leg technique. Am I really this outstanding?" Wang Tong quickly resumed his movements, forcing himself to calm down, but his mind couldn't help wandering off. This wasn't just beneficial, it was like an epiphany. He had never seen someone comprehend so quickly. By the time an hour passed, Lu Chang's wind-splitting leg technique had clearly reached the minor achievement stage, and his training speed slowed down slightly. Wind-splitting leg, minor achievement, 15%. He was now thinking that with just a few more hours of practice with the teacher, he might be able to master the technique completely or even reach the subtle level. That's enough for today. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Go back and consolidate what you've learned, Wang Tong said, taking the lead to stop his stance. He also needed to go back and calm himself down. Back in the day, when he practiced this wind-splitting kick, it took him nearly half a year just to reach the initial mastery level, and even then, he was hailed as the top genius in the entire platoon. But compared Lu Chong, who got started and achieved initial mastery in just one day, how could they even be compared? "Thank you, teacher. See you tomorrow," Lu Chong expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Wait," Wang Tong suddenly called out to Lu Chong, pulling out a nutrition bar from his pocket and advising, "This is a primary nutrient supplement I applied for you. From now on, you'll receive one every day. After returning, focus on practicing the chi absorption technique. With your comprehension, you don't need to worry about martial skills anymore. But a fourth-level martial apprentice's cultivation is still far from enough." After saying this, Wang Tong turned and walked away, afraid he couldn't handle the emotional impact. After expressing his thanks once more, Lu Chong left the faculty apartment alone. Another 1,000 in the bag, Lu Chong mused with quiet satisfaction. Combined with the payment agreed upon by Lu Qingqing, he now earned over 2,000 in a single day, more than enough to cover his expenses. Just as well, since his martial arts training had drained him thoroughly. Taking a bite, Lu Chong immediately felt a soothing warmth spread through his body. With the energy breathing technique fed in content, cultivation speed quadruples. Great, with nutrient support, it really makes a difference. Lu Chong thought happily, at this rate, I'll break through to the 5th tier by tomorrow morning. After leaving the school gate, Lu Chong found Lu Qingqing already waiting at the entrance. "Let's go. Where shall we study?" Lu Chong asked with a cheerful smile, clearly in high spirits. Flustered by Lu Chang's handsome and sunny smile, Lu Qingqing's face instantly turned red. She hurriedly spoke up to hide her reaction. "Let's go to my place. My parents aren't home anyway." Lu Chong was slightly taken aback, but didn't dwell on it, casually agreeing. However, as he followed Lu Qingqing around the corner of the school gate, he spotted a luxurious black limousine waiting there. "Young miss, please get in the car." A woman in a sharply tailored black suit and sunglasses stood by the limo door, appearing to be a bodyguard. But Lu Chong noticed that this capable-looking woman, who seemed barely over 30, was definitely a martial artist. Her aura alone was no less oppressive than their homeroom teachers. Wow, this Lu Qingqing's family background is extraordinary, even her bodyguards are genuine high-level martial artists, Lu Chong thought to himself. High-level martial artists hold a highly revered status in society. They can even become honored guests at ordinary martial arts schools or private instructors with annual salaries in the millions. It goes without saying what kind of wealth is required to hire such a bodyguard. In comparison, those top students from Class 1 who drive sports cars to school every day seem downright pathetic. When Lu Chong got on the car, he realized there was another middle-aged male driver dressed similarly, whose presence was no less imposing than that of the woman. Two high-level martial artists as escorts. Lu Qingqing usually keeps quite a low profile. Lu Chong marveled inwardly. Uncle Zhong, let's go home, Lu Qingqing said. In front of these two, she no longer seemed as reserved. Instead, she carried a subtle air of authority. Yes, miss, Uncle Zhong responded before starting the RV. The car raced through the streets and alleys at breakneck speed yet maintained remarkable stability. After speeding along for over half an hour, it finally entered a sprawling estate in the western suburbs. The estate spanned over 10 acres, featuring pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing streams, a classic embodiment of traditional Chinese architecture. As he walked along, Lu Chong, sitting by the window, could sense no less than 10 oppressive gazes sweeping over him, despite seeing no visible sentry posts along the way. This estate is truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The RV stopped in front of a 3-story wooden building before Lu Qingqing turned to Lu Chong and said, Lu Chong, we're here. This is my family's training room. Sorry about this, she continued. My family doesn't allow me to train at martial arts schools, so I had to bring you here instead. It's fine. Gives me a chance to broaden my horizons, Lu Chong joked half seriously. He wasn't actually intimidated by the situation. After getting out of the vehicle, Lu Chong spotted a white-haired, stooped elderly man waiting by the entrance. Miss, is this young Lu Chong? The old man greeted Lu Qingqing with a cheerful smile before turning his gaze to Lu Chong. Hello, I'm Lu Chong. Lu Chong stepped forward and introduced himself. My apologies, young man. The old man gave a slight bow and said politely, our young miss can be rather willful at times. We've troubled you. However, the old man continued in the same courteous tone that somehow carried an authoritative edge. To prove you're truly qualified to be the young miss's private tutor, we must administer a test. Chapter 11, Martial Skills Erupted Under Pressure. Master Chen, how could you do this? He's my classmate, here to help me with my training. Before Lu Chong could respond, Lu Qingqing was the first to refuse, anxiously clutching the old man's arm and shouting. It was clear that even Lu Qingqing could only act coquettishly in front of Elder Chen, not daring to give direct orders. Old Chen reassured her with a smile, Miss, since your father entrusted you to my care, I must take responsibility. Don't worry, miss, it's just a simple test and definitely won't harm him. Having said that, Old Chen turned his gaze to Lu Chong and asked, I presume this young student won't object either? Lu Chong smiled slightly and replied, no problem. It's perfectly reasonable. What can you do even if you mind? Since we're already here, might as well go along instead of throwing a tantrum and leaving empty-handed. You're beholden when you take from others. It's just cooperation for the sake of making money. Good. Refreshing decisiveness indeed. Please follow me. Old Chen immediately revealed a kindly smile, turning to lead the way into the wooden building. Sorry, Lu Chong, I didn't expect Old Chen to be like this. Lu Qingqing approached Lu Chong and apologized awkwardly, then stuck her tongue out at the hunched back walking ahead. Lu Chong entered the wooden building without looking sideways, saying, it's all right. Once inside, Old Chen led Lu Chong straight to the underground floor, which revealed an entirely different world. Gone was the antique charm. Instead, there was a sprawling 300-square-meter modern training facility, equipped with every imaginable piece of cultivation apparatus. This place has even more comprehensive facilities than the Xiangclan Martial Arts Center downtown. Lu Chong marveled once again, thoroughly stunned. Lu Chong, the test is simple. If you can last 10 moves against Xiaoyu, you can stay as the young lady's private instructor, Old Chen said as he turned to Lu Chong and got straight to the point. Sister Yu? Lu Qingqing was the first to object. Yu Jie is a 9th-rank martial artist, there's no way Lu Chong can fight her. Lu Chong glanced at the sharp-eyed woman in the suit and sunglasses who had followed them and Xiaoyu, as Old Chen referred to her. A 9th-rank martial artist, slightly stronger than their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong. But this time Lu Qingqing was right. Lu Chong wasn't so arrogant as to think he could withstand 10 moves from a 9th-rank martial artist. To be precise, he couldn't even survive a single move at his current level. Old Chen laughed heartily and said, don't be impatient, young mistress. Let me finish. Xiaoyu will restrain her cultivation to match the student's level, using only the most basic boulder-splitting palm and 9 shadows step. If Lu Chong can hold out for 10 moves without losing, I can personally double your compensation. If you can turn the tables on Xiaoyu, then double it again. Old Chen smiled warmly as he looked at Lu Chong. What do you think, student Lu Chong? Something this good? Lu Chong immediately started calculating his earnings. An hour of sparring pays 1,000, doubling that makes it 2,000, and doubling again reaches 4,000. For him, this was practically picking up free money, getting to train while making a fortune. No problem. I'll take it. Lu Chong had no reason to refuse, though he knew that even with her power suppressed, Sisu wouldn't be easy to handle, given her years of cultivation and real combat experience. But Lu Chong wasn't without confidence, he wanted to give it a try. Good. Student Lu has courage. Since it's decided, let's begin, Old Chen said with a laugh. After Old Chen led Lu Qingqing aside, the usually reticent Sister Jade finally unveiled her sharp edge. She glared coldly at Lu Chong and said, I've always been the one accompanying the young miss in her training. Let's see what qualifies you to replace me. I won't need 10 moves to make you admit defeat. Lu Chong thought to himself. With the way you all dote on Lu Qingqing, no wonder she can't cultivate freely. No wonder Lu Qingqing sought me out as a sparring partner. After you. Lu Chong simply clasped his hands in greeting toward the woman without further words. First move. Xiaoyu counted coldly before transforming into a sudden whirlwind, leaving behind an afterimage as her real body surged toward Lu Chong. She clearly controlled her cultivation level, staying at martial apprentice tier 4. And the movement technique she used was also the phantom steps. Lu Chong could discern that this tier 9 martial artist's phantom steps had also reached the precise realm, though they were already on the verge of perfection. As the two closed in, Xiaoyu's thrusting palm arrived unannounced, aiming straight for Lu Chang's shoulder. Rock-splitting palm, likewise nearing perfection. The homeroom teacher once said that the further one progresses in martial skill cultivation, the more difficult it becomes, especially achieving flawless perfection in the final step, something beyond most practitioners' reach. Even high-ranking martial artists may not necessarily master a low-grade martial skill to its flawless state. This requires not just rigorous training but also exceptional compatibility with the particular technique. Take homeroom teacher Wang Tong as an example. He's only reached the subtle mastery level in boulder-splitting palm and 9 shadow steps, yet has achieved perfection in mid-grade martial skill Gale Leg technique. Likewise, elder sister Jade here exemplifies this pattern. Her 2 foundational martial skills are infinitely close to perfection, yet still one step short of completion. But even so, it had already surpassed Lu Chong. Lu Chong didn't dare be careless, immediately employing 9 shadows step to retreat swiftly, leaving behind one after another blurry afterimage. But Sister Yu was no match for Sun Zhe in the class. She clung to Lu Chong like a shadow, her seemingly delicate jade-like hand hovering over his shoulder at all times. Try it once. Lu Chong realized he couldn't evade, hardened his heart, and boldly struck out with his own boulder-splitting palm to meet Sister Jade's attack head-on. Bang! As their palms collided, Lu Chong felt as if his strike had landed on empty air, finding no purchase whatsoever. Just as he wondered at this peculiar sensation with his momentum spent, he saw the faint smirk on Jade's lips before an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from her palm. Lu Chong inwardly cursed in alarm, hastily executing the 9 shadows step at full power to retreat and disperse the force. Even so, he could still feel a faint numbness spreading through his right hand and arm. Is this still boulder-crushing palm? Lu Chong couldn't help but doubt. But he quickly realized the opponent was indeed using boulder-crushing palm and 9 shadows step. However, this high-tier martial artist was already far beyond this level. She could now fluidly adapt her techniques in actual combat. During their brief contact earlier, the opponent had cleverly retracted her force, then seized the moment when Lu Chang's old strength was spent and new power hadn't yet formed to launch a fierce counterattack. This wasn't just a gap in martial skills, it reflected their difference in real combat experience. No wonder she was so confident, he thought. Lu Chong pondered in silence as Sister Jade swiftly closed in on him again. Her movements grew even faster, her figure flickering unpredictably, clearly aiming to defeat Lu Chong in just one more strike. The most terrifying and agonizing threat is the one that remains hidden, yet imminent. Lu Chong continued to weave through the shadows with his 9 phantom steps, biding his time while searching for an opening in her relentless assault. However, the gap in martial skills and experience left him willing but unable to act. If this continues, not only won't I last 10 moves, I'm afraid even the second move could defeat me, Lu Chong thought to himself. He felt the dual pressures of skill and psychology weighing on him. Just then, a familiar notification tone suddenly rang out in Lu Chang's mind. The Shadow 9 steps felt immense pressure and experienced explosive growth, reaching perfection. The boulder-splitting palm refused to be outdone, achieving repeated epiphanies until it reached perfection. Chapter 12, Who Gave You the Courage? You saw it, miss. Although this classmate Lu Chong has decent talent, he lacks experience. Xiao Yu is still more suitable to accompany you in cultivation. This way, the master can also rest assured. Old Chen, who had been watching the match on the sidelines, smiled knowingly, as if he had long anticipated the outcome of this battle. Lu Qingqing protested unconvinced. Sister Yu is a full-fledged 9th Dan martial artist. It's no surprise Lu Chong lost against her. You just don't want me hiring external private instructors. But Sister Yu always goes easy on me during training, so my progress is slow. Lu Qingqing spoke the truth. Old Chen said earnestly, Miss, with your father and us here, you won't face any danger. Your father only wishes for you to live a peaceful life, not to venture into peril like he did. So why must you push yourself so hard, miss? I knew you'd think this way. Lu Qingqing turned her head away, sulking and refusing to engage with the old man any longer. Just then, Old Chen suddenly exclaimed in surprise, this kid actually managed to break through in the middle of battle? Lu Qingqing perked up upon hearing this and quickly fixed her gaze ahead. On the field, Sister Yu was already poised to strike. With her seasoned experience, one more decisive move would secure her victory. But at that very moment, she suddenly noticed the boy before her, who had been passively defending, undergo a drastic shift in presence. Most strikingly, the footwork she had previously judged as full of glaring flaws now flowed seamlessly, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of having no openings to exploit. At the very least, given that only 9 Shadows Step and Boulder Shattering Palm could be used, Sister Yu struggled to maintain her usual air of absolute confidence. Is this the perfected 9 Shadows Step? Watching the youthful figure opposite her weave through the air with continuous afterimages, Sister Yu realized this barely adult boy had somehow mastered the 9 Shadows Step to perfection. But how was this possible? Just moments ago, he was only at the minor achievement stage, far inferior to me even within that realm. How could he suddenly reach the perfect completion stage? A sudden epiphany in battle? Rapid progress? Isn't this a bit too ridiculous? But the facts were right before her eyes, and Sister Yu had no choice but to face them. At this moment, she realized that the chances of her winning were slim. Though she was only a hair's breadth away from mastering the 9 Shadows Step, this tiny gap could create an insurmountable difference in actual combat. Mastery meant seamless control, flawlessness in this martial art technique. The only way to break through such perfection was overwhelming force against 10 skills alike. But under equal cultivation levels, even Sister Jade lacked that kind of strength. The most crucial point was that Liu Chang's current movement techniques had become so advanced that she couldn't even hope to keep up, let alone land a hit. How could she possibly claim victory? Let's stop here. Elder Chen, who had been standing at a distance, suddenly spoke up. Continuing like this will only result in a stalemate. Elder Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion, realizing even he had misjudged the situation. Just moments ago he had been confidently predicting the outcome, only to see this young junior completely turn the tables. Though Sister Yu was filled with resentment, she had no choice but to cease her attacks. She knew Elder Chen was right. As long as Liu Chang kept evading, she wouldn't be able to secure a victory by continuing like this. Thinking back now on her bold claim of winning within 10 moves, even the icy-faced Sister Yu couldn't help but blush slightly. Still, she remained confident that if Liu Chang dared to attack and gave her an opening, she would ultimately be the one to emerge victorious. Liu Chang also halted his steps, but there was no sign of him backing down from the fight. He turned his head to look at Elder Chen and said seriously, "I still want to give it a try, to see if I can turn the tables." Liu Chang wasn't acting out of personal pride, but rather because he couldn't bear to part with the double reward. The difference between earning 2,000 per hour and 4,000 per hour was quite significant. Elder Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then looked at Liu Chang with a half-smile and gently asked, "Are you sure about this? If 10 moves pass and you lose again, you'll miss this golden opportunity." Beside him, Lu Qingqing was growing anxious as well, her recently eased heart tightening once more. Yet, she had no idea how to advise Liu Chang. Sister Yu's ample chest heaved with agitation, clearly provoked by Liu Chang's overestimation of his abilities. This kid clearly doesn't take a high-tier martial artist like me seriously. If merely relying on the perfected 9 Shadows Step to stay undefeated wasn't enough, he dares to think he can turn the tables on me? Who on earth gave you the courage? Sister Yu demanded coldly. Liu Chang replied with a humble smile, "I merely wished to go all out." Of course, he wouldn't reveal that his boulder-splitting palm technique had also reached perfection. Facing this highly experienced top-tier martial artist, striking unexpectedly was his only chance for a miraculous victory. "Alright, come on then. Let's see if your skills match your big talk," Sister Yu sneered coldly, assuming the stance of boulder-splitting palm. She had no intention of initiating another attack, but if Liu Chang dared to face her head-on, she would make sure this ignorant lad realized just how naive he was. "My thanks for the instruction," Liu Chang replied courteously with another cupped fist salute. Then, the smile vanished from Liu Chang's face, replaced by an expression of deep calmness. He stepped with the 9 Shadows footwork, leaving an afterimage in his original spot while his body crossed over 3 meters instantly, arriving right in front of Sister Yu. Splitting Monument Palm. With a single palm strike, he aimed straight for Sister Yu's prominent chest, looking for death. Seeing the attack, Sister Yu snarled in fury. Her twin palms moved like the wind, one slapped toward Liu Chang's incoming strike while the other sliced horizontally toward his throat. This furious strike was meant to make Liu Chang suffer, rendering him powerless to fight any longer. "Ha!" Liu Chang secretly chuckled. His seemingly exhausted move suddenly transformed mid-action, a feint that left behind an afterimage in its place. This sudden shift caused Sister Yu's ruthless flurry of attacks to miss completely. Liu Chang, on the other hand, utilized the perfected 9 shadow steps to sidestep parallel to Sister Jade. Almost simultaneously, Liu Chang also delivered a horizontal palm strike aimed directly at the back of Sister Jade's neck. This move was exceptionally fierce, even producing a sound of slicing through the air. In contrast, Sister Jade, who had struck out in anger, found herself unable to dodge or block in time. Boom! Liu Chang's palm, like a horizontally slashing blade, struck squarely on Sister Yu's nape. However, contrary to his expectation of a one-hit victory, he felt as if his palm had struck reinforced steel, nearly snapping on impact. "You cheated!" Completely unharmed, Sister Yu turned around ready to counterattack. At this moment, Elder Chen from a distance suddenly spoke again, his voice carrying a trace of chill and anger. Enough. You've already violated the rules by using another martial technique earlier. There's no need to continue. Elder Chen frowned and reprimanded sternly. This remark was clearly directed at Sister Yu, who had indeed employed a higher-grade martial technique when blocking Lu Chang's horizontal slash moments ago. Faced with Elder Chen's severity, Sister Yu immediately paled slightly and withdrew her stance, standing respectfully as she responded, "Understood, Elder Chen." Seeing the situation, Lu Chong quickly seized the opportunity to retreat gracefully. He cupped his fists towards Sister Yu and said, "I stand corrected. Sorry, but if I hadn't provoked you just then, I probably would have lost my only chance to win." Sister Yu gave a faint hum in response but said nothing further, knowing exactly what Lu Chong was referring to. At that moment, Elder Chen approached with Lu Qingqing, whose face was brimming with delight, and remarked in astonishment, "The younger generation indeed surpasses the old. Young man, there's no need for modesty, unless I'm mistaken. Your shattering stone palm has also reached perfection, hasn't it?" Sister Yu immediately raised her head in shock, looking at Lu Chong with disbelief. Chapter 13, Ambitiously Striving for the Champion. Sister Yu could see that Lu Chang's 9 shadow steps had reached perfection, but she failed to notice that his boulder-splitting palm had also attained the same level. Achieving mastery in one basic low-grade martial technique might be plausible, but simultaneously mastering 2 martial techniques to perfection was exceptionally rare. The most crucial point was that Lu Chong was incredibly young, just a freshly minted adult still in high school. Students like him wouldn't exceed 100 nationwide every year. Moreover, when she'd first begun sparring with him, he'd clearly still been at the minor achievement level, so how had he suddenly reached perfection? Sister Yu couldn't figure it out, but she knew she'd truly taken a massive tumble today. It was Elder Chen who spoke again to clear her confusion. If his splitting boulder palm hadn't reached perfection, how could Lu Chong have retracted his strike with such control just now? To the point it even posed a threat to you, triggering your body's instinctive reaction. Moreover, Elder Chen's wise eyes fixed on Lu Chong. "If I'm not mistaken, you only made your breakthrough during the battle just now, didn't you?" "Yes." Lu Chong didn't hide it, knowing he couldn't deceive the sharp-eyed Elder Chen. He replied humbly, "I must thank Sister Yu for her guidance. Her pointers gave me sudden realization and enabled my breakthrough." He had to admit this was the greatest gain of the journey. Without such an opportunity, his splitting monument palm and 9 shadows step would likely have taken another 10 days to reach perfection again. Truly worthy of being the young prodigy our young lady holds in such high regard. Old Chen smiled warmly. "In that case, this old man naturally can't go back on his word. You may stay and cultivate alongside the young lady. However, you must have Xiao Yu accompanying you at all times," Old Chen stated firmly. Before departing, he added with a pointed reminder, "Oh, and as per our prior agreement, your compensation will be increased accordingly. Simply collect your payment from Xiao Yu after each session." With that, Elder Chen clasped his hands behind his back and left the cultivation chamber. "Lu Chong, are you alright?" Only after Elder Chen's figure disappeared did Lu Qingqing let out a relieved sigh, quickly stepping forward to ask, "I'm really sorry. Had I known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have troubled you." "I'm fine," Lu Chong replied with a smile. "Without this opportunity, I wouldn't have been able to break through. I should be thanking you instead." Sister Yu nearby couldn't hide her impatience as she remarked, "If you continue wasting time here, I can't guarantee your pay won't be deducted." With that, Sister Yu walked aside and sat cross-legged, though her eyes behind the sunglasses remained fixed on Lu Chong, as if fearing he might have ducked her young mistress. Lu Qingqing stuck out her tongue slightly and whispered, "Don't blame Sister Yu either. She may seem fierce, but she's actually very kind to people. Probably only toward a young lady like you." Lu Chong thought to himself, after all, a prestigious 9th-rank martial artist wouldn't spare a glance for ordinary folks. Let's begin. Lu Chong was preoccupied with his wages, fearing that Sister Yu might deduct from them. The two then began practical combat training in the spacious and bright cultivation room, focusing on raising Lu Qingqing's martial skills. With both of Lu Chang's martial arts now reaching true perfection, mentoring Lu Qingqing became effortless for him. Even the skeptical Sister Yu, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, was now left speechless. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of 2 hours, Lu Chong successfully received his payment of 8,000 yuan and left Lu Qingqing's family estate. Lu Qingqing had initially wanted to ask Uncle Zhong to drive Lu Chong home, but how could Lu Chong possibly trouble a high-level martial artist just for his sake? He decided to jog home instead, taking the opportunity to practice his qi absorption technique and accelerate his cultivation progress. While instructing Lu Qingqing earlier, Lu Chong hadn't neglected his own training either. With the nutrition bars given by the homeroom teacher in his possession, Lu Chong felt confident enough to elevate his cultivation. In just those 2 hours, the progress of his chi absorption technique had surged by a staggering 30%. It seems I still underestimated my cultivation speed. By tonight before sleeping, I should be able to break through to the 5th stage. After reviewing his personal data, Lu Chong secretly rejoiced. Running at full speed, it took Lu Chong less than an hour to return home nearly 100 miles away. This time, instead of going out to practice martial arts, he sat cross-legged in the living room and actively cultivated the chi absorption technique. Thus, 3 hours later, as Lu Chong exhausted the nutrient bar given by his homeroom teacher, his cultivation level naturally progressed, smoothly advancing to the 5th rank warrior stage. Name, Lu Chong. Level, 5th rank warrior, 1%. This is really burning through cash, $1,000 gone in just one night. Plus, after my cultivation level increases, the chi absorption technique's automatic cultivation speed will likely slow down, making it even more expensive in the future. And the gale kicking leg technique too. After reaching minor mastery, the automatic cultivation speed dropped to just 1% per hour. Yet Lu Chong didn't feel discouraged. This was all completely normal progression. Whether it's cultivation or martial arts, advancements become increasingly difficult to achieve and require more resources the further one progresses. Lu Chong wasn't in a hurry to master the gale kicking leg technique, as having a perfected realm mentor like his homeroom teacher giving him private tutoring was far more efficient than practicing on his own. As for his cultivation, Lu Chong now had a way to earn money, so he didn't have to worry about it for the time being. Lying in bed, Lu Chong pondered whether he had set his goal a bit too low. With my current growth rate, getting into a prestigious university by the time of the college entrance exams is practically guaranteed. So why not aim for the renowned North China Martial Arts University or Jiangnan Martial Arts University, two of the top-ranked institutions on Blue Star that are among the best in Huaxia. These two universities are the dream institutions that all ambitious students across the land aspire to attend. Of course, there's also the Central Plains Jinwu Military Academy that rivals these northern and southern stars, which is equally exceptional. But Lu Chong was accustomed to freedom, so he ruled out that school first. Whether it was North China Martial Arts University or Jiangnan Martial Arts University, both were his top choices. It's said that if I get into any of these three top schools, both the university and the city will offer substantial scholarships, which could help solve some of my financial needs, Lu Chong further pondered. Or maybe, why shouldn't I aim for the top spot in the entire city, or even the entire province? Lu Chang's ambitions grew as he thought deeper, unknowingly slipping into a sweet dream. The next morning, Lu Chong wasn't awakened by hunger for once. His rude awakening came from the shrill ringtone of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Chen Yufei. Hey, Chong, wake up quick. Big trouble, Class 1 just sent us a challenge letter. This is downright bullying. The school forum has exploded. Chapter 14, United Front at Critical Moments. Upon hearing Chen Yufei's words, Lu Chong hastily opened number 1 high school's forum page. Sure enough, the post published at 6 in the morning had already been pinned as a hot topic. Class 1 challenged Class 5 to a friendly combat exchange, with each side sending 5 representatives. The last team standing would be declared the winner. Since Class 1 had always been the elite class, this bizarre challenge quickly drew crowds of students gathering to watch and comment. Even students from other schools came to spectate. What's up with Class 1? This is downright bullying. And haven't they always looked down on sparring with other classes? I'm not entirely sure, but I heard Class 1 is only sending students with 5th stage martial apprentice level to compete. It can't really be called bullying, those are already the weakest in their class. So what? Everyone knows Class 1 has the highest comprehension aptitude. Even at the same cultivation level, their martial techniques are far superior. The comments below varied, but most undoubtedly disparaged Class 5. It couldn't be helped. Whether in Yunqing No. 1 High or across Guanyun City's high schools, Class 1 had always been the elite class with an illustrious reputation. Lu Chong was initially perplexed too, but everything became clear after receiving a phone call from his homeroom teacher. The root of this matter actually lies with me. It turned out that after he gained fame yesterday, the teacher from Class 1 intentionally tried to recruit him to their side. Later, it was only after the homeroom teacher argued vigorously that he was kept in Class 5. Oh yes, yesterday afternoon a teacher from the academic office even came to ask for my opinion, Lu Chong suddenly remembered. However, he hadn't expected Class 1 to react so strongly. Was it really that big of a deal? Just because I didn't transfer to Class 1, they had to show their dominance to prove their presence. But considering what I've experienced at school these past few days and the martial competition-driven atmosphere here, it actually seems quite normal. Without delay, Lu Chong hurriedly got up to wash up, took a bite of the nutrition bar he bought last night, then jogged to school. 20 minutes later, Lu Chong arrived in the noisy and bustling classroom. Chong, come quick, everyone's waiting for your decision. Chen Yufei stood in the middle of the crowd, his voice buzzing with excitement the moment he spotted Lu Chong. Chong Ji, brother Chong. All 56 students from Class 5 had gathered. Seeing Lu Chong appear, many classmates voluntarily made way for him, following Chen Yufei's lead in calling him Brother Chong. There's no definitive ranking in literature, but in martial arts, the second place is just the first loser. After Lu Chong beat Sun Zhe, the former class bully, twice in a row, all the students respected him. Lu Chong, class 1 has sent a challenge letter. What do you think? Lu Qingqing, the martial arts class representative, handed him the letter and asked. Only she knew that Lu Chong wasn't just at the minor mastery level, he had truly perfected both martial skills, making him undisputedly the strongest in class 5. Chongji, screw him, who's afraid of who? Worst case we all end up in the infirmary together, Chen Yufei boasted with reckless bravado. Easy for you to say, Yufei, it's not like you'll be the one fighting, a classmate retorted irritably. Truth be told, with only 5 representatives per class, the spots naturally went to the top performers. Chen Yufei wouldn't even make the alternate list. Ha, like that matters, Chen Yufei scoffed, waving dismissively. With my Chongji holding the fort, what's there to be scared of? Lu Qingqing ignored Chen Yufei and continued looking at Lu Chong. The homeroom teacher said it's up to us whether we want to accept or decline. Clearly, as the class representative, Lu Qingqing was now also willing to defer to Lu Chang's leadership. Lu Chong gave it some thought. This might actually be an opportunity. Moreover, since it concerned the class's reputation, it wouldn't be right to avoid the challenge. Or rather, avoiding the fight would mean admitting defeat outright, guaranteeing they'd become the laughingstock of the entire school. Bring it on! Who's scared of whom? We're all 5th-level martial apprentices anyway. I'll sign up first. At this moment, a rough voice echoed from the back of the classroom. The students turned to see Sun Zhe, who had already returned from the infirmary. Sun Zhe stood up, pushed through the crowd, and strode before Lu Chong. Without even glancing at him, he declared to class representative Lu Qingqing, I'll fight first. Then I'll be second, announced another 5th-level martial apprentice as he rose to volunteer. I'm third. The third student stepped forward. Lu Qingqing looked left and right before speaking up. I'll be fourth. After she spoke, everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Chong. There was no choice. Class 5 only had these 4 5th-level martial apprentices, followed by Lu Chong, the 4th-level apprentice who had defeated Sun Zhe. No one knows that Lu Chong has already reached the 5th level of martial apprentice. In contrast, even the weakest in class 1 are 5th-level martial apprentices. Lu Chong smiled faintly, then I'll go last. He thought to himself that he should give his classmates a chance to shine and learn a bit. After all, taking on 5 opponents alone wouldn't be much fun. After mastering both the boulder-cracking palm and the 9 shadows step to perfection and breaking through to the 5th stage of cultivation, Lu Chong didn't believe there was any student left in the school who could defeat him within the same realm. Good, Lu Qingqing said. Then it's settled. We'll do it during this afternoon's combat class. I'll go report it to the homeroom teacher first. No need. I heard everything, said homeroom teacher Wang Tong as he walked in from outside. His expression remained calm, yet his voice carried a trace of fervor. I am quite pleased with your performance. You've been classmates for 3 years. Even though there have been disputes and disagreements in daily life, the ability to unite and stand together when facing external pressure is what truly matters. I hope you'll remember this lesson today. It's also what I want to leave you with as we graduate. Disputes in ordinary times are fine, but when facing an external invasion, we must unite sincerely and stand together against the common enemy. The homeroom teacher spoke earnestly and emphatically. It is precisely this spirit that allows our Huaxia to stand tall at the pinnacle of the world, keeping all invading enemies, foreign races and beasts alike outside our strongholds. The classroom fell silent. None of the students expected their usually cold and rough homeroom teacher to suddenly deliver such a speech. Lu Chong pondered thoughtfully, recalling the teacher's military background. He could understand this kind of sentiment. Lu Chong, come with me for a moment, the homeroom teacher called out to him again. Lu Chong quickly followed the homeroom teacher out of the classroom and tread quietly after them down to a secluded corner of the hallway. Lu Chong, this challenge from class 1 is actually aimed at me. Or rather, it's a suppression tactic against ordinary classes like ours. Of course, the primary route still lies with you. Do you know why I don't want you to leave class 5? The homeroom teacher asked, looking at Lu Chong. Lu Chong shook his head. Wasn't it supposed to be about nurturing a top-tier university student for class 5? The homeroom teacher spoke earnestly, because I want to give more children hope, to show them that life offers opportunities everywhere. Success or failure isn't determined by temporary gains or losses. Lu Chong instantly understood the teacher's intention to use him as an example, showing the broader student body in ordinary classes that they shouldn't lightly abandon opportunities to grow stronger. Of course, first and foremost, I can guarantee you won't be held back here. Also, you must give it your all in this challenge. I've already asked the principal to observe the match. If you perform well enough, there might even be an unexpected surprise. Chapter 15 The Pressure from the Elite Class. Lu Chong gained a new appreciation for his homeroom teacher's big-picture thinking. He never expected this burly man to possess such meticulous care and true mentor's spirit. But really, inviting the principal to watch, isn't that going a bit overboard? You should know. Being the principal of a prestigious high school in Guanyin City is no small feat. It's said that he's a genuine martial arts grandmaster. He may not dare claim to be the strongest in the city, but Principal Wei, in his 80s, was undoubtedly the most senior in tenure, with disciples spread far and wide. Lu Chong, your situation is quite unique, perhaps even more extraordinary than you realize. The homeroom teacher seemed to perceive Lu Chang's thoughts and solemnly warned. So, receiving guidance from the principal would undoubtedly have profound significance for you. Let's talk about this later. The homeroom teacher added with a mischievous grin, the principal has quite a few good resources, especially access to martial arts legacies. Only he has the authority to grant those permissions. Lu Chang's heart stirred as he suddenly realized his homeroom teacher's well-intentioned guidance. Moreover, he understood better than anyone that with his auto-cultivation system, he was indeed perfectly suited for practicing more martial techniques, especially now that his boulder-splitting palm and 9-shadow step had both reached perfection. The only technique left in his current cultivation path was the wind-cutting leg. Earning enough with your meager income to buy suitable martial arts techniques from the market isn't easy. In the end, you still have to rely on the school. Thank you, teacher. I'll do my best, Lu Chong said sincerely. Nothing to thank me for, the homeroom teacher replied nonchalantly. Remember, the path of martial arts revolves around the word contention. In the end, you must rely on yourself to fight for it. After giving Lu Chong a few more reminders, the homeroom teacher finally allowed him to return to class. Surprisingly, the homeroom teacher didn't confiscate Class 5's Cultural Studies class this morning, giving students a proper chance to relax. However, throughout the morning, discussions about the inter-class exchange kept gaining momentum on the school forum, creating quite a lively buzz. Not just Class 1 and Class 5, but even other senior classes and junior classes across all grades began spreading word to have students gather on the sports field for the afternoon showdown. This was precisely the kind of atmosphere bred by a society where martial values reigned supreme. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. After lunch, instead of taking their midday break, all the students from Class 5 headed to the large playground to warm up and train on their own. By the time classes officially began, the playground was bustling with activity. All 32 classes from the entire school, nearly 2,000 students, had gathered there. Numerous school administrators and teachers also took their seats in the viewing stands. When Principal Wei Jiangwo made his grand entrance as the last to arrive and take his seat, the playground was already a roaring sea of excitement. Lu Chong stood among the group of students, his gaze fixed on the principal seated in the center of the viewing stand. The elderly principal appeared rosy-cheeked and vigorous, with white hair and a youthful complexion. Despite being over 80 years old, he still looked remarkably robust. Beside him, the homeroom teachers of each senior third-grade class were seated in a straight row. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Li Chengjun, and the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Wang Tong, sat on either side of the principal, primarily to facilitate the introduction of the students about to compete. Old monitor, you're really willing to let this prized student step forward? Li Chengjun glanced at Wang Tong, chuckling. What if he gets discouraged, or worse, transfers to our Class 1? Don't blame me if that happens. Wang Tong responded expressionlessly, isn't your plan just to suppress us, show off your dominance, and poach Lu Chong while you're at it? Fine, I'll give you this chance. Li Chengjun immediately cried foul, turning to the elderly principal with a pained expression. Principal Wei, you must defend me. Class 1 is just following the school's directives, pushing students to strive for college entrance exam success. Wang Tong curled his lip, too tired to argue with this old comrade. The old principal took a sip of tea from his thermos cup before saying leisurely, let's wait and see first. The children are the main characters here. At the center of the playground, under the guidance of teachers and class cadres, a spacious clearing was left open. Students from Class 1 and Class 5 of the third year stood in two separate groups facing each other, with the 10 fighters about to compete positioned slightly ahead. Standing about a dozen meters apart, while Class 1 students glared with aggressive confidence, the members of Class 5 clearly showed signs of nervousness before the fight even began, some even avoiding direct eye contact with their opponents. Lu Chong secretly shook his head. Regardless of the outcome, just in terms of momentum, he was already a step behind. This was practically a dimensional downgrade attack. Brother Chong, it seems like Xiang Yueya is looking at me again. Could you check if that's really the case? Chen Yufei stood behind Lu Chong, massaging his shoulders to help him relax while suppressing his excitement and asking in a hushed voice. Lu Chong felt somewhat speechless, but he still turned to look at the girl surrounded by admirers on the opposite side, unable to help but feel slightly dazed. This universally acknowledged campus belle was truly flawless from every angle, embodying both grace and beauty. At 9th level warrior apprentice, she far surpassed all senior high students at first high. Across all high schools in Guanyin City, only her classmates Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan could rival her level. As for their exact rankings, according to last month's exam results, Xiang Yueya still held a slight advantage. The two tall boys standing beside Xiang Yueya at this moment were none other than those two. It was obvious to anyone that Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan were both clearly Xiang Yueya's suitors. Although high school students were prohibited from dating, it couldn't stop the raging hormones of the youth. In comparison, Chen Yufei, who claimed to have a secret crush on Xiang Yueya, appeared far too ordinary. As if sensing Lu Chang's gaze, Xiang Yueya, who had been lost in thought, suddenly swept her eyes and locked gazes with him. Her phoenix eyes were sharp and unyielding, as if willing Lu Chong to retreat first. Lu Chong smiled faintly and turned away, not inclined to engage in a battle of wills with a woman. Well, Chong Ji, is she still looking at me? Chen Yufei pressed anxiously, unable to let it go. I've been watching. Go confess your feelings already, Lu Chong retorted impatiently. Chen Yufei definitely didn't have the guts for that. He couldn't even handle Sun Tze, let alone dare to approach fierce figures like Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan. Once you clear the obstacles for me, Chong Ji, I'll definitely personally rescue my princess, Chen Yufei declared with solemn sincerity. Shameless, Lu Chong ceased bothering with the guy. At this moment, Zhao Longfei stepped forward from the crowd, glancing arrogantly at Class 5's martial arts representative Lu Qingqing as he declared, Are you guys ready? Let's get this started quickly. Let's finish this early so it doesn't interfere with our training. His tone was utterly casual, as if they were just here for a quick meal before clocking out. After speaking, Zhao Longfei swept his arrogant gaze across the Class 5 students, demanding, Who's Lu Chong? Step forward and show us what makes you so cocky. Lu Chong smiled slightly, ignoring the other party, while thinking to himself that he must find an opportunity to beat this guy up before the college entrance exams. Chapter 16, Defeating the Opponent with One Move in Front of a Roaring Crowd. Name, Lu Chong. Level, 5th Class Martial Apprentice, 13%. Martial Arts, 9 Shadows Step, Perfected. Splitting Monument Palm, Perfected. Gale Splitting Leg, Minor Mastery, 32%. Lu Chong glanced at his progress data. With tonight's practice, Gale Splitting Leg should reach Major Mastery. I need to hurry and find more martial techniques, otherwise I'm just wasting my auto-cultivation sheet. Lu Chong became even more aware of this point. So, for this sparring match between the two classes, he really needed to make a good impression. That way, he could apply for access to more and better martial techniques. On the open ground, Sun Tze stepped forward first from the crowd. His tall frame stood straight as he faced the top fighters of Class 1, without the timid hesitation shown by the other students. Bring it on, Sun Tze roared like a tiger, as if psyching himself up. Zhao Longfei snorted dismissively and glanced at his classmates who were preparing to fight. He pointed and said, Zhou Feng, you go. If you can't win within 10 moves, you'll be my sparring partner for today's combat class. A lean boy promptly stepped out from Class 1, smiling apologetically at Zhao Longfei. Don't worry, class monitor, 5 moves will be enough. If I can't do it, I'll go back and train extra myself. As he spoke, Zhou Feng paid no attention to his opponent Sun Tze at all, as if he didn't even register the latter's existence. When the two stood facing each other, Zhou Feng grinned boldly at Sun Tze and said, Sun Tze, looks like you've forgotten the pain once the wound healed. How dare you challenge our Class 1 already? Sun Zemin clearly had suffered at Zhou Feng's hands before, yet facing this man now, he showed no trace of fear. If we're fighting, then let's fight. Who's afraid of who? At worst, it's another day in the infirmary. Well said. The classmates from Class 5 behind him erupted in cheers, their spirits seemingly lifted by Sun Tze's boldness. Lu Chong had to admit, while Sun Tze's actions might be unruly and domineering, when challenged, the guy had real courage. If counting today, he would have been lying in the infirmary for 3 straight days. Please. Opposite him, Zhou Feng suppressed his smile, cupped his fist toward Sun Tze, and struck first. It's the Great Completion Realm's 9 Shadows Step. Lu Chong instantly recognized the opponent's martial technique. There's also the mastery-level boulder splitting palm, which should be about on par with Sun Tze's. Both the boulder splitting palm and the 9 shadow steps are fundamental martial techniques that the vast majority of high school students must master, so they're quite common. Sun Tze also unleashed his mastery-level boulder splitting palm and 9 shadow steps, clashing fiercely with Zhou Feng. The two exchanged 3 moves in the blink of an eye. Though Sun Tze was slightly at a disadvantage, he could still hold out for a while longer. But at that moment, Zhou Feng suddenly changed his move. What was originally a pushing palm abruptly transformed into a heavy punch. Moreover, this punch carried an eerie momentum, deftly bypassing Sun Tze's palm strikes to land squarely on his chest, sending Sun Tze flying 3 meters back. The surrounding classmates even faintly heard the sound of cracking ribs. Zhou Feng's punch was truly devastating, leaving Sun Tze incapacitated with no strength to retaliate. It's a fully mastered fist technique of the same caliber, Lu Chong could only deduce. As for exactly what kind of fist technique it was, his current knowledge simply couldn't identify it. 4 moves. Zhou Feng blew on his fist smugly and called out casually, "Take Sun Tze to the infirmary." A classmate from Class 5 stepped forward to support Sun Tze. "I'm not going. I'll wait till you're done fighting before I go," Sun Tze insisted stubbornly, forcing himself to stand up. At this moment, Zhou Feng turned his gaze toward the other remaining fighters from Class 1. "Who's next?" Another Class 5 student at Warrior Apprentice Stage 5 stepped forward, cupped his fists in salute, then took the initiative to attack Zhou Feng. Unfortunately, this classmate was even weaker than Sun Zhe. After just 3 moves, Zhou Feng unexpectedly knocked him down with a single punch. The third student met the same fate. None were a match for Zhou Feng. Pathetic. Isn't there even one competent fighter in your class? Zhou Feng swept his gaze over Class 5 with growing arrogance. The morale that Class 5 had just managed to muster dissipated instantly. There was no helping it. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Opponent had only sent out 1 person, yet defeated 3 of their own, with none lasting more than 5 moves. On the spectator stands, the old principal watched drowsily, while Class 1's homeroom teacher, Li Chengjun, pretended to scold. Zhou Feng, that boy, went too hard, didn't even leave any face for Class 5. Ah, it's my failure as a teacher. When we get back, I'll make sure he apologizes to his classmates properly. Wang Tong lifted his eyelids slightly, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, and silently refilled the old principal's teacup without a word. Young Lu Chong hasn't even taken the field yet, old man. You mustn't fall asleep right now. On the sports field, discussions buzzed everywhere. The spectating students from each class could all clearly see it. The gap between Class 5 and Class 1 was simply too vast. They weren't opponents by any measure. This sparring match truly held no suspense whatsoever. Lu Qingqing was about to step forward, her expression a bit uneasy. Her strength was only on par with Sun Ze's, and she wasn't confident she could defeat Zhou Feng across from her. At that moment, Lu Chong stepped forward, blocking Lu Qingqing's path, and said, "Why don't I go first? You can handle the final showdown." It wasn't that Lu Chong was overly chivalrous, it was just that the guy opposite them fought too ruthlessly. If he accidentally injured his employer, he wouldn't get paid tonight. "You're Lu Chong?" Zhou Feng's interest was instantly piqued, and even the students behind him from Class 1 turned to look. They challenged Class 5 this time not just to assert dominance over the regular classes, but also to pick a fight with Lu Chong. Word has it this kid's pretty arrogant. He actually turned down the homeroom teacher's invitation to stay in an ordinary class. Isn't that basically looking down on them? Lu Chong calmly clasped his fists. "That would be me. After you." "Good." Zhou Feng sounded exhilarated. "Same as before, 5 moves. If you're still standing after that, I'll admit defeat." Lu Chong smiled faintly, then stepped forward with shadow steps, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he thrust his palm toward Zhou Feng's chest. "You're just as weak as they were," Zhou Feng sneered coldly, throwing a heavy punch intending to subdue Lu Chong in one strike. Though his iron thread fist was also a low-tier martial art, it had a natural advantage against the boulder-crushing palm and was nearly refined to the profound level, hence why it had been unbeatable in previous battles. Facing Lu Chang's seemingly unremarkable boulder-crushing palm, Zhou Feng couldn't imagine anything unexpected happening. Bang! As fist and palm collided, a dull thud resounded, immediately followed by the crisp snap of breaking bone. Zhou Feng, who had been brimming with confidence mere moments ago, let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying backward, tumbling straight into the crowd of Class 1 students. A glance at his now dangling arm revealed it hung limp at his side, clearly broken. A gasp of astonishment spread through the crowd of students. That single palm strike from Lu Chong seemed strangely different from the mountain-splitting palm they were familiar with. It was still the mountain-splitting palm technique, executed without any flashy movements, so why did it carry such devastating power? Among the students of Class 1, Xiang Yue's gaze rested on the composed Lu Chong, her judgment wavering with disbelief. On the bleachers, the old principal finally lifted his head, set down his teacup, and said with a smile, "Interesting indeed. Wang Tong, you never told me this kid's splitting stone hand was already mastered to perfection." Wang Tong was dumbfounded as well, because he had no idea either. When did this happen? Chapter 17, the principal joins the recruitment battle. Has Lu Chong perfected his monument-splitting palm? Moreover, his cultivation has broken through to the 5th rank. As homeroom teacher, Wang Tong was now mentally disoriented. Hadn't he just been giving Lu Chong personal guidance the night before? How could he be deserving of renewed awe again so soon? Wait a minute. Splitting stone hand? Wasn't it just yesterday that he broke through to the microcosmic level? Wang Tong couldn't help but question himself. Was his judgment accurate? Was Lu Chang's so-called second awakening perhaps a bit excessive? Beside him, Class 1's homeroom teacher Li Chengjun also fell silent. Mastery of splitting stone hand and the microcosmic level he'd learned about yesterday were completely different concepts. The simplest comparison shows that in Class 1, nearly half the students have mastered at least one martial technique to the microcosmic level. Even top talents like Xiang Yue, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan had at least mastered 2 martial techniques to the minutiae level. So, he felt somewhat tempted to poach Lu Chong, but wasn't exactly thrilled about it. But achieving martial arts perfection, that was an entirely different matter. Not a single student in Class 1, or even in the entire number 1 high school, let alone the many high schools across Guanyin City, has currently mastered any martial skill to perfection. The conditions for achieving this are simply too stringent. It's not just a matter of talent and hard work combined, but also requires the right opportunity. Yet right before our eyes, this ordinary class student, merely at the 5th level of a martial apprentice, has actually achieved it. This is nothing short of jaw-dropping. This student, I must secure him for my class, Li Qingjun thought to himself. Leaving him in class 5 would be nothing short of a waste. The old principal certainly knew what it meant to attain mastery in martial techniques, but he sighed regretfully. It's just a pity your cultivation is still a bit weak. Otherwise, getting into either the Northern or Southern Academy wouldn't be a problem. Wang Tong was momentarily stunned, but in the end, he held back and didn't speak out. He remembered it clearly. Lu Chong had just been a 3rd-level martial apprentice 2 days ago, yet today he reached the 5th level. His current cultivation level wasn't particularly outstanding, but with his rocket-like advancement speed, it wasn't impossible for him to become a martial artist before the college entrance exams. Perhaps the nutrient bar I gave him worked wonders? Wang Tong hesitated, deciding it was best not to divulge too much to the old principal just yet. Primarily because he feared the old principal wouldn't believe him, and even more so, he worried Li Qingjun nearby might harbor ulterior motives. On the sports ground, the vast majority of students failed to discern Lu Chang's martial arts perfection. Only a rare few with sharper eyes held lingering suspicions, yet still couldn't quite bring themselves to believe it. Class 5 students erupted in cheers. After enduring several humiliating matches, they could finally hold their heads high again. Chong Ji is killing it. Keep going, Chong Ji. We're rooting for you spiritually. Chong Ji, all the girls are checking you out. Turn up the charm. Naturally, that last line was shouted by none other than Chen Yufei, that notorious show-off. Meanwhile, over in Class 1's camp, although Zhou Feng had suffered a setback, he quickly rallied his spirits and outstepped a brawny young lad. They had ample confidence and could afford to lose. Mo Bai, you first. The second student appeared much more composed than Zhou Feng from earlier and did not make any more boastful remarks. With a single move, he unleashed the 9 shadows step at the microcosmic realm, leaving a series of afterimages in the open space as he circled around Lu Chong, poised to deliver a decisive strike at any moment. That guy's 9 shadows step has also reached the subtleties level. He's clearly afraid of Chang's tablet-shattering palm, which is why he doesn't dare face him head-on, Chen Yufei analyzed with a serious expression. But this way, Chong won't be able to finish him off either. Dragging this out will only drain his stamina, and the other side still has 3 more people, a student from Class 5 worried. Among the Class 1 students, Xiang Yueya kept her eyes fixed on Lu Chang's every move. She wanted to confirm whether her earlier judgment was really true. She didn't have the teacher's discerning eyes. She couldn't determine at a glance whether Lu Chang's tablet-shattering palm had truly reached the perfected stage from that fleeting glimpse alone. Under her watchful gaze, Lu Chong suddenly moved. The motion was slight, just a casual step backward followed by a seemingly effortless horizontal palm strike. In an instant, Bai Mo's afterimages scattered from the field. Lu Chang's palm halted with perfect precision at Bai Mo's throat, shifting from a strike to a grip as he lifted him into the air. You lose. Lu Chong didn't go all out, just released his opponent and said calmly, "Thank you." Mo Bai gave Lu Chong a grateful look, clasped his fists and retreated. He knew Lu Chong had shown mercy, otherwise that palm strike could have knocked him out cold. Cheers rose again from Class 5's crowd, while students from other classes watching from the periphery also gasped in amazement, although most of them couldn't quite figure out how Lu Chong had managed it. This isn't the advantage of boulder shattering palm, but 9 shadows step? Xiang Yueya took a deep breath, feeling even more bewildered. Lu Chong clearly hadn't relied on the advantages of boulder shattering palm this time. He'd merely delivered an utterly ordinary palm strike. Yet the timing of his strike had been so exquisitely precise, as if he'd completely predicted Mo Bai's movement and simply waited for him there. To achieve this, he had to focus on perfecting his 9 shadow steps. This indicated that Lu Chang's mastery of the 9 shadow steps was not merely at the initial subtle level but far surpassed Mo Bai's martial arts realm. Even the teachers who had reached the warrior realm couldn't accurately gauge Lu Chang's proficiency in the 9 shadow steps, as he hadn't displayed it extensively. Only the old principal on the viewing stand smiled approvingly and remarked, "Impressive, impressive. A rare talent indeed to have both the boulder-splitting hand and 9 shadow steps perfected to completion." Li Qingjun beside him was even more bewildered. How did yet another perfected martial skill appear? Although Wang Tong was equally stunned, as Lu Chang's teacher, he couldn't afford to show utter ignorance. So, he struggled hard to maintain his composure. That brat, he didn't even give me a heads up. Who's he trying to scare to death? Wang Tong resolved to grill him thoroughly once they got back. Li Qingjun quickly caught on and chimed in to agree with the old principal. He's indeed a rare talent. Such a pity he's stuck in Class 5. Had he been in our class, his cultivation wouldn't have stalled at this level. Principal Wei, there are only 3 months left until the college entrance exams. I, Li Qingjun, am willing to make a military pledge. Turning to the old principal, Li Qingjun continued with conviction. Before the exams, I will definitely help him reach the 9th rank and secure admission into the Big 3. The Big 3 that Li Qingjun referred to were North China Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, and the Central Plains Martial University. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong laughed in exasperation. Li Chengjun, have you no shame? I too dare to make a military pledge to have Lu Chong become the city's top scorer. Of course, if Elder Wei gives his full support, I dare say Lu Chong could become the top scholar in the province. Elder Wei leisurely sipped his tea and glanced with a smile at Lu Chong, who had just defeated 2 more opponents in the distance. Let's see what the boy himself wants. It's been a while since this old man last took on a student. Maybe I should personally mentor him. Hearing this, Li Chengjun and Wang Tong fell silent. Damn it, I almost forgot, the old principal's skin is thicker than there's any day. When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. What a lucky break. Chapter 18, the principal's high-grade body tempering martial skill. On the sports field, Lu Chong faced the last opponent from Class 1, yet another instant takedown, another effortless victory. Although this last standing student, Zhou Ying, had stepped into the subtle realm and mastered 3 martial techniques to perfection, he was still no match for Lu Chong, who had 2 martial techniques at the grand completion stage. If Class 1's dominance over Class 5 was considered a dimensional suppression from the start, then Lu Chang's performance against those 5 opponents was equally a dimensional suppression. With both sides technically at the 5th stage cultivation level, their actual combat capabilities simply weren't on the same plane of existence. The students from Class 5 shouted until their voices were hoarse, swarming around Lu Chong with excitement, cheering wildly. This wasn't just Lu Chang's victory, it was a stunning comeback for the ordinary class students, finally allowing them to hold their heads high. It's certain both his martial techniques have reached the perfection realm. Xiang Yueya had been watching the battle intently, and only now could she confirm that Lu Chang's 9 shadow step and monument-splitting palm had both attained flawless perfection. Xiang Yueya, who had always prided herself as the top martial arts student in the entire school, now couldn't help feeling somewhat dazed. Born into the largest Xiang martial arts school in Guanyin City, she had been immersed in martial arts since childhood and trained diligently, yet she had never reached such a level. Though she possessed 3 martial techniques that had entered the subtle realm and her cultivation was at the 9th degree of novice warrior, far surpassing her peers, it was precisely because of this that she understood how extraordinarily rare a perfected martial technique truly was. Even among the senior instructors at their Xiang martial arts school, only a handful had mastered perfected martial techniques. Yueya, what are you thinking about? Huang Junyan, usually aloof and taciturn, asked from beside her. Nothing. Let's head back to class. Xiang Yueya replied coolly, casting one last glance at Lu Chong, who was surrounded by the crowd, before turning away. Zhao Lunfei shot Lu Chong a sidelong glance and muttered, just a nobody riding high on luck. If he weren't so weak, I'd personally send him to the infirmary. If his cultivation were on par with yours, you'd only be able to hold your ground thanks to your physical combat techniques. Wang Junyan chuckled before following Xiang Yueya away. Zhao Lunfei's anger flashed momentarily as he shouted at Huang Junyan's retreating figure, aren't you also relying on other martial techniques to counter him? Besides, neither mock exams nor the Gaokao impose cultivation restrictions. At Class 5's gathering spot, Lu Chong finally managed to extricate himself when summoned by the homeroom teacher. Such situations truly made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Chong, Principal Wei wishes to see you, the homeroom teacher said, leading Lu Chong away from the sports field straight toward the principal's office. Teacher, why did the principal want to see me? Lu Chong asked curiously, mainly wondering what benefits he might receive. Wang Tong glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was nearby, before lowering his voice to say, the principal might want to personally tutor you. Seize this opportunity, make sure to get as many benefits as you can. The principal has a self-created body-refining martial art that's quite impressive, Wang Tong said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Just say you're interested in body refinement, maybe you can wrangle it out of him. Body tempering martial arts. Lu Chang's eyes shimmered slightly. He had only heard of such things but never seen them before. Body-refining martial arts are exceedingly precious, they can comprehensively enhance one's physical strength, explosive power, defense, and other attributes beyond their current cultivation level. However, body-refining martial arts are exceptionally difficult to master, requiring not only extraordinary comprehension but also rare supplementary aids, such as blood from specific exotic beasts or medicinal extracts from mutated plants. Wang Tong didn't elaborate further, merely telling him to handle it as he saw fit, since even he couldn't influence the principal's decision. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Tong knocked on the principal's office door, and immediately heard a vigorous voice from inside, come in. Go ahead by yourself. I'll wait outside, Wang Tong said before sending Lu Chong in alone. Lu Chong pushed the door open and saw the spacious office, where the old principal sat alone behind his desk, backed by shelves filled with books. Lu Chong, right? Come have a seat. The elderly principal set down his thermos cup and gestured invitingly. Lu Chong obediently sat on the chair across from the desk and greeted properly, hello, principal. Principal Wei chuckled amiably, no need to be so formal. Though I serve as principal, first and foremost I'm a teacher. You can just call me teacher from now on. Yes, hello teacher. Lu Chong promptly seized the opportunity to address him as instructed. He roughly understood the old principal's intention. Combined with the homeroom teacher's earlier reminder, he knew the principal valued his talent and potential and wanted to take him as a student. Not the ancient-style master-disciple relationship akin to father and son, but still closer than the usual bond between a teacher and student. It was more like the advisor-student relationship during his graduate studies in his past life. You're quite exceptional. Teacher Wang mentioned you recently experienced a second awakening, suddenly gaining astonishing insight? The old principal, satisfied with Lu Chang's attitude, didn't press further but instead inquired. Lu Chang's heart tightened. He knew better than to talk nonsense in front of such a powerhouse. Feigning ignorance, he said, truthfully, I don't know what's happening to me either. I just suddenly gained a lot of insights into martial arts cultivation. There's no need to be nervous. Cases like yours aren't unheard of among students at this stage. The old principal said plainly, in fact, I've even seen students with more exaggerated breakthroughs. However, as your teacher, I must remind you not to become complacent. There are still many people in this world more talented than you. With over 1 billion people in China, prodigies have never been in short supply. But how many of history's so-called prodigies truly grow into towering trees? Those who lack the stamina to carry on, those who perish halfway, those who give up midway. I've seen far too many such prodigies. Talent is indeed a good thing. But if you stop putting in effort and become arrogant, then like a shooting star, your brilliance will be fleeting. The old principal said earnestly, do you understand? Lu Chong quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Good that you understand. The old principal then changed the subject. With your current potential, the school will naturally prioritize cultivating you. Even if you remain in class 5, resources won't be withheld from you. Teacher Wang has already applied for these things through me. He'll be the one to deliver them to you. However, as your teacher, I cannot be stingy. It's only natural to offer you some personal assistance. The old principal fixed his gaze on Lu Chong and asked solemnly, tell me, what do you wish to learn? This is it. Remembering his homeroom teacher's advice, Lu Chong replied without hesitation, Teacher, I wish to learn body refining martial arts. The old principal was momentarily taken aback before quickly understanding. That Wang Tong, he's really sold this old man out completely. Alright then, I happen to have a top-tier body refinement technique called Golden Cicada Shell. I'll pass it on to you for a try. But let me make this clear up front, you'll have to cover the costs of all the medicinal ingredients required for body refinement yourself. Chapter 19, I want to learn them all. In Huaxia Nation, martial arts inheritance is considered a strategically controlled national resource. Generally, the places where one can obtain martial arts legacies are limited to schools, the military, martial arts schools, and a few others. As for private transmissions, such as Wang Tong teaching Lu Chong the wind-splitting kick, or the current principal passing down the cicada armor to him, none can truly circumvent official oversight. These martial arts can only be taught through legacy jade slips, as they contain not only the surface-level techniques but also the profound insights and rhythms of the master's perfected state. The conditions for creating these jade slips are extremely demanding, requiring not only advanced high-tech methods but also the cooperation of those who have perfected the martial art. Most importantly, such jade slips can only be taught to registered and vetted personnel after being custom-ordered and officially authorized by the Huaxia authorities. There are some exceptional cases, like individuals such as the old principal who independently developed martial techniques. They enjoy considerable autonomy in transmitting their self-created martial arts and can even receive royalties similar to intellectual property rights. Lu Chong had some understanding of these matters and recognized their value. According to official pricing standards, obtaining transmission authorization for a single human-grade upper-tier martial technique starts at over 100,000 coins. And that's only possible after passing various political and qualification reviews. Only during school years could one receive martial arts instruction free of charge. As for superior body refining techniques like the Golden Cicada Shell, they were even more expensive and rare. Most people didn't even qualify to purchase or practice them. He couldn't help thinking now just how much royalty income had the old principal earned over the years from the martial techniques he'd created. Knowledge truly changes destiny. If I could create my own practical martial technique, I could just lie at home and collect money. However, martial arts techniques are precious, but friendship is priceless. Since it was a gift from his teacher, Lu Chong couldn't bring himself to refuse. Go on now. If you have any questions, come find me again. The old principal said only after personally witnessing Lu Chong use the invaluable jade slip. After expressing his gratitude once more, Lu Chong finally left the principal's office, gently closing the door behind him, where he saw his anxious homeroom teacher waiting outside. How did it go? Wang Tong asked in a hushed voice only after leading Lu Chong several dozen meters away. Lu Chong grinned. Got it. Great. Wang Tong excitedly patted Lu Chang's shoulder. With this body-refining martial art, you'll have a better shot at entering a prestigious academy. Teacher Wang, Lu Chong skipped class and went straight to the point. I still have some things I'd like to ask you. Aren't you going to class? Wang Tong glanced at his watch before pausing again. Never mind, there's not much point in you sparring with them anyway. Come, let's go to my office. Wang Tong personally escorted Lu Chong out of class and led him to his office. Once in the office, Wang Tong even poured Lu Chong a cup of boiled water himself and asked, "What seems to be the trouble? Speak freely, I'll assist if I can." Teacher, Lu Chong began earnestly, bypassing the water, "I'd like to enroll in additional martial arts courses offered by the school." Lu Chong understood that high school's foundational martial arts curriculum wasn't limited to just boulder splitting, palm and phantom 9 steps. However, in the past, students from regular classes could only access these 2 disciplines. It wasn't that the school was being stingy, but rather they feared students might bite off more than they could chew. Only students from Class 1, the elite class, would be taught additional martial techniques based on individual circumstances. For example, the iron thread fist that Zhou Feng used was one of them. The iron wire fist is also a lower-grade human class martial skill, categorized under offensive techniques like the boulder-splitting palm, but there are significant differences between the two. Put simply, the boulder-splitting palm is more versatile and fundamental, while the iron wire fist has a singular stance, devastatingly heavy and overwhelmingly forceful, prioritizing sheer power in offense. Lu Chang's current goal is to acquire martial arts techniques like iron wire fist from the school, aiming to enhance his combat capabilities in all aspects and eliminate any weaknesses. Particularly after today's sparring with Class 1 students, he wouldn't dare underestimate any martial art. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong frowned in contemplation before responding earnestly, "I've already applied for this on your behalf, and the academic office has approved it. The school currently still has 5 martial arts techniques available: iron wire fist, eagle claw technique, cloud piercing finger, mountain closing shoulder strike, and heart piercing kick, all tier 1 lower grade techniques. Which one do you wish to learn next?" Lu Chong smiled sheepishly and replied, "Teacher, to be honest, I want to learn them all." PFT. Wang Tong, who had just taken a sip of water, spit it out in surprise. He coughed twice before regaining his composure. "Lu Chong," Wang Tong's expression turned serious, "although you currently have good comprehension, you must remember not to bite off more than you can chew. At this stage, learning more martial arts techniques isn't necessarily better. Besides, aren't you still training with splitting wind kick and the principal's martial arts? Besides, you can't neglect improving your cultivation either. Where do you find the time to practice so many martial skills?" Wang Tong advised earnestly, genuinely afraid that Lu Chong might become complacent and waste his potential. Lu Chong knew the homeroom teacher would have doubts, but the teacher didn't realize he possessed a cheat his martial arts could cultivate automatically. With the cheat system in hand, Lu Chong could confidently say that even if 10 more martial arts techniques were thrown his way, he could digest them all without wasting much time. Even if he didn't have time to accelerate his training, they would still grow steadily on their own. After all, these martial arts techniques were inherently diligent. "But I wonder if there's an upper limit to how many cheat systems I can have," Lu Chong pondered, realizing he'd have to test it out to know for sure. The automatic martial arts cultivation cheat was like running multiple programs simultaneously. He wondered if having too many might cause the host to crash or freeze. However, Lu Chong couldn't explain these thoughts to his homeroom teacher. He could only patiently say, "Teacher, don't worry, I'm not being impulsive. As you can see, my boulder-splitting palm and 9 shadows step have already reached perfection, and it didn't take too much time. As for the wind-splitting kick, I've already achieved initial mastery and believe it won't take long to reach advanced mastery or even the micro-level. By then, I won't have any martial techniques left to practice. Besides, I'm just giving it a try first and definitely won't let it hinder my progress. Who knows, comparing multiple martial techniques might even make my training faster." Only then did Wang Tong suddenly realize, that's right, this kid before him had already mastered 2 martial techniques to perfection, meaning he no longer needed to spend time practicing them. And judging by his performance these past few days, it really seemed possible he could master a few more. "I still have to remind you," Wang Tong's tone softened, "the difficulty of mastering different types of martial arts varies greatly from person to person. Some techniques may come easily to you, fitting your natural inclinations, but that doesn't mean all will be the same." Biting his lip, Wang Tong continued, "All right then, I'll permit you to study 2 more martial arts techniques for now. If you can refine your tornado kick to the subtle level within a month while also reaching the 6th tier in cultivation, I'll approve your access to the rest of the school's martial arts techniques." Lu Chong had no choice but to acknowledge that actions spoke louder than words. But so be it. Wasn't mastering the wind-splitting leg just a matter of precision? 3 days should be enough. Chapter 20, The Golden Opportunity Arrives. Lu Chong ultimately chose the cloud-piercing finger and mountain-clinging posture martial arts techniques. The reason was simple: these 2 martial techniques had almost no overlap with his current skill set, allowing him to shore up his weaknesses. The cloud piercer technique focuses entirely on the fingers, emphasizing stealth and penetrative force. The iron lean is a close-quarters combat technique that utilizes body parts like elbows, shoulders, back, and knees to deliver powerful yet controlled strikes at grappling range. The homeroom teacher was highly efficient. After making Lu Chong wait in the office for half an hour, they promptly brought over the inheritance jade slip and had him receive it in person. Ding! As Lu Chong absorbed the contents of the 2 jade slips, a prompt suddenly rang in his mind. The newly arrived cloud-piercing finger greets its master by reaching the beginner level. Taizhan Kao refused to be left behind and swiftly reached the beginner's level. Lu Chong thought to himself inwardly, just as expected, both the piercing cloud finger and iron mountain lean techniques had progressed straight to the entry level, yet the golden cicada garment, obtained from the old principal, showed no sign of advancement whatsoever. After receiving the inheritance earlier, there had been no prompt, making Lu Chong briefly suspect that his cheat ability had malfunctioned. It seems that cultivating physical martial arts truly requires special herbal concoctions or nutrients to make progress, Lu Chong pondered silently. Just like cultivation, this thing not only requires talent but also external conditions to sustain it. In any case, knowing that your cheat hasn't crashed or gone on strike is a good thing. Lu Chong, remember your promise, you absolutely must not be greedy for more. Seeing Lu Chang's face light up with joy, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but worry and remind him again. I understand. Thank you, teacher. May I go to class now? Lu Chong said earnestly. He knew the homeroom teacher wasn't being stingy, but genuinely had his best interests at heart. Wait a moment, there's one more thing I need to remind you about. Wang Tong called out to stop Lu Chong. Please go ahead, teacher. Lu Chong straightened his stance and turned his full attention to the homeroom teacher. There are still 21 days until the last practical simulation exam before the college entrance exam. You should prepare well. Wang Tong said seriously, the school has made up its mind this time and allocated a substantial education fund to reward outstanding performers in the mock exams. The first place prize is nutrients worth 300,000. While other top-ranking students will also receive corresponding rewards. Lu Chang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The school really went all out this time. Yeah, even though our number 1 high school is a top institution in Guanyin City, it doesn't even rank within the top 10 in the entire Hadong-based province. So not just the school, but even the Education Bureau will strongly support our efforts to get number 1 high school designated as a provincial key institution. This way, we can prevent talent from leaving our city, Wang Tong explained. I understand, teacher. I'll do my best. Lu Chong suddenly felt full of motivation. After all, this reward was too tempting for someone like him, who wasn't from a wealthy family. Moreover, Wang Tong continued with a serious tone, after every mock examination, the school selects 30 top students to participate in a special pre-exam training camp organized by the Education Bureau. This 1-month period is a rare opportunity for you too. Don't slack off, and don't let all the spots be taken by the advanced class students. Yes, teacher. I'll do my best. Lu Chong assumed a determined posture as he replied. Go on then. Remember to come find me after school to practice wind-splitting leg technique. Seeing that Lu Chong had taken it to heart, the homeroom teacher finally let him leave, returning to the classroom just in time for the second afternoon class, history. Although Lu Chong was late, the teacher simply smiled at him and let him return to his seat. The woes of a struggling student are something the top student never knows. After all, his history grades have always been perfect. Brother Chong, you're trending again. Chen Yufei leaned closer, his voice hushed with excitement as he showed off his phone. Look, even students from other schools have heard of your fame now. They're saying you're a martial arts prodigy of the century, a potential powerhouse with 2 perfected combat techniques, and even female classmates confessing their feelings to you from afar. Lu Chong ignored the flashy guy, propped up his textbook, and started contemplating his training plan for the future. He was also scheming whether he could seize the 300,000 by acing the mock exam. Chen Yufei, the history teacher, threw a piece of chalk his way. Take your phone and stand by the podium. Don't disturb Lu Chang's studies. Chen Yufei immediately grimaced in pain, a small bump swelling on his forehead. After all, this nearly 70-year-old history teacher was also a genuine martial artist. Lu Chong stifled a laugh as he watched Chen Yufei leave with a pitiful expression, finally enjoying some peace and quiet around him. With only 21 days left until the mock exam, I need to make the most of my time. Lu Chong swiftly redirected his thoughts. This is a golden opportunity to make big money, enough to alleviate his current predicament. Whether it's improving his prowess or cultivating the golden cicada armor, both were expensive endeavors. Lu Chong had to plan ahead. Relying solely on private tutoring for Lu Qingqing wouldn't be sufficient. Moreover, Lu Chong had no intention of missing out on the special training camp before the college entrance exams. Then, for the next 20 days, I'll need to dedicate most of my time to actively cultivating my cultivation base in golden cicada armor. Lu Chong pondered. With the homeroom teacher personally instructing him in gale-splitting leg, his training progress would be swift. As for the newly acquired cloud-piercing finger and mountain clinging stance, both were lower-grade martial techniques. Their automatic cultivation speed wasn't slow to begin with, they'd at least reached the subtle level before the mock exams, so there was no need to set aside special time for them. 2 history classes passed in the blink of an eye. By the time school let out, Lu Cheng's cultivation base and martial techniques had made significant progress once again. Name, Lu Cheng. Level, 5th stage martial disciple, 38%. Martial skill, 9 shadow step, perfect mastery. Splitting stone palm, perfect mastery. Whirlwind kick, minor mastery, 36%. Golden cicada armor, beginner, 2%. Cloud piercing finger, novice, 9%. Mountain clinging shoulder, novice, 9%. Indeed, with the support of nutrients, the growth speed of my chi absorption technique has skyrocketed, increasing 8 points in just 2 hours. Lu Cheng paid special attention to his cultivation progress. At this rate, it wouldn't take a month at all, just one more day until he reached the 6th level of warrior apprentice. However, to avoid alarming his homeroom teacher, Lu Cheng decided to wait until tomorrow to reveal this. First, I'll go to my homeroom teacher to practice the wind split kick. I should master it in about 2 days. Chapter 21. I have no interest in the school bell. Observing the wind splitting leg technique has yielded great benefits, increasing cultivation speed 5-fold. Sure enough, when Lu Cheng trained the wind splitting leg technique under Wang Tong's guidance, the system notification appeared once more. However, after the minor mastery of the wind splitting leg, the automatic cultivation speed had dropped to 1% per hour. Thus, even with the 5-fold increase, it only amounted to 32% per hour. It seems like today's not quite enough to reach mastery yet. An hour later, Lu Cheng's wind-splitting leg technique progressed to 68% of the minor mastery level. There was still some gap to full mastery, but Lu Cheng wasn't in a hurry. With the homeroom teacher giving him extra tutoring, the efficiency would be high. Yet even so, the homeroom teacher Wang Tong kept reacting with shock. Only after Lu Cheng left did he murmur distractedly, "That kid might soon reach full mastery. In just a few hours, I've covered the path that originally took me over a year." Is this really the difference between genius and mediocrity? Unaware of his homeroom teacher's thoughts, Lu Cheng hurriedly left school, preparing to earn money at Lu Qingqing's house. However, he had barely stepped out of the school gates when someone blocked his path. "Zhao Longfei? Why is he coming to me?" Lu Cheng recognized the figure and pondered silently. Lu Cheng. Zhao Longfei approached Lu Cheng with his usual haughty demeanor and said, "Come with me. Someone wants to see you." Lu Cheng ignored the other's rudeness and replied calmly, "I have things to take care of. If you have anything, we can talk about it tomorrow at school." With that, Lu Cheng turned to look for Lu Qingqing's luxury van, only to be blocked once more by Zhao Longfei, who stepped in his path. "You'd better think carefully before responding. I, Zhao Longfei, am here to invite you to teach privately at Xiang's Martial Arts Academy. It's good for improving your life, so don't be ungrateful." Zhao Longfei spoke with a condescending tone, as if he were genuinely helping a fellow student. Lu Cheng couldn't help but laugh. This way of recruiting people was truly rare. "Then I'll tell you right now, no interest." With those words, Lu Cheng skillfully employed his 9 shadows step to sidestep past him. What a joke! Did he really think he was hot stuff? Lu Cheng had no patience for such arrogant students. As for the so-called Xiang family martial arts private tutor he mentioned, it might have something to do with Xiang Yueya, but so what? With that kind of attitude, no one could make a difference. In comparison, Lu Qingqing, the low-key and courteous super second-generation heir, was much easier to get along with. Zhao Longfei froze in disbelief. Not a single student in Yunqing No. 1 high school had ever dared to disregard him like this. Besides, this was the task Xiang Yueya entrusted to him. How could he possibly fail? Lu Cheng. Zhao Longfei didn't lower himself to chase after him, but coldly threatened, "I'll give you one more night to think it over. Come find me at school tomorrow of your own accord. Otherwise, you'll discover the consequences." Having uttered this icy warning, Zhao Longfei turned away with an air of cool indifference. He was confident that once this newly notorious kid thought things through properly, he'd understand what course of action to take. What an absolute idiot! Lu Cheng muttered under his breath as he slipped into the alley where the car was parked and directly boarded Lu Qingqing's RV. With this little rich girl around, he couldn't be bothered to work as a private instructor at a martial arts school. Even senior instructors didn't earn as much as he did. Besides, he genuinely didn't have any spare time now. After spending a little over an hour at Lu Qingqing's estate, Lu Cheng headed home again with 4,000 yuan in his pocket. It's worth mentioning that with him, a dual martial arts perfectionist, as her sparring partner, Lu Qingqing's martial skills have indeed progressed remarkably. With Lu Cheng's current discernment, he judged that Lu Qingqing was highly likely to achieve mastery in both martial skills within a week. This money feels well earned. Returning home, Lu Cheng didn't rush to practice the chi absorption technique. Instead, he opened his phone and accessed the official martial arts market. Here you can find everything martial practitioners need, including widely accessible inheritance martial arts techniques, nutritional supplements of various grades, as well as materials collected from exotic beasts, rare flowers and herbs picked from the wild, medicinal ingredients, and more. They even offer numerous paid video recordings of martial arts masters demonstrating techniques or engaging in combat. However, Lu Chong once tried watching these video tutorials but found they had no effect on his training speed, they merely expanded his horizons at best. Based on his observations, the impact only occurs when someone personally instructs him or engages in face-to-face combat practice. Lu Chong had a clear purpose in entering the martial arts marketplace now. Nutritional supplements from the school's rewards were already sufficient, but to cultivate the golden cicada armor passed down by the former principal, he needed to personally purchase the required body refinement materials. Found it, the essence blood of a second-tier exotic beast, the blade-winged golden cicada, and second-tier medicinal herb, phoenix tail grass. They're both available. Lu Chang's eyes quickly lit up as he found his target. The cultivation of the golden cicada armor required these two materials. When blended in a specific ratio into a medicinal bath, immersion would facilitate its practice. However, when Lu Chong clearly saw the prices, even with prior expectation, he couldn't help but gasp sharply. A single drop of Bladewing Golden Cicada's essence blood costs 2,000. A single phoenix tail fern, priced at 1,000. Lu Chong had a bit of a headache because to brew one batch of this medicinal bath, he needed a single drop of golden cicada essence blood paired with 3 stalks of phoenix tail grass. That makes 5,000, then. Although the martial arts heritage stated that this bath solution could be used for many days, but Lu Chong, armed with his cheat ability, didn't believe he needed that much time either. Forget it, I'll just buy a copy and give it a try first. Lu Chong gritted his teeth and decisively spent 5,000 yuan, placing his order online. With just this one slip of the hand, this freshly minted 10,000 yuan earner saw his assets shrink by half. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about food and clothing now, and there's the nutrition provided by the school. Otherwise, I'd be bankrupt in the blink of an eye. Lu Chong sighed deeply. While waiting for the delivery, Lu Chong couldn't resist glancing at the other products, feeling his heart skip a beat at the prices. It wasn't until he saw a low-grade martial skill priced at over 30,000, a mid-grade one at 80,000, and a high-grade body refining technique soaring past 200,000 that Lu Chong finally couldn't help but break into a delighted grin. These can be considered intangible assets I've earned from the school. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Hello, your order from the martial arts mall has arrived. The deliverer man's voice came from outside the door. That was fast. Lu Chong was briefly stunned, then excitedly opened the door to retrieve the package. Next, let's see how fast I can master this body-tempering martial art. Lu Chong unpacked the delivery and began preparing the medicinal bath himself. Another half hour later, Lu Chong carefully lay down in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub took on a fiery red hue, resembling a wine bath glowing with flames. Ding! At that moment, Lu Chang's mind echoed with the system notification tone. Chapter 22, Disdain to keep company with them. The golden cicada shell gained external support, complete nutrition, and a surge of confidence, leading to dramatic progress in cultivation. 3%, 10%, 50%. 2 hours later, the golden cicada shell has reached the beginner stage, restoring cultivation speed. When Lu Chong opened his eyes again, he found his golden cicada garment technique had successfully reached the beginner stage. The medicinal liquid in the bathtub had lost its color, and the burning, stinging sensation throughout his body gradually subsided. At the same time, he noticed an old layer of skin shedding from his entire body, revealing new skin with a faint metallic sheen, remarkably tough and resilient. Already used up? Lu Chong was astonished that the 5,000 yuan medicinal solution had been depleted in just 2 hours. Fortunately, the golden cicada armor technique had been successfully initiated, ensuring his money wasn't wasted. According to the old principle, even with medicinal baths, it would take at least 2 months to master the basics of the golden cicada armor. The old principle never expected Lu Chong to fully master the superior body-refining martial art before the college entrance exams. Comparing it this way, swapping money for efficiency still works in my favor, plus it saves a ton of time. Lu Chong thought contentedly, deciding not to buy more medicinal solutions for now. He planned to continue tomorrow night, it was just too costly to keep going today. How effective is the beginner stage of golden cicada shell? Lu Chong rubbed his metallic-hued skin, feeling its toughness like cowhide. This is just the beginning. What about when I reach minor accomplishment and major accomplishment? Lu Chong grew even more excited. The high-grade body-tempering martial art truly didn't disappoint him. With a slight thought, the metallic sheen on his skin receded once more, revealing healthier-looking skin than before. Gathering his thoughts, he resolved to squeeze in some chi absorption technique practice before bed. As the homeroom teacher said, while practicing martial arts techniques, one must not neglect cultivation. Taking a bite of the nutrient bar received from the homeroom teacher today, Lu Chong crossed his legs and began cultivating the chi absorption technique. For a brief moment, the cultivation speed of the chi absorption technique doubled from its already accelerated rate, reaching 8% per hour. After 3 consecutive hours, the progress of the chi absorption technique increased by 24%. Just get some sleep, and I'll break through to the 6th tier by tomorrow morning. As a martial disciple, proper rest was still essential. Lu Chong didn't force the breakthrough, after all. His chi absorption technique and martial skills would continue cultivating automatically while he slept. March 9, 2136, Friday, sunny. A little past 6:30 a.m., Lu Chong was awakened by a warm, tingling sensation. Name, Lu Chong. Rank, 6th level martial apprentice, 1%. Indeed, I'd broken through. Just one night's sleep, and both my cultivation and martial skills have improved. This feeling is truly wonderful. Lu Chong wasn't surprised at all. He got up, washed up, and jogged to school, noticing his physical condition was now over twice as strong as yesterday. After finishing 4 morning classes, Lu Chong was just about to head to the cafeteria for lunch when several students from Class 1 appeared at the classroom door, led by Zhao Longfei, whose face was cold with hostility. Lu Chong, come out for a moment. Zhao Longfei didn't speak. It was one of his classmates behind him who shouted loudly, Bro Chong, don't go. Seeing the hostility in their approach, Chen Yufei quickly stood up to dissuade him. Then he turned to face the 5 Class 1 students and raised his voice. What's this? Can't take losing like Class 1 students, so now you're seeking petty revenge? The students from Class 5 also stood up, their eyes blazing as they stared at the 5. In terms of individual strength, they might not match Class 1. But that didn't mean they would let outsiders push them around. Zhao Longfei silently glared at Lu Chong, his eyes filled with undisguised threat. It's fine, he just wants to discuss something with me. Knowing exactly why the other had come, Lu Chong smiled reassuringly at his classmates before stepping out of the classroom alone. Chen Yufei, still uneasy, resolutely followed along. A group of students arrived on the rooftop of the teaching building. Zhao Longfei turned to face Lu Chong and said coldly, I told you I'd give you time to think. Why didn't you come find me today? Lu Chong replied calmly, I already told you yesterday, I'm not interested in what you're proposing. Zhao Longfei snorted, do you even know what we're offering? Practicing martial arts with Xiang Yueya pays 1,000 per hour, and I'll give you an extra 1,000 as a bonus. This is your privilege and opportunity to improve your living conditions. Zhao Longfei still wore the expression of someone bestowing charity upon the poor. Chen Yufei, standing nearby, was stunned. Was there such a good deal? Not only could he get close to the campus goddess, but he could also earn quick money. Why hesitate? But Lu Chong only smiled. His current earnings as Lu Qingqing's sparring partner far surpassed that pitiful offer. The crucial point was that Lu Qingqing maintained a respectful attitude toward him, unlike this Zhao Longfei, who couldn't speak civilly to save his life. Then there's that puzzling Xiang Yueya behind the scenes. Having to rely on others for such a trivial matter probably means she's hardly easy to deal with. He might have a handsome face, but that wasn't enough to make Lu Chong crawl to his doorstep and grovel. I'll say it again, I'm not interested. Lu Chong remained calm and turned to leave with Chen Yufei after speaking. The students from Class 1 immediately blocked Lu Chong and his companion's path. My patience has its limits, Lu Chong. Do you know the consequences of refusing me? Zhao Longfei stepped menacingly close, his voice icy. Lu Chong chuckled softly. You want to fight me at school? Go ahead. Try it. The school strictly prohibits unauthorized combat. Any violations would lead to immediate expulsion. Even with Zhao Longfei's decent background, he wouldn't be spared, potentially even losing his college entrance exam eligibility. Fine. Zhao Longfei's face darkened. I won't touch you here, but the mock exams are coming soon. Let's see if you can stay this tough then. Lu Chong didn't even wait for Zhao Longfei to finish speaking before dragging a bewildered Chen Yufei downstairs. He disdained keeping company with people like him. As for the mock exam, if he got the chance to face Zhao Longfei, that would be perfect. He'd been wanting to punch that kid for a long time. On their way to the cafeteria, Chen Yufei sighed as they walked. Zhongji, you really didn't have to take my feelings into account. Even though I like Xiang Yueya, I also have feelings for Lu Qingqing, as well as Chai Yufan from Class 2 and Miao Yuan from Class 4. If you ever get the chance to catch up with Xiang Yueya, I won't hold any grudges. As your brother, I'd only congratulate you. Lu Chong felt speechless and silently quickened his pace to avoid attracting any disdainful looks. On the rooftop of the teaching building, one of Zhao Longfei's followers asked, Brother Fei, what should we do? Should we call some people to teach him a lesson? Zhao Longfei glared fiercely at the backs of the 2 figures downstairs. Only after withdrawing his gaze did he speak coldly, unnecessary. Don't let Xiang Yueya look down on us. Besides, Lu Chong is the teacher's favorite in Class 5 now. We can't play dirty tricks. For those who are insecure, resent the wealthy, and self-righteous, the only way to truly humble them is to defeat them openly and fairly in the very field they take pride in. I'll show him what I've got during the mock exam. Chapter 23. I had no choice but to take first place. Observing the splitting wind leg technique has been immensely enlightening. Training speed has multiplied 5-fold. perfecting the wind-splitting kick, onward to greater heights. After school, Lu Chong continued practicing the wind-splitting kick with his homeroom teacher, reaching the great accomplishment realm in just over 10 minutes. Class teacher Wang Tong was startled and had no choice but to halt the lesson. With a wry smile, he said, "Fine, you broke through in your cultivation today, that's one thing, but your whirlwind kick instantly reaching mastery level 2? It seems that in just a few days, I'll have nothing left to teach you." Lu Chong quickly responded modestly, "How could that be, teacher? You haven't taught me those 3 martial arts techniques from the school yet." Wang Tong felt a lump in his chest. This was truly a slap in the face. Just yesterday, he'd cautioned Lu Chong against being too greedy, even setting what he thought were too harsh conditions. Who would have thought that Lu Chang's cultivation would break through today, with even his gale-splitting kick reaching perfection? Forget about mastering it in a month. Given this kid's monstrous progress now, he'll probably achieve it in just 3 or 4 more days. Keep training. We'll talk after you master the gale-splitting kick down to the minutest detail. Clutching onto the last shred of his dignity, Wang Tong continued teaching him face-to-face. Lu Chong didn't say anything more. However, after mastering the gale-splitting leg technique, the difficulty level increased exponentially. Even with the guidance of his homeroom teacher who had perfected the technique, his advancement speed had slowed by half. Currently, it only increases by 16% progress every hour. Mid-grade martial arts techniques are indeed much more challenging, Lu Chong silently mused, careful not to voice it aloud for fear of being scolded by his homeroom teacher. An hour passed, but the homeroom teacher wasn't in a hurry to let Lu Chong leave. Instead, he asked with curiosity, "I heard you were threatened by someone from Class 1 today?" Lu Chong shrugged indifferently, "It's not really a threat, don't worry teacher. They just wanted to hire me as a private instructor." Wang Tong frowned and said, "What private tutoring? I bet Li Qingjun is behind this, trying to use honey traps, threats, and bribes to lure you into their class." Lu Chong, don't overthink it, just focus on your cultivation. If any real trouble arises, you've got old principal and me on your side, Wang Tong assured him with conviction. "Thank you, teacher. I'm fine, and I'm not interested in their recruitment," Lu Chong reassured his homeroom teacher. "That's good. As a martial artist, you must always be mentally prepared for conflicts. This might not necessarily be a bad thing for you." After saying these earnest words, the homeroom teacher finally let Lu Chong leave. In the following days, Lu Chang's life became peaceful and exceptionally routine. He attended classes as usual during the day, squeezing in time to guide his classmates in their martial arts training. After school in the evening, first practice wind-splitting leg with the homeroom teacher, then seek out Lu Qingqing for sparring. Returning home, he'd cultivate golden cicada armor using a medicinal bath, and proactively practice chi absorption technique before sleep. Even on weekends, Lu Chong wouldn't waste time, instead seizing every moment to train or spare extra hours coaching Lu Qingqing to earn some side income. After all, cultivating golden cicada armor cost 5,000 yuan daily, leaving him somewhat financially strained. During this period, his strength visibly grew each passing day, whether in cultivation base or martial techniques. 5 days later, Lu Chong's gale-splitting kick smoothly reached the subtle stage. True to his word, homeroom teacher Wang Tong, though torn between astonishment, delight, and resignation, handed over the school's remaining 3 martial techniques to Lu Chong. As time marched on, while most senior students agonized through this grueling sprint phase, Lu Chong treasured every moment, refusing to waste a single day. Suddenly, it was March 29, 2136. Tomorrow would bring the final mock exam before the college entrance examination. At 10:30 that night, Lu Chong rose from the bathtub, another layer of dead skin sloughing off his body. Finally mastered the golden cicada husk to the micro level. Over 20 days, it wasn't easy. His body's surface gleamed with a rich metallic sheen, as if coated in gold. Lu Chong extended his right hand and knocked on his left arm, producing a clanging sound like striking metal. When his golden cicada armor reached perfection, he once tested it at home by chopping with a kitchen knife. The blade chipped, but his skin remained unbroken. As for how strong his defense is now that he's reached the profound stage, even Lu Chong himself doesn't know. With the golden cicada armor at the profound stage, not only his skin and muscles were enhanced, but even his bones began strengthening, truly miraculous. Despite Lu Chang's slender appearance, standing at 183 centimeters tall yet weighing nearly 250 kilograms, his flesh had reached an astonishing density. Lu Chong retracted the anomaly of the golden cicada garment, his body's surface returning to normal. However, even in this regular state, his defensive capabilities and physical resilience remained exceptionally formidable. After all, to master the golden cicada garment as quickly as possible, he had spent nearly 200,000 yuan over these past 20 days, leaving him with hardly more than 10,000 yuan in savings. It's not just the golden cicada garment that has improved during this time. Lu Chong then turned his gaze to his personal data. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice Stage 8, 18%. Martial Skills, 9 Shadow Steps, perfected. Splitting Boulder Palm, perfected. Cloud Piercing Finger Technique, perfected. Mountain Clinging Shoulder Technique, perfected. Eagle Claw Kung Fu, perfected. Iron Thread Fist, perfected. Heart Piercing Kick, perfected. Wind Splitting Kick, perfected. Golden Cicada Garment, Minor Mastery, 1%. For ordinary people, 20 days might bring negligible progress. But for Lu Chong, what took others several years, even a lifetime to traverse, he accomplished in just 20 days. His cultivation had advanced to the 8th level of the martial apprentice stage, and apart from the golden cicada armor, all 8 martial techniques he practiced had reached perfection. After all, even if Lu Chong didn't actively train them, those lower-tier martial techniques would naturally perfect themselves within 20 days. This progress was so alarming that while Lu Chong himself saw no issue with it, his homeroom teacher, who witnessed his growth daily, had recently started suffering from nosebleeds due to sheer astonishment. Even so, the homeroom teacher only knew about Lu Chang's cultivation level and the progress of his wind-cleaving leg technique, unaware that his golden cicada robe had reached the subtle stage or that his newly learned martial arts had already achieved perfection. Lu Chong was afraid the teacher and classmates wouldn't be able to accept it, so he never revealed any other martial arts skills. Except now, my consumption is growing ever greater, and the speed of my cultivation progress, along with the advancement of the golden cicada mantle, has slowed considerably. Now he had to consume 5 nutrition bars every day, and even so, the automatic cultivation speed of the chi absorption technique remains sluggish, with his cultivation level improving by only 5% per day. The golden cicada armor's progress was even slower after attaining the microcosmic stage. Even with the aid of medicinal baths, it only improved by 1% each day. With just 2 months left until the college entrance exams, at this rate, I doubt I'll break through to warrior level by then. The golden cicada armor also seems unlikely to reach perfection. Lu Chong felt restless. To speed things up, I'll need more money for higher-grade nutrients and additional medicinal baths. With no other martial techniques available for cultivation yet, Lu Chong had to dedicate most of his time and efforts to improving his cultivation base and the golden cicada mantle. So, for this mock exam, I have no choice but to take first place. Lu Chong made up his mind. He absolutely couldn't let go of the huge reward of 300,000. Chapter 24, Is This Kid on Drugs? March 30th was the day the mock exams began. As for the cultural subjects mock exams, they had concluded 2 days earlier. Without any surprises, Lu Chong secured first place in the school once more, or rather, it would be more accurate to say he topped the entire city again. However, apart from specialized cultural institutions, domestic martial universities and comprehensive universities all placed greater emphasis on martial arts assessments. In this type of examination, cultural subjects only account for 20% of the total score, while martial arts assessment remains the most crucial component. The cultural subjects examination spans 2 days, whereas the martial arts assessment takes a full 6 days to complete. On the first morning, the martial arts foundational examination is held, testing candidates' basic parameters. This includes 4 components: cultivation level, foundational strength, foundational speed, and nervous system reaction time, which are combined to produce a total foundational score. Each item has a maximum score of 100, totaling 400. There's a general benchmark for a perfect score, which is the foundational data for an entry-level martial artist. Of course, exceeding this standard can result in bonus points. As for martial skills assessment, it requires practical combat application and is the most flexible category with the highest score weighting. Lu Chong arrived at school early in the morning, joining his classmates before heading to the school's testing center to evaluate their basic data. Chong Ji, think you can break into the school's top 10 this time and bring glory to our class 5? Chen Yufei walked behind Lu Chong. Both their student IDs were toward the back, so they queued up waiting for their turn to test. Chen wasn't particularly concerned either. He was still stuck at Warrior Level 3, the lowest ranking in their class. Aside from their homeroom teacher, only he and Lu Qingqing knew that Lu Chong had surged to Warrior Level 8, leaving his classmates far behind. Lu Chong smiled but remained silent. He had only one goal, but feared voicing it might frighten others. The basic assessment proceeded swiftly. Class 5 had no exceptionally outstanding students. The highest score so far was Lu Qingqing, whose cultivation had reached Martial Disciple Tier 6. With decent strength, speed, and neural responsiveness, she scored 268 points, barely meeting the baseline for top-tier martial arts universities. Soon it was Lu Chang's turn, and he entered a testing room alone. Outside the room, not only was homeroom teacher Wang Tong present, but also the head teacher of Class 1 and Zhouan, the academic affairs director of the senior year. Oldly, shouldn't you be with your own class instead of hanging around Class 5? Zhouan was a pot-bellied, bald man whose cheerful demeanor resembled the grinning Maitreya Buddha. Yet in the entire number 1 high school, there wasn't a single student who didn't fear this unassuming academic affairs director. Zhouan was a bona fide martial artist, rumored to have practiced some unique martial technique that caused his physique to become distorted. This man was the genuine smiling tiger, the most feared figure among the students. Lee Chang-jun showed no fear toward this academic affairs director, merely smiling politely and saying, "The director has come too, hasn't he? I just wanted to see how the student our old squad leader treasures like a gem is faring now. But we certainly wouldn't dare place him in class 5 and risk holding him back." Wang Tong snorted, "You'd better focus on managing your own class, lest we overtake you soon enough." The academic affairs director, knowing these two were old comrades in arms without genuine animosity between them, smiled knowingly and said, "You two, I'm here on Elder Wei's behalf to check on this youngster. Besides, he received the highest scholarship in our school and all its martial arts techniques. I want to see just what this kid is truly capable of." Wang Tong turned his head away, ignoring Lee Chang-jun completely, his gaze fixed solely on the fluctuating data displayed on the screen outside the testing room. Here you can see all the data from Liu Chang's internal testing, along with his rapidly released score results. Lee Chang-jun still wouldn't give up, muttering persistently, "What a waste of such good talent. If he'd been in my class, he'd probably be a 6th-rank martial apprentice by now." Wang Tong chuckled dryly twice, unable to be bothered with this short-sighted fellow. Just as Lee Chang-jun was preparing to further provoke his old comrade, Joan beside them suddenly stiffened with shock and exclaimed, "How can this be possible?" Lee Chang-jun quickly followed their gazes to the screen data and immediately gaped, shouting almost the same words, "This is impossible. Could the equipment be malfunctioning?" On the screen outside the room, Liu Chang's cultivation test data was displayed. Cultivation, Warrior Apprentice Stage 8 to 80 points. Bullshit. Lee Chang-jun, you're a damned frog in a well. Liu Chang broke through to the 8th stage long ago, I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Tong's eyes widened instantly as he finally found an opportunity to retort, feeling an indescribable sense of cathartic relief throughout his entire body. He had been guiding Liu Chang daily and was well aware of Liu Chang's current cultivation progress. But even knowing this, Wang Tong never imagined Liu Chang's advancement speed could reach such staggering heights unless he witnessed it firsthand. Now it was perfect. After being emotionally battered for so long, he could finally regain some psychological balance at someone else's expense. These past 20-some days had nearly suffocated him with frustration. Moreover, Liu Chang was his student, so no matter how astonished they were, there was nothing they could do but envy him openly. Lee Chang-jun and Joan stared at each other in bewilderment, utterly speechless from the shock. They both knew Liu Chang and were well aware of his recent cultivation level. He had just broken through to the 5th segment. How could he have already reached the 8th segment so soon? Old squad leader, you didn't slip him some banned performance-enhancing drugs, did you? Lee Chang-jun was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing, this will ruin the kid. Having an unsteady foundation is one thing, but it'll also affect his future potential. Joan also glanced skeptically at Wang Tong, though he didn't voice his thoughts. Wang Tong, who had been feeling quite pleased, suddenly grew red-faced with anger at being questioned. What fucking nonsense are you spouting? Do I look like that kind of person to you? I know exactly what banned substances are better than you do. Don't rush to argue. Joan suddenly spoke seriously. However, this child's cultivation progress is indeed somewhat unreasonable. It's not impossible that he secretly took performance-enhancing drugs and ruined his own foundation. Joan frowned as he analyzed. Such cases weren't unheard of. In fact, they occurred quite frequently. As the college entrance exams approached, students could use those drugs to make rapid advancement in cultivation, gaining extra points in this category without technically violating any rules. However, this would exhaust the student's potential and hinder long-term development. Wang Tong knew Liu Chang wouldn't do something like that. Just as he was about to refute, he suddenly pointed at the screen and said, "Why don't you check his other results to find out? If he relies on pills to enhance his cultivation, the other 3 scores of his will be compromised." "That makes sense. Let's take a look first." Joan composed himself, signaling Lee Chang-jun to stop talking nonsense as they both turned their attention to the data. At this moment, Liu Chang's next test result appeared on the screen outside the room. Basic strength, 945 kilograms, 95 points. When this set of data appeared, Joan and Lee Chang-jun blinked almost simultaneously, then rubbed their eyes vigorously before looking again. It remained unchanged. Wang Tong also wanted to rub his eyes, but managed to restrain himself in the end, maintaining an expression that said, "I knew it all along." Chapter 25, Second in the School. How can an 8th-level martial apprentice possibly have a base strength approaching 950 kilograms? It took Lee Chang-jun a long while to regain his composure as he uttered those words in disbelief. Yes, this level of strength should be difficult for many 9th-class martial apprentices to achieve. Joan nodded in earnest agreement. From what I know, Zhao Longfei from your Class 1, though already a 9th-class martial apprentice, has a baseline strength of about 860 kilograms, Joan recalled. Wang Tong remarked impassively from the side. That might just mean Zhao Longfei's foundation isn't solid enough. Feels so damn good. Another verbal strike landed, Wang Tong thought, inwardly blooming with delight. He continued to feign composure and said, "How could you possibly understand the path of a genius?" Joan nodded, somewhat unsure himself now. Lee Cheng-jun didn't argue further, nor did he continue questioning whether Lu Chong had taken performance-enhancing drugs. If taking drugs could actually produce foundational strength like this, he'd immediately order all his students to start doping without a second thought. Let's take a look at Lu Chang's other stats. Joan mediated tactfully. Shortly after, Lu Chang's third data appeared on the screen. Base speed, 23 meters per second, 92 points. Another stunned silence fell over the trio as the numbers displayed. Clearly, these results once again surpassed the speed expected of a typical 8th-level martial apprentice. The foundational speed after truly stepping into the martial artist realm is 25 meters per second, yet Lu Chong, still at the 8th level as a martial apprentice, was already very close to it. These achievements completely shattered the speculation that Lu Chong had taken banned substances. In fact, it could be said that Lu Chang's foundation was far more solid than anyone else at his level. When the final score for neural reflexes came out, the three of them finally let out a slight sigh of relief. 83 points, not bad, still within the normal range. Otherwise, I might have been tempted to take him back for research, Joan joked half-heartedly. However, Wang Tong wasn't about to let Lee Cheng-jun off the hook so easily. With a grin, he teased, "Well, Cheng-jun, if we'd put Lu Chong in your class, would he have managed these results? 6th rank martial apprentice? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death?" Lee Cheng-jun chuckled, flashing a grin at Wang Tong as he said, still the same old squad leader showing his prowess. However, these foundational stats are just one aspect. The real combat assessment is the main event. Better hope he doesn't run into anyone from our class. After all, our class 1 alone has 3 9th-rank martial disciples and as many as 9 8th-rankers. Besides, actual combat doesn't care about rigid data or techniques alone. What really matters is temperament, willpower, and experience. Has this kid even seen blood before? Has he faced real mutated beasts? Lee Cheng-jun asked with utter confidence. Then we'll see who's truly capable in the practical assessment, Wang Tong retorted before turning away with an air of arrogance, his sleeves fluttering indignantly. Lu Chong had indeed never experienced true combat, not the controlled sparring matches between students, but life-or-death battles against mutated beasts. Those who've never been through such battles could hardly fathom the staggering difference. In contrast, most students from Class 1 came from wealthy families with deep backgrounds. Their privileged upbringing allowed them to train alongside elite guardians at home, facing genuine mutated beasts and accumulating extensive real combat experience. The actual college entrance exam's combat assessment would require confronting real mutated beasts in the wild hunting grounds, no longer the tame sparring of the arena. I wonder how much of the combat experience I drilled into Lu Chong actually stuck. Wang Tong sighed, unconvinced that Lu Chong could achieve outstanding results in the practical combat assessment. Alright, let's not be sour grapes about Wang getting a promising student. Are you really trying to discourage him? Joan said with a smirk, looking at Lee Cheng-jun. Lee Cheng-jun chuckled awkwardly. You know me, I just don't want our old squad leader wasting too much time on the regular class. I'm off. The practical exams start this afternoon, and I still need to give those kids a last-minute prep session. After Lee Cheng-jun left, Joan, the academic dean, cast a deep glance at the testing room where Lu Chong was, then hurried away. He was going to inform the headmaster about Lu Chang's test results. Given the headmaster's discernment, he should be able to notice something unusual. Moments later, Lu Chong finally emerged from the room, his mind seemingly elsewhere. My baseline strength and speed both surpass the level of a martial apprentice in the 8th stage. This must be due to the secondary tempering effect of the Naki formula. The golden cicada garment's enhancement of my overall physique also played a role, Lu Chong silently analyzed to himself. But my neural reflexes, relatively speaking, aren't particularly outstanding. This involves the development of the brain domain, which indeed isn't so easy to enhance. Lu Chong simply committed these details to memory before returning to class with a weight lifted from his shoulders. But when he reunited with his classmates, he noticed everyone was looking at him strangely. What's up? Lu Chong turned to look at Chen Yufei beside him. What else could it be, Brother Chong? Everyone's scores have been announced. Chen Yufei exclaimed in amazement. Your basic total score is 350 points. Do you know what rank you got? Lu Chong thought for a moment before answering honestly, I should probably rank in the school's top 10? He wasn't being falsely modest. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the 9th stage yet, his strength and speed performances were exceptionally beyond normal, so breaking into the school's top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Chen Yufei pressed his lips together and raised a thumbs up. Not just top 10, Chongji, you're straight up the second in the whole school now. Xiang Yueya scored 5 points higher than you, but you've surpassed everyone else, including Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan. Even though Chen Yufei had long known that Lu Chong had reached the 8th stage martial apprentice level, he was still dumbfounded when he saw the school's score ranking. Lu Chong had only recently broken through to the 8th stage martial apprentice, but Class 1 already had 9 8th stage martial apprentices along with 3 at the 9th stage. Who would have thought that Lu Chong, an 8th degree martial apprentice, would soar straight to the second highest rank in the entire school based on his foundational scores alone? Chongji, you've probably made the greatest improvement in this school's history. If the school doesn't award you, even I won't let it slide. Chen Yufei still remembered clearly, just over a month ago during the last assessment, he and Lu Chong were almost neck and neck, ranked around 400 among the senior high school students, and there were only slightly over 500 senior students in the entire number 1 high school. Chen Yufei was frightened, let alone those uninformed classmates from class 5. Take Sun Ze, for instance, who had been subdued by Lu Chong in 2 previous fights. Now he couldn't even meet Lu Chang's gaze directly. He was still a 5th-degree martial apprentice. Who would have thought that Lu Chong, once bullied by him, had climbed to such heights? Alright, the basic scores are out. At this moment, the homeroom teacher walked over cheerfully and announced loudly, "Students who didn't do well in the exams, don't lose heart. This afternoon will mark the beginning of a 5-day practical hunting ground assessment. Before that, I need to emphasize a few more points to everyone." Lu Chong perked up. This was indeed his first time participating in a real practical assessment. The original owner of this body never had such an opportunity before, lacking both the conditions and the courage to encounter those bloodthirsty aberration beasts in the wild hunting grounds. This simulated battle is a rare opportunity. Moreover, this challenge is absolutely crucial in determining whether Lu Chong can secure first place. Chapter 26, Is No One Left at First High? The practical combat assessment venue wasn't set within the school or even the city proper, but rather at the mutant beast hunting grounds in the outskirts of the city. The exotic beasts in these hunting grounds were mostly captured and domesticated by humans during their struggles against such creatures, differing from the true wild beasts of the wilderness. Therefore, the hunting grounds still fall within the city base's jurisdiction, with controllable risks, making them suitable for high school students to gain practical combat experience. The hunting grounds are usually closed to the public, primarily used for researching the behavioral patterns of aberrant beasts or providing students with practical combat experience. That afternoon, over 40,000 third-year students from 108 high schools across Guanyun City arrived at the suburban hunting grounds. This simulated exam covers all high schools in the city, and the hunting grounds will be fully opened. Most students have never seen real exotic beasts before. Now they finally get to witness with their own eyes the creatures that previously only existed in textbooks or video footage, both thrilled and nervous. Students, before entering the hunting grounds, each of you will receive a Yuan Energy Protective Talisman. Then classes will be shuffled randomly as you disperse into different sections of the hunting grounds. If you encounter a life or death crisis, the talisman will automatically activate to preserve your life. Rescue will arrive promptly, though of course your exam results will be capped at that point. The hunting grounds are clearly divided, with the beasts growing progressively stronger from the outskirts to the core area. The creatures range from beginner-level Tier 1 beasts to newly advanced Tier 2 specimens, with numbers decreasing sharply toward higher tiers. Your objective is to hunt as many beasts as possible. The stronger they are, the higher your score. No need to kill the beasts, simply seize the tracking monitors hanging around their necks to claim your points. Of course, killing alien beasts won't deduct points, but you still can't take them away. Remember, safety comes first, don't act recklessly. You may compete with other students for prey, but deliberately attacking other examinees is prohibited. The one who strikes first will be penalized. You can form teams with others, but points will be distributed based on contributions. Outside the hunting grounds, homeroom teacher Wang Tong tirelessly reiterated the examination rules, even though the students already knew them by heart. After the students from different schools and classes were randomly shuffled and transported by military trucks to be dispersed around the perimeter of the hunting grounds, Lu Chong was still mulling over the rules. Is this kind of exam rule truly fair and reasonable? Lu Chong pondered. There seemed to be some loopholes, but this was precisely the nature of practical combat assessments. The scenarios that could unfold in real battles might also occur during the evaluation. So there is no absolute fairness, but it's very realistic. First-level alien beasts are equivalent to human martial apprentices, also divided into 9 tiers. A first tier, first stage alien beast is worth 1 point each. The second stage is 2 points. The third stage is 4 points, doubling with each tier. That is to say, hunting one 9th level exotic beast equals 256 points, equivalent to more than 200 first-level exotic beasts. The difficulty increases progressively, but the efficiency is much higher and the competition decreases, provided one has the requisite strength. While silently analyzing this, Lu Chong waited to enter the examination ground. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Yuan energy barrier covering a 100-mile radius vanished on schedule, allowing students to enter the hunting grounds from all directions. The alarm sounded, and every student's earpiece broadcast the announcement, "Attention all students, enter the hunting grounds for assessment within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the light barrier will reactivate, and no further entry will be permitted." Lu Chong glanced around. There was no one else in sight but himself. Without hesitation, he stepped resolutely into the dilapidated zone ahead. 10 minutes later, the energy barrier descended once more, enclosing all the examinees within the hunting grounds. Before him lay a desolate and dilapidated town, with collapsed old buildings everywhere, and vegetation like moss and vines growing on the modeled ruins. Having studied history extensively, Lu Chong knew that the hunting grounds of Guanyun City's base were essentially the remnants of a desperate street battle between humans and mutated beasts 15 years ago. After a brutal battle, humans managed to repel the beast tide, but half of the city's structures were destroyed in the process. Rather than being demolished, it was decided to rebuild, while preserving the war ruins as a warning to future generations, thus forming the relic hunting grounds on the outskirts of Guanyun City. Whoosh! Just as Lu Chong was quietly making his way through the streets, a black shadow suddenly darted out from a window to his left, accompanied by a whining sound, lunging swiftly to bite at his neck. A shadow cat. With a quick glance, Lu Chong identified it as a pitch-black feline mutant beast, notorious for its speed, agility, and razor-sharp claws. However, this cat was only level 1 rank 1, and its speed was utterly insignificant in Lu Chang's eyes. Just as the green-eyed shadow cat bared its claws, mere inches from Lu Chang's neck, he suddenly moved. He slightly tilted his body, his left hand darting out like lightning while his right hand swept down like a palm leaf fan. Then, Lu Chang's left hand now held an inscribed plaque, while his right hand, like an eagle's talon, clenched the shadow cat's neck, hoisting it midair. So this is a shadow cat? Instead of hurrying on his way, Lu Chong took his time carefully observing this so-called exotic beast. Too bad I can't take it back, or I could have sold it for some cash, Lu Chong inwardly lamented. He didn't kill the shadow cat just because he couldn't obtain it, but instead held it in his hands to examine it carefully. Having finally encountered a mutated beast, he felt he should study it properly to better deal with similar creatures he might meet later. This shadow cat was half a meter long, with smooth, glossy black fur and hooked claws that were extremely sharp. Even the teeth it now bared at Lu Chong in a hissing snarl looked exceedingly pointed and razor-sharp. A pair of eyes appeared deep green with vertical pupils, looking genuinely fierce. Meanwhile, Lu Chong kept tossing and examining the shadow cat in his hands like an overly curious toddler. On the other side, in the monitoring hall not far from the hunting grounds, Wang Tong blushed and shrank behind the crowd, unable to bear watching. At that moment, the massive screen at the front of the hall displayed multiple split-screen feeds showing live surveillance footage of some participating students. Especially for those with outstanding basic skills, the live broadcast would deliberately zoom in on them for the audience below to watch. Of course, if students with weaker foundations showed remarkable performance, staff would promptly switch the focus to them. The seated audience below included either influential figures from Guanyun City or teachers directly overseeing the students. Aside from homeroom teachers from various senior year classes, even the principals of different high schools were among them. In addition, there were officials from the Education Bureau as well as high-ranking military and police officers stationed at Guanyun City. The live broadcast here was strictly confidential and could not be disclosed until after the college entrance exams. Everyone present had signed a non-disclosure agreement. Principal Wei Jiangwo of No. 1 High School sat in the middle of the front row, smiling cheerfully as he watched the students on the large screen. "Old Wei, which student has caught your eye?" asked a robed elder sitting beside Principal Wei, who appeared only a few years younger than him. Wei Jiangwo glanced at Chong Lu on the screen, pointing with a chuckle. "Take a look at my student here, his future is boundless." The principal of 3rd High School glanced at Chong Lu, who was busy petting a cat, and let out a surprised chuckle. Does 1st High really have no one else left? Chapter 27, Let the Show Begin. It was no wonder Principal Fong of 3rd High had his doubts, because anyone with a keen eye could tell that Chong Lu was clearly stepping into the hunting grounds for the very first time. To be precise, this was his first real encounter with a live alien beast. It wasn't just because Lu Chong was petting and studying the cat-like creature, but also because his complete lack of vigilance upon entering the hunting grounds didn't resemble an experienced hunter at all. His performance even appeared quite novice. Other students, including those with excellent martial arts foundations, entered the hunting grounds cautiously, constantly guarding against surprise attacks from alien beasts. Or there were students who performed well, with ample experience, who had already begun to explore their own hunting tactics and methods, officially racking up points. In contrast, Lu Chong had been wandering around near the entrance for almost half an hour since entering the hunting ground. This couldn't even be described as skill emboldening courage, it was more like a newborn calf fearlessly approaching a tiger. Everyone present knew that even in an area teeming with exotic beasts, one could never afford to be careless, because once surrounded by numerous first-level exotic beasts, even 8th or 9th level martial apprentices could be trapped and eventually exhausted into defeat. This knowledge is routinely taught in daily classes, but many students dismiss it or promptly forget it when facing exams or battlefields. Lu Chong now appeared to be in exactly such a situation. However, when confronted with Principal Fong's skepticism from 3rd High, Wei Jiangwo merely leisurely picked up his teacup for a sip and chuckled, "Old Fong, after all these years, you still haven't developed much talent for judging character." "Damn it!" Principal Fong snapped immediately. "Quit acting like you're hot shit, old man. Tell me, what makes this student stand out?" Principal Wei smiled faintly and said, "Very well. I hear your third high has a few promising talents this year as well. Let's compete then and see who achieves the better combat scores in this mock exam. As long as any student from third high outperforms Lu Chong, I'll call you Big Brother every time I see you from now on." Principal Fong's eyes lit up immediately. After years of being overshadowed by Old Wei, he'd long craved this chance to turn the tables. "Bring it on! Who's afraid of who? Don't think some greenhorn rookie barely at 8th level scares us. We wouldn't flinch even against your first high's elite class stars." "Hold on." Principal Wei narrowed his eyes at Principal Fong. "I'm putting so much on the line here. If you lose, shouldn't you offer something worthwhile too?" Principal Fong glared for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Knew you were brewing up some mischief. Go on, what's caught your eye?" Principal Wei then said cheerfully, "Old Fong, that self-created tiger roar skill of yours is quite decent. How about passing it on to my student here?" "Ha!" Principal Fong chuckled slyly. "You think calling me Big Brother once is enough to trade for my top-tier tiger roar? That's asking a bit much, don't you think? Hand over your golden cicada garment, and we might have a deal," Principal Fong quickly countered. "Deal," Principal Wei replied casually. "Then it's settled. But I want you to personally instruct this student of mine during the special training, no problem, right?" "Fair is fair," Principal Fong hurriedly added his own conditions. "Colonel Huang, you heard all that, right?" "Perfect, you can bear witness for us two old fellows," Principal Wei said lightly, glancing at the square-jawed middle-aged officer sitting solemnly nearby. The senior colonel stationed at the Guanyun City military base hurriedly rose to his feet and saluted. "Yes, sir." Colonel Huan was once Principal Wei's student as well. Now in his 40s, he has reached the true pinnacle of warrior mastery. However, he was also somewhat curious, what could this seemingly naive junior possess that had caught the eye of their notoriously selective master? In the back row, Li Qingjun also noticed Lu Chang's casual demeanor and glanced at the scoreboard on the right side of the big screen. "See that, old class monitor?" Li Qingjun glanced at Wang Tong. "Your precious student has only scored 1 point so far. Look at Xiang Yueya, Zhao Longfei, and the others, they've surged far ahead, already past 100 points. That much was true. It wasn't just the students from Class 1, any student with decent martial arts prowess had already charged straight past the outer regions, venturing into the territory of 4th stage or even 6th stage mutated beasts to hunt. After all, while the number of beasts in the outskirts is plentiful, their point value is too low, and they're widely scattered, making them difficult to locate when they hide. This significantly reduces hunting efficiency." Wang Tong glanced at the scoreboard, then at Lu Chong, who had finally released the Shadowfawn cat, before rallying his spirits and declaring, "What's the rush? Sharpening the axe won't delay chopping wood. There are still 5 days left, we'll see who has the last laugh." Li Chengjun noticed Wang Tong was also tense and refrained from further sarcasm, wary of truly provoking the veteran class monitor. "What nonsense about axes not delaying wood chopping? This is an exam we're talking about. Even with 5 days remaining, every second counts." At this moment, Lu Chong was unaware that he had attracted attention from multiple parties. After leisurely releasing the shadow cat in his grasp, he continued walking straight along the predetermined street towards the inner perimeter. The reason he took time to study a mere Tier 1, Stage 1 shadow cat wasn't because he underestimated the urgency of time, nor was it intentional negligence or overambition. Rather, he knew that the shadow cat was the only exotic beast species present in this mock exam's hunting grounds. Thus, he aimed to deduce greater truths from minor details, first verifying textbook and video materials against this shadow cat to gain a more thorough understanding of these exotic creatures. Now, he had a pretty good idea in mind. The most important thing was that Lu Chong had firmly memorized the dark shadow panther scent, or what one might call its aura. Since attaining the minor accomplishment of the golden cicada garment, his 5 senses had grown exceptionally sharp. Once he memorized this particular scent, tracking down prey would become far more efficient and convenient for him in the future. Strolling deeper into the streets, Lu Chong still wasn't in any hurry. Instead, he casually snatched one locator monitor after another from the lurking shadow cats along the way. From beginning to end, he had only utilized the most basic boulder-splitting palm and 9 shadow steps, yet with such effortless control that few could discern both techniques had already reached perfection. It wasn't until nightfall that Lu Chong stepped into the territory of the Tier 2 Shadowstalker cats. At this point, his score stood at a mere 36. Through the uniformly distributed emergency communication device, he could also see the score rankings. Leading the board with 232 points was Xiang Yueya from First High School. Second place wasn't Zhao Longfei, nor was it Huang Junyan, but rather a student from Third High School named Xue Chang, who scored 218 points. "It's getting dark. Looks like it's time for me to start putting on a show." Lu Chong glanced at the darkening sky, took a bite of his nutrition bar, and sped toward the inner perimeter. Chapter 28. The night is my domain. Shadow cats are nocturnal by nature, their eyes can easily spot prey in the darkness. So, the vast majority of students would choose to hide in pre-prepared corners after nightfall to avoid the large numbers of shadow cats that roam in the dark. Even those students with relatively stronger cultivation levels mostly adopted the same approach. Without a horde of students to help hold back the shadow cats, they could easily find themselves surrounded. Lu Chong, however, was the complete opposite. He deliberately intended to go against the grain and take advantage of the night to harvest a wave of them. The golden cicada robe bestowed upon him not only formidable defensive capabilities but also the ability to see clearly in the darkest of nights. As for the possibility of being surrounded by shadow panthers, Lu Chong had no concerns. Having mastered the 9 shadow step to perfection, he was confident that his speed and agility were no less than those shadow panthers of the same level. The dark night was equally his domain. Casually swatting away a shadow cat pouncing at him while deftly removing the locator from its neck was just routine operation for Lu Chong. He didn't even need to harm those shadow cats to easily intimidate them. Most shadow cats he'd knocked away wouldn't charge again after sensing his aura at close range. As expected, night hunting is still the most exhilarating. Lu Chong was sweeping the streets while adjusting his combat techniques. In the night, he didn't even need to actively seek them out. Shadow cats would naturally come charging at him, practically delivering points to his doorstep. Even if besieged by a dozen shadow cats at once, Lu Chong could effortlessly weave through their midst with his 9 shadows step, moving with complete freedom. By 9 o'clock that evening, Lu Chong had already accumulated 128 points, smoothly entering the territory of the shadow cat at the 3rd stage. At this time, the score rankings showed that the points growth of the top 100 students had begun to slow down. Topping the list was Xian Yueya with a score of 356, while in the 100th place was Qin Chuan with a score of 201. In the monitoring hall, Wang Tong was still nervously darting his wide eyes between Lu Chang's live broadcast screen and the score rankings. Li Qingjun chuckled from the side, "Don't be so nervous. Look how bold your student is, daring to hunt alone even at night. Truly, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers." Li Qingjun sighed, "At this rate, I doubt he'll last the night before being sent out." Wang Tong ignored Li Qingjun, though he couldn't help feeling worried about Lu Chong. He felt that Lu Chong wasn't the impulsive type, so why would he break taboo by deliberately moving at night? Even with his martial arts skills, nighttime operations would be extremely perilous. It was almost 10 o'clock, and nearly all the students had gone into hiding. It wasn't just to avoid the shadow cats that came out in force at night, they were also conserving their strength for the final sprint ahead. The practical assessment was lengthy, with endurance being an important evaluation factor. Among the front rows, Principal Fong of No. 3 High School also noticed Lu Chang's performance. Though surprised by Lu Chang's mastery level 9 shadow steps, that was all there was to it. He confidently glanced at Principal Wei beside him, only to find his old comrade had already dozed off in his chair. Through the dark night, Lu Chong pressed on without pause, venturing deeper into the hunting grounds where no shadow cat could block his path. By the time he entered the territory of the 4th stage shadow cats, his score had doubled again, reaching 271 points. Finally made it into the top 100. Keep pushing. Lu Chong ventured deeper, and though the number of shadow cats charging at him from all sides began to dwindle, their strength grew increasingly formidable. However, they still posed no threat to him. The perfected 9 shadow step and boulder-shattering palm were more than enough to let him handle them with ease. In this area, Lu Chong lingered for over an hour, reaching a score of 351 and leaping to 2nd place on the leaderboard. If not for the sharp decline in the number of 4th-tier shadow cats and the fact that earlier students had already harvested a wave, his score would have been even higher. However, Lu Chong didn't mind. Without resting, he continued venturing deeper. By now, it was close to 1 a.m., and the only sounds breaking the silence of the hunting grounds were the occasional sharp cries of shadow cats. The number of shadow cats is even scarcer, and they are increasingly powerful. It seems I'll have to rely on myself to find them after all. While Lu Chong contemplated this, he began actively tracking the scent of the shadow cats, searching through the dark alleyways around him. The higher the level, the more intelligent the shadow cats become. They can't simply be overpowered through brute force, one must also learn to play hide and seek. Climbing over a vine-covered wall, Lu Chong slipped into a dilapidated 3-story building. "It's in here." Following the relatively fresh scent, Lu Chong made his way to the ruined living room on the 3rd floor. "Who's there?" came a voice, hushed and low. Lu Chong glanced over and was surprised to see his classmate, Sunze. Apart from Sunze, there were 2 other boys hiding in the living room, though Lu Chong didn't recognize them. The 3 of them must have traveled together into the territory of the shadow cats, a 5th-level threat, and were hiding here to rest up after nightfall. Judging by their appearance, each bore injuries to some extent, crudely patched up with bandages. The Vitalescence amulet only activates when facing mortal wounds, which is why they've been able to hold out until now. If any examinee feels they can't continue, they may also voluntarily seek assistance and exit the examination hall, retaining whatever points they've already earned. Brother Chong? Sun Tse recognized the newcomer, his voice tinged with joyful relief. This guy had been beaten up twice by Lu Chong and witnessed him soaring ahead to become an 8th-rank martial apprentice. He had long been utterly convinced and now joined the other students in calling him Brother Chong. Lu Chong nodded, then gave the three of them a peculiar look before whispering, "How on earth can you still sleep?" Sun Tse was baffled, blinking in confusion as he asked, "Chongji, what do you mean?" Lu Chong pointed at the beam behind the three of them, telling them to look for themselves. Sun Tse vaguely sensed something was amiss, his body freezing in place as he turned his head to look. At that sight, Sun Tse's face instantly turned deathly pale. Oh God! Crouched on the beam behind them was a shadowy cat with glowing green eyes, watching their every move with predatory intent. And he had been on night watch just now, yet had failed to detect it at all. If Lu Chong hadn't arrived in time, this shadow cat would have seized the moment of their carelessness to deliver a lethal strike. What should we do? Fighting it here might attract more shadow cats. The other two students also woke up and spotted the lurking shadow cats simultaneously, momentarily losing their composure. This is the terror of the night. Once a shadow cat discovers your trail, the outcome is practically elimination because no one can restrain the other shadow cats to help them break free. Sun Tse looked at Lu Chong, clearly wanting him to make the decision. Lu Chong chuckled and said, "It's fine. I think the reason it hasn't attacked yet is that it's waiting for its companions to arrive." Perfect. Let's round them up in one fell swoop. Sun Tse froze for a moment, hardly daring to believe it. How could a handful of them even attempt to counter-encircle? Are you insane? The other two students were utterly terrified. We don't want to get eliminated this early. Chapter 29. Topping the rankings after a single nap. Rather than searching everywhere, it's better to encircle one point and ambush the reinforcements. This was the brilliant idea Lu Chong came up with upon seeing the shadow cat beside Sun Tse. The 5th-level shadow cat before them clearly possessed considerable intelligence and wariness, knowing it stood little chance against 3 opponents alone. Thus, it perched on the roof beam biding its time while summoning reinforcements using its unique method. Lu Chong decided to turn its own scheme against it. This way, he could save considerable time. However, those two unfamiliar students clearly didn't trust Lu Chong. A single shadow cat had already terrified them in this darkness. How could they dare attract more? We should leave this place quickly now, or finish off this shadow cat in one swift strike. There might still be hope, one of the students urged anxiously. Exactly. If we accidentally draw a whole pack, we'll all be eliminated tonight, the other student chimed in. Lu Chong didn't speak, turning his gaze towards Sun Tse, who hadn't voiced any opinion. Sun Tse had already composed himself by now. He glanced at Lu Chong once more before saying, "I believe you, but, Chong-ji, can you team up with us temporarily?" As long as Lu Chong agreed to it, they would stand to gain something from this deal. Lu Chong thought it over. Since he planned to use these few as bait anyway, there was no harm in sharing some points with them, so he agreed. No, we'd rather not." The two students hastily shook their heads in refusal. "If you want to team up, go ahead yourselves. We'll leave first." After speaking, the two exchanged a glance and prepared to slip away first, clearly intending to use Lu Chang's pair as cover. Sun Tse was about to call out to stop the two when Lu Chong intercepted him. "It's fine, let them go," Lu Chong said with a faint, ambiguous smile. He had already detected several familiar auras converging from all directions. At this point, whether they stayed or left made no difference either way. Sure enough, as soon as those two students left the 3rd floor, they saw 6 pairs of glowing green eyes fixed on them, filled with menacing hostility. "They're here, all of them." The two nearly jumped out of their skin in fright and hastily scrambled back upstairs. Except now, the 3rd floor had 3 more, making a total of 10 5th-tier Shadowstalkers both above and below. This probably attracted all the shadow cats in the vicinity. Meow. With reinforcements arriving, neither side wasted any more words. The 4 shadow cats on the 3rd floor pounced toward each of the 4 individuals. At the same time, the 6 on the 2nd floor hesitated not at all, swiftly darting forward from all angles to surround and attack the 4. Perfect timing. Lu Chang's face lit up with delight as he struck a shadow cat unconscious with a single palm-shattering blow, simultaneously reaching to remove the tracking monitor from its neck. The 2nd shadow cat, attacking from behind, seized the chance to swipe at the back of Lu Chang's head. The claw strike was viciously swift, aimed straight for a vital point. However, when it swept past, all it caught was thin air, passing right through Lu Chang's figure. An afterimage. Given Lu Chang's agility, an attack of this level was nowhere near enough to pose a threat to him. Instead, it was the shadow cat that had just slipped through that got startled and tried to flee, only for Lu Chong to grab its tail with one hand and hurl it straight into the wall, knocking it out cold. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chong swiftly removed the tracker, then darted over to Sun Tse with nimble footwork. Within moments, he resolved Sun Tse's predicament and pocketed 3 more trackers. "Help us!" Meanwhile, the 2 other students were in dire straits, facing 5 shadow cats at once, they could barely defend themselves. It seemed only a matter of time before they'd be forced to activate their protective charms and get eliminated outright. Chongji, please help them, Sunze pleaded, gripping his freshly clawed left arm. Without Sunze's plea, Lu Chong would have gone anyway, not to aid those two, but for the tracking devices. Without a word, Lu Chong surged forward with 9 shadows step, employing only splitting stone palm to dispatch the remaining Shadowcats, each with a single strike. By the time all the Shadowcats had been knocked unconscious and silence reclaimed the area, the 2 students still stood there dumbfounded. Is that all there is to it? What kind of extraordinary classmate is this? Facing the encirclement of so many Shadowcats, he effortlessly resolved them. The key point is Lu Chong emerged completely unscathed, without even a speck of dirt on his black training uniform. These 5 locators, they belong to you. Lu Chong ignored the 2 trembling, regretful students and tossed 5 locators to Sunze. Brother Chong, that's too much. I didn't contribute much either, Sunze said, waving his hands repeatedly. Since we're temporarily teamed up, of course I can't shortchange you. Take it I don't lack just this bit, Lu Chong said with a laugh. Besides, this is just a mock exam. With that, without waiting for a response, Lu Chong put away his locator and leaped down from the 3rd floor, disappearing into the silent night. Thank you, Sunze whispered silently as he put away his locator. Student Sunze, who was that guy anyway? How is he so strong? It wasn't until Lu Chong had been gone for several minutes that the other 2 students snapped out of their daze and pressed for answers. They were too embarrassed to bring up the teaming matter from earlier, nor did they envy Sunze's possession of the locator. Envy was pointless anyway, this device couldn't be snatched by force. Even if seized, it would be useless, and the area was under surveillance everywhere. Besides, their verbal refusal to team up with Lu Chong and his companion had already been officially recorded. Still, the 2 of them were intensely curious about the identity of that impressive classmate. Sun Zixin said absent-mindedly, he's my classmate, Lu Chong, also the strongest in our class. Lu Chong? One of the students muttered, I don't remember seeing his name on the leaderboard during the day. At that moment, another student opened the ranking list and gasped, Lu Chong? Holy, he's the damn number 1 on the leaderboard. When did this happen? Sun Ze was also startled, having been resting earlier and not paying attention to the rankings. Hurriedly checking the updated leaderboard on his emergency communicator, Sun Ze immediately spotted the eye-catching name at the top. First place, Lu Chong, 431 points. Second place, Xiang Yueya, 356 points. Wow, nearly 80 points ahead of the second place. What a shame we couldn't latch onto this powerhouse. I just want to say 4 words, damn, you're awesome. On the other side, perhaps because he had already attracted all the nearby Shadowcats earlier, Lu Chong didn't encounter any more on his way and smoothly reached the territory of the 6th level Shadowcat. It was only 3 in the morning, he still had plenty of time to continue his harvesting. In the surveillance hall outside the hunting grounds, Wang Tong's eyes, which had been fixed on the large screen, had grown slightly bloodshot. Only when that name suddenly surged to the top of the rankings did he slap his comrade Li Chengjuan's thigh in exhilaration. Li Chengjun was in the middle of meditation when the sudden slap nearly caused him chi deviation. Furious, he shouted, what the hell are you doing? Look at the leaderboard, Wang Tong said with a cheerful grin. Li Chengjun frowned and looked over, his eyes suddenly widening wide. First place, Lu Chong. Damn it, I took a nap. And how did he become first place already? Wang Tong said smugly, this is just the beginning. Look at second place, 75 points behind him. Soon it'll be even more. Li Chengjun turned away, unwilling to look at Wang Tong's smug expression any longer, and simply closed his eyes again. Chapter 30, Lu Chong must be eliminated. As dawn broke and the morning light bathed the land, the lifeless hunting grounds finally regained their vitality. After a night of roaming around, most of the Shadowcats had returned to their little dens to sleep. As long as no one invades their territory or provokes them, these Shadowcats rarely move about during the day. Within a 100-mile radius hunting ground, the scattered students were like small streams merging into a great river, unlikely to disturb every Shadowcat, so they still needed to track down their targets one by one. By this point, most of the students in the hunting grounds had awakened and were preparing to begin their second day of the hunt. However, after a night of being hunted by Shadowcats, at least 20% of the students here had already been eliminated. Even though they had all hidden overnight, just like what happened to Sun Ze's group, there was still a chance the Shadowcats could find their hiding spots. Then, in a situation of complete isolation, some were eliminated, and their practical assessment scores stopped there. You advance, I retreat, you retreat, I advance. This somewhat resembles the long-standing struggle between humans and exotic beasts. The first thing most students did upon waking was to check the freshly updated score leaderboard. Even those students who know they won't make the top 100 rankings still want to see how far behind they are. Who is this? Class 5 from number 1 high school, Lu Chong. How did he suddenly jump to the top? I don't remember seeing this name before going to bed yesterday. Holy shit, 680 points? Am I seeing things? That's over 300 points higher than second place. Where did this god-level figure come from? The students buzzed with disbelief, hardly trusting their own eyes. Overnight, rising from obscurity to top the rankings, how was this possible? Does this guy not even sleep at night to recover his energy? The most crucial point was, according to their respective teachers' instructions, wasn't nighttime supposed to be the most dangerous period? Thus, the best tactic was to hide and regroup. Even those high-ranking students rarely ventured out at night. Left without support, it was easy to stumble at the critical moment. As the teachers had repeatedly emphasized in class, enough ants can bring down an elephant. Is that Lu Chong guy who's been hunting all night still in the game zone? A student questioned. Night hunting might increase efficiency, but it also drastically raises elimination risks. He's probably been eliminated by now. Meanwhile, at the student camp outside the hunting grounds, over 6,700 eliminated students had gathered, receiving bandage treatments from medics. Most of these students had simply been unlucky last night. Shadow cats discovered their hiding spots and eliminated them. Chen Yufei and 5 of his classmates were prominently listed. Chong Ji is just unbeatable. Chen Yufei had also seen the rankings and was now jumping around excitedly, as if he himself had topped the list. He hadn't been eliminated last night. Instead, he'd withdrawn voluntarily that very afternoon when surrounded by 2 shadow cats of the 3rd rank, barely escaping injury. As for his combat score, it was pitifully low, just 25 points. However, Chen Yufei didn't care at all. His attention was fixated on the rankings, waiting to see when his good brother would make the list. Unfortunately, even after waiting until 8 p.m. last night when he fell asleep, Chen Yufei still didn't get his wish fulfilled. Who would have thought that upon waking up today, he'd be greeted with such a huge surprise? Topping the charts overnight, who else could do it except our brother Chong? Chen Yufei celebrated with his classmates around him, outscoring Xiang Yueya by over 300 points. Chang's a god, the classmates enthusiastically chimed in. Although I was eliminated early, I have an awesome classmate, shouldn't I take pride in that too? Ha, they're still doubting whether Chong Ji was eliminated last night. Such frogs at the bottom of a well. Chen Yufei glanced at the school forum where eliminated students were venting and sneered in disdain. He was now eagerly waiting to see Lu Chong continue to break records and silence these doubters with his achievements. Meanwhile, in the heavily guarded military monitoring hall, Li Chengyuan's face was dark with anger, unable to stand the smug look on Wang Tong's face beside him. At the center of the front row, Principal Fong of Sanzhong High School also wore an unpleasant expression. He knew that this student valued by Old Wei hadn't been eliminated yet. Instead, he'd found a cozy basement, shut the door, and was now sound asleep. In contrast, his own most prized student, Shui Chang, who ranked 3rd, had barely surpassed 300 points at this point. Old Wei, your student's quite confident, eh? Like a shadow cat sleeping by day and hunting by night, not afraid of slipping up? Principal Fong remarked bitterly, side-eyeing the feigning sleep Principal Wei beside him. Without even opening his eyes, Principal Wei languidly replied, "No need to worry about my student. Just prepare your tiger's roar technique properly." Principal Fong was instantly rendered speechless, glaring fiercely at the large screen. The sight of that brat's carefree sleeping posture made his blood boil with irritation. Colonel Huang observed everything with quiet amusement. His old teacher clearly had everything well in hand. Twin mastery of 9 shadow step and boulder splitting palm. This year's student cohort has produced only one such individual. My junior brother is truly extraordinary. As Huang reflected further, he suspected this couldn't be the full extent of it. After all, both 9 shadow step and boulder splitting palm were merely low-tier martial techniques. Even perfected, their power remained limited. If he were to face a mid-grade martial skill at the Insight realm, he'd suffer a severe setback. This is like a pistol going up against a grenade. No matter how accurate your shots are, even a poorly thrown grenade can still blow you to pieces. Let's wait and see. Since the teacher values him, surely this kid has more tricks up his sleeve. Deep in the hunting grounds, within the territory of a 7th-level shadow cat, Xiang Yueya, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan gathered together. In fact, they had already gathered here yesterday afternoon. Although the hunting grounds span 100 miles in radius, making it impossible for students to contact each other. However, the deeper one ventured into the shadow cat territory, the smaller the area became. Thus, these 3 had arranged in advance to meet swiftly within the 7th-tier shadow cat's domain, making it easier for them to hunt together. At this moment, Zhao Longfei stared at the rankings on the distress signal device, his expression shifting between light and shadow. He should have been eliminated by now. It's been half an hour with no change in his score, Zhao Longfei speculated maliciously. Huang Junyan, standing nearby, calmly remarked, not necessarily. After working all night, it's normal to take a rest now. Zhao Longfei shot Huang Junyan a glare, but before he could retort, Xiang Yueya beside them said coldly, if he hasn't been eliminated, he'll definitely come here soon. Zhao Longfei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Exactly. Then we can take the initiative to hunt him down. Oomph, a 100-point deduction means nothing as long as we can beat him out of here. I couldn't care less. I have no interest in him. Xiang Yueya turned and strode toward the territory of the 8th stage Shadow Cat. Chapter 31. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Lu Chong woke up to find it was already past 2 p.m. on March 31st. He was still only at the apprentice warrior stage, unable to achieve the state of fasting for prolonged periods or going without sleep, so he needed proper rest to maintain his condition. After taking a bite of his nutrient bar, Lu Chong glanced at the score leaderboard. First place, Lu Chong, 680 points. Second place, Xiang Yueya, 635 points. Third place, Shui Chang, 505 points. After a whole morning, Lu Chong still maintained his spot at the top of the rankings. However, the few students following closely behind were about to catch up, especially Xiang Yueya, who was highly efficient. Lu Chong judged by her rising scores that she must have entered the territory of the 8th tier Shadow Cats. He was currently in the 6th tier Shadow Cat region, where he had swept through the area in the latter half of the night before resting on the spot. Without lingering any longer, Lu Chong, refreshed and full of energy, got up and left, heading straight for the 7th tier region. The deeper they ventured into the hunting grounds, the stronger the Shadow Cats became, and the fewer their numbers. However, the number of students here is correspondingly fewer, as not many have the strength to venture this deep. The moment he stepped inside, Lu Chong felt a chill envelop his body. A black shadow darted out like lightning, aiming straight for the back of Lu Chang's head. Such good luck? Lu Chong wasn't startled but instead delighted. Without turning his head, he delivered a backward kick to the heart region, accurately hitting the Shadow Cat's abdomen and sending it flying into midair. The Shadow Cat yelled in pain and, before even hitting the ground, had already rolled its eyes back and fainted. Lu Chong reached out, grabbed the unconscious Shadow Cat, and yanked the tracking device from its neck. On the score leaderboard, Lu Chang's points instantly increased by 64, reaching a total of 744. The refreshed score quickly caught the attention of many both inside and outside the hunting ground. It's Lu Chong, he's at it again. This legend wasn't eliminated last night and is just starting now. A student couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. Outside the hunting ground in the rest area, Chen Yufei laughed heartily. Look, Brother Chong has made his move again and instantly made it to the campus forum's trending list. Thank goodness, any later and Xiang Yueya would have surpassed Brother Chong. A classmate nearby sighed in relief. Chen Yufei stared at Xiang Yueya's name, somewhat torn, but soon shrugged it off, saying, forget it, women can't compare to brothers. Shonggu is the best, don't go easy on him. In the hunting grounds, Lu Chong quickly tracked the scent again, finding 2 Shadow Cats at the 7th tier strength level. However, luck wasn't on his side this time. The tracking collars around the necks of both Shadow Cats had already been removed. Clearly, someone had beaten him to it and taken the collars first. Rather than fighting over scraps here, it's better to feast alone in secret early on. Lu Chong made up his mind and ceased searching for prey in the level 7 area, heading straight toward the territory of the level 8 Shadow Cats instead. Fewer students would dare to hunt in the 8th tier zone, as it was reserved for truly advanced practitioners. However, the moment Lu Chong passed through the energy barrier separating the 2 zones, he encountered a student from Class 1. The boy took one look at him and immediately turned to leave without a word. Lu Chong thought for a moment, recalling that the other person was likely an 8th level martial apprentice from Class 1. Without further hesitation, Lu Chong skillfully followed the scent, searching for the 8th level Shadow Cat in the area. Having traversed the outskirts, he was now familiar with the terrain and confidently prepared to confront a Shadow Cat of the same level. The 8th level Shadow Cats were faster, with sharper claws, and exhibited higher intelligence. Moreover, Lu Chong vaguely sensed that by the time the Shadow Cats reached the 7th or 8th rank, they already grasped a certain level of tactics. They were like assassins of the night, missing their mark. They would vanish instantly, only to trail behind and strike again when the opportunity arose. Therefore, the Shadow Cats here are extremely troublesome. Even with the strength to confront them, capturing one proves exceedingly difficult. To deal with a Shadow Cat of the 8th tier, one must either possess the strength to strike it down in a single blow or move faster than the creature itself. Otherwise, the best one can hope for is mere self-preservation. Soon, Lu Chong followed the aura and spotted a Shadow Cat crouching on a dilapidated roof. The feline was basking lazily in the sunlight on the high perch, its eyes half closed. Scaling walls and leaping between rooftops were as natural to Shadow Cats as walking on flat ground. In contrast, even with his perfected 9 shadows step, Lu Chong struggled to gain an advantage in such treacherous terrain. The best approach would be to lure it down. Lu Chong noticed the Shadow Cat had a positioning device hanging around its neck. Meow. Just a glance from Lu Chong was enough to alert the Shadow Cat curled up on the eaves. It opened its eyes and let out a cry in his direction. Then, the Shadow Cat stood up, stretched lazily, and watched Lu Chong from afar without charging down. Truly cautious, Lu Chong thought silently, shaking his head inwardly. He deliberately ignored the creature and swaggered past it. As long as he could lure it down, Lu Chong was confident he could defeat it in a single move. The Shadow Cat watched as Lu Chong passed by, turning into a dimly lit alley veiled in shadows. It clearly seemed reluctant to let the alien intruder leave its territory. For shadow cats, humans were excellent prey that could accelerate their evolution. Without hesitation, the shadow cat leapt soundlessly from the rooftop onto a 3-meter-high wall, then silently pursued Lu Chong along the tiled surface. But when it rounded the corner and craned its neck to locate Lu Chong, what greeted its eyes was an abruptly enlarged grinning face. "I've been waiting for you." With a silent exhale, Lu Chong unleashed the claw strike he had been priming, swift as a thunderbolt. Mrawl! The 8th-rank shadow cat sensed the lethal intent behind the attack. Its fur stood on end as it shrieked in alarm. It retreated hastily, only to find Lu Chang's hand shadowing it even faster than its own retreat. Knowing there was no escape, the shadow cat flipped over and deliberately tumbled off the wall, hoping to use the brick barrier as cover for its escape. Boom! The half-foot-thick brick wall crumbled instantly as Lu Chong burst through, his eagle-like claws still firmly locked onto the shadow cat, which had rolled and scrambled to its feet. Meow! The shadow cat let out an angry cry, finally abandoning retreat as it bared its teeth, reared up on hind legs, and slashed at Lu Chang's palm with both front claws. "Come at me!" Lu Chong welcomed the attack without fear. His palm met the shadow cat's claws head-on, hard as forged steel. Crack! A crisp snapping sound was accompanied by the shadow cat's pained shriek. To one's astonishment, the shadow cat's twin claws had snapped clean off during its collision with Lu Chong. "Hand it over." Lu Chong extended his other hand, snatched the tracking device from the shadow cat's neck, and followed up with a sweeping kick that sent the feline flying mid-lunge. Score plus 128. Lu Chang's total combat score reached 872 points, once again widening the gap between him and Xiang Yueya behind him. Clap clap. At that moment, crisp applause rang out not far away, capturing Lu Chang's attention. Zhao Longfei approached while clapping, sneering coldly. "Impressive, truly impressive. Single-handedly taking down an 8th-tier shadow cat. Lu Chong, I have to admit I underestimated you. But let me make this clear, your simulated combat assessment ends here." Emerging alongside Zhao Longfei were 4 Class 1 students, closing in from different directions, each one an 8th-tier warrior apprentice. Lu Chong was delighted rather than surprised by what he saw and thought to himself, "Delivered right to my doorstep. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time." Chapter 32: Disgracing Oneself. In the monitoring hall outside the hunting grounds, the largest split screen was live-streaming the visuals of the current top-ranked Lu Chong. The vast majority of high-ranking officials and teachers present were focusing on this dark horse who had never shown his prowess before. Especially when they saw Lu Chong single-handedly slay an 8th-rank shadow cat, the crowd buzzed with discussion and showered him with praise. Lu Chong was an 8th-rank martial apprentice, so going head-to-head with a shadow cat of the same level wasn't particularly astonishing. But managing to hunt down and kill the shadow cat with such ease and precision, especially when it was deliberately evading and retreating, was truly extraordinary. Strength is the best proof. By now, hardly anyone still doubts Lu Chang's strength. Perhaps his tactics and experience remain somewhat immature, but his sheer power is undeniable. No one can overlook it. Moreover, with their discerning eyes, these spectators could clearly see that Lu Chong didn't just possess perfected level boulder-splitting palm and 9 shadow step alone. Even the fleeting glimpses of his heart-piercing kick and eagle claw technique just now, though merely flashes, at least demonstrated the subtle accomplishment realm. Impressive, Mr. Wang. You've truly kept this hidden. Your student Lu Chong has mastered at least 4 martial techniques. A senior-year teacher from another school looked at Wang Tong enviously, clicking his tongue in amazement as he asked, "Give us a hint, how many martial arts techniques has he actually mastered?" Yes, at such a young age, he's already mastered so many martial arts techniques. Among this year's senior high school students, he's truly one of a kind. Wang Tong smiled and clasped his fists around, saying modestly and loudly, No, that's all. This kid is really impatient and doesn't know how to hide his shortcomings. In fact, even Wang Tong was unaware of Lu Chang's current martial arts progress. He only knew that apart from splitting stone palm and 9 shadow steps, Lu Chong had already mastered the mid-grade martial art technique gale-splitting kick to perfection. However, this was the trump card Wang Tong had taught Lu Chong, so of course it couldn't be publicly revealed here. Li Qingjun sat beside Wang Tong, recalling the star treatment he used to receive. Feeling the stark contrast in their current circumstances, a sour taste rose in his heart, leaving him reluctant to speak. At that moment, Zhao Longfei and the 4 8th-level students suddenly appeared on the split screen, blocking Lu Chang's path. Under the staff's attention and operation, Zhao Longfei's cold words also echoed throughout the entire hall. "Your simulated combat assessment should end now." As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar immediately erupted in the hall. All the teachers present realized that Zhao Longfei was aiming to corner Lu Chong, willing to risk penalties just to eliminate him. Li Chengjuan's already dismal mood instantly plummeted to rock bottom. "Li Qingjun, What's the meaning of this from your class? Wang Tong, who had also witnessed the scene, put away his smile and confronted Li Chengjun. Li Chengjun's face turned even uglier than Wang Tong's. This wasn't ordered by him. The issue was that the 5 students blocking Lu Chong were all from his own class. No matter how much he explained, few would believe him. Old squad leader, please hear me out. I really didn't know this would happen. There must be some mistake in between. Li Chengjun could only grit his teeth and explain. Wang Tong sneered. Openly violating the rules, even if it's just a mock exam, is equally humiliating. It's not just your face or mine that's being lost, but the reputation of our number 1 high school. At the front row, Principal Fong of number 3 high school was about to tease Principal Wei with a smile when he noticed the latter's terrifyingly stern expression and wisely kept silent. Principal Wei set down his teacup, his voice booming like thunder throughout the hall. Li Chengjun, after this assessment concludes, bring Zhao Jingcheng to meet me at the school. Who is Zhao Jingcheng? Many people quickly realized Zhao Jingcheng was the head of the Zhao family martial arts school in the city, a revered 4th-rank martial artist, a highly esteemed figure. At the same time, Zhao Jingcheng was also Zhao Longfei's father, and had once been a student from school number 1 himself. Damn! The hall was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew the venerable principal of number 1 high school, a pivotal figure in Guanyun City, was genuinely furious. They're actually calling parents now? Isn't that excessive? Only Principal Huang, along with Wang Tong, Li Chengjun, and a handful of others understood that the old principal's public outburst wasn't merely about number 1 high school losing face. The old principal wasn't one to care about trivial embarrassments. A little competition among students is normal, even encouraged. But what Principal Old Zhang couldn't stand most was internal strife when external threats loomed all around. In the current situation, the Shadow Cats were the external threat, and students from outside First High were rivals. What's more despicable, Zhao Longfei had gathered 4 students to gang up on Lu Chong alone. Li Chengjun responded with a sullen, aggrieved voice, and Wang Tong's expression softened slightly. Principal Fong of 3rd High watched as Principal Wei quickly regained his composure, then kindly advised, Old Wei, don't get so worked up over such a trivial matter. It's not worth it. Even if you ruined your health with anger, you'd still have to keep your word, wouldn't you? Rest assured. Principal Wei shot Principal Fong a knowing glance, his lips curling slightly. If Lu Chong loses just like that, I won't go back on my word either. In the hunting grounds, within the territory of the Shadowcat at the 8th level, Lu Chong faced a siege from 4 martial disciples of the same realm, his expression unwavering as he inquired, just because I rejected your invitation? Exactly. Zhao Longfei wore the demeanor of someone confident in their schemes, his voice icy as he declared, I warned you long ago there would be consequences. Top scorer in the assessment? Lu Chong, are you after that hefty prize, perhaps? Zhao Longfei said smugly, I just won't let you have your way. To deal with an ant like you, I don't even need to lift a finger myself. This was exploiting a loophole in the exam rules. Zhao Longfei didn't personally attack, so he wouldn't even lose points for violating regulations. How tedious. Lu Chong let out a light, indifferent chuckle before turning to leave. Trying to leave? Stop him, Zhao Longfei shouted, and instantly 4 8th-level martial pupils converged to surround Lu Chong. Don't let him get off too easy, beat him hard, Zhao Longfei added. A student from Class 1 was the first to reach Lu Chong, throwing a meticulous iron thread fist strike the moment he closed in. At the same time, another student from the left flank darted in with phantom 9 steps and launched a precision stone-splitting palm, coordinating their assault on Lu Chong. They all knew Lu Chong had mastered the shattering stone palm and 9 shadow step to perfection, so their strategy was to attack him jointly right from the start to compensate for their inferior martial techniques. However, facing this fist and palm strike, Lu Chong didn't even flinch. Instead, he countered both attacks simultaneously with a palm and a kick of his own. The perfected shattering stone palm and heart-piercing kick were unleashed in tandem, their force terrifying to behold. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds followed as the 2 students who had rushed at him were sent flying backward. They scrambled back to their feet, their faces tense with shock. They realized they had still underestimated Lu Chang's actual combat capability. Chapter 33, here to deliver you some points. Truth be told, after reaching Martial Apprentice 8th stage, this was Lu Chang's first time fighting students of the same level, so he had merely been feeling them out earlier, but now he realized these 2 students were actually quite weak. He had mastered all the martial techniques they were using and with greater proficiency than them, yet his own techniques remained an enigma to them. Go! Avoid using boulder-splitting palm and 9 phantom steps. Disrupt his rhythm. Zhao Longfei, standing confidently nearby, remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Chang's heart-piercing kick had also reached the pinnacle tier of mastery. The 4 hesitated no longer, attacking from all directions simultaneously, one wielding iron thread fist, another piercing cloud finger, the 3rd eagle claw technique, and the last mountain leaning shoulder. It must be said, these 8th-tier students from Class 1 were genuinely formidable. Not only had they mastered tablet-splitting palm and 9 shadow steps, but each also possessed at least one lower-grade martial skill refined to the profound level. Of course, it wasn't that they lacked dedication to perfecting their techniques, but beyond profound mastery, achieving perfection was no longer a matter of effort alone. Rather than wasting more time on the iron tablet technique and nine shadows footwork, it would be better to branch out and practice other martial arts. So, Lu Chong now found himself facing simultaneous attacks from the iron wire fist, cloud-piercing finger, eagle claw, and mountain-leaning shoulder, all mastered to a microcosmic level. If he hadn't trained in these martial arts before, encountering them for the first time might have left him flustered. Unfortunately for his opponents, Lu Chong had long since perfected all of these techniques. So, in his eyes, the various martial techniques performed by the four were full of flaws. Although mastery and perfection are separated by just one step, the difference between them is truly as vast as heaven and earth. As Lu Chong shifted his footing slightly, he deftly evaded the student lunging toward him, while simultaneously leveraging a push hand to send him colliding into the arms of another student behind him. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chong had already arrived before the student executing iron wire fist from the left. A palm strike pushed forth, squarely intercepting the opponent's fist. The student was poised to unleash his full strength to repel Lu Chong when he suddenly felt his punch striking empty air. Before he could react, Lu Chang's guiding palm redirected his momentum, sending him crashing toward his companion behind. Boom! Iron wire fist clashed with eagle claw, mountain crash met cloud-piercing finger. Comrades turned foes, striking each other in chaotic disarray. At this moment, Lu Chong did not hesitate. Executing the Phantom 9 steps, his movements left a trail of blurred afterimages as he darted between the four figures, delivering a precise palm strike to each, just forceful enough to render them unconscious. In the exam arena, getting knocked out meant instant elimination. Zhao Longfei watched from a distance, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He couldn't even begin to figure out how Lu Chong had managed to pull it off. Casually taking down four classmates at the same 8th rank level as himself, if it were him, even he wouldn't be able to pull it off. In reality, this seemingly effortless victory wasn't as simple as it appeared. If Lu Chong hadn't been able to see through the four opponents' martial techniques and exploit their flaws, a frontal confrontation would have required considerable effort. In the monitoring hall, numerous teachers were also completely engrossed in watching, though their discernment far surpassed Zhao Longfei's. These teachers and administrators, all at minimum warrior-level practitioners, each had weathered countless battles. How could he anticipate those students' moves and forces so effortlessly, redirecting their attacks with such ease? If he hasn't practiced those martial arts before, I absolutely refuse to believe it, one teacher voiced skepticism. I can't speak for others, but this student Lu Chong has already demonstrated eagle claw technique and heart-piercing kick earlier, both mastered to at least the subtle level. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he's also proficient in iron wire fist, cloud-piercing finger, and mountain-leaning shoulder. Within the hunting grounds, Zhao Longfei was already considering retreat, realizing even he might not easily subdue Lu Chong. However, Lu Chong had no intention of letting him leave so easily. Isn't it you who said they'd eliminate me? So, is this all there is? Lu Chong strode step by step toward Zhao Longfei, countering with a question. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Zhao Longfei chose to stand his ground and continued with forced composure. Don't get too cocky. If I weren't holding back to avoid bullying the weak, do you really think you'd still be standing here? At those words, Lu Chong burst into laughter. Oh, then by all means, try it. Let's see which one of us gets eliminated first. Zhao Longfei wanted to trip him up during the mock exam, but Lu Chong was equally eager to use this opportunity to teach the other a lesson. Such a legitimate chance to beat someone up doesn't come around often. But by now, Zhao Longfei had cooled down. You want me to hit you so I get penalized? Too bad I won't fall for it. Lu Chong stepped closer to Zhao Longfei, shaking his head. I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to take points from you. I came specifically to give you extra points. You want to stop me from reaching the top spot, don't you? Fine, what does it matter if I give you 100 points? With those words, Lu Chong stomped forward using the 9 shadows step, charging toward Zhao Longfei with palpable killing intent. He had already made up his mind even if it cost him 100 points, he would eliminate this troublemaker who might trip him up at any moment. A mere 100 points even if deducted, I'd still be the top scorer. Zhao Longfei cursed under his breath, calling him a madman before hardening his resolve. Without further hesitation, he charged straight at Lu with a full-bodied tackle. He couldn't believe that a 9th-level martial apprentice like himself could possibly lose to someone like Lu Chong. Moreover, he was unlike those classmates from earlier, his martial skills didn't just come from school. In the surveillance hall, many people cautiously glanced at Principal Wei in the front row, wondering if this formidable figure would hold the same stance on Lu Chang's proactive pursuit. Unexpectedly, the old principal burst into laughter at this moment. Well done. A true man should have clear-cut likes and dislikes. Since they've come knocking at our door, there's no need to hold back. See that? Now that's what real bravery looks like. The surrounding crowd was momentarily speechless, failing to grasp the old principal's train of thought at that moment. Old Wei, this student of yours has mastered multiple campus combat techniques, even achieving rare perfection in several. His strength far surpasses others at his level. Truly remarkable. Principal Fong of 3rd High stroked his goatee and continued. but now he's proactively challenging the Zhao family boy at the 9th level martial apprentice stage. I'm not boosting others' morale unnecessarily, but the Zhao family's mid-grade body tempering technique is nothing to scoff at. They say this Zhao kid started body tempering since childhood. That scale armor technique has long reached minutiae control and is nearing perfection. Even opponents of the same level probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense, they'd just be sitting ducks for punishment. Principal Wei leisurely picked up his teacup, blowing away the floating tea leaves, paying no heed to Principal Feng. Inside the hunting grounds, Lu Chong finally came face to face with Zhao Longfei, whose aura had suddenly intensified. Lu Chong struck with a textbook standard splitting monument palm, while Zhao Longfei countered with a bone-crushing iron wire fist, their fists colliding squarely against each other. Boom! The ground beneath their feet trembled faintly as both were forced to retreat several steps to dissipate the impact. This guy's no pushover. 9th stage base strength combined with the amplifying effect of iron thread fist technique actually matches my perfected boulder crushing palm, Lu Chong silently noted. At the same time, Zhao Longfei also became aware that the power Lu Chong had just unleashed wasn't weaker than his own. Yet his opponent was merely an 8th stage martial apprentice. How humiliating for Zhao Longfei, who'd long since reached the 9th stage. I'm gonna cripple you today. Zhao Longfei roared like a tiger, activating his 9 shadow step as he charged forward again. This time, he didn't use iron thread fist, but rather the more penetrative and agile cloud-piercing finger technique, which had shockingly also reached the insightful realm. However, Lu Chong had long since perfected both 9 shadow step and cloud-piercing finger, so naturally he wasn't intimidated. Instead of countering with cloud-piercing finger, Lu Chong maneuvered with perfect mastery of 9 shadow step, sidestepping the piercing thrust of Zhao Longfei's fingers. With nimble footwork, he flashed to Zhao Longfei's left flank and suddenly unleashed a palm strike. Smack! Zhao Longfei reacted with lightning speed. Though his footwork couldn't match Lu Chang's, he swiftly raised his arms to protect his face, barely managing to block Lu Chang's bone-shattering palm strike with his forearms. Lu Chang's palm strike was delivered with full force, landing squarely on Zhao Longfei's hastily raised forearm with a resounding smack. However, just as Lu Chong thought his palm strike should knock the opponent down, he suddenly felt as if he'd struck a slippery water snake instead. His strength was directly deflected by more than half, and the remaining force still couldn't harm Zhao Longfei. At this moment, the corners of Zhao Longfei's mouth curled up slightly. Seizing the opportunity when Lu Chang's moves became predictable, he punched Lu Chong in the chest and abdomen, sending him stumbling back several steps. Even if your 9 shadows step is perfected, so what? You still can't hurt me. Zhao Longfei waved his hand triumphantly. The hand he raised shimmered with a dark, fish-scale-like glow, smooth yet tough, revealing his family's mid-grade body-refining martial art, scale armor body. Once mastered, this martial art not only significantly enhances defensive capabilities but also passively dissipates incoming force. No wonder the Zhao clan took such pride in it. Body tempering martial arts. Lu Chong muttered, seems rather interesting. Still, I wonder if it can withstand my mid-grade martial skill. Chapter 34, all his martial skills perfected. Different martial techniques have varying effects on augmenting fundamental attributes. Even among lower-grade techniques, there can be significant differences. For instance, techniques like boulder-splitting palm and iron thread fist primarily enhance raw strength, while 9 shadows footwork boosts agility and speed, and cloud-piercing finger focuses on penetration power. Moreover, the degree of augmentation displayed by the same technique varies across different proficiency levels. If martial arts belong to the same category and are of comparable cultivation levels, the enhancement effect depends on the grade of the technique itself. In this scenario, the enhancement effect of a mid-grade martial skill is at least twice that of a low-grade one, if not more, and the techniques are far more refined. Lu Chong possessed the mid-grade martial skill wind-splitting kick, which he had mastered to perfection. Compared to his equally perfected heart-piercing kick, the former was at least 3 times more powerful. However, facing Zhao Longfei now unleashing his body-tempering martial arts, Lu Chong didn't rush to employ his own mid-grade wind-splitting kick. With such an excellent target, it's the perfect opportunity to test the power of my various martial arts. Lu Chong fully unleashed the 9 shadow step, continuously circling Zhao Longfei while leaving behind a trail of afterimages. A full 9 afterimages flickered in and out of existence, making it impossible to discern his true form. This was the true perfected form of the 9 shadow step. When executed at full power, it created 9 distinct afterimages. Faced with this level of movement technique, Zhao Longfei had no choice but to activate his scale armor body and remain stationary, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, responding to the ever-changing circumstances with unwavering stability. Bang! One of the afterimages abruptly solidified and dashed forward, delivering a palm strike to Zhao Longfei's back. Zhao Longfei instantly pivoted to counterattack, but Lu Chong struck and withdrew in one fluid motion, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Though this palm strike couldn't penetrate Zhao Longfei's scaly armor defense, it dealt a crushing blow to his pride. Lu Chong once again felt the overwhelming power of this body-refining martial art. His strongest palm strike couldn't even make the slightest dent. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he moved even faster in circles, transforming his palm strike into a grabbing motion, and with one sudden assault, tore off one of Zhao Longfei's sleeves. Before Zhao Longfei could counter, Lu Chong had already circled to the other side, his eagle claw technique once again tearing away yet another sleeve from his opponent. Eagle claw kung fu certainly wasn't meant for tearing clothes, but Lu Chong had no choice. His grasp slid off Zhao Longfei's arm like oil, scarcely able to break the skin. He also possessed body-refining martial arts, even surpassing Zhao Longfei's in strength, so Lu Chong understood it was due to his opponent's formidable physical defense. Lu Chong, enough. If you've got the skill, face me head-on. What's the point of tearing clothes? Zhao Longfei, unable to reach Lu Chong, cursed in frustration. With another swipe of his claw, Lu Chong tore off the back of Zhao Longfei's clothes, leaving a scratch on his exposed skin. Thud! Lu Chong suddenly leaped up and delivered a sharp kick to Zhao Longfei's back, leaving a clear footprint as Zhao Longfei stumbled forward several meters. Zhao Longfei roared in fury. Though his body-refining martial arts protected him from serious injury, being passively beaten like this was utterly humiliating and enraging. As he regained his balance, he saw Lu Chong halt his advance, simply standing there with an amused smile. Only then did Zhao Longfei realize this bastard was deliberately toying with him. You can't defeat me. Keep this up and you'll exhaust yourself, then it'll be your end. Zhao Longfei spat defiantly. Is that so? Lu Chong grinned, baring his teeth. I've had enough fun too. Now let's see just how many moves you can last against me. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chong left behind another phantom image, the brick-laid ground beneath his feet shattering into fragments. His speed surged even faster than before. As he closed in on Zhao Longfei, he leaped into the air and swept his leg outward with a fierce whistling of wind. Zhao Longfei wasn't alarmed, in fact, he was delighted, because this time Lu Chong wasn't dodging with fancy footwork but was instead engaging him in a head-on clash. With his physique-forged martial arts, Zhao Longfei feared least of all a direct confrontation. He didn't need to worry about defending, he could focus entirely on striking his opponent's vital points. With this in mind, Zhao Longfei completely ignored the kick Lu Chong aimed at his neck and instead poured all his strength into a blow aimed straight at Lu Chang's chest. Abandoning defense to focus purely on attack, that was Zhao Longfei's greatest strength. However, when Lu Chang's kick landed first on Zhao Longfei's neck, he realized just how terribly wrong he had been. It was nothing like the force from before. Zhao Longfei felt as if an axe had struck his head, his mind going utterly blank. Meanwhile, his full-powered punch never even had a chance to reach Lu Chong, as he had already lost all balance and was sent flying backward. Spinning midair, Zhao Longfei crashed headfirst onto the ground 5 meters away in a humiliating heap. Lu Chang's kick wasn't an ordinary heart-piercing strike, but a whirlwind leg technique with several times the power of perfected mid-grade martial skill. Against an off-guard Zhao Longfei, even his advanced mid-grade scale armor defense couldn't withstand this attack. How? Zhao Longfei's head spun as he struggled to forcibly lift himself up, but Lu Chong wouldn't give him the chance. Covering 3 steps in 2 strides, he delivered another kick that sent Zhao Longfei flying several meters, collapsing unconscious right beside his Class 1 classmates. Moreover, at this moment, Zhao Longfei, with his tattered clothes, looked far more disheveled than his classmates. With the fight over, Lu Chong stopped paying attention to Zhao Longfei and turned to leave. Soon, first aid personnel would arrive to take them away, and Zhao Longfei wouldn't be able to interfere with his scoring in the coming days either. In the monitoring hall, after a brief silence, a wave of astonished murmurs erupted. Student Lu Chong broke through the Zhao family scale armor body technique. He didn't use the school's leg techniques, but an intermediate-grade martial skill instead. Correct, it was the wind-splitting leg technique, and similarly mastered to perfection. It's unimaginable. This student Lu Chong has not only perfected the boulder-splitting palm, 9 shadows step, eagle claw technique, and heart-piercing kick, but has also completely mastered an intermediate-grade martial skill. Such natural talent and comprehension. How many years has it been since our Guanyun City's high schools last produced someone like this? Li Chengjun looked somewhat resentfully at Wang Tong, whose expression was far from pleasant. He knew that this middle-grade martial skill must have been passed down to Lu Chong by their old squad leader. Wang Tong said grumpily, "What are you looking at? If it weren't for your student pressuring him, Lu Chong wouldn't have needed to reveal his wind-splitting leg technique during the mock exam. Once exposed, his advantage in the college entrance exam would be significantly weakened." Li Chengjun quickly turned his face away, not daring to argue back. At the center front row, Principal Fong of 3rd High Side, Old Wei, actually passing down the Tiger's Roar technique to this kid wouldn't be a bad choice. Having taught such a student, I, Old Fong, can die content. Principal Wei glanced sideways at him, too lazy to expose Principal Fong's little scheme. The old fox clearly also recognized Lu Chang's tremendous potential, he just wanted to stake a teacher-disciple claim. But no matter what, Lu Chong came from their first high school, representing its honor all along. As for how many mentors Lu Chong would have in the future, that was beyond his control. Chapter 35, The Undisputed Number 1. Lu Chong wasn't aware of how much attention he was drawing right now, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It's just a few points deducted, no big deal, I can always earn them back later. But Zhao Longfei's trouble must be dealt with as soon as possible. He had long realized that this was an era of fierce competition, where weakness would never be met with kindness. Looking down at my score, sure enough, 100 points had been deducted, leaving me with 772. However, despite this, he still remained at the top of the list. The second place holder, Xiang Yueya, had closed the gap with a score of 763 points. Lu Chong seemed to sense something and looked up, spotting two figures standing on a rooftop hundreds of meters away. It was Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan. These two were clearly also observing Lu Chong and Zhao Longfei's battle. As if sensing Lu Chang's gaze, the two figures quickly leapt down from the rooftop and vanished. Lu Chong didn't know whether Xiang Yueya had instigated Zhao Longfei's actions against him behind the scenes. However, as long as Xiang Yueya didn't seek him out proactively, he had no intention of stirring up trouble with her either. Otherwise, whether she was the school belle or a martial arts prodigy's daughter, Lu Chong wouldn't hesitate to show her no mercy. There are still 3 days left, keep going. Lu Chong continued tracking his quarry by scent within the territory of the shadow lynxes. The top spot in the mock exams was something he absolutely had to secure. After all, there was still the 300,000 prize at stake. By sunset that day, after relentless pursuit, Lu Chong had captured 3 more positioning trackers, bringing his score to 1156 and cementing his overwhelming lead. As night fell and most students withdrew into hiding, Lu Chong remained energized at his spot, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the Shadowcat packs. Having spent the afternoon outmaneuvering 8th-tier Shadowcats, Lu Chong now felt fully confident about handling these extraordinary beasts under cover of darkness. This night once again became Lu Chang's personal showcase. Without even unleashing his mid-grade martial skill Whirlwind Leg, he moved effortlessly through the Shadowcat packs using only boulder-splitting palm, 9 shadow steps, eagle claw technique, and heart-piercing kick, reaping bountiful rewards. By the time dawn broke on April 1st, Lu Chang's score had already reached 2052 points. Meanwhile, Xiang Yueya in second place had only 1078 points, with the gap between them growing increasingly wider. Though there were still 3 days left in the combat assessment, observers in the monitoring hall had already acknowledged Lu Chong was the undisputed first place. Unless he recklessly sought out those 2 Shadowclaw cats inside the hunting grounds that had reached Tier 2, no one could possibly surpass him. Lu Chong wasn't being reckless, but that very afternoon after waking up, he directly entered the territory of the 9 Shadow Cat. This was an area even martial apprentices like Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan, both at the 9th level, hadn't yet dared to enter. It wasn't that they didn't dare, rather, they were saving this location for the final day of hunting. That way, even if they failed and got eliminated, their total score wouldn't take too big a hit. Lu Chong was perfectly aware of this exam strategy. After all, in his past life, he had taken various exams and always saved the hardest problems for last. However, after making his way from the outermost edge to here, Lu Chong now felt confident that the 9th level Shadow Cat wouldn't pose a real threat to him. He might encounter difficulties, but being eliminated was out of the question. That assurance was enough. For now, it was merely a mock examination. Gaining more experience here would give him greater certainty when facing the real college entrance exams. The territory of the 9 Shadow Cat is smaller. Lu Chong had barely stepped inside when he was spotted by a 9 Shadow Cat perched on a tree branch. Meow! Faced with this human intruder in its domain, the Shadow Cat didn't hesitate. It let out a sharp cry and pounced straight down from the 5-meter-high treetop. It moved with incredible speed, even surpassing Lu Chang's 9 shadow steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages in midair as it extended its claws toward Lu Chang's head. Perfect timing. Rather than retreating, Lu Chang advanced, meeting the Shadow Panther head-on with a bone-shattering palm that collided directly with the beast's claws. This time, Lu Chang felt an intense tearing force transmitted through his palm. However, having cultivated the golden cicada body refinement to the profound level, even without active exertion, his skin and bones had become tough enough to be impervious to blades and spears. Thus, the Shadowclaw Panther failed to scratch Lu Chang's palm. Instead, its razor-sharp claws shattered upon impact. Lu Chang's counterattack didn't end there. His perfected boulder-splitting palm was no mere decoration. With a single strike, he sent the panther spiraling through the air, utterly disoriented. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chang activated his 9 shadows step, closing the distance in a flash. As the panther was about to hit the ground, he precisely snatched the tracking collar from its neck. A heart-piercing kick followed up, sending the already dazed Shadow Cat flying before it collapsed unconscious. The speed and agility of this 9th-tier Shadow Cat completely surpassed mine. If not for the golden cicada armor protecting me, subduing it wouldn't have been easy. Lu Chong reflected soberly without letting success go to his head. While outsiders couldn't tell he'd deployed the golden cicada armor, Lu Chong knew perfectly well that without its stationary defense neutralizing the assault, he'd have been wounded, compromising his combat effectiveness. Without stopping in place, Lu Chong continued searching the surroundings for traces of shadow cats. That night proved highly fruitful for Lu Chong. He not only secured 4 locators but also accumulated ample combat experience. Battling beasts of this caliber was the only way he could genuinely feel pressured and grow rapidly. Had it not been for the exceptional speed of the 9th-tier shadow cats, several of which slipped away at the first sign of danger, his score tally would have been even higher. By the dawn of the second, Lu Chang's score had already reached 3,076 points, undoubtedly shocking countless teachers and students. When the final day of assessments arrived on the 3rd, a group of students at the 8th and 9th tiers, including Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan, finally made it to the territory of the 9th tier shadow cats. However, what greeted them were either timid shadow cats that immediately fled upon sensing them, or prey whose tracking devices had already been removed. Lu Chong had long since cleared out the 9th tier territory multiple times over. As for venturing deeper into the territory of second-level shadow cats, Lu Chong ultimately decided against it. Not out of fear, but because it was unnecessary. His score was already firmly secured at the top of the leaderboard. Besides, if he were to actually face off against shadow cats on par with human martial artists, he would inevitably have to reveal all his abilities, including his golden cicada shell at the minor achievement realm. Doing so would offer no advantage for the upcoming college entrance exams he intended to take. The simulated combat assessment has now concluded, and all candidates' scores are finalized. First place, Lu Chong 4,100 points. Second place, Xiang Yueya 1,850 points. Third place, Shuicheng 1,638 points. Fourth place, Huang Junyan, 1,569 points. As for Zhao Longfei, who was eliminated on the second day, his final score was a pitiful 424 points. Of course, Lu Chong was the undisputed top scorer, ranking first in the entire city for this mock exam. Chapter 36, Poor Zhao Longfei. The Municipal Education Bureau and the school worked with remarkable efficiency. The very next day after the mock exams concluded, they held a recognition ceremony and college entrance exam pledge rally on the main sports field of No. 1 High School. As the top scorer in the citywide mock exam, Lu Chong was specially chosen to represent the student body by delivering a speech on stage. Of course, what he valued more were the 300,000 yuan in cultivation funds allocated to him. Though it wasn't cash, he could freely choose how to spend it, whether on nutritional supplements or medicinal solutions. With this substantial amount of resources, Lu Chong believed he had a real chance to break through to become a martial artist before the college entrance exams, and his golden cicada armor technique could also reach the perfected state. It must be mentioned that Lu Chang's sudden rise as a dark horse, far ahead to claim the citywide top honors, had essentially made him famous overnight. Especially remarkable was how he came from an ordinary class and went from being at the bottom of the entire school to first in the city within just 1 month. Such symbolic representation and rapid progress naturally became something the Education Bureau and various schools would capitalize on and vigorously promote. Look at that classmate Lu Chong, advancing from martial apprentice 3rd stage to 8th stage in just 1 month and taking first place in the city. And you still say there's not enough time for a final push? Learn from Lu Chong. There are still 2 months left. Everything is still possible. In an instant, Lu Chong became the gold standard of comparison among senior high students throughout Guanyin City, the epitome of that exemplary child from someone else's family. Inspired, some students began seizing every moment for their final sprint. Some students grumbled, blaming Lu Chong for their misfortune. But no matter how the outside world changed, Lu Chong had already returned home with ample resources, ready to continue his secluded self-improvement cheat sessions. After the mock exam, they could rest for 2 days. Then he and the top students selected by the school would participate in special training organized by the Education Bureau. Only he and Lu Qingqing qualified from Class 5. Lu Qingqing had also delivered an outstanding performance in the mock exam, which secured her spot. Returning home, Lu Chong first checked his personal data. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 8th Stage, 43%. Martial Arts, 9 Shadow Steps, perfected. Shattering Stone Palm perfected. Cloud Piercing Finger perfected. Mountain Pressing Stance mastered. Eagle Claw Technique perfected. Iron Wire Fist perfected. Heart Piercing Kick perfected. Wind Splitting Leg perfected. Golden Cicada Armor Minor Mastery, 2%. After reaching the 8th stage of Martial Apprentice, the automatic progression of my cultivation has become unbearably slow. The same goes for the Golden Cicada Armor. Its final steps are progressing even slower. This was what truly worried Lu Chong. If this trend continued, his cheat-like advantage would gradually diminish. The same principle applied to martial skills training. The higher the grade of martial skills in the future, the slower their automatic cultivation speed would become. There must be a way to further accelerate it, especially the speed of automated cultivation. Lu Chong was fully aware this was his greatest advantage, something he absolutely couldn't overlook. For now, he could still consume higher-grade nutrients to speed up the accumulation of cultivation progress. Take today's intermediate nutrient bar he exchanged for it had already boosted his chi absorption arts training speed by another twofold. And then there were the medicinal baths required for training the golden cicada body technique. Before, he'd only dared to use them once a day, but now he could indulge without limits. Let's begin. Lu Chong had no time to dwell on his pity. While swallowing a medium nutrient bar, he immersed himself in the medicinal bath. For the next 2 days, he planned to spend his time in the bathtub. Lu Chong roughly calculated that the medicinal solution consumed 5,000 yuan per hour, which meant spending over 200,000 yuan in 2 days. Moreover, even under these circumstances, his golden cicada armor still couldn't reach perfection. This is literally burning money every single second. Lu Chong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this rate of financial hemorrhage, he'd be reduced to a penniless state again within days. Meanwhile, as Lu Chong burned through his fortune to accelerate cultivation, though painful to the wallet, the process felt strangely satisfying. On the other side, at the Zhao family martial arts school located in the northern part of the city, Zhao Longfei knelt dejectedly in the underground training chamber, with his father, Zhao Jingcheng, sitting before him. Wretched fool, do you have any idea how much shame you've brought upon me? The old principal personally summoned me and gave me an earful of scornful remarks. I truly wish I could stuff you back into your mother's womb. Zhao Jingcheng was furious. He only learned what his son had done in the hunting grounds after the mock exams concluded. Not only had he lost his ranking in the mock exams, but he'd also forfeited his chance to participate in the special pre-college entrance exam training. To make matters worse, the brat had actually angered the old principal, resulting in Zhao being summoned for a severe dressing down. Truth be told, being scolded by the venerable old principal didn't bother Zhao Jingcheng much. Countless high-ranking officials in Guanyin City had been educated through the old man's harsh reprimands and beatings. The problem was, in the surveillance hall at that time, there were too many acquaintances of Zhao Jingcheng. One could say he'd humiliated himself before the entire city. Given those teachers' character, his son would likely become a cautionary tale for generations of students to come. Zhao Longfei didn't dare act out in front of his father, only pleading somewhat aggrievedly, "Dad, wasn't I just following your instructions to get close and curry favor with Xiang Yueya? That punk offended Xiang Yueya, so I seized the perfect chance to teach him a lesson." Who would have thought? Zhao Longfei trailed off, but Zhao Jingcheng picked up the thread. Thought what? Who would have thought the whole thing would be live-streamed? Is that it? Can't you use your brain for once? With someone performing so exceptionally, did you really think no one would be paying attention? Is this how you look for opportunities? Zhao Jingcheng said with frustrated disappointment. Then what should I do now, Dad? We can't just let that kid off the hook. Zhao Longfei couldn't let go of his hatred for Lu Chong. Not only had he repeatedly looked down on him, but he'd also made him lose face completely. For Zhao Longfei, who valued his reputation above all, this was an unbearable humiliation. Zhao Jingcheng snorted and said through clenched teeth, "Quite right. A gentleman must repay his grievances. This matter is far from over. Before the college entrance exams, we'll make him pay the price." Zhao Jingcheng's tone turned venomous as he said, "Isn't he about to participate in that wilderness survival training organized by the Education Bureau? Let's use this opportunity to show him the might of our Zhao family." Zhao Longfei's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated. "But, I can't participate in this training session. How are we going to deal with him?" Zhao Jingcheng said angrily, "Don't worry about it. Not just you, even I can't intervene openly. That kid has caught the old principal's attention and is practically a public role model now, so we can't touch him in the open." "Then what do you suggest, Dad?" Zhao Longfei asked, somewhat confused. "Silly boy, what kind of place is the wilderness?" Zhao Jingcheng looked at Zhao Longfei and smirked darkly. "It's the true domain of exotic beasts and a paradise for bounty hunters. It's not hard at all to pay and find a few unknown martial artists," Zhao Jingcheng said with confidence. Zhao Longfei's eyes lit up, and he quickly flattered, Yes, Dad, you're absolutely right. With real martial artists taking action, let's see how that little punk dies. Humph, keep kneeling. I'll personally arrange everything." Chapter 37, All I Want is to Make Money. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 8th Tier, 88%. Martial Skills, 9 Shadow Step, Mastery. Wind Cutting Leg, Mastery. Golden Cicada Armor, Subtle Mastery, 57%. April 7th, Clear Weather. Instead of heading to school, Lu Chong went directly to assemble at the military camp outside the suburban hunting grounds. Just a bit more, and I'll reach the 9th rank of Apprentice Warrior. As for the Golden Cicada Armor, the training progress looks promising, but my bonus money is almost spent. Perfect timing to earn another sum during this special training session. This special training session involved only 100 senior high school students, with number 1 high school alone taking up 30 spots. After all, number 1 high school was always the city's top-ranked institution. Lu Chong quickly spotted Lu Qingqing, along with Sister Yu standing beside her. As for the other students who weren't from Class 5, Lu Chong only recognized them vaguely. There were very few he'd actually interacted with before. There were Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan from Class 1, along with 4 martial apprentices at the 8th stage and 11 at the 7th stage. Just one class occupied more than half the school slots. Lu Chong didn't recognize anyone else, but every student here knew him, mainly because his outstanding performance in the mock exams had been widely publicized. Lu Chong, over here, Lu Qingqing warmly called out to him. After spending considerable time together up close, Lu Qingqing had become quite familiar with Lu Chong and no longer appeared as shy as before. "Hello, Sister Yu." Lu Chong approached Lu Qingqing and greeted the woman politely. After all, she was a 9th-rank martial artist, definitely someone worth building good relations with. Sister Yu was still dressed in her black suit with oversized sunglasses that covered half her face, merely giving Lu Chong a cold nod in acknowledgement. Lu Chong wasn't bothered though. He knew this Sister Yu actually had a warm heart beneath her icy exterior. She'd never shortchanged him on his personal training fees during this whole period. "What's Sister Yu coming for?" Lu Chong leaned close to Lu Qingqing and asked curiously in a low voice. Lu Qingqing blushed slightly and replied somewhat bashfully, "Sister Yu is a bit worried about me, so she insists on coming along to the wilderness." "Ah, so that's how it is." Lu Chong understood now, and he also noticed that several other students here had actually brought martial arts experts with them. After all, venturing into the wilderness means facing real mutated beasts, so it's understandable that well-off families would send guardians for protection. Moreover, the special training camp doesn't seem to prohibit this practice. Take for example Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan, both have martial artists accompanying them as bodyguards. Lu Chong, was it? At this moment, a capable-looking male student with a crew cut, wearing a black Zhongshan suit, approached Lu Chong and initiated a conversation. "I'm Lu Chong," Lu Chong replied curiously, noticing the student wasn't from his own first high school. The male student's expression remained stern as he introduced himself. "I'm Shui Chang, from Class 1 of 3rd High School. The teachers speak highly of you," Shui Chang continued earnestly, "but I want to compete with you again during this special training. We'll see who earns more military merits." Lu Chong suddenly remembered that this Shui Chang was likely the 3rd-ranked student from Sanzhong High School in the mock exams, a top-tier student at the 9th level of martial apprentice. However, Lu Chong had no interest in competing with him. What truly mattered was how much military merit he could earn by hunting exotic beasts during the special training. From what he understood, tasks like hunting exotic beasts and gathering medicinal herbs during the training could be directly exchanged for military merit, which translated to resources. For him, this was a golden opportunity to make a fortune. After all, after 2 days of consumption, the rewards he had received from the mock exams were nearly depleted. He would need to spend at least another 200,000 or so to fully cultivate the golden cicada garment to perfection. "I'm not interested," Lu Chong refused outright. While they were still busy comparing and competing, he had to hustle for daily survival and cultivation resources. Sigh. The child of poor folks grows wise early, but Shui Chang clearly had no intention of giving up. Seemingly well aware of Lu Chang's financial situation, he dangled an irresistible bait. "If you can beat me again, all my military merits can be yours." "You should have said that earlier, now I'm wide awake." At the mention of money, Lu Chong immediately perked up and declared without hesitation, "Deal." "It's settled then. And what if you lose?" Shui Chang nodded with satisfaction before countering. Lu Chong had never even considered the possibility of losing, yet he still replied modestly, "What did you have in mind?" "If you lose, I demand you give Xiang Yueya free private coaching for a month, 1 hour of sparring every day," Shui Chang stated without hesitation, laying out his terms. Lu Chong was slightly taken aback, unable to resist glancing at Xiang Yueya's distant back as she faced away from him. Damn, this top beauty from number 1 high really has some pull. Her influence even reaches students from other schools. Fortunately, this Shui Chang was slightly more rational than Zhao Longfei, at least aware of what he currently lacked. "No problem," Lu Chong readily agreed. Shui Chang left feeling thoroughly satisfied. "Lu Chong, what if you actually lose? Are you really going to become Xiang Yueya's private tutor?" Lu Qingqing, who had been eavesdropping nearby the entire time, leaned in and asked somewhat reluctantly. Lu Chong laughed heartily. "How could I possibly lose? Don't worry, the compensation you're offering is so generous I wouldn't go giving free tutoring to others." Only then did Lu Qingqing break into a happy smile, though she still felt vaguely unsettled somewhere inside. The students chattered in small groups, waiting at the training ground until 10:30 in the morning when the instructors for this special training session finally arrived. These instructors weren't ordinary high school teachers, they were genuine martial artists from military camps. All 7 instructors stood tall and imposing, their presence as profound as deep abysses. Compared to high school teachers, these instructors carried an air of lethal sternness about them, clearly men who had truly experienced the crucible of battlefield combat. In addition to the 7 instructors, 2 important figures had also arrived, Colonel Huang and Principal Fong Yuan from 3rd High School. With the arrival of these 2 big shots, all the students in the camp quickly quieted down and focused their attention on them. Students, I am the lead teacher for your special training session. You may call me Teacher Fong or simply Lao Fong, he said. Hello, Principal Fong, the students replied. The students still recognized this principal of number 3 high school, whose prestige was second only to Principal Wei, and they shouted loudly in greeting. Principal Fong pressed his hands down with a chuckle before speaking. Every year special training students are the finest candidates from Guanyun City taking the college entrance exams. The reason we organized this special training is to let you truly experience wilderness combat, because this is much closer to the actual college entrance exams than simulated tests. These 7 instructors here all come from military camps, and each is a genuine martial artist who has fought against mutated beasts. At the same time, every instructor has mastered at least one school martial art to perfection. So during the special training period, having them guide you will be the most efficient. As for the precautions needed when entering the wilderness, let Colonel Huang explain them to you in detail. Chapter 38, A Different Roaring Tiger Technique. The pre-exam special training organized by the Education Bureau can be said to have gone to great lengths. Led by Principal Fong Yuan of number 3 High School, military experts stationed at Guanyun Base served as instructors, with armed escorts accompanying students into the wilderness. Particularly notable were the 7 instructors hand-picked by the military, genuine martial artists, each having mastered at least one formal combat discipline. Shattering Palm, 9 Shadow Steps, Iron Thread Fist, Cloud-Piercing Finger, Heart-Piercing Kick, Mountain Clinging Shoulder, and Eagle Claw Technique all were represented in full array. With such favorable conditions, these 100 selected students could each find corresponding instructors to train in the martial arts they needed, tailored to their individual situations. Colonel Huang didn't say much, only covering some wilderness survival precautions before leaving alone. Although students were being sent into genuine wilderness areas, these zones were still near the military base with armed soldiers on standby to ensure nothing would happen to the students. Move out. At Principal Fong's command, 100 students boarded the pre-arranged military vehicles one by one, bypassing the hunting grounds before being transported to the fortress at the edge of the base. This was Cloud Barrier Base's first line of defense, featuring not only 100-meter-high massive walls but also multiple layers of arcane energy barriers, with elite troops patrolling the battlements year-round. Their training camp this time would be stationed directly on these walls, living and eating alongside the garrison troops while accompanying soldiers on various missions beyond the walls, reconnaissance, hunting expeditions, and more. Only by experiencing true wilderness combat, the principal declared, can you students hope to become warriors who bring glory to our nation? This will also be the most important course you take after entering university. Of course, at this stage, you still have protection and are primarily focused on gaining experience and broadening your horizons. Every year, the practical combat assessment for the college entrance exam changes hunting grounds, so you must take this opportunity to encounter more exotic beasts and improve your adaptability. During periods without field missions, you're free to train at the fortress encampment on your own, or practice martial techniques under the instructor's guidance. Principal Fong reiterated the rules of the special training once more before handing the students over to the 7 instructors. However, just before leaving, his voice transmitted directly into Lu Chang's mind, Student Lu Chong, come see me after class tonight. Mind transmission. This was an ability only attainable after reaching the martial sovereign realm. Lu Chong couldn't quite comprehend why the principal of 3rd High School, whom he'd never met before, wanted to see him privately. Students, I'm Chang Dongye, a 7th-rank martial artist specializing in boulder-splitting palm. I'm Lian Yunfeng, 6th-rank martial artist, master of 9 shadow steps. Lu Zichun, 6th-rank martial artist, proficient in mountain-clinging shoulder slam. After Principal Fong left, the 7 instructors from the military department each gave brief self-introductions, particularly focusing on the basic martial arts techniques each of them specialized in. It must be said that the military department is truly full of experts. Even in just a 3rd-tier base city's garrison, they could easily assemble masters proficient in all kinds of foundational martial arts. To put it into perspective, Guanyun City's 108 high schools would still struggle to gather 7 such qualified instructors. Of course, the teachers' theoretical knowledge and breadth of martial expertise far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. For example, their homeroom teacher Wang Tong, as far as Lu Chong knew, hadn't mastered any of the school's martial arts to perfection, but all 7 techniques had reached the profound microcosmic level. In the coming month, we'll immerse you in authentic military life to temper your willpower and let you encounter real exotic beasts up close. Be warned, this won't be the playground hunting games you're used to. The beasts you'll face won't be those domesticated specimens with filed fangs. Led by instructor Chang Dongye, the teachers delivered another round of sharp-tongued lectures before the students were finally escorted to their resting quarters. Each student was assigned a tent, and the personal attendants they had brought along were also allowed to stay in the camp provided they followed instructions from the instructors. By the day's end, the students had gained a preliminary understanding of the fortress. After dinner, while their peers dispersed to either rest or cultivate, Lu Chong headed alone to Principal Fong's residence. "Come in." Before Lu Chong could knock, Principal Fong's voice came through the door. Pushing the door open, Lu Chong saw Principal Fong dressed in a long robe, his face kind and gentle. "Good day, Principal Fong," Lu Chong greeted respectfully. "Ah, no need to be formal. Just call me Teacher Fong." Principal Fong smiled at Lu Chong and continued, "It seems Old Wei didn't tell you. Here's the thing, your performance in the hunting grounds was outstanding. So, I suggested to Principal Wei that I pass on my self-created Tiger Roar technique to you. After all, when it comes down to it, our first high and third high both belong to Guanyin City. During the national college entrance exams, we must stand united against outsiders and compete with other bases." Principal Fong's words sounded impressive, but Lu Chong didn't fully believe them. He thought a more plausible explanation was that Principal Wei had secured a new martial arts skill for him. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Chong, who was currently lacking in martial techniques, was genuinely intrigued by this so-called Tiger Roar skill. "Thank you, Teacher Fong." Curious, Lu Chong asked, "May I ask what grade this Tiger Roar skill is classified as?" Principal Fong said with a hint of pride, "A pinnacle mortal tier technique, nothing special, just slightly better than Principal Wei's golden cicada garment." Lu Chang's spirits instantly lifted upon hearing this. A pinnacle mortal tier technique, this was already the strongest martial art one could cultivate below the warrior realm. Who would have thought this unimpressive, smooth-talking Principal Fong could actually create martial arts at such a level? Ahem. Principal Fong then added somewhat sheepishly, "Of course, when it comes to actual combat effectiveness, the Tiger's Roar technique isn't necessarily stronger than Golden Cicada armor. My Tiger's Roar technique is rather special. Its focus isn't on offense, but on spirit refinement," Principal Fong declared with conviction. Spirit refinement? Lu Chong was surprised, as he'd only heard of such martial arts and legends but never witnessed them himself. "It's not as mysterious as you imagined. In truth, it's a martial art that trains mental discipline and enhances your neural reflexes," Principal Fong rephrased. It wasn't humility, he knew this kid would surely consult Old Wei after returning, so it was better not to make extravagant claims. Only by mixing truth with fiction could he successfully bamboozle the boy. Mental discipline, neural reflexes. Lu Chang's thoughts drifted back to the simulation test from before. During that test, Lu Chong discovered that his neural reaction score wasn't particularly outstanding, it was just average at best. Never thought I'd get an opportunity to improve my neural reactions through martial arts so soon. Lu Chong secretly rejoiced. Principal Wei really understands me. Chapter 39, You Must Be Cheating, right? The Golden Cicada garment indeed enhances Lu Chang's overall physical qualities. Besides improving his bodily defense, the noticeable boosts to his base strength and speed are also significant. The only area the Golden Cicada garment cannot affect is the most mysterious aspect, the neural pathways of the brain. Who would have thought Principal Fong could create such an extraordinary martial art? You'll understand its specific effects once you start practicing. Without further explanation, Principal Fong took out an inheritance jade slip and instructed Lu Chong to receive it on the spot in his presence. Lu Chong naturally wouldn't refuse such an offer. This martial art was virtually priceless in the outside world, it certainly wouldn't be cheaper than the Golden Cicada garment. Soon, Lu Chong had imprinted the Tiger's Roar technique's cultivation method into his mind. Principal Fong continued, the Tiger's Roar technique also includes specific stances, but its emphasis lies most profoundly in the roar. When mastered to advanced levels, it can generate sonic wave attacks capable of mentally intimidating opponents. Of course, as a top-tier martial art, its difficulty is equally formidable, and no medicinal solutions can assist in its cultivation. You can come to me for guidance after school each day during this period. I believe you should achieve modest mastery before the college entrance exams. Principal Fong was still chattering away, unaware that Lu Chong was secretly overjoyed at this moment. The moment he fully received the inheritance of the Tiger's Roar technique, a notification sounded in his mind. The Tiger's Roar technique has gained inspiration from Eagle Claw technique, Nine Shadows Step, and Mountain Clasping Posture, advancing to the realm of modest mastery. Cultivation speed has doubled. Under the guidance of a master, the Tiger Roar technique has greatly benefited, doubling my cultivation speed once more. Holy smokes, the supreme martial art technique has reached minor mastery directly, doubling my cultivation speed. What kind of amazing perk is this? Lu Chong himself never expected that cultivating this supreme martial art could go so smoothly. Yet, upon reflection, Lu Chong felt there might be some logic to it after all. The 7 martial techniques learned at school were fundamentally basic, serving as a foundation for mastering more advanced skills in the future. The moves in the Tiger Roar technique, such as Tiger Claws, Pounces, and Tail Sweeps, indeed share some overlap with those basic martial techniques. However, while ordinary people would need time to adapt and absorb them, Lu Chong could directly integrate them into his new martial arts. So, basic martial techniques are definitely not useless, they still play a significant role even as one's cultivation progresses. Lu Chong deeply understood the importance of lower-tier martial arts. Just like the foundational knowledge from elementary and middle school in a past life, does it become useless after entering university and society? Without these basics, one probably wouldn't even understand university coursework, let alone manage basic calculations in real life. So, Lu Chong now felt fortunate for having mastered all 7 martial arts techniques taught in high school. This would save him plenty of time later, sparing him the need to backtrack and relearn. Lu Chong, are you listening? Principal Fong noticed Lu Chang's distraction and couldn't help but sound both exasperated and amused as he called his attention back. At such a critical moment, how could this kid space out? Did he think my tiger's roar kung fu wasn't worth his attention? I'm listening, please go on, Teacher Fong. Lu Chong snapped back to attention and hastily replied. Good. Principal Fong stood up. Now, I will demonstrate the tiger stance for you. Once you've roughly mastered the tiger's stance, that'll mark your true entry into the martial path. With those words, the seemingly aged Principal Fong suddenly straightened his posture, as if instantly growing taller and more imposing. Immediately after, Principal Fong slightly bent his knees, leaned his upper body forward, raised his arms levelly, and curled his index fingers like tiger claws. But that wasn't all. Principal Fong then began dashing back and forth within the stone chamber, which was no larger than 30 square meters, in that very posture. His speed steadily increased, swift and fierce like a tiger's charge. Lu Chong watched, utterly captivated. At that moment, he truly felt as though he were witnessing a mighty tiger descending the mountain to hunt, exuding awe-inspiring dominance. Come give it a try, follow behind me. Principal Fong had completed 3 laps and slowed down as he passed by Lu Chong, calling out to him. Lu Chong had been itching to try it out. Without a second word, he assumed the same stance and fell into step beside Principal Fong, striding with the same tiger-like vigor. Thankfully, it went smoothly. After all, he had already achieved some mastery. Lu Chong considered this only natural, but after walking a full circle, Principal Fong completely lost his composure. He abruptly stopped, turned around to block the enthusiastic Lu Chong, and demanded with wide eyes, "Kid, have you trained in tiger's roar technique before?" Lu Chong was accustomed to this sort of situation. Understanding why Principal Fong would ask, he simply shook his head honestly and replied, "No, Principal Fong, didn't you just pass it to me?" Yes, I did pass it to you." Principal Fong scratched his beard. "But do you realize you're no longer just at the beginner level, you've already achieved minor mastery of the tiger's roar technique? The tiger form has barely taken shape, and he's already starting to emulate its spirit." Principal Fong murmured in disbelief. He was genuinely rattled. He'd heard about this kid's extraordinary comprehension, but never imagined it could reach such heights. This wasn't just high comprehension, this was outright cheating. Principal Fong recalled some gaming terminology the students used that seemed perfectly suited to describe this situation. However, to maintain his dignity, Principal Fong didn't voice his question. Instead, he stroked his beard and calmly said, "Don't get arrogant. While your comprehension is decent, you haven't yet grasped the essence of the tiger's roar technique, so you must train diligently under my guidance from now on." Lu Chong replied humbly, "Understood, Principal Fong." "Don't stand on ceremony, call me teacher from now on," Principal Fong reiterated firmly. "Okay, teacher." Lu Chong complied smoothly. Refining the spirit through tiger's roar isn't quite suitable here. Principal Fong glanced around before decisively saying, "Come with me, we'll practice the tiger's roar technique outside." Lu Chong naturally obeyed without protest. Following Principal Fong outside, Lu Chong never expected the seasoned principal to suddenly grab him and leap straight off the 100-meter-high fortress wall. Their destination wasn't within the fortress, but rather the dark wilderness outside. Principal Fong was actually planning to take Lu Chong directly into the wilderness to practice the roaring tiger technique. A current of air swiftly emerged beneath the principal's feet, slowing his descent mid-air as the two glided hundreds of meters before landing smoothly. Lu Chong marveled at the sight, but Principal Fong casually remarked, "Just a minor trick of martial master's aerial control. You'll be able to do the same when you reach this level." Lu Chong nodded, but in truth, he was far more intrigued by the untamed wilderness around him. This place was completely different from the hunting grounds, genuinely desolate, the true domain of exotic beasts. Howl. From all directions came low, guttural growls as pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life in the darkness. This sensation was completely different from being in the hunting grounds. Lu Chang's entire body bristled with involuntary tension. Chapter 40, My cheat code can even level up. Only when the owners of those crimson eyes revealed their true forms did Lu Chong recognize them, two-headed demon hounds, creatures he'd seen in textbooks and videos before. Moreover, based on the 6 hounds' physical characteristics, Lu Chong could determine they were first-tier, 8th-ranked demon beasts. He now had to admit that the 8-tiered two-headed hounds in the wilderness were truly far more terrifying than shadow panthers of the same realm in the hunting grounds. It wasn't about strength, but rather that indescribable ferocity, as if they were poised to pounce and fight him to the death at any moment. This feeling was an entirely different concept compared to the domesticated exotic beasts raised in the hunting grounds. Lu Chong suddenly realized just how significant this special training truly was. See for yourself, these beasts were all transformed from former household dogs. Principal Fong calmly glanced at the restless two-headed dogs and continued, "That's why private pet ownership is strictly prohibited in human settlements now. You haven't even seen the monstrous beasts mutated from wild animals yet, they're far more ferocious than these creatures." Noticing Lu Chang's visible tension, Principal Fong adopted a more reassuring tone. "Of course, let's not overestimate them either. As long as you possess sufficient strength and are fiercer than these beasts, you can suppress them until they dare not raise their heads." Having said this, as if to prove his point, Principal Fong, who had been keeping his aura restrained, assumed the tiger stance posture. Lu Chong quickly focused his gaze on Principal Fong. He saw the octogenarian's chest and abdomen undulating like ocean waves, channeling an invisible force that eventually gathered at his throat. Then, with his mouth wide open, Principal Fong unleashed an earth-shaking roar that reverberated across the wilderness. The roar no longer sounded human, it resembled more the cry of a tiger, brimming with the dominion and imperious might of the king of beasts. Despite Lu Chong having covered his ears in advance, his head still throbbed as if filled with static, his limbs trembling faintly. Suddenly aware, he glanced around at the encircling two-headed beasts, only to find those once ferocious creatures now whimpering in pitiful submission before fleeing without hesitation. That's terrifying. Is this the true power of the tiger's roar technique? Lu Chong marveled inwardly. At this moment, Principal Fong had already withdrawn his energy and stood with his hands behind his back, calmly stating, "That was merely 10% of the tiger's roar technique's power. If I had exerted my full strength just now, those little beasts wouldn't have fled, they would have died from sheer terror." Lu Chong froze for a moment, realizing he had underestimated this supreme martial skill. "Alright, the surrounding area is clear now. No mutated beasts would dare approach tonight for sure. Let's train here." After Principal Fong's shout cleared the area, he formally began teaching Lu Chong the spiritual cultivation method of the tiger roar technique. As Principal Fong had stated, the most outstanding aspect of the tiger roar technique wasn't its offensive power, nor even its sonic attack, it was the tempering of one's own mental willpower. Just like that earlier roar, the sonic attack was merely superficial, what truly vibrated and refined was one's own spirit. Over time, this would naturally allow his mental willpower to become more concentrated and strengthened. This was the true essence of the tiger's roar technique. Under the guidance of Principal Fong, a consummate master, Lu Chong quickly entered the desired state. Surprisingly, his progress in mastering the tiger's roar technique was even faster than when he had practiced the golden cicada shell. With expert guidance, the cultivation speed of tiger's roar technique has doubled. The tiger's roar technique sensed its master's diligence, and its cultivation progress skyrocketed, advancing to the great completion stage. By 11 o'clock that night, Lu Chang's tiger's roar technique had smoothly reached the great completion stage. "Alright, let's call it a night for today. This old man needs to go back and get some sleep too." Principal Fong felt his heart couldn't take much more and hastily stopped Lu Chong, unceremoniously bringing him back to the fortress. Oh my god, going from just getting started to mastering the basics, and then from small achievements to great accomplishments all in just one night. Is he even human? Principal Fong suddenly understood why Old Wei held this student in such high regard and how Lu Chong had managed to master so many martial arts techniques to perfection. Not only was Principal Fong surprised, even Lu Chong himself found it strange. He never expected his cultivation of the tiger roar technique to progress so smoothly. What surprised and delighted him even more was that when his tiger's roar technique reached mastery, the prompt sound echoed in his mind once again. The breath absorption technique sensed its master's heightened spirits, doubling the cultivation speed twice over. The golden cicada armor sensed its master's heightened spirits, doubling the cultivation speed twice over. This was absolutely an unexpected delight. Lu Chong returned to his tent in a daze, completely baffled as to why the cultivation speed of his nourishing chi technique and golden cicada armor had suddenly increased. Wait, could it be because of the tiger's roar technique? Lu Chong suddenly realized that the changes he experienced throughout the night were all due to practicing the roaring tiger technique. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, to be precise, it should be the soul-refining effect of the roaring tiger technique that enhanced my mental willpower, thereby comprehensively upgrading my cheat program. How should this phenomenon be described? Lu Chong felt as if the cheat program had undergone a fundamental upgrade, which resulted in an overall acceleration of his martial arts automatic cultivation speed. Damn, so does that mean I can use a similar method to level up my cheat program? Lu Chong thought of this, his heart brimming with joy. This truly solved his greatest worry over the past period. If that's really the case, then even if his cultivation advances further and martial techniques become more complex, he wouldn't have to worry about his cheat becoming useless. The tiger's roar technique has been absolutely transformative for me, Lu Chong mused inwardly with quiet delight. At that moment, Lu Chong suddenly felt a warm current merge into his body, followed by a long-lost sense of hunger. Ah, Lu Chong hurriedly looked at his personal stats panel. This means my cultivation has broken through. Name, Lu Chong. Level, 9th class martial apprentice, 1%. Martial skill, 9 shadows step perfected. Wind splitting kick perfected. Golden cicada garment advanced, 58%. Tiger's roar technique grandmastery, 1%. Talk about a double blessing, I've finally broken through to the 9th level martial apprentice stage. Lu Chong was overjoyed. Above all, he had just solved the problem of leveling up his cheat plugin. Even after breaking through to the 9th level of cultivation, the speed of automatic training and improvement wouldn't slack off. Moreover, as he delved deeper into the Tiger's Roar cultivation technique, his mental fortitude would continue to strengthen, consequently accelerating all aspects of his training in a virtuous cycle of growth. What a delight! Just this one reward makes the whole trip worthwhile. Chapter 41, sorry, but first place is reserved for me. April 8th. At the break of dawn, the sharp and urgent sound of a whistle roused the students who had come to the fortress for special training. Lu Chong had only slept for 3 hours, yet he woke up full of energy and swiftly made his way to the gathering spot. After his cultivation breakthrough last night, he spent several hours studying his own condition to see if there might be any regression. Fortunately, the automatic cultivation system truly exhibited progressive growth as hoped. The most obvious evidence was that after his cultivation reached the 9th stage, the speed of automatic cultivation didn't decrease but instead showed subtle signs of acceleration. With the supply of intermediate nutrition bars, his cultivation could improve by 10% daily. At this rate, he would be expected to break through the major barrier and become a true martial artist in less than 10 days. 18-year-old martial artists are rare, but not unheard of nationwide. A new batch emerges every year during the national college entrance exams. But don't forget, Lu Chong has only taken a single month to rise from martial apprentice 3rd stage to this level. Breakthrough from martial apprentice 3rd stage to martial artist in just over a month, even if not unprecedented, it's certainly unheard of before. Lu Chong didn't let it go to his head, because he understood very well that having talent or cheats was merely an initial advantage. If he didn't keep pushing himself forward, others would eventually catch up to him. Moreover, if you were to encounter vicious beasts or enemies, they wouldn't care whether you're a once-in-a-generation genius. If anything, they'd go all out to eliminate you without mercy. A genius who hasn't fully matured can only be called potential, not a true powerhouse. Classmates, today you'll be following our warriors into the wilderness for reconnaissance and clearance missions. However, this time the main characters won't be the warriors, it'll be you. The warriors will only provide supporting fire, document military merits, and gather the spoils of battle. Depart at 8 o'clock and return to camp promptly at 1400 hours. We'll tally your daily military merits each day. You may use these military merits as you see fit, exchanging them for money, resources, or even martial arts techniques from the military department. Additionally, Colonel Huang has personally ordered that the top performer in military merits upon completion of this special training may be granted honorary military rank under appropriate circumstances. I trust you all understand what this signifies. As Chief Instructor Chang Dongya's words fell, an immediate uproar erupted among the 100 students. While Lu Chong was pondering what military exploits he should exchange for merits, other students were discussing the honorary military rank Chang Dongya had mentioned. Though it didn't confer actual command authority over troops, most people understood just how powerful this honorary military rank truly was. Put simply, this honorary military rank was equivalent to having a protective talisman. It granted access to numerous state policy benefits, earned widespread respect, and served as a symbol of high social status. The most crucial point was that those with military honors and ranks could receive corresponding salary benefits, enjoy prioritized access to military resources, and gain exclusive inheritance opportunities not available to the public. When Lu Chong faintly overheard these discussions, he instantly perked up with excitement. Salary benefits and military resources, wasn't this exactly what he needed most? How could the resources and martial arts inheritance available in schools or on the market even compare to what the military had to offer? Moreover, accepting only the honor of military rank wouldn't impose any service restrictions, allowing me to attend university and pursue my own aspirations. Such an incredible opportunity, where else could you find something like this? No question about it, I, Lu Chong, am claiming first place in this special training session. Lu Chong steeled his resolve, feeling an overwhelming surge of motivation as the gleaming military honors began waving at him in his mind's eye. Not just him, but every student present was the same, rubbing their hands in anticipation, practically itching to leap off the fortress and battle the mutated beasts right away. The head instructor knew when to stop and didn't push the inexperienced students further, instead beginning to group them up. Each instructor leads a group of students, with about 15 per group, accompanied by a squad of soldiers. Lu Chong and Lu Qingqing were assigned to the same group. Aside from them, he didn't know any of the other students. The leader of this group was Instructor Lu Ziqiang, a 6th-rank martial artist who held the rank of 2nd lieutenant. According to military camp hierarchy, platoon leaders were typically mid to high-rank martial artists, Squad leaders were low-rank martial artists, while regular soldiers in the squads were mostly martial apprentices. All 7 instructors here were clearly second lieutenants. As for the soldiers who would escort students into the wilderness, most were high-rank martial apprentices. Move out. At exactly 8 o'clock, Shang Dongye gave the command, and the students filed through the shimmering light barrier, stepping onto the wilderness beyond. This wilderness bore no resemblance to the ruined urban remnants of the base's hunting grounds. It was genuine untamed mountain forest terrain. The 7 student squads immediately dispersed, fanning out in different directions to conduct reconnaissance. Their mission was to scout the 50-mile radius of wilderness, investigate potential threats, gather rare medicinal herbs, and eliminate any mutant beasts they encountered. The students marched ahead, followed by instructors leading a squad of warriors behind them, ready to provide support at any moment. Of course, there were also personal guards brought by certain students, like Sister Yu, who tagged along, quietly keeping to the very rear. Unless faced with an unforeseen crisis, these external aids must not disrupt the students' special training. Lu Chong, if you encounter danger, call me immediately. I'll have Sister Yu come to your aid, Lu Qingqing anxiously reminded Lu Chong. Lu Chong smiled at Lu Qingqing to express his gratitude. However, unless facing extremely dangerous situations, he wouldn't call for reinforcements, as doing so would affect his ability to earn military merits. Lieutenant, is he the top scorer from the mock exam the other day? At the back of the squad leader moved closer to Lu Zichang and asked in a low voice. Lu Zichang nodded sternly and said, "That's him, Lu Chong. Rumor has it he's already mastered the boulder-splitting palm, 9 shadows step, eagle claw technique, and the heart-piercing kick to perfection. So, old Chang asked me to tag along with this team and give him some pointers on practicing mountain leaning strike," Lu Zichang said. So biased? The young squad leader grew even more curious. Who's got connections here to warrant special treatment? Lu Zichang shot him a glance before kicking the squad leader 3 meters away, snapping irritably, "Mind your own business. Do you even know what the flowers of our nation means? Do you understand what a genius is? Tell all soldiers to stand by for fire support at any moment. These precious seedlings are just here for life experience. We can't afford a single mishap." Only after the squad leader limped away grimacing did Lu Zichang glance at Lu Chong in the distance, recalling Cheng Dongye's warning, "This one's highly valued by Colonel Huan, not the slightest accident can be permitted. Let's see just how much this student, whom the colonel holds in such high regard, is really worth. I hope he doesn't piss himself at the sight of blood in the wildlands." Chapter 42, Stealing Kills is what I do best. The wilderness teems with dangers, but also brims with opportunities. Perhaps due to the roaming mutant beasts, the soil here nurtures all sorts of rare medicinal herbs, priceless treasures to humankind. For example, the phoenix-tail grass needed by Lu Chong to cultivate his golden cicada armor primarily comes from the wilderness and is difficult to obtain through artificial cultivation. Therefore, bounty hunter warriors, military scouts, and others often venture into the wilderness, hunting and eliminating mutated beasts while searching for valuable medicinal herbs. Both mutated beasts and medicinal herbs are scarce resources in the human world. Look, grade 1 herb, the scorching sunflower. On the way forward, a student suddenly had his eyes light up as he pointed at a particularly gorgeous 3-leafed red flower and shouted. As he spoke, he bent down to grab that red flower. Though not particularly valuable, such basic medicinal herbs could still fetch a few hundred yuan. The key point was that collecting medicinal herbs could likewise be exchanged for military merit. But just as the student's hand neared those fiery red petals, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from within, darting straight toward his neck. "Watch out!" a student nearby exclaimed loudly. But the shadow moved too fast. The student reaching for the herb had no time to react. Just then, a dark streak shot through the air from afar, striking the shadow with precision and sending it flying. The one who struck was none other than Lu Chong, standing over 10 meters away. He had been clutching 2 pebbles in his hand, and now they finally served their purpose. The students let out sighs of relief and looked at the black shadow that had been struck down, unable to hide their slight shock. "That's a 3rd-tier black mosquito. One bite could take half our lives. What a close call." The creature killed by the pebble was indeed a mosquito. However, this type of mosquito was far larger than anything Lu Chong had seen in his previous life. Its blood-sucking proboscis alone was as long as a little finger. "Thank you, Lu Chong." The student who had been gathering herbs turned pale with fright. Had it not been for Lu Chang's timely intervention, he'd already be on his way to emergency care. "You're welcome." Lu Chong walked over, smiling as he picked the blazing sunflower from the ground and handed it to the soldiers following behind him. The scorching sunblossom and that black mosquito were both military merits, so naturally he wouldn't let them slip through his fingers. The student didn't mind and continued to thank Lu Chong profusely. The students marched onward, though they proceeded with much greater caution now. They'd come to realize this was the wilderness, where lethal dangers could emerge at any moment. Behind them, Instructor Lu Zichang quietly holstered his pistol. Had Lu Chong not acted, he would have intervened to stop that black mosquito himself. These battle-hardened soldiers knew all too well that in the wilderness, every living creature could harbor deadly perils. Just like those third-tier primal black mosquitoes from earlier, they could still ambush and steal the life of even a senior martial apprentice. This wasn't training, it was real combat where no enemy would announce their arrival beforehand. Through carpet search maneuvers, the students ventured deeper into the wilderness, discovering increasingly abundant medicinal herbs and various nearly undetectable first-tier insects. These textbook-renowned mosquitoes always emerge in the most unexpected ways, striking with lethal stealth. Fortunately, the students adapted quickly to their studies, soon finding their rhythm through practice and avoiding further pitfalls. However, what frustrated them was that nearly half of the mutated insect beasts that emerged had already been harvested by Lu Chong before they could act. Lu Chong didn't forcibly snatch those herbs that other students had already found first. These are all military merits. When it comes to snatching kills, I'm a professional. Lu Chong didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, there was inherent competition between them anyway. As long as the instructor didn't speak up, it meant his kill stealing was tacitly approved. Besides, most of these pampered students who'd lived sheltered lives didn't care about the meager rewards anyway. If anything, they were thoroughly unnerved by the bloody spectacle and would rather let Lu Chong take the kills. That kid really isn't scared of blood. At the rear of the team, the squad leader approached Lu Ziqiang again, muttering in surprise. Lu Ziqiang shrugged indifferently. They're just a few low-level worms, like swatting mosquitoes. Nothing to be afraid of. Only when he can see the blood of his own people without flinching will he be truly brave, Lu Ziqiang said meaningfully. The class monitor nodded deeply, recalling the first time he saw a soldier beside him get his arm bitten off, and the first time a beast clawed away a chunk of flesh from his own body. Before they knew it, noon had arrived, and they had smoothly scouted 40 miles beyond the fortress. Just 10 more miles, and they could safely turn back. Though the journey had been fraught with peril, the students were visibly exhausted. In a place like this, you have to stay on high alert at all times, and the psychological toll it takes on them is immense. The thought of returning to the fortress soon made the students relax their tense nerves. These truly weren't days fit for human existence. But just as they were about to turn back, Lu Chang's nose suddenly twitched, and he sharply turned his head to look at a towering ancient tree about 10 meters away. At first glance, Lu Chong couldn't help but jump in fright. On the brown trunk of that tree coiled a serpent so perfectly camouflaged it resembled bark, its flattened head concealed among the dangling branches as it fixed its gaze upon a passing student barely 2 meters below. SSSS. At that moment, the snake's head suddenly moved, transitioning from stillness to motion like a released spring, lightning fast. Oh no! Lu Chong and the instructor behind him reacted almost simultaneously. One hurled a pebble while the other drew his gun and fired. Bang! The pebble struck the snake's head. The bullet hit its vital spot. But this was no low-level insect, it was an 8th-stage withered-wood snake, far more tenacious and brimming with vitality. Though it must have hurt, the creature merely swayed before lunging even faster downward, its gaping maw snapping shut around the student's forearm with crushing force. The terrified student managed to react just in time, raising his arm to shield his head. But that was all there was to it. He had long since forgotten the martial techniques he had learned, retaining only a few basic reflexes. With that single bite, the student let out a piercing scream in terror, desperately thrashing about in an attempt to fling the serpent away. At that very moment, Lu Chong arrived first, instantly striking with eagle claw technique as he fearlessly seized the snake's vital spot behind its head. 5 fingers plunged directly into the serpent's body, drawing blood. With a sudden forceful tug, Lu Chong yanked the withered snake free, ripping out a chunk of flesh from the student's arm along with it. The withered wood snake, seized by its vital spot, screeched endlessly as its 2-meter-long body whipped and coiled towards Lu Chong like a whip. Think you're spoiled, huh? Lu Chong steeled himself and reached out with his free hand, grasping the lashing serpentine tail without an ounce of hesitation. Then, with a sudden forceful tug, he violently ripped the snake in half, spraying blood mist everywhere. The scene turned extremely bloody in an instant, sending the surrounding students fleeing in terror. Damn, this kid is even more brutal than an exotic beast, the class monitor muttered in astonishment. What are you standing around for? Go save him. Lu Ziqiang took one look at the blood-soaked Lu Chong before bellowing the command. Chapter 43, Seeking the Instructor's Guidance. The out-of-town student's forearm had a chunk of flesh bitten off, severing an artery, and blood continued to gush out profusely. However, with this world's medical technology, even severed limbs could be regrown. This wound was far from life-threatening. The surrounding students turned pale with fright, not daring to approach. The class monitor quickly came with 2 fighters and performed first aid on the student, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Lu Chong took the handkerchief handed to him by Lu Qingqing, wiped the snake blood from his face, and surprisingly didn't feel much discomfort. He had mentally prepared himself for such situations long ago, even deliberately watching numerous violent videos to condition himself. However, Lu Chong once again felt the sheer savagery of the wilderness. This was no comparison to the domesticated beasts in hunting grounds. The shadow panther from the previous mock exam, though untamed, clearly lacked the savage aura of these wilderness beasts. "Hey kid, you alright?" Instructor Lu Zicheng came over to Lu Chang's side and asked. As Lu Chang watched the other soldiers help gather his spoils of war, he chuckled and shook his head. "Instructor, can I ask how many military merits I've accumulated now? After toiling for half a day and shamelessly stealing kills, wasn't Lu Chang just after those military merits?" Lu Zicheng was visibly stunned. This kid didn't show concern for his classmates or lingering fear after the incident, but instead his first reaction was to ask about military merits. Was this cold-bloodedness or sheer audacity? One couldn't quite tell. 352 military merits. "Don't worry, you're temporarily in first place," Lu Zicheng said impatiently. Lu Chong roughly calculated that, according to common knowledge, each military merit was worth over 100 yuan, meaning he'd earned over 30,000 today? Not bad, this is even faster than private tutoring, Lu Chong thought with secret delight. The key was that military merits held greater value than their monetary equivalent because they could be exchanged for resources unavailable on the open market. Sigh, if only they could give me a few martial arts techniques for free like the school teachers do, Lu Chong thought to himself. But he also knew this was unlikely. Soldiers were soldiers, and the military wasn't a charitable educational institution. Everything depended on military merits. Of course, personal mentorship through private connections didn't count. Thinking this, Lu Chong gave his drill instructor Lu Zicheng a rather meaningful sidelong glance. This martial arts instructor must still have some tricks up his sleeve. "What are you staring at?" Lu Zicheng felt unnerved by Lu Chang's intense gaze. Lu Chong answered earnestly, reporting, "Instructor, I'd like to request your guidance on my combat techniques." Only then did Lu Zicheng relax, realizing it wasn't some major issue, just this talented kid showing humble willingness to learn after all. Let's head back first. Martial arts training isn't until this afternoon. Their group's reconnaissance mission was completed, and soon they were making their orderly way back to the fortress. By 2 in the afternoon, all the students had gathered at the training grounds. Some were injured, some looked dejected, while others seemed unusually excited. Clearly, the first day in the wilderness had subjected these students to trials unlike any they'd experienced before. Lu Chong also noticed that the electronic bulletin board at the training ground displayed military merit rankings for all students. As Lu Zicheng had said, the top spot belonged to Lu Chong with 352 merit points. The second place, unmistakably, was held by Xuechang from 3rd High, the same Xuechang who had previously challenged Lu Chong, with 297 merit points. The 3rd and 4th places were occupied by Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan, both having military merits exceeding 200 points. Xuechang glanced at Lu Chong from afar, his fighting spirit undiminished. Lu Chong responded with a smile while mentally calculating, 352 plus 297. I now effectively have 649 military merit points. Chief Instructor Chang Dongye addressed the group sternly. Your performance in the wilderness should be abundantly clear to each of you by now. I must say, you're the worst group I've ever taught. If there's no improvement in the future, my suggestion is that you pack up and go back to school to Playhouse. Hearing this, over half the students immediately lowered their heads in shame, each thinking the criticism was directed at them. Now, you have half an hour for a break. Half an hour from now, martial arts training will begin. Find the instructor corresponding to your level for sparring practice. At this point, Chung Dongye's grin twisted into something horrifying, sending an involuntary shiver down the spines of every student present. They'd heard from past students that sparring with these drill instructors was sheer torture. After all, the military training motto was no way out but through, essentially training you to the brink of death. Many students and even fresh recruits claimed they'd rather face mutated beasts in the wild than spar with these demonic instructors. Lu Chong, however, remained unfazed, his mind busy calculating how to milk the instructors for all they were worth. During the brief rest, Lu Chong took a moment to check his personal stats panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 9th Stage, 4%. Martial Arts, 9 Shadow Steps, perfected. Wind-splitting leg, perfected. Golden Cicada Armor, achieved subtlety, 59%. Tiger's Roar Mastery, 2%. The cultivation speed of the Golden Cicada Armor and Tiger Roar technique is still a bit too slow. Lu Chong felt somewhat unsatisfied. The Golden Cicada Armor required medicinal liquid assistance, so Lu Chong planned to exchange his military merits for the solution tonight and soak in it while sleeping. The Tiger Roar technique was a top-tier martial art, so it was understandable that its automatic cultivation speed slowed down at advanced stages. Besides, Principal Fawn was giving him extra tutelage. He was confident that within a month, he could at least reach near perfection in mastering the techniques. So, I can totally pick up a few more martial techniques, the more, the merrier. Especially after realizing the importance of fundamental martial skills, Lu Chong wasn't about to complain about having too many, these would all save him time in his future cultivation. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. Lu Chong didn't seek out any other instructors, he went straight to Lu Ziqiang instead. All 7 martial arts techniques taught at the school have been mastered to perfection. It wasn't about finding just anyone, what truly mattered was locating someone who could impart new techniques to him. Lu Qingqing's boulder-crushing palm and 9 shadows step had both reached the subtle mastery level under Lu Chang's guidance, so she straightforwardly chose to join Lu Chang's group. To Lu Chang's surprise, Xiang Yueya, Huang Junyan, and even that Shuechang actually chose instructor Lu Ziqiang. Are they all here to learn the mountain leaning strike? Lu Ziqiang stood proudly before the 15 students who'd chosen him, declaring in a booming voice, I may not teach as well as your instructors, but I can suppress my cultivation to engage you in authentic martial arts sparring. What I'm going to teach you isn't just the mechanics of mountain clinging strike, but how to use it to defeat your opponents. As for how much you can comprehend, that's up to you. Who's first? Lu Ziqiang's tiger-like eyes swept across the group. The students lowered their heads one after another, avoiding eye contact, with no one volunteering to step forward. Then I'll call the names. Lu Ziqiang suddenly looked towards Lu Chong in the crowd. Lu Chong, step forward. Lu Chong responded immediately, stepping out and cupping his fists toward the instructor. Please instruct me, sir. Good. I'll use the strength of a 9th-level martial apprentice to spar with you in close mountain lean. Lu Ziqiang nodded and declared loudly, 9th level? The students immediately erupted in murmurs of surprise. When did this happen? Wasn't Lu Chong at martial apprentice 8th rank? Moreover, after being amplified by the school forum, all the students present knew that Lu Chong had only recently broken through to martial apprentice 8th rank. But just a few days later, how has he already reached 9th rank? Do you think this is as easy as eating and drinking? Lu Ziqiang didn't know Lu Chong had just broken through, nor was he aware of Lu Chang's previous progression speed. He only judged Lu Chang's cultivation level as martial apprentice 9th rank after seeing him fight in the wilderness moments ago. Quiet! Lu Ziqiang roared like a tiger. The rest of you students watch carefully, this will benefit you too. Only when the students fell silent did Lu Ziqiang turn his gaze to Lu Chong, bellowing, Kid, pay close attention. This is what a perfected mountain closing stance looks like. Before his words even faded, Lu Ziqiang was already striding toward Lu Chong with earth-shaking steps, each footfall pounding the ground like a drum, creating an overwhelming momentum. At the moment of impact, Lu Ziqiang suddenly bent his elbow, pivoted sideways, and exploded with even greater speed, driving his body straight into Lu Chang's chest. Lu Chong remained composed and fearless, employing the same mountain clinging technique. With a deep inward breath that made his chest appear to collapse inward, he deflected half of the instructor's force. At the same time, Lu Chong violently raised his right knee, driving it straight toward Lu Ziqiang's exposed abdomen. With a dull thud, Lu Chong staggered back several steps, yet astonishingly, the previously overpowering instructor also stumbled backward 2 paces before regaining his footing. Lu Ziqiang was inwardly shaken. Among martial experts, a single exchange was all it took to measure an opponent's true capability. From Lu Chang's reactions and the subtle counterforce moments ago, he could already discern the lineage and technique behind Lu Chang's Iron Mountain Lean. This damned kid, his Iron Mountain Lean must have reached the perfected realm. Lu Ziqiang almost cursed aloud, wondering how the Education Bureau's submitted materials could have passed review. A perfected level Iron Mountain Lean? What the hell was he supposed to teach this kid? Then it hit him, this Lu Chong brat was no innocent either, deliberately hiding his skills to make him, the instructor, lose face in public. You've clearly reached perfection, why come to me? Lu Ziqiang was getting a headache. His earlier words had been too absolute. If he couldn't even instruct the first student properly, how could the others continue training? At that moment, Lu Chong remained silent but decisively launched his attack. His movements and momentum were in no way inferior to instructor Lu Ziqiang's. Boom! The two collided in close quarters, engaging in a fierce grappling match using the mountain leaning technique, surprisingly evenly matched despite their disparities. Lu Ziqiang finally couldn't hold back any longer and whispered through gritted teeth, "What the hell are you trying to pull, kid? You're already at great perfection realm, yet still here teasing me?" Lu Chong chuckled inwardly, but outwardly maintained perfect composure as he replied in an equally hushed tone, "Instructor, I genuinely seek your guidance on my martial techniques. I can't teach you shit. Aside from shoulder slam, I'm not good at any other school martial arts," Lu Ziqiang responded gloomily. Lu Chong replied earnestly, "That's alright. I'm not interested in other school martial arts either. I was hoping to learn some new techniques from you, instructor. Even mid to low tier ones would do, I'm not picky." Lu Ziqiang froze for a moment before quickly realizing what Lu Chong wanted, nearly erupting in curses. "Trying to take advantage of me? You're daydreaming, kid." Chapter 44, Instructor, you're kinda weak. Lu Ziqiang never expected things to turn out this way. He'd intended to crush Lu Chang's arrogance but instead found himself trapped in an embarrassing situation by this brat. If he couldn't take down Lu Chong soon, How could he command respect from the others and establish his authority over the students behind him? But just swallowing his pride like this was unbearable for Lu Zicheng. Wouldn't others laugh themselves to death if word got out? At this moment, Lu Chong, who had just been sternly rejected, went for another close-quarters takedown, only for Lu Zicheng to sidestep it effortlessly. Coach, think about it, I'm helping you build your reputation. When I use the martial arts techniques you taught me, wouldn't that bring you glory too? When brute force didn't work, Lu Chong switched to persuasion. After all, he still had to give the instructor a way to save face. Sure enough, upon hearing Lu Chang's softened tone, Lu Zicheng relented with gritted teeth, saying, "Fine, you win. I'll help you exchange for the military combat skill 7-step killer fist. Don't worry, it's a mid-tier martial technique," Lu Zicheng added. Lu Chong was overjoyed. "Thank you, instructor." Then, Lu Chong intentionally exposed a flaw in his stance. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zicheng struck with a fierce elbow to Lu Chang's chest, catapulting him backwards into the crowd of students. Lu Chong deliberately staggered to his feet, clasped his hands in salute, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, instructor. It has given me new insight into the mountain leaning technique." Lu Zicheng stood with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly as he remarked nonchalantly, "You've already improved greatly. Your mastery of mountain leaning is nearing refinement. You're not far from perfection." In truth, his heart was still bleeding inside. A mid-grade martial technique isn't something you can just pass on casually. It costs nearly 1,000 military merit points and requires personal endorsement for that kid. However, Lu Zicheng found Lu Chang's argument quite persuasive. Given Lu Chang's potential, as long as he doesn't die young, he'll undoubtedly make a name for himself someday. When that happens, Lu Zicheng's contribution in teaching him martial arts will surely be remembered. If Lu Zicheng didn't genuinely believe in Lu Chang's future, he wouldn't have sacrificed so much just for the sake of face. The surrounding students couldn't discern the realm of Lu Chang's mountain closing stance, yet when the instructor mentioned the micro-perfection level, they still found it utterly astounding. They knew Lu Chong had mastered stone-splitting palm, 9 shadow steps, eagle claw technique, and heart-piercing kick to perfection, but never imagined even his mountain closing stance had reached micro-perfection. Is this really a student our age? Still, seeing how the instructor handled it doesn't seem as ruthless as the rumors said. We probably don't need to worry too much. With this mindset, the remaining students also enthusiastically stepped forward to practice close mountain collision with the drill instructor. And so, Lu Zicheng, who'd been seething with anger, ruthlessly battered all the succeeding students multiple times, sending nearly every one of them to the medical unit. Only the 2 girls, Xiang Yueya and Lu Qingqing, escaped relatively unscathed, though they still had to visit the medical unit to recover from hidden injuries. Before being carried away, Huang Junyan and Shui Changlin kept casting resentful glances at Lu Chong, who stood there completely unharmed, unable to comprehend why their treatment had been so different. By around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Chong was the only one left in this training group. In fact, the same went for the other 6 groups. Each instructor showed no mercy when it came to dealing out blows. Leaving Lu Chong behind to wait, Lu Zicheng swiftly went to exchange for the promised mid-grade boxing manual, and the approval went through without a hitch. Remember, don't tell anyone about this for now. Returning to the training ground after teaching Lu Chong the 7-step killer fist, Lu Zicheng couldn't help but emphasize one more point. If you've got any other tricks up your sleeve, go try them on the other instructors tomorrow. No reason I should be the only one suffering losses, Lu Zicheng said with a sly grin. Lu Chang's eyes lit up at this. Yes indeed. He still had the iron wire fist and cloud-piercing finger techniques hidden away. That meant 2 more golden opportunities to milk the system. Thank you for the advice, instructor. This time, Lu Chang's gratitude came from the heart. This trip to the military camp has truly been fruitful. As soon as Lu Chong absorbed the 7-step killing fist, a prompt immediately rang in his mind. The 7-step killing fist has drawn experience from Iron Thread Fist and 9 Shadow Step, directly reaching minor mastery. The 7-step killing fist has received guidance from a master, quadrupling its cultivation speed. Lu Chong was secretly delighted. Indeed, the 7-step killing fist shares commonalities with Iron Wire Fist and 9 Shadow Steps, allowing direct conversion and upgrading. Moreover, due to Lu Chang's enhanced mental fortitude, the automatic cultivation speed of 7-step killing had already doubled. With the instructor's guidance added, it quadrupled again. At this stage, the perfected 7-step killing improved by 16% every hour. 2 hours later, Lu Chong checked his 7-step killing cultivation progress again. 7 steps to killing, minor mastery, 32%. To avoid frightening this adorable instructor, Lu Chong chose not to demonstrate but merely observed from the side. Lu Zicheng thought Lu Chong was still in the assimilation phase. After withdrawing his energy, he said, "Remember, the 7-step killing fist is a martial art where killing intent accumulates layer by layer. Each step you take enhances both the fist's momentum and the lethal intent. Every step is a deadly trap, each punch stronger than the last, no breaks allowed." Lu Chong nodded in understanding. He had already begun grasping the essence of this fist technique since attaining its minor mastery. I chose this technique for you because I've already perfected the 7-step killing fist and can personally guide you. From now on, I can spare 1 hour each afternoon to train you in this 7-step killing fist. You may leave for now. Lu Ziqiang spoke his piece, but inwardly he was thinking, so you think you can screw me over? Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you a brutal lesson. If the mountain-crushing shoulder can't put you down, the 7-step killing fist will send you straight to the infirmary. Lu Chong pondered to himself, no wonder 7-step killing fist is progressing slower than wind-cutting legs did when I practiced it with the homeroom teacher, even though both are mid-grade martial techniques. It turns out the instructor's martial skill was just too weak, and now it's only reaching the mastery level. Tomorrow afternoon? Lu Chong calculated his training speed in time. By tomorrow afternoon, he'll reach mastery, who knows who'll be instructing whom by then. However, Lu Chong still solemnly thanked the instructor once more before returning to camp. The day's intensive training had ended, but his evening schedule remained packed tight. First, he'd practice the Tiger's Roar Kung Fu with Principal Fong, then use his military merits to exchange for medicinal liquids to soak in while cultivating the golden cicada mantle. Ah, such busy yet fulfilling days. That night, Lu Chang's cultivation progress gave Principal Fong quite the shock. However, what was truly terrifying was the progress of his Tiger's Roar cultivation technique. Principal Fong sensed that this supreme martial skill was continuously advancing in Lu Chang's hands. It likely wouldn't take more than a month for him to master it fully. After another night of medicinal soaking, Lu Chong paid close attention to his cultivation progress early in the morning. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Apprentice 9th Stage, 15%. Martial Skills, 9 Shadow Steps, perfected. Wind Splitting Leg, perfected. Golden Cicada Body Technique, profound, 65%. Tiger's Roar Technique, mastery, 22%. 7-Step Killing Fist, minor mastery, 80%. Not bad. At this rate, a whole new world will open up in just 1 month. Lu Chong was quite satisfied. Although last night's medicinal bath had nearly exhausted all the military merits he accumulated yesterday, it didn't matter, his golden cicada armor had made rapid progress. Besides, wasn't Shui Chang still gathering more merits for him? Keep earning military merits today. Which instructor should I train with this afternoon to learn martial techniques? Chapter 45. This student is beyond teaching. On this day, the students ventured 20 miles deeper into the wilderness. The exotic beasts in the wilderness were like weeds, growing back relentlessly season after season, impossible to fully eradicate. Fortunately, within a 100-mile radius around the fortress, level 2 beasts rarely appeared, making it suitable for the students to train. Although some students were still getting injured, most had adapted considerably enough not to completely freeze up when encountering a first-level mutant beast. Lu Chong naturally stuck to his headhunting style, earning another 300-plus military merits by midday. There was no other way. If he didn't snatch those kills, he wouldn't even know where to get the ingredients for tonight's medicinal bath. Upon returning to camp, Lu Chong made sure to check Shui Chang's military merit tally. Not bad, it's just over 300 points, only a few dozen less than mine. This is better. If the gap were too large, Lu Chong feared the kid might give up midway and stop earning him military merits. During the afternoon martial arts training session, Lu Chong didn't choose Lu Ziqiang again, but went to another instructor skilled in iron wire fist instead. Employing the same method, he successfully obtained another mid-grade martial arts technique called Gale Steps. This is a movement technique solely focused on enhancing sprinting speed, which differs significantly from the small-scale dodging of the 9 Shadow Steps. Lu Chong, of course, gladly accepted and returned to Lu Ziqiang to share the good news with him. Ah, great. Old Zhang got played by me this time. Lu Ziqiang laughed gleefully, then looked at Lu Chong with mischief in his eyes. You've been practicing the 7-step killing fist for a day now. Let's spar today. He had long wanted to beat this punk up. How could he miss such a perfect opportunity? Yes, please instruct me, trainer. Lu Chong naturally wouldn't refuse, humbly seeking guidance. He knew exactly what the instructor was thinking, but sorry to disappoint, my 7-step killing fist has already reached mastery 2. So, 15 minutes later, Lu Ziqiang once again frustratedly called for a stop, muttering in human and "this can't be real" repeatedly. Are you absolutely sure you've never studied this martial art before? Lu Ziqiang asked repeatedly, receiving only Lu Chang's firm affirmations each time. Fortunately, he'd already sent the other students to the infirmary beforehand, otherwise, Lu Chong would have probably gotten him in trouble again today. Alright, I've got nothing left to teach you, kid. You'd better find yourself a higher level instructor. In the end, Lu Ziqiang saw Lu Chong off as if he were sending away royalty, then was left scratching his head alone. Both were human beings, so how could the gap between them be so vast? However, by the third day, Lu Ziqiang had finally come to terms with it because instructor Zhang had suffered the same humiliation. What's more, Lu Ziqiang personally witnessed Lu Chong defeat Zhang with hurricane steps. On the same day, Lu Chong got what he wanted again, using his last unrevealed cloud-piercing finger technique. he obtained a mid-grade martial skill called 3-inch palm from another instructor, Chang. This martial art also had its unique features, focusing on unleashing lethal force within 3 inches, essentially a close combat killing technique emphasizing explosive short-range power. Naturally, Lu Chong accepted it without hesitation. By the 4th day, under the supervision of Lu Zicheng and instructor Zhang, Instructor Chang was also defeated by Lu Chong using the 3-inch palm. By the 5th afternoon of martial arts training, all the instructors ignored Lu Chong, leaving him isolated on the sidelines. Clearly, the 7 instructors had learned of his actions and chose to keep their distance. After class that day, the 7 instructors even sought out Principal Fong to complain. "We can't teach the student anymore. He's practically drained us dry." Upon hearing about Lu Chang's behavior, Principal Fong burst into hearty laughter. After all, he'd nearly been driven mad by the boy these past few days himself. Who would have thought that his top-tier tiger roar technique would reach near perfection in Lu Chang's hands in just 5 short days? This kind of talent gap was infuriating enough to drive one mad, but at least now he didn't have to bear the frustration alone. Of course, Principal Fong, being a shrewd old fox, naturally wouldn't disclose this matter to these instructors. He was just thinking that Lu Chong needed specialized training, better keep the boy busy rather than letting him idle around and disrupt others' cultivation. Thinking of this, Principal Fong said to the instructors, "Daily wilderness training is still necessary. It can help him broaden his horizons, and this kid needs those military merits too. However, we do need to make targeted adjustments to Lu Chang's martial arts training in the afternoon." Principal Fong pondered and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Shang Dongye hesitated for a moment before saying, "How about having him spar with the soldiers, without restricting martial techniques?" Principal Fong immediately slapped his thigh and said, "Good, we'll do it this way. The soldiers are all battle-hardened warriors. Only when martial skills are unrestricted does it count as true combat and lethal techniques. Not just Lu Chong, but after other students train for half a month, they'll also join in. Let them understand what it truly means to be a warrior." Instructor Lu Zicheng suddenly interjected, "But if the soldiers are of the same tier as Lu Chong, it might be hard to pose a threat to him. You don't realize how ruthless that kid can be." As the instructor who personally took Lu Chong into the wilderness, he knew best just how fierce Lu Chong could be. Even the soldier's toughness might not be enough to intimidate him. Chang Dongye snorted, "No need to worry. If one isn't enough, send 2. If that still doesn't work, have an entire squad of soldiers gang up on him." "Heh, I refuse to believe he can take on 100 men at once." Principal Fong nodded enthusiastically, clearly enjoying the drama. "Well said. This kid definitely needs to learn a lesson during special training. In the barracks, no one fears anyone. Disagree? Then fight it out. Whoever's toughest calls the shots." Lu Chong was blissfully unaware that he had already been meticulously arranged. Sitting in his tent, he soaked in a bath while tallying up the gains of the past few days. Name, Lu Chong. Level, 9th stage martial apprentice, 65%. Martial skills, 9 shadow steps, perfected. Splitting boulder palm, perfected. Cloud piercing finger technique, perfected. Mountain clinging shoulder technique, perfected. Eagle claw kung fu, perfected. Iron thread fist, perfected. Heart piercing kick, perfected. Wind splitting kick, perfected. Golden cicada armor, sublime, 85%. Tiger's roar technique, great accomplishment, 59%. 7 steps killing fist, sublime, 50%. Gale steps, sublime, 35%. 3-inch palm mastery, 10%. Gazing at the 13 martial arts techniques he had mastered, Lu Chong felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. 7 low-grade, 4 mid-grade, 1 high-grade, and 1 supreme grade, Lu Chong mused to himself. "I doubt any other martial apprentice in this world has cultivated as many combat skills as I have." Chapter 46, I'll beat the special combat class single-handed. April 13th. Less than 2 months left until the National College entrance examination. When the students returned from the wilderness, ready to begin intensive martial arts training, they noticed that Lu Chong, usually a standout performer, was missing. "Chief Instructor, have you called me here for personal guidance?" Lu Chong looked sincerely at Cheng Dongye, who had requested this meeting, asking with genuine curiosity. It must be said, this chief instructor hadn't actually taught him anything yet. Couldn't he pass down a military combat skill or two? Stop your wishful thinking right there. Even without thinking, Cheng Dongye could guess exactly what was going through the kid's mind. He was setting his sights on him now. He'd been prepared for this all along and wouldn't fall for it. "I have nothing to teach you," Cheng Dongye said with utmost seriousness. "And it's not just me, none of the other instructors have time to train you in martial techniques right now. The instructors are being too modest. There's still so much I wish to learn from you," Lu Chong responded with visible disappointment. The corner of Cheng Dongye's mouth twitched. Could that even be called learning? It was practically robbing them of their military merits. "Enough already, quit the smart talk. Although we don't have time to teach you personally, we've found a more suitable intensive training method for you." Cheng Dongye got straight to the point, turning serious. "I've arranged for you to spar with a special forces soldier. These soldiers are all seasoned 9th Dan martial apprentices who may not be able to teach you martial techniques per se, but what you can learn from them are the most practical combat skills and battlefield experience. If you can outperform them, you'll be a true warrior, not just a student who talks the talk. Understood? Chang Dongye asked solemnly. Lu Chong finally grasped the instructor's intention and felt a stirring in his heart. This was exactly what he needed most at the moment. From these battle-hardened warriors who had endured blood and fire, he could learn much lessons that would be extremely practical. Understood. Thank you, instructor. Lu Chong shouted with sincere gratitude. Good. Follow squad leader Li here to the warrior training camp, Chang Dongye said approvingly. Standing beside him was a broad-shouldered, formidable soldier, none other than the aforementioned squad leader Li, a true martial artist. Instead of immediately moving, Lu Chong countered with a question, Instructor, if I can defeat all the Special Forces trainees, will there be any rewards? Don't worry, instructor. I'm not greedy, just a few thousand military merits or a top-tier martial skill will do. I'm not picky. How could Lu Chong let slip such a golden opportunity to ask for favors? Chang Dongye felt his blood boil upon hearing this, so training this kid actually required preparing lavish gifts first? He didn't outright refuse Lu Chong, but instead turned to look at squad leader Li behind him. Squad leader Li, it seems this classmate Lu Chong is quite confident. What do you all think? Squad leader Li immediately snapped to attention and saluted, shouting in a booming voice, reporting to platoon leader, we won't agree to this. We'll take good care of this classmate. They delivered some serious threats. What if you lose? Chang Dongye pressed further. Of course. Seeing squad leader Li about to make a military pledge, Chang Dongye quickly added, I'm talking about the entire class ganging up together. Squad leader Li visibly paused. Was the platoon leader looking down on their special combat squad too much? You should know, among the 10 warriors in their class excluding himself, each was at the 9th stage of martial apprentice, and all had exceptionally rich combat experience. To gang up on a single student? Answer me. Chang Dongye didn't give squad leader Li any chance to question, directly demanding, because he understood, with Lu Chang's talent, figuring out the warrior's combat methods wouldn't be hard, and defeating one or two would still be relatively easy for him. Therefore, the target set for him couldn't be too low. The squad leader Li quickly snapped to attention. Reporting to the platoon leader, we won't lose, he said. If we lose, we're willing to pool our money to meet this classmate's demand. Chang Dongye grunted in acknowledgement before turning to Lu Chong and asking, so, what do you say? You game? Lu Chong immediately beamed with joy and looked gratefully at Chang Dongye. Thank you, chief instructor. Humph. Chang Dongye snorted. You're quite confident, but what if you lose? What I meant was, you won't be able to defeat an entire Special Forces squad within 10 days. Lu Chong froze for a moment. This head instructor wasn't playing by the rules. Was he actually trying to take advantage of his students? Alright, Chang Dongye didn't pressure Lu Chong, coming up with a solution for him. If you can't manage it, then spend your remaining special training time sparring with the soldiers to hone their martial skills. It won't cost you anything, Chang Dongye said with an easy smile. Lu Chong pondered for a moment. Wasn't this essentially becoming a martial arts instructor for warriors, but in reverse? It's not necessarily a bad thing, Lu Chong replied earnestly. I'll defer entirely to the chief instructor's judgment. Alright, go on. Chang Dongye waved his hand, not wanting to see the kid's face anymore. Only after Lu Chong left with squad leader Li did Chang Dongye chuckle darkly to himself. Little brat, trying to take advantage of me. Whether you can do it or not, old Cheng here won't lose anything. Squad leader Li, I don't know your full name yet, Lu Chong asked proactively as they headed to the special combat squad. Li Yibing. Squad leader Li responded curtly, with a hint of coldness. Clearly, this special forces squad leader had also grown somewhat put off by Lu Chang's arrogant attitude. Knowing better than to press his luck, Lu Chong followed Li Yibing in silence to a camp located far from the student training grounds. Before even reaching the destination, Lu Chong could already hear the soldiers' murderous battle cries, interspersed with occasional cheers. This kind of imposing aura is truly beyond what students can match. Just listening to the sounds made Lu Chang's blood boil with excitement. When he arrived at the soldiers' training grounds, Lu Chong saw there were at least 100 warriors engaged in paired combat. Though they weren't using weapons, each man fought bare-chested, displaying their lean, powerful muscles and the countless scars that marked their bodies. Most of them were young warriors, some soldiers among them not much older than Lu Chong himself. After all, many high school graduates don't necessarily choose martial arts universities. Instead, they enlist directly, entering the military's great forge to distinguish themselves and serve their country. Lu Chong also noticed that the fights between these warriors were much fiercer than the sparring matches they had in school. Many of the warriors were genuinely beaten to the point of bleeding heads, and some even had broken bones, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. This isn't training at all, it's practically treating comrades like mortal enemies in brutal combat. Lu Chong understood this situation perfectly. The blood and sweat shed during peacetime could reduce sacrifices when war came. No matter how confident Lu Chong was, he always held the deepest respect for these soldiers who defended their homeland. They were truly the most admirable and pure-hearted people in this world. Stop! Li Yibing arrived on the training ground and shouted loudly. The soldiers immediately ceased their movements, standing at attention in unison as they turned their eyes toward him. Student Lu Chong here is a high school senior from number 1 middle school who will soon take the Gaokao. The squad leader has assigned him to spar with our soldiers. This student also claims to be confident he can defeat our entire elite combat class within 10 days. Note, it means defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Li Yibing raised his voice as he spoke. Warriors, tell this classmate, do you accept? Not happening. The 100-odd warriors roared in unison, their voices carrying the thunderous might of an entire army. Lu Chong forced an awkward but polite smile. The squad leader Li was clearly trying to stir up trouble. Chapter 47. This little troublemaker isn't easy to handle. With over 100 pairs of murderous eyes locked onto him, even Lu Chong couldn't help but feel uneasy. These soldiers were nothing like the students back at school. Each one had blood on their hands from killing mutated beasts and even people, their gazes brimming with lethal intent. The presence of killing intent, though intangible, is undeniably real, and Lu Chong could feel it keenly at this moment. Class monitor, since this classmate is so confident, let me, veteran Yo, be the first to test him, see if he's all talk and no action. A brawny fighter, even more burly than Li Yibing, stepped forward voluntarily. Let's spar. Bring it on. Go for it. Go for it. The surrounding soldiers immediately got riled up, cheering and whooping, led by someone who started clapping enthusiastically. Li Yibing nodded in satisfaction and barked, good. Old bull, if you embarrass our special ops squad, you'll be volunteering for a 20-kilometer weighted run. Nyoben, step forward and prepare. Everyone else, clear the space for them to duel. Don't scare our little classmate here. The soldiers moved swiftly, dispersing in an orderly manner to clear a large vacant area in the center, surrounding Lu Chong and the soldier named Nyoben. Lu Chong humbly cupped his fists and introduced himself. Lu Chong, a senior from class 5 of number 1 high school. Nyoben thumped his chest loudly, his voice booming like thunder as he bellowed, confidentiality rules apply. Just know this, my name's Nyoben, and that's all you need. Go ahead and hit me, kid. If you manage to cripple me, I'll buy you a drink. Though it'll have to be during our days off, of course. Ha ha. The surrounding soldiers burst into another round of cheers and laughter. Clearly, these straightforward warriors harbored no ill will toward Lu Chong. But in the military camp, nothing was feared more than a duel, and nothing was respected more than the true victor who emerged from such a battle. Lu Chong said no more and shifted into a fighting stance, his gaze locked onto Nyoben, who appeared to be standing with casual indifference. He didn't drop his guard, because he found he couldn't discern what martial technique this warrior was about to use, yet sensed an outwardly relaxed but inwardly tense demeanor. This was the so-called defeating substantial moves with formlessness appearing full of openings everywhere, but likely just traps deliberately laid out for him. This is what real combat looks like. No one tells you which martial technique comes next, nor can you rely on a single technique from start to finish. In real battles, it's all about skill combinations, seamlessly switching between multiple techniques and unleashing the most suitable move at the most crucial moment. Nyoben didn't make the first move, so Lu Chong seized the initiative instead. Step followed step in rapid succession, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he charged toward his opponent. It was the perfected 9 shadow step technique. Since he couldn't predict his opponent's moves, Lu Chong decisively employed his elusive 9 shadow steps, rendering himself equally unfathomable. Only when he closed within 3 feet did Lu Chong unleash his killing technique, a straight punch cutting through the air, aimed directly at the warrior's face. It was the straightforward yet powerfully devastating Iron Thread Fist. The perfected Iron Thread Fist, coupled with his equally mastered 9 shadow steps, created an even more formidable force. Perfect timing. Nyoben's eyes bulged like bronze bells as he roared, his aura transforming dramatically, his palms striking out like 2 large cattail leaf fans. One hand swept sideways yet employed gentle force, effortlessly entwining around Lu Chang's forearm before deftly flicking it aside with skillful energy. Almost simultaneously, his other palm thrust squarely forward, driving straight toward Lu Chang's exposed chest. Lu Chong still couldn't identify what martial techniques these were, only barely discerning that these 2 palm strikes originated from 2 distinct techniques, one rigid, one yielding, yet seamlessly coordinated. Neither of Nyoben's martial techniques had evidently reached perfection. They still hadn't attained that state of complete mastery and flawless execution. Facing this unfamiliar combination technique, Lu Chong showed no trace of fear. Rather, he braced his chest and squarely took the opponent's pushing palms. Yet even as the enemy's palms made contact, his other arm was already bent at the elbow, driving upward. In the same instant, a devastating elbow strike smashed sideways into Nyoben's flank. Mountain crushing charge. Specializing in close quarters combat, Lu Chong employed a tactical dismantling approach, what he called countering moves with reactions. With his invulnerable golden cicada armor as backup, he had absolutely no fear of trading blows directly with his opponent. Boom! The collision impacted both fighters with tremendous force. Yet Lu Chang's body remained impossibly rigid. He didn't budge even an inch while standing his ground. Instead, it was Nyoben whose palm ached from the impact, and Lu Chang's forceful push sent him sprawling 3 meters back, his body staggering. Strike while the enemy is vulnerable. Lu Chong gave Niu Ben no chance to recover. His 9 shadow step followed like a phantom as he swiftly shifted back to Iron Wire Fist, hammering a strike toward the off-balance Niu Ben. But to Lu Chang's surprise, even in pain and off-balance, the warrior managed to recalibrate in time, launching a vicious, deceptive low sweep aim straight at his lower body. This was a move that forced the enemy to respond. If Lu Chong kept throwing punches, he would likely be swept off his feet by his opponent's leg strike, making the loss outweigh the gain. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, especially after practicing the Tiger's Roar technique, which had sharpened his reaction speed. Retracting his fist, leaping up, and kicking out, all executed in one fluid motion. The moves of 9 Shadow Step and Iron Thread Fist instantly transformed into a midair heart-piercing kick. Dodging the sweeping leg attack, Lu Chang's heart-piercing kick descended like an icicle from the sky, driving straight toward Niu Ben's chest. Though Niu Ben reacted swiftly on instinct, raising his arms in defense, how could he possibly block Lu Chang's flawless, perfected kick? Boom! Already unbalanced and unable to regain his footing, Niu Ben was brutally stomped down by Lu Chang's kick, slamming against the bluestone pavement with such force that the sound of cracking bones erupted from his back. Yet, this warrior refused to yield. With a furious roar, he slapped both palms against the ground, leveraging the rebound to launch himself upward, arms outstretched to tackle Lu Chong just as the latter touched down. Even severely wounded, the warrior's spirit knew no surrender. Lu Chong sighed inwardly, finding no fault in his opponent's actions, only admiration. With a sudden sway, he evaded the grappling attempt and appeared beside the slowed warrior. A single splitting palm strike to the base of the skull sent Niu Ben crumpling into unconsciousness. He knew that if he didn't do this, the warrior would probably fight him to the bitter end. Not that the warrior was being unreasonable, this was simply their normal training condition. Getting severely injured wasn't a big deal. They could recover quickly at the infirmary. But with someone like this, Lu Chong didn't truly want to cripple them. The surrounding warriors watching the battle fell into stunned silence at this sight. Then, before Lu Chong could even react, a chorus of cheers erupted. Good. This student isn't a pushover. Old Bull is a tough one too, no backing down. Li Yibing looked at Lu Chong with some surprise, who remained perfectly composed, finally realizing what kind of little monster the platoon leader had sent him. He was a true martial artist, with vision far sharper than most of the soldiers around him. Just in those few moves, Li Yibing could tell that Lu Chong had used Shattering Palm, 9 Shadow Step, Mountain Leaning Shoulder, and Heart-Piercing Kick, 4 martial techniques. And the most terrifying part was that all 4 of this kid's techniques had reached the perfection realm. Damn, the platoon leader screwed me over. This little troublemaker's gonna be tough to handle. Chapter 48, if I don't hurry up I'll break through. Carry him to the medical station. Don't forget his 20-kilometer weighted run when he wakes up. Li Yibing gave the order, and nearby medics waiting on standby immediately came forward with a stretcher to carry away Niu Ben. Then, Li Yibing looked at Lu Chong and nodded, saying, "Not bad. I admit I still underestimated you. How about it? Take a break and then continue." Lu Chong nodded, took out a nutrition bar and took a bite before saying, "Let's continue, I'm fine." Li Yibing glanced at Lu Chong again, wondering why this kid seemed so impatient. Lu Chong, however, was thinking it wasn't that he was impatient, but if he didn't hurry, he might break through to martial artist level too soon. In just 10 days, no, judging by Lu Chang's estimations, he could break through to martial artist within 4 or 5 more. So, before that, he had to fulfill the agreement to dominate the special combat class, only then could he earn the martial arts skill reward. Monitor, I'll do it. A lean-looking soldier stood up and stepped forward, volunteering eagerly. Good going, old Zhu. The surrounding soldiers cheered again. Li Yibing cautioned, Zhu Changfeng, don't underestimate him. If you lose, you'll be doing extra training with Niu Ben. A true expert reveals his skill with the first move. After the previous battle, Li Yibing would no longer underestimate Lu Chong. Zhu Changfeng responded solemnly, leaping into the arena and cupping his fists at Lu Chong. "Zhu Changfeng," he said, "looking forward to your guidance." "Lu Chong," replied Lu Chong, returning the gesture with cupped fists. Before Lu Chong could say another word, Zhu Changfeng was already charging toward him, this time employing a martial technique all too familiar to Lu Chong. The 7 steps killing fist of intermediate grade, and evidently mastered to perfection. Rather than waiting in place, Lu Chong similarly pushed off from the ground and delivered the 7 steps killing fist he'd only recently begun cultivating. Boom! Fists collided, touching briefly before separating. Immediately after, the two unleashed a chain of forward-pressing punches almost simultaneously, each strike carrying greater force than the first. The second punch was another head-on collision, with neither side gaining the upper hand. But by the third and fourth punches, Lu Chang's movements became faster than Zhu Changfeng's, with smoother and more natural transitions between strikes. When the fourth punch landed, the rhythm of Zhu Changfeng's 7-step killing fist had been completely disrupted, leaving him unable to continue. The essence of the 7-step killing fist lies in its fluid continuity and cumulative power. before. Once forcibly interrupted midway, its effectiveness diminishes sharply, becoming even weaker than low-grade martial techniques. In contrast, Lu Chang's fifth punch arrived as expected, its force now 3 times heavier than the first. A strike like this would be almost unbearable for any warrior still in the apprentice realm. In that critical moment, the warrior shifted stance, trading offense for defense, retreating rapidly while alternating hands to deflect the impact, each brief contact dispersing the power behind Lu Chang's punches. Seeing this, the surrounding warriors burst into another round of cheers. This was a purely defensive martial art technique that Lu Chang had never practiced before, but he could tell it had reached the intermediate level. Without interrupting his 7-step killing fist, he unleashed an even heavier and faster sixth punch while simultaneously augmenting his speed with another technique, Gale Steps. When the speed of Gale Step combined with the force of the sixth punch, the warrior finally paled, for he could no longer evade nor fully deflect the impact with his martial skills. Boom! Lu Chang's sixth punch landed heavily on Zhu Chongfeng's chest, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters back as he coughed up a mist of blood. The warrior barely had time to rise when Lu Chang's palm struck like a blade, halting just an inch from his throat. Much obliged. Lu Chang didn't knock out this warrior again, and given the current situation, there was no need for further heavy-handed actions. Zhu Chongfeng was about to argue when Li Yibing from the side timely called out to stop him. Come back. If this were a battlefield, you'd already be dead. Next, Lu Chang withdrew his stance without resting, simply scanning the remaining warriors. My turn. I'll go. The warriors knew no fear, each itching to accept Lu Chang's challenge. But Li Yibing had already noticed that Lu Chang had mastered the subtle realm's 7 steps killing fist and Gale Step, clear signs the student was not to be trifled with. Most crucially, he realized Lu Chang's combat experience was growing at an astonishing rate. The boy could now fluidly adapt mid-battle, seamlessly combining martial techniques. Remarkable comprehension, exceptional combat awareness, rapid progress, and decisive strikes. What a fine soldier he'd make. He realized that even among his elite special ops squad, finding someone who could single-handedly defeat this high school senior would prove difficult. No wonder this kid dared challenge an entire special ops squad. He genuinely possessed such staggering potential. One by one, the remaining 8 soldiers of the special ops squad took turns engaging Lu Chang in solo combat. The combat styles of these warriors varied greatly. Some were fiercely aggressive, others balanced hardness with softness, some excelled in speed, while others specialized in defense. Yet without exception, each fought with fearless determination. However, Lu Chang's foundational cultivation and martial skills were simply too superior, and he continued to adapt to the warriors' combat rhythms. In the end, not a single warrior could last 10 moves against Lu Chang. In fact, as the battles progressed, Lu Chang's victories became increasingly effortless. The soldiers couldn't figure out Lu Chang's limits, but he with his profound foundational skills could see through them completely. In less than 2 hours, half of the 10 ninth-level martial apprentice warriors from the Special Forces class had been sent by Lu Chang to the medical unit. Surrounding soldiers from other squads didn't glare at Lu Chang in anger but instead showered him with sincere praise and cheers. Li Yibing's complexion actually looked somewhat better than at the start. As long as someone wasn't all talk and no action, he was willing to give them the respect they deserved. Lu Chang, let's wait until they recover tomorrow before continuing. Now, you can spar with warriors from other classes and give them some pointers on their martial arts skills. Li Yibing approached Lu Chang with sincerity in his voice. Although there was an agreement between the two parties, Li Yibing didn't want to waste time waiting that long. He realized that the squad leader hadn't sent him a troublemaker, but rather a precious gem who could efficiently train the soldiers. Yes, I'll spare no effort. Lu Chang had a very favorable impression of the soldiers. Even without that agreement, he was willing to do what little he could for these admirable warriors. Of course, he had no intention of giving up on obtaining high-grade martial arts skills for himself. The military medical office that day was noticeably livelier than usual. The students participating in the special training lay in their hospital beds, watching as battered and bruised soldiers were continuously wheeled in, barely any better off than themselves. Brother soldier, what's going on? Is there a battle outside the fortress? A student couldn't contain his curiosity and asked the soldier who shared their predicament. The young soldier grinned and gave a thumbs up. Your class has this Lu guy, seriously badass. He beat the crap out of all US veterans. The students were stunned, suddenly realizing what Lu Chang, who had gone missing during training, had been up to. Chapter 49. Breaking through to warrior level just like that. April 14th. After returning from the wilderness, Lu Chang once again stepped into the Special Combat Squad's training grounds. After his spectacular display of prowess yesterday, none of the warriors dared to look down on him anymore. Instead, they regarded Lu Chang with greater respect and warmth, thanks to his generous guidance in martial techniques. Nevertheless, Li Yibing honored their prior agreement and dispatched warriors from the special combat squad to spar with Lu Chong. Of course, it was no longer a one-on-one fight, now two came at him together. For warriors, what they excel at is never solo combat, but seamless teamwork. The shift from a single attacker to two warriors fighting in unison was far more complex than simply adding 1+1. This truth struck Lu Chong, their opponent, most profoundly. The warriors share absolute trust, completely entrusting their backs to their comrades. A single glance or gesture between them communicates precisely what the other intends to do next. Lu Chong felt pressure multiplied several times over, forcing him to focus entirely. Relying on his solid foundation, he skillfully maneuvered until he found an opening for victory. "You two step down first, send 3 more up," Li Yibing commanded. He was even more astonished than Lu Chong, because this kid seemed to be improving every single moment. Just one day later, that intermediate-grade martial skill at the precise realm was already nearing perfection. Moreover, Lu Chong quickly adapted to the coordinated combat rhythm of the warriors and achieved victory in one decisive move. With 3 warriors attacking simultaneously, Lu Chong faced greater pressure and was forced to reveal yet another intermediate-grade 3-inch palm technique at the precise realm, defeating one warrior at close range to ultimately break the enemy formation. 7 steps killing fist, gale steps, and now a precise realm 3-inch palm too. Just how much have the officers been tricked out of by this kid? Li Yibing's face darkened. He could guess exactly where this 3-inch palm technique had come from. After returning yesterday, he had gone to ask instructors like Chang Dongya about Lu Chang's background. He specifically inquired about the origins of those 2 military combat skills, whirlwind steps and 7-step killing fist, only to learn that 2 instructors had already been tricked by Lu Chong. Yet none of them had mentioned that Lu Chong also possessed a mastery-level 3-inch palm technique. Looking back, it wasn't that they deliberately concealed the truth, they were just too embarrassed to admit it, which was why they'd been evasive and never properly explained things to Li Yibing. Whatever. Li Yibing didn't dare cause trouble for the squad leaders anyway. But the real shocker was this: how could the kid in front of him have mastered 3 mid-tier martial techniques to perfection in just a few days? Was he even human? Once again, Li Yibing was brutally reminded of the vast gulf between ordinary people and monsters. Now he was starting to feel a flicker of anticipation. Just how far would this dark horse from Guanyin City go in this year's national college entrance exams? And how many people would he leave stunned in his wake? His cultivation still falls a bit short. The top scorers from each province in past college entrance exams were all at the warrior realm. Their martial techniques might not be as solid as this kid's, but their sheer cultivation level would completely overwhelm him. Across the nation, there are simply too many prodigies. Can he truly break through the fierce competition and stand out? Li Yibing snapped out of his thoughts and stopped overthinking. Without hesitation, he immediately dispatched the remaining 5 warriors. This time, Lu Chong couldn't even hide his perfected wind-splitting leg technique anymore. Relying on these multiple mid-grade martial skills, he stubbornly fought his way out of the encirclement and emerged victorious again, thoroughly astonishing all the warriors present. That's enough for today. Lu Chong, tomorrow I'll have them all come at you together. Don't expect any mercy. Li Yibing looked at the still energetic Lu Chong and solemnly declared. Now he actually thought that no matter how much more pressure they put on this kid, it wouldn't crush him, it might even push him to advance further before the college entrance exams. Thank you, squad leader Li. Lu Chong recognized the goodwill and expressed his gratitude. On April 15th, the soldiers of the Special Combat Squad arrived at the training grounds once again, brimming with energy. Today, Lu Chong would face their entire squad alone. The number of soldiers gathered to watch the spectacle had doubled, creating a lively atmosphere. For a 9th-level martial apprentice to challenge an entire Special Combat Squad was an unprecedented event in the military camp. Such a feat had not occurred in the Guanyin City military camp for a long time. Yet today, Lu Chong felt noticeably more at ease than yesterday. It wasn't blind confidence, rather. All 3 mid-tier martial arts techniques he'd learned here had progressively reached perfection this morning. Name: Lu Chong. Level: 9th stage martial apprentice, 99%. Martial arts: 9 shadows step, perfected. Golden cicada garret, subtle mastery, 95%. Tiger's roar technique, grand achievement, 85%. 7 steps killing fist, perfection. Swift wind step, perfection. 3-inch palm, perfected. Not just those 3 military martial arts skills, my golden cicada armor is also nearing perfection, Lu Chong thought to himself. What excited him most was his cultivation level. After such prolonged accumulation, he was finally on the verge of breaking through that major barrier to enter the true warrior realm. Perhaps due to the boost from his Tiger's Roar technique, his cultivation progress was advancing even faster than anticipated. He stood just a hair's breadth away from his breakthrough. The difference between a martial practitioner and a martial disciple may seem like just a single character, but it's actually the gap between heaven and earth, with a clear dividing line in between. This distinction is evident just by looking at the status of martial practitioners. In high schools, martial practitioners are qualified to serve as teachers. In society, martial practitioners can either earn substantial salaries at martial arts schools or venture into the wilderness independently as bounty hunters. In the military, a martial artist is qualified to be a squad leader, capable of completing missions independently. All these privileges symbolize the transformation from adolescence to adulthood, signifying the possession of strength and abilities to hold one's own. That's why Lu Chong is particularly eager. There are also the unique abilities that martial artists possess, which differ significantly from those of martial apprentices, as well as the earth-rank martial skills that can only be cultivated after becoming a martial artist. All these are beyond the reach of martial apprentices, and this single step has stumped countless martial apprentices. In Huaxia country, there was a telling statistical ratio. For every 30 martial apprentices, only one would manage to become a true martial artist, let alone one so young. It wasn't that they didn't want a breakthrough, but their talent and resources were limited. Not everyone could cross the threshold. Lu Chong, step forward. Li Yibing's shout jerked Lu Chong back to reality. Here, Lu Chong stepped forward as called, standing alone against the 10 ferocious Special Forces trainees. What's the matter, kid? Chicken out already? Warrior Nyo Ben teased softly upon noticing Lu Chang's distracted expression. This battle was undoubtedly the center of attention, with even Principal Fong and the 7 instructors having arrived nearby to observe the duel. To keep Lu Chang's secret, they didn't allow other students to approach, only letting them practice among themselves. If Lu Chong were to back down now, it would be rather anticlimactic. Just as Lu Chong was about to retort, he suddenly sensed something, shrugged, and turned to Li Yibing at the edge of the field, saying, "Sorry, class monitor Li, but this match probably can't continue." Why? Li Yibing slightly furrowed his brows, not believing Lu Chong would shy away from the fight at this moment. Lu Chong felt the warming currents continuously surging within his body and said innocently, "Because I'm about to break through." Breaking through to warrior stage. Principal Fawn leaped through the air in shock and delight. He's breaking through just like that? Li Yibing stood frozen in place. For such an important breakthrough, this kid was treating it far too casually. Chapter 50. Automatic Evolution of Qi Absorption Technique. Li Yibing had been thinking just today that Lu Chang's cultivation was somewhat lacking, never imagining that the kid would break through in the blink of an eye. An 18-year-old martial artist, this one truly has the potential to be a top scholar. At the very least, he's now qualified to compete for the provincial top scholar title. Principal Fawn landed in front of Lu Chong and addressed the approaching instructors. "Instructor Chang, please seal off this area and ensure no one disturbs us. And also, keep Lu Chang's secret for now." Instructor Chang nodded seriously, issuing a series of orders as he and the other instructors dispersed the surrounding soldiers, leaving Lu Chong in peaceful solitude. Breaking through as a martial artist was a major event that couldn't afford any disturbance. He never expected Lu Chong would advance so casually and effortlessly. As for confidentiality, it was hardly a challenge for these soldiers who followed orders without question. After all the warriors within 100 meters around Lu Chong had retreated, Principal Fong finally turned to look at Lu Chong, who was standing still with a look of utter enjoyment on his face, and said helplessly, "Kid, can you take this seriously? Breaking through as a martial artist isn't like eating or drinking. You could have at least warned me first. What if something goes wrong? How am I supposed to explain this to Old Wei when I get back?" As he spoke, Principal Fawn pulled an advanced nutrient bar from his pocket. "Take this as a backup," he said, "then sit cross-legged and activate your Qi absorption technique." Lu Chong gratefully accepted the nutrition bar, something he could normally never afford, and sat cross-legged while thinking to himself, was it really that dangerous? Didn't I just break through naturally as things fell into place? Going from 99% to 100% didn't seem like any real bottleneck to him, nor did it cause much of a reaction. Come to think of it, there had been a notification earlier, Qi absorption skill accumulates sand to form a tower, approaching major breakthrough. That was it, nothing more. Of course, Lu Chong couldn't possibly utter these words to Principal Fong. He simply sat cross-legged as instructed, took a bite of an energy-rich premium nutrient bar, and began actively circulating the air absorption technique. This time, Lu Chong could slightly sense something different. Previously, when he practiced the breath absorption technique, he could only extract energy from the food he consumed, especially nutrients, and then use it to strengthen his body. But now, he had made a new discovery. He seemed to sense the free-flowing qi outside of his body. Moreover, he could utilize the breath absorption technique to absorb this qi into his body, merging it with the energy from nutrients to infuse into every part of his flesh. Principal Fong's voice echoed in his mind once more. Continue refining and stabilizing your cultivation. Listen carefully now. You should have sensed it by now. You're capable of absorbing the ambient energy drifting between heaven and earth. This was humanity's discovery from within the mutant beasts after the cataclysm. This energy is called primordial essence, the source of all power. Invisible and intangible, yet undeniably real. Primordial essence exists in nutrients, scattered freely throughout the natural world, and even permeates the vast expanse of outer space. It is precisely through the chi absorption technique that has been popularized in every household that we are able to sense this invisible primal energy, thereby strengthening our bodies and reviving the glory of ancient martial artists. With technological means being restricted, only by reviving ancient martial artists can we humans face those mutated beasts and establish survival bases of our own. Of course, up to now, we've developed many primal energy weapons, including the energy light walls you've seen at hunting grounds and strongholds. Principal Fong continued, let's get back to cultivation. Before becoming a martial artist, one cannot sense the free elemental energy outside the body. Therefore, during the apprentice stage, we can only absorb elemental energy through nutrients to strengthen our bodies. Only when our bodies reach a critical point can we establish a special resonance with the external elemental energy and draw it into our bodies. That's when one becomes a true martial artist. Of course, the ambient elemental energy is extremely sparse in most places, so nutritional supplements remain essential for accelerating energy accumulation. Let's talk about the evolution of primordial energy within our bodies. When it accumulates to a certain level within your body, that is, when you break through as a martial artist, the elemental energy won't just fuse with your muscles, bones, or internal organs anymore. At this point, invisible primal energy will give rise to tangible blood chi within a martial artist's body. While continuing to strengthen the constitution, it can also be released outward as gang chi. Although chi and blood dissipate once separated from the body, and their power diminishes with distance and time, they still serve as an effective ranged attack method. And this method of releasing chi to harm enemies from a distance is the defining characteristic of Earth-tier martial techniques. Earth-tier techniques can be used for both close combat and ranged attacks, with power far surpassing human-tier techniques, albeit at significantly higher chi and stamina costs. That's why you shouldn't abandon your human-tier techniques, they'll help conserve energy when facing ordinary opponents. Moreover, mastering Earth-tier techniques is exponentially more difficult than human-tier ones. Most martial artists spend their entire lives perfecting merely one or two Earth-tier techniques. Earth-tier martial arts techniques are even rarer and more expensive, with very few capable of creating them independently. Most are either unearthed from ancient martial ruins or derived through deduction. As for the higher-tier heaven-grade techniques, needless to say, there are currently fewer than 20 extant in all of China, more than half of which are incomplete. Breaking through to the warrior level is crucial. It's your first primordial energy transformation, which stimulates blood and vitality. So kid, give it your all to absorb as much as you can. This will become the foundation of your future potential. Principal Fong stressed again, don't worry, there'll be plenty of nutrients provided. Lu Chong took these words to heart, as they were also taught in his regular theory classes. What he cared most about was Principal Fong's final remark, unlimited nutrients. That was fantastic. At that moment, a prompt tone simultaneously rang out in his mind. The chi absorption technique has evolved, doubling both efficiency and potential. The absorption technique is starving and running out of steam. Master must replenish energy immediately. Lu Chong realized that this must be what Principal Fong had referred to as foundation and heritage, his own fortuitous opportunity. What truly amazed him was how his aura absorption technique had also evolved, setting it apart from the ordinary versions used by others. Not to mention anything else, he felt that his speed of absorbing primordial energy had increased. His body was like a high-power converter, continuously transforming primordial energy into new vitality that flowed through his limbs and bones. Lu Chong could even clearly feel his physical capabilities strengthening constantly. Hungry? Eat. After all, Principal Fong has his back. Lu Chong didn't hesitate to shove the remaining large portion of the high-grade nutrient bar into his mouth. A single high-grade nutrient bar costs 100,000 yuan on the market, but Lu Chong didn't feel even slightly reluctant right now. Yet in less than a minute, Lu Chong already felt his body being drained again. The vital energy in the nutrient bar had been completely depleted. Principal Fong was still rambling on about his experiences when he suddenly noticed Lu Chong opening his eyes to look at him. Teacher Fong, I'm hungry. Principal Fong's words came to an abrupt halt as he hurriedly pulled out another high-grade nutrition bar from his pocket and handed it over. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke, Principal Fong reminded him. He didn't feel the slightest bit of distress. On the contrary, Principal Fong was secretly pleased. This kid's first absorption was indeed much faster than average, and his needs were greater as well. That's a good thing. It means his foundation is even more solid. Principal Fong pondered how just 2 high-grade nutrient bars would typically be sufficient for an ordinary person to break through to warrior level. That kid can't have more than 3 tops. Resources like that are well within old Fong's means. However, just as he thought so, he saw Lu Chong open his eyes again, staring at him with a ravenous gaze. That fast? Principal Fong was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, the absorption rate should have slowed down by the second one. However, he didn't hesitate and handed the third nutrient bar to Lu Chong. Indeed, Lu Chang's absorption of the nutrient bar had slowed down a bit. 2 more minutes later, he stretched out his hand to Principal Fong again. More? Principal Fong was slightly taken aback but still handed it over. That's the 4th one. This time, he kept his eyes fixed on Lu Chong, watching as the teenager ate the entire nutrient bar without secretly stashing any away. Patting his pocket, Principal Fong realized he had only 1 reserve left. That should be enough, 4 bars already. Principal Fong was starting to feel the pinch. This was 400,000 down the drain. But before he could even blink, Lu Chong opened his eyes again and reached out his hand. Taking the last nutrient bar from Principal Fong's grasp, Lu Chong even found time to flash a grateful smile. Thanks, Teacher Fong. Damn it! Principal Fong couldn't help but curse under his breath. I'm definitely making Old Wei reimburse me for this. Though his heart ached, Principal Fong didn't dare delay. He immediately sought outside assistance, urging Instructor Chang and others to quickly gather more nutrient bars. Eat up, eat up. I refuse to believe we can't stuff you full, kid. Chapter 51, Accidentally Breaking a Record. 6, 7, 8. It wasn't until the 10th high-grade nutrient bar was devoured that Lu Chong finally felt satisfied, his qi and blood temporarily reaching a state of saturation. Checking his cultivation level again, Lu Chong was once more overcome with excitement. Level, Martial Artist First Tier, 80%. This is practically on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. Most importantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, with an unending torrent of vital energy and blood that left him feeling unbearably full, as if he had to release it or burst. However, Lu Chong had yet to encounter Earth-rank martial techniques, so he didn't know how to externalize his vital energy and blood to form what was known as protective aura. Setting aside his current condition for the moment, when Lu Chong opened his eyes, he was met with several pairs of bloodshot eyes staring at him. Teacher Fong, instructor, is there something on my face? Lu Chong touched his cheek and asked in bewilderment. Principal Fong sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Alright, fine. It's just 10 high-grade nutrient bars. I won't trouble myself arguing with a youngster like you. 10 nutrition bars, that's worth 1 million right there. Cheng Dongye grumbled from the side. Old principal, this really isn't fair. We instructors even chipped in 5 stocks, all exchanged with our military merits. Principal Fong cleared his throat and turned back with a careless grin. What's yours or mine? As special training instructors, if you have nothing left to teach, shouldn't you at least provide the students with some nourishing resources? Hey! Alright, it seems none of us instructors can escape this kid's tactics. The instructors exchanged glances, realizing they wouldn't be getting those military merits back. But to be honest, they didn't really mind. Seeing such a student emerge from their special training camp filled them with genuine satisfaction. Cheng Dongye spoke up, but the high-grade martial arts technique we mentioned earlier, that's off the table now. Lu Chong quickly smiled apologetically and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, instructor. I'm satisfied with this. If he pushed his luck any further, he was afraid the instructors might really lose their patience and turn against him. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Principal Fong looked intently at Lu Chong once more. What I'm really curious about now are your basic stats after the breakthrough. Lu Chong was eager to find out just how much stronger he was compared to an average newly awakened martial artist. After all, his breathing technique had evolved, and the sheer number of nutrient bars he'd consumed during his breakthrough far exceeded ordinary standards. There's a testing station right here. Follow me, Cheng Dongye promptly offered. The other instructors quickly followed, their expressions revealing keen anticipation for Lu Chang's current performance. Lu Chong entered the testing site alone, while Principal Fong and the 7 instructors waited outside, their eyes fixed on the screen by the entrance. The standard data for a newly initiated martial artist is 1,000 kilograms of strength, 25 meters per second speed, and 100 rotations in neural response. I wonder what level Lu Chong can achieve. Cheng Dongye glanced at Principal Fong, probing intentionally. Principal Fong shook his head. Hard to say. There are too many strange things about this kid. Predicting him isn't easy. Another instructor, Lu Zifeng, added, the military records show 3,500 kilograms, 30 meters per second, and 120 rotations. Overall, it's almost on par with martial artists at the 3rd tier. Do you think Lu Chong might actually break the military's record? Cheng Dongye shook his head slightly. It's quite difficult. The military has recruited so many talents over the years, yet they still haven't broken this record. Principal Fong agreed. Indeed, from what I know, no examinee has broken this record since the martial arts college entrance exam was established. At that moment, the screen flickered and displayed Lu Chang's strength data. Base strength, 4,500 kilograms. The people before the screen immediately stared wide-eyed at each other. The strength was downright heaven-defying. This was already the baseline strength of an ordinary fourth-stage martial artist. Principal Fong said rather awkwardly, being strong doesn't necessarily mean one's speed is up to par. However, before he could finish speaking, new speed data flashed on the screen. Base speed, 32 meters per second. The 7 instructors ignored Principal Fong's expression and kept their eyes glued to the screen. This was shaping up to be a record-breaking moment, and they were about to witness it firsthand. The final attribute, neural reaction speed, finally made its belated appearance. Neural response 150 RPM. Inhale. All the instructors except Principal Fong gasped in astonishment. This neural reaction is even more remarkable compared to strength and speed. This is no longer the reaction of a novice martial artist who just broke through, it's almost on par with 8th or 9th Dan practitioners. Principal Fong, however, wasn't surprised this time, since he personally taught Lu Chong the Tiger Roar technique, which inherently enhances neural reflexes. With a stern expression, he looked at the 7 instructors and said, "We must keep this matter confidential. Aside from Principal Huang and Principal Wei, this must absolutely not be leaked to anyone else." "Understood, Principal Fong. We'll take care of it." The instructors responded promptly, their expressions turning serious. "You all know better than I do. Ever since humanity's survival bases stabilized in recent years, certain foreign forces have begun stirring again. They've even formulated a so-called sprout elimination plan specifically targeting our Huaxia. Cutting down the sprouts, it's all aimed at snuffing out our finest talents here at home. Therefore, the government archives all students' foundational data from the annual college entrance exams and never makes it public. Given the potential this kid has shown, if foreign spies were to find out, they might resort to assassination regardless of consequences." After Principal Fong spoke these solemn words, the instructors also wore expressions of anger. Faced with the invasion of unknown civilizations, humanity barely managed to defend its survival bases, yet now these foreign forces have once again revealed their wolfish ambitions, making it shameful to even associate with them. As Lu Chong emerged from the testing area, the group immediately fell silent, cutting off their conversation mid-sentence. Principal Fong greeted them with a beaming smile. "Excellent, truly excellent. Lu Chong, you don't need to participate in special training today. Go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, we'll arrange martial arts sparring for you." "Yes, sir." Lu Chong didn't hesitate and left immediately. But Principal Fong's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Come find me tonight." After Lu Chong left, Chang Dongye turned to Principal Fong and said, "Principal Fong, if we report Lu Chang's situation to the higher-ups, he could actually be secretly recommended for admission to Jinwu Military Academy directly. He wouldn't need to take the college entrance exam," Chang Dongye emphasized. Principal Fong pondered for a moment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and simply said, "You can discuss this matter with him yourselves. As for whether he would be willing to accept the recommendation to the military academy, I don't know." But based on Principal Fong's understanding of Lu Chong, he found it quite unlikely. At that moment, Lu Chong had already returned to his tent and was observing his martial skills. Just moments ago, his martial techniques had begun undergoing inexplicable changes on their own. Chapter 52, My Martial Skills Can Evolve Too. The golden cicada robe sensed its master's significant increase in strength and, feeling ashamed of its own inadequacy, broke through to the perfected realm. The tiger's roar technique, unwilling to fall behind, advanced to the profound level. Thus, apart from the tiger's roar technique, all the martial techniques Lu Chong had cultivated reached the perfected state. However, after truly becoming a martial artist, these human-tier martial techniques didn't seem as appealing anymore. What Lu Chong now longed for were the more precious and powerful earth-tier martial techniques. At that moment, another notification sounded in his mind. Sky-splitting palm refuses to be looked down upon and is autonomously evolving into an earth-tier martial skill. Lu Chang's eyes instantly lit up. Could there really be such a mechanism? If this was possible, then he could save himself so much trouble. But immediately, another prompt appeared. The follow-through force of splitting stone palm is insufficient. Evolution failed. Lu Chong was speechless. If it can't evolve, then don't show off, alright? Isn't this just giving people hope only to crush it instantly? The notification didn't stop, continuing to pop up one after another. 9 Phantom Steps refuses to be looked down upon and is independently deducing evolution into an Earth-rank martial technique. 9 Shadow Step lacks staying power, evolution failed. Piercing Cloud Finger refuses to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing evolution to become an Earth-grade martial skill. Piercing Cloud Finger lacks staying power, evolution failed. Iron Thread Fist refuses to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing evolution to become an Earth-grade martial skill. The Iron Wire Fist lacks lasting power, evolution failed. Failure, failure, yet another failure. Lu Chong couldn't bear to look anymore. Since it's all failures anyway, why torture him like this? The Whirlwind Kick refuses to be looked down upon and is currently self-evolving into an Earth-tier martial technique. Whirlwind Leg Technique successfully deduced, evolving into Earth-grade inferior martial art. Lu Chong was utterly shocked. Wait, it evolved successfully? He had already given up, as the previous 7 inferior campus martial arts had indeed failed to evolve. Never expected that Whirlwind Kick would bring such a pleasant surprise, successfully evolving into an Earth-tier martial skill. Lu Chong hurriedly checked his martial skill panel, and sure enough, changes had occurred. Whirlwind Kick Mastery, 50%. This means Whirlwind Kick still has room for improvement even after evolving. Lu Chong suddenly remembered that when his homeroom teacher Wang Tong had taught him the wind-splitting leg technique, he mentioned that this martial art was derived from an Earth-tier axe technique. So that's why it could successfully evolve? Lu Chong pondered, if that's the case, then how does my evolved wind-splitting leg differ from the original axe technique? Could it be 2 different evolutionary paths? Lu Chang's thoughts wandered aimlessly. At this moment, the notification in his mind continued. The 7 steps killing fist, not wanting to be looked down upon, is spontaneously evolving into an Earth-tier martial skill. The 7 steps killing fist lacks staying power, evolution failed. The 3-inch palm, unwilling to be scorned, is autonomously evolving into an Earth-tier martial skill. The 3-inch palm lacks sustained force, evolution failed. Swift wind step, unwilling to be looked down upon, is pushing forward its own evolution to become an Earth-rank martial technique. The Gale Steps derivation succeeded, evolving into an Earth-rank lower-grade martial technique. Lu Chang's spirits lifted once more. While the 7 steps killing fist and 3-inch palm had both failed to evolve, the Gale Steps had succeeded. He had originally wondered whether all mid-grade martial skills could successfully evolve. Now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case, or perhaps there were other influencing factors. Tomorrow I'll ask the instructor whether Gale Step has any direct connection to certain Earth-grade martial skills. Lu Chong continued examining the remaining 2 martial techniques. One was the high-grade Golden Cicada Armor, the other the pinnacle-grade Tiger's Roar skill. He held great expectations for both of these combat techniques. Sure enough, another notification soon appeared once more. Gold Cicada Armor didn't want to be looked down upon and was independently deducing its evolution into an Earth-rank martial technique. Gold Cicada Armor's deduction succeeded, evolving into a low-grade Earth-rank martial technique. Lu Chong felt another surge of joy, though mingled with slight disappointment. He had thought Gold Cicada Armor might directly evolve into a mid-grade or even high-grade Earth-rank technique. He continued waiting, but no changes occurred to the Roaring Tiger technique. But why? Even if it can't evolve successfully, there should be a failure prompt. Lu Chong was somewhat puzzled. Then it dawned on him, it's because my Tiger Roar technique hasn't reached perfection yet. That's right. Among all the martial arts he'd cultivated, only the Tiger Roar technique hadn't yet attained complete mastery, which meant only martial skills perfected to their peak could qualify for evolutionary advancement. As for whether it can succeed, that depends on whether there's potential, or what we might call staying power. After spending a full quarter-hour calming his emotions, Lu Chong finally looked again at his status panel. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Stage 1 Martial Artist, 81%. Martial Arts, 9 Shadow Step, perfected. Heart-piercing kick perfected. Great achievement in wind-splitting leg, 50%. Golden Cicada Garment Mastery, 50%. Tiger Roar Technique Proficient, 1%. 7 Steps Killing Fist Perfection. Gale Steps Mastery, 50%. 3-inch Palm perfected. This is too chaotic, needs some adjustments. Moreover, the 3 martial arts evolved to Earth tier should also have their names revised. With a single thought, Lu Chang's status panel transformed once more. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Artist Tier 1, 81%. Martial Arts. Lower tier grade inferior skills mastered to perfection, Shadow Steps, Boulder Shattering Palm, Cloud Piercing Finger, Mountain Clinging Shoulder, Eagle Claw Technique, Iron Wire Fist, Heart Piercing Kick. Mid-Human Rank, 7-Step Slaughter Fist, perfected, 3-inch Palm, perfected. Human Tier Supreme, Tiger's Roar Technique, perfection 1%. Earth Tier Lower Grade, Wind Blade Leg, Mastery 50%. Golden Bell Protection, Mastery 50%, Swift Shadow Steps, Mastery 50%. Setting other matters aside, Wind Blade Leg, Golden Bell Protection, and Swift Shadow Steps evolved from Whirlwind Kick, Golden Cicada Shell, and Gale Steps respectively. Lu Chong didn't randomly assign these names either, they were derived from the evolved characteristics of these 3 martial techniques. After the 3 martial arts evolved, since they were already at the peak of mastery due to their original foundation, Lu Chong could discern their distinct characteristics. The evolved wind-splitting kick allowed him to unleash blade-like shockwaves of energy from his legs. The upgraded Golden Cicada armor now fortified both his internal and external defenses, forming a protective energy barrier around his body. It reminded Lu Chong of a martial arts technique from his previous life called the Golden Bell Shield. As for the Gale Step, its evolved form granted even greater speed, eventually reaching a level where his movements left neither footprints nor shadows, earning it its fitting name. However, the true power of these 3 lower-grade Earth-tier martial arts techniques still remained to be tested by Lu Chong. Now he was rather curious and eager to discover just how fast these martial arts techniques would train themselves automatically. After all, this was an Earth-grade martial arts technique. According to Principal Fong's explanation, its cultivation difficulty far surpassed that of human-grade techniques. However, after Lu Chong broke through to warrior level, his mental fortitude was elevated once more, further amplified by the empowering Tiger's Roar technique. So he thought his cultivation speed for Earth-tier martial skills probably wouldn't be too shabby. Chapter 53. Is Earth-tier martial skill really that difficult? Utilizing his free rest time, Lu Chong observed for a full 3 hours before gaining a new understanding of his current cultivation speed. At this stage, the Qi absorption technique automatically increases by 1% every 2 hours, and that's with the prerequisite of having advanced nutrient bars. If I actively practice, the speed can be doubled. Lu Chong was quite satisfied with this progress rate. Cultivation requires gradual accumulation. You can't become fat with one bite. Even if higher grade nutrients were provided now, his Qi absorption technique wouldn't be able to digest them. At this rate, I should reach 3rd level warrior before the college entrance exams. That'll be enough. Looking at the 4 martial techniques that haven't yet reached perfection at this stage, the automatic cultivation speed of Tiger's Roar technique has significantly improved, increasing from 5% per day to 1% per hour. And this is just the automatic cultivation speed. If we include Principal Fong's nightly guidance, the cultivation speed actually doubles. So, they'll definitely reach perfection before the special training ends. As for the 3 newly evolved Earth-rank lower-grade martial techniques, Lu Chong faintly frowned. 3 hours had only raised each by half a percentage point. And these 3 Earth-rank techniques were still only at the mastery stage. Once they reached the subtlety stage, progress would slow even further. Just as expected, cultivating Earth-rank martial techniques has become more challenging. It'll take until right before the college entrance exams to reach perfection. Moreover, Lu Chong couldn't find anyone else to guide him in accelerating these 3 newly evolved Earth-grade martial arts techniques either. If Principal Fong were here, he would probably scoff at Lu Chong's worries. The challenge he described was a far cry from what Lu Chong considered difficult. Ordinary martial artists would take at least 1 or 2 years to master an Earth-tier martial skill. As for whether one can reach mastery or even perfection, that depends on compatibility and opportunity. Many martial artists may spend an entire lifetime studying a single Earth-tier martial skill. Who could be like Lu Chong, lying at home waiting for just over a month, and have an Earth-tier martial skill automatically cultivated to perfection? Of course, there were geniuses with extraordinary comprehension who mastered Earth-rank martial techniques far faster than ordinary people, but none could match Lu Chang's speed and effortless ease. This didn't even account for the fact that Lu Chang's Earth-rank technique had evolved from his original martial skill, starting at the peak of mastery from the very beginning. If other martial artists learned of this, they'd probably be so infuriated they'd vomit blood and abandon the path of martial arts altogether. It was downright demoralizing. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chong met Principal Fong again. This time, instead of rushing him to the wilderness to practice the Tiger's Roar technique, Principal Fong smiled and said, "Now that you've officially become a martial artist, you must have a lot of questions, right? Go ahead and ask them now." Lu Chong nodded and immediately blurted out a question that nearly made Principal Fong spit out his rice. "Teacher Fong, after breaking through to martial artist, will the school or the education bureau reward me with an Earth-tier martial skill?" Principal Fong laughed and scolded, "What are you thinking, kid? Do you really think Earth-tier martial skills grow on trees? Let me put it this way, even the most common low-grade Earth-ranked martial art would cost over $1 million for its legacy. The most important thing is that high schools and local education bureaus have no authority to reward students with Earth-grade martial techniques. Moreover, high school teachers generally aren't qualified to teach Earth-tier martial techniques. This belongs to university-level curriculum. Only lecturers and professors dedicated to martial arts research possess such capability," Principal Fong declared with conviction. "Worth $1 million. Lu Chang's eyes gleamed as he seized upon the key point. In other words, those 3 auto-evolving martial arts skills had essentially earned him $3 million for free. Reliable. As for Principal Fong's remarks about how incredibly difficult Earth-ranked martial arts were to master and that only university professors could teach them, Lu Chong didn't take them to heart. Perhaps sensing Lu Chang's nonchalance, Principal Fong continued earnestly, "You mustn't let your earlier achievements make you complacent. Lu Chong, the difficulty of cultivating Earth-ranked martial techniques is beyond your current comprehension. Let me put it this way, I know your homeroom teacher Wang Tong quite well. That Earth-ranked gale-cleaving axe technique he's been cultivating for 10 years, still stuck at the great accomplishment stage without any progress." Lu Chong froze momentarily, thinking to himself, are Earth-rank martial techniques truly that difficult? Yet he chose not to reveal his own circumstances. First, he feared it might give Principal Fong a shock. Second, some things were simply too inexplicable to explain. A warrior who just broke through mastering 3 perfected Earth-rank martial arts techniques, wouldn't they get dragged to a lab for dissection and study? He'd have to wait at least 10 to 15 days before revealing anything. At this thought, Lu Chong felt a spark of inspiration and asked, "Teacher Fong, is there any possibility of evolving human-rank techniques into Earth-rank techniques?" Principal Fong gave Lu Chong a strange look, as if unable to comprehend why he would entertain such an idea. However, after careful consideration, he earnestly replied, "Theoretically speaking, it is possible. In fact, some senior professors at martial arts universities have specifically conducted similar research. After all, if large quantities of mortal-grade martial techniques could be deduced into earth-grade techniques, it would solve the scarcity problem of earth-grade techniques. Moreover, martial artists could then use corresponding mortal-grade techniques as foundation to master earth-grade techniques more quickly." Lu Chong nodded repeatedly as he listened. That made perfect sense. So did they succeed? Principal Fong gave a slight nod. There indeed have been successful cases, though they're few and far between, and require an enormous amount of time and effort. Lu Chang's eyes lit up. This was just right. From now on, if he revealed his evolved martial techniques, he could explain them away. Principal Fong continued, "Most people feel that instead of expending so much time and effort like this, it's better to take the opposite approach. It's possible to break down and simplify existing earth-rank martial techniques, turning them into human-rank techniques. This way, while we can't increase the number of earth-rank techniques, it still allows for gradual progression by reducing the difficulty of practicing them. For example, the wind-cutting leg technique you're practicing was simplified from Wang Tong's wind-cutting axe technique. When you get the chance to practice wind-cutting axe in the future, it'll be much easier for you." Principal Fong gave a concrete example. Lu Chong understood and seized the opportunity to press further. "Then what about the Gale steps I learned from the instructor? Is it also that kind of situation?" Principal Fong carefully recalled before nodding. "Indeed, I remember the military has an earth-rank martial skill called Windstrider steps, which is the origin of Gale steps." Lu Chong suddenly realized, so it really is like that. "What about Golden Cicada armor in Tiger's Roar technique?" Lu Chong pressed on. "The Golden Cicada garment is similar. It was stripped down by Old Wei from an earth-grade mid-rank body-refining martial technique and barely counts as his own creation. But my Tiger's Roar technique is different. That's entirely my own innovation. It's just that I haven't managed to develop a corresponding earth-grade martial technique yet." As he said this, Principal Fong couldn't help but sound somewhat smug. Hearing this, Lu Chong couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. So that means the Tiger's Roar technique likely has no potential for further evolution for the time being. Currently, it appears that those successfully evolved human-rank martial techniques of mine didn't emerge from thin air. They possess this potential precisely because they originated from earth-rank techniques. However, the direction of evolution seems to still deviate somewhat from the original earth-rank techniques. Is it possible, then, to find a way to evolve those techniques of mine that failed to advance? Lu Chong remains somewhat unwilling to accept defeat. Chapter 54. Are you trying to assassinate me? 50 days until the college entrance exam. Lu Chong still swept through the wilderness with the other students that morning. None of them knew he had already become an official martial artist. In fact, even Jade, who followed behind, couldn't tell unless Lu Chong deliberately revealed his protective aura. Truthfully, hunting beasts in the wilderness no longer posed any challenge to him now. After all, second-level mutated beasts were rare near the fortress. But military merits were something Lu Chong valued greatly. These were his lifeline for exchanging resources. Not to mention there was still Xue Chang, ready to deliver more merits to him. Right now, Lu Chong was even more short on money than before his breakthrough, desperate beyond ordinary means. Advancing his cultivation required high-grade nutrient supplements, costing 100,000 per dose, and he consumed one every 10 days. After perfecting the Golden Cicada shell technique, it evolved into the Earth-grade Golden Bell shield, which demanded even more advanced medicinal solutions, no less expensive than the nutrients. Thus, as soon as Lu Chong opened his eyes each morning, he had to figure out how to earn enough to sustain himself. Even though he grew increasingly adept at taking down enemies, the military achievements he could gain near the fortress were limited. Each day, he barely earned 300 points, only slightly more than Xue Chang, who ranked second. That's fine. Xue Chang has never given up, so it's good to wait until the special training ends and reclaim it all at once. Lu Chong deliberately calculated that by the time the special training concluded, Xue Chang should have accumulated nearly 10,000 military merit points for him, barely enough to sustain him until the college entrance exams. By the afternoon, Lu Chong still didn't need to train with the other students. Instead, his opponents switched to the military martial artists. Specifically, it was Li Yibing, the squad leader of the Special Forces team who had previously mentored him. The squad leader, who had reached the martial artist 3-dan level, was growing increasingly appreciative of Lu Chong and spared no effort in sparring with him, helping him familiarize himself with the combat methods of a formal martial artist. Although Lu Chong didn't reveal his Earth-class martial techniques, he was able to witness the various applications of Gangqi from Li Yibing, benefiting greatly from the experience. Meanwhile, Li Yibing was astonished to discover that despite being at the martial artist 3-dan level and wielding a mastered Earth-class martial technique, he could only fight Lu Chong to a tie. Though Lu Chong only utilized human-class techniques, the sheer number he possessed, each perfected to the highest realm, made him practically untouchable. What shocked Li Yibing the most was that Lu Chong, who had only recently broken through to become a martial warrior, was actually no weaker than him in terms of strength, speed, and neural reflexes. After 3 days of such sparring, Li Yibing had no choice but to seek help, bringing in other squad leaders to take turns practicing with Lu Chong. Lu Chong was also generous with the soldiers, setting aside an hour each day to guide them in their martial arts training. Eventually, many of the young soldiers even began voluntarily calling Lu Chong instructor Xiao Lu. When this bizarre scene fell into the eyes of Principal Feng, Cheng Dongye, and other instructors, one could imagine how shocked they were. Cheng Dongye couldn't help but sigh. If we let this kid stay in the military camp, he'd become chief instructor in no time. Unfortunately, Lu Chong had other ambitions. Following Colonel Huang's instructions, Cheng Dongye personally approached Lu Chong about recruiting him into the military academy, but Lu Chong politely declined. It wasn't that Lu Chong looked down on Jinwu Military Academy, he had simply grown accustomed to freedom and knew he couldn't tolerate the strictly regimented military management there. Time flowed like water. Before they knew it, the end of April arrived, leaving just 1 week remaining in the special training period. The martial training for the other students also drew to a close, with afternoons now devoted to live combat practice against soldiers of equivalent strength from the military camp. And then they realized Lu Chang's figure was still nowhere to be seen. On the contrary, the soldiers who sparred with them couldn't stop praising Lu Chong, even calling him drill instructor. Only then did the students realize that Lu Chang's special training had diverged completely from theirs. He was now training the soldiers in return. What kind of mess was this? At this point, Lu Chong, as always, was still getting along famously with the squad leaders. However, just half a month after breaking through as a martial artist, Lu Chong had already reached the 2nd-tier warrior level, with his strength increasing exponentially. He could now spar with instructor Cheng Dongye on equal footing. A 2nd-tier warrior, and without even possessing any earth-rank martial arts skills at that, matching blows with Cheng Dongye, a 7th-tier warrior. This left the squad leaders feeling utterly ashamed of themselves. As a result, during this period, the squad leaders trained relentlessly, each making rapid progress. Name, Lu Chong. Level, 2nd-tier warrior, 72%. Martial skills, low-tier mortal grade, 9 shadow step, perfected. Heart-piercing kick, perfected. Mid-tier mortal grade, 7 steps killing fist, perfected. 3-inch palm, perfected. Peak-tier mortal grade, tiger's roar skill, perfected. Lower-tier earth grade, windblade leg mastery, 16%. Golden bell shield mastery, 12%. Gale phantom step mastery, 16%. Finishing that day's training, Lu Chong checked the stats panel. Yet another day of surpassing himself. He believed if he truly utilized these 3 lower-tier earth-grade martial arts techniques, even Cheng Dongye would be no match for him. After all 3 of his earth-grade techniques had reached mastery level, far surpassing chief instructor Cheng Dongye's attainments. That night, the moon was dark and the wind howled. In a cave dozens of miles away from the fortress, 2 men dressed in black were whispering to each other. "Big brother, we've already figured out that kid's routine. Shouldn't we hurry up and make our move?" One of them spoke up. The other nodded in agreement. "Right, it's time." Damn, ambushing a student right under the nose of the regular troops is no easy task. If it weren't for this kid showing off all the time, we'd have a hard time finding an opportunity. The black-clothed man who spoke first said, "Exactly. Although we're martial artists ourselves, that kid's got several high-level warriors around him. Even if we managed to ambush him, we wouldn't escape with our lives." The leader scoffed and said, "Pull off this job, and we can take the money and leave Hadong province. We'll lie low and train for a while before coming back out." Big Bro's legendary. Never thought of using the mother-child rat tactic to assassinate that kid. Heh, the baby rat died in that brat's hands yesterday. At dawn we'll release the tier 2 mother rat to lock onto him. One bite will finish the job. Ha ha ha. Faint, suppressed laughter drifted from within the cave. But at some point, a young man wearing a black tracksuit had appeared at the cavern's entrance. Only when the two inside finished their discussion did the young man clear his throat politely and inquire, "Were you two looking for me, by any chance? Who's there?" A startled cry echoed from the cave, followed by 2 black-clad figures darting out into the moonlight. Lu Chong turned to look at the 2 of them, grinning as he said, "Weren't you two just discussing how to assassinate me?" Chapter 55. This assassin is kind of weak. The 2 figures in black fixed their piercing gazes on Lu Chong under the moonlight, then abruptly swept their eyes across the surroundings with extreme vigilance. "Don't worry, no one will intervene. I'm alone here." Lu Chong knew what they were looking for, nothing more than reassurance that no military experts had been sent to protect him. "It's you!" The black-clad leader snapped back to attention, his gaze boring into Lu Chong. "How did you know about us, let alone find our hideout?" The second-in-command in black immediately followed up with an angry demand. Lu Chong didn't respond but instead curiously asked, "It seems you truly know me, and what's more, you intend to kill me." "I came all the way here myself. Now tell me, why were you looking for me?" The 2 men in black exchanged a glance without answering Lu Chang's question. With silent understanding, they simultaneously drew the long blades hanging at their sides. "Since you've come out on your own, that saves us the trouble." Before the words had faded, the black-clad leader was already charging toward Lu Chong with blade pointed forward, covering 10 feet with each stride. The second black-clad man silently raised his sword nearby, both to block Lu Chang's escape and to watch for any hidden allies that might come to his aid. Faced with the black-clad leader's murderous longsword, Lu Chong simply stood motionless, arms relaxed at his sides, as if frozen in terror. "Die!" The black-clad leader spat out an icy command as he leaped into the air, his long saber slicing diagonally through the night like a bolt of lightning descending upon Lu Chang's head. Only when the blade was 3 inches from Lu Chang's skull, when the two black-clad men believed his death was certain, did Lu Chong finally move. Within 3 inches lies the mastery of all things grasped in one palm. The military 3-inch palm erupted from Lu Chang's hand at this critical juncture, when all hope seemed lost. The black-clad man had no time to comprehend when Lu Chang's hand had risen or how it suddenly appeared right before his chest. His technique had already played out its course, making it impossible for him to adjust and counter in time. With just this one palm strike, impossibly, it came swifter than even his blade, resting with effortless grace against the black-clothed leader's chest. Bang! Crack! The black-clothed elder brother was sent flying backward with the impact, spewing misty blood into the air midway. His entire left chest visibly caved in. His blade, the tool of murder, slipped from his grip, his eyes already dimming before his body even hit the ground. By the time the second brother in black rushed over to lift him up in shock, he realized with horror that his elder sibling had more breath leaving him than entering. Even Lu Chong himself felt somewhat surprised, let alone the second brother in black. "Sorry, I genuinely didn't expect him to be so weak. I was actually planning to keep him alive," Lu Chong uttered coolly, his apology devoid of sincerity. For a supposedly second-stage martial artist assassin with such razor-sharp blade skills, who could have guessed he'd be all show, failing to withstand even a single medium-rank 3-inch palm strike from me? The second brother in black watched his leader perish rapidly, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Lu Chang's sarcastic remarks. Who the hell said this kid was just a martial apprentice? He cursed inwardly. "Kid, consider this our loss today. But remember, I'll settle this score with you." After uttering those ruthless words, the second brother clad in black actually abandoned his elder brother's corpse on the spot and turned to flee. Nonsense, he wasn't a fool. How could he possibly still regard Lu Chong as an ordinary martial arts student now? Which student could be so fierce, taking down a martial artist with a single move? Even I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Lu Chong had just managed to calm the turbulent emotions from his first kill when he saw the other assassin turn and flee. What kind of fighters are these? They're so unprofessional. Lu Chong collected himself and swiftly activated Gale Step, unleashing speed far surpassing his opponent as he gave chase. "You've already killed our boss. Why chase after me now?" The second in command in black, realizing Lu Chong was gaining on him, screamed in terror. While running, Lu Chong reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll show mercy this time. I won't kill you." "Damn liar," the assassin cursed, completely abandoning any pretense of decorum as he pulled a pistol from his coat and fired several shots behind him without looking. However, in front of Lu Chong now, such ordinary firearms posed no threat to him whatsoever. He could even predict the trajectory of bullets, effortlessly dodging them or simply tanking the hits with his golden cicada armor. With a single leap covering over 20 feet, Lu Chong planted a mid-air kick square on the dark-clad second brother's back, sending him face-first into the dirt like a dog eating mud. This kick was merely an earth-tier lower-grade heart-piercing kick Lu Chong had deliberately held back to avoid killing his opponent outright. During his usual sparring sessions with fellow warriors, he always restrained himself, suppressing his cultivation level and strength to match theirs. He never expected his full-powered strike to be this devastating. Even more surprising was how feeble this so-called elite assassin turned out to be. By the time the black-clad assassin clumsily scrambled to his feet, Lu Chong had already closed the distance, knocking the long blade from his grasp with a sweeping kick before delivering a crushing palm strike to the back of the skull, rendering the attacker unconscious. Pathetic. They didn't even get the chance to use their tiered martial techniques, Lu Chong lamented inwardly. He'd imagined he'd found two worthy adversaries. How bitterly disappointing they turned out to be. From the canopy above, a burly figure descended, Principal Fong, who'd been observing from the shadows all along. "You're absolutely right, kid. Someone really did try to assassinate you during special training," Principal Fong remarked with astonishment. Lu Chong said sheepishly, "You know how it is, I've been practicing Principal Wei's golden cicada body technique, so my senses have sharpened." In truth, the golden cicada body technique alone couldn't have heightened his awareness to this degree. Otherwise, Lu Chong would have sensed the threat much sooner. It wasn't until the golden cicada body technique evolved into the golden bell shield and he mastered it to a refined level that he detected someone watching him the moment he stepped into the wilderness. The sensitivity provided by the golden bell shield far surpassed that of the golden cicada garment by several times. Being stared at with such malice in secret would unsettle anyone. Thus, Lu Chong secretly informed Principal Fong and requested his assistance in venturing deep into the wilderness that night to track down their enemies. For someone of Principal Fong's caliber, locating the hiding place of those two based on subtle clues wouldn't pose much difficulty. After confirming that the visitor was indeed an assassin, Lu Chong seized the opportunity by arranging for Principal Fong to remain hidden as backup while he faced the killer alone. Slaughtering exotic beasts had become second nature to him, leaving him without any psychological burden. But facing an enemy of his own kind, another human, was an encounter Lu Chong hadn't yet experienced, making this a valuable opportunity. Principal Fong agreed to Lu Chang's request. However, neither of them had expected that the visitor, a supposedly formidable second-tier martial artist, would be so utterly defenseless, unable to withstand even a single move from Lu Chong. Lu Chong had initially intended to leave them alive, but never expected to kill one with a single palm strike. Against such malicious enemies, there's no need for mercy, nor should you carry any psychological burden. Principal Fong noticed Lu Chang's dazed expression and assumed he was struggling with taking a human life for the first time. He continued to advise, killing is just that simple. As long as the person you kill deserves death, it's no different from slaying exotic beasts. At this moment, Lu Chong sensed an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from the old principal. No need to guess, the old principal must have been through blood and fire, having taken many lives. However, thinking back now, Lu Chong didn't feel particularly uncomfortable about it. Remember, sometimes the human heart is more terrifying than mutated beasts. Principal Fong sighed, then turned his gaze toward old Second in Black, who had been knocked unconscious. Daring to assassinate his student right under his nose, do they truly think a tiger can't bear its fangs? This was a serious matter. Principal Fong could hardly imagine the consequences if these two had succeeded. Chapter 56, Who Says I'm Not a Martial Artist? From the moment Lu Chong broke through to become a martial artist, he ceased being an ordinary student. Instead, he was recorded in confidential files as a key individual to cultivate. If Lu Chong were truly assassinated, it wouldn't just be a loss for Guanyin City, the provincial authorities would also demand accountability. Of course, for Principal Fong, Principal Wei, and even Principal Huan, Lu Chong himself carries significant weight. The three had long regarded Lu Chong as a close student, even as the burgeoning hope for Guanyin City's rise. So now, Principal Fong was unusually furious, just not showing it too obviously in front of Lu Chong. Fortunately, Lu Chang's strength had recently surged, allowing him to detect the killer early and even deal with the threat on his own. Facing the killer and turning the tables was an excellent training opportunity for Lu Chong, something Principal Fong was quite satisfied about. Let's check the cave again. Principal Fong snapped out of his thoughts and reminded Lu Chong. Lu Chong happened to have the same idea. He entered the cave alone and carefully retrieved a black leather bag that the two had left inside. Faint squeaking sounds came from within the bag. Looking at Principal Fong, Lu Chong said, "This must be the mother rat they mentioned, a second-grade metal-gnawing rat." Principal Fong signaled for Lu Chong to open the bag, and in an instant, a black shadow shot out, heading straight for Lu Chang's face. However, before Lu Chong could make a move, Principal Fong had already clenched his fist midair, unleashing a crimson surge of vital energy that enveloped the metal-devouring rat. The level 2 metal-gnawing rat darted left and right, squealing in pain from the burns, utterly incapable of escaping the radius of Principal Fong's blazing aura. To condense gang chi outside the body without dissipating it, is this the technique of a martial grandmaster? Lu Chong gazed with sparkling eyes. The disparity between this and his current abilities was like that between clouds and mud. He could clearly see the appearance of this ore-devouring rat, and indeed it bore a striking resemblance to the one he had killed the day before. Its body was the size of a palm, with jet-black fur that gleamed sleekly except for a single golden tuft on its forehead. Its bared teeth were needle-sharp. This is a gold-devouring rat, don't let its small size fool you, its lethality is not to be underestimated. This creature was incredibly fast, its primary means of attack concentrated in those razor-sharp teeth. A level 2 steelgno rat could even bite through 2 centimeters of high-strength steel plate. The golden eater rat sustains itself by devouring various hard metals, which makes its body extraordinarily tough, virtually impervious to blades and bullets. Of course, the gold-devouring rats also feed on humans, which accelerates their evolution. If Lao Chung hadn't broken through to the martial warrior realm, facing a second-grade gold-devouring rat locked onto him like this, he likely wouldn't have stood a chance. Principal Fong calmly placed the golden-devouring rat back into the black leather pouch and remarked, "These two assassins certainly went to great lengths. To avoid blowing my cover, he actually managed to find such a paired master-slave rodent pair. First, we release young rats for you to kill, so that the mother rat will remember your scent and fixate on you. When you enter the wilderness tomorrow, the lurking mother rat will strike lethally, so fast even the instructors won't have time to react." What a clever scheme. They didn't even have to show their faces from start to finish, Principal Fong sneered. Lu Chong now understood the method of his attempted assassination and couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. Who exactly wanted him dead? Lu Chong naturally pondered this. He couldn't recall making any mortal enemies. If not that, then perhaps he'd unknowingly crossed someone's interests. Lu Chong first thought of Zhao Longfei, whom he had defeated in the hunting grounds last time. Could it be him? Lu Chong couldn't be certain, such things couldn't be guessed. However, Lu Chong grew more wary of Zhao Longfei in his heart. Don't overthink it. Principal Fong seemed to sense Lu Chang's thoughts and waved his hand dismissively. I'll help you investigate this matter. However, remember this, those who attract no envy are mediocrities. This is nothing new. So remember, stay vigilant against cunning intentions. Understood? Lu Chong promptly responded, thank you, Teacher Fong. I'll keep that in mind. Good. Principal Fong declared with robust conviction, but don't let it make you timid either. If anyone dares confront you openly, come straight to me. I doubt Old Wei would stand for it either. Lu Chong felt deeply touched, but said nothing more, keeping these words close to his heart. Let's head back, Principal Fong said. The special training will be over in just a few days. I'll try to find some level 2 mutated beasts deep in the wilderness for you to practice on. And the military merits from hunting level 2 beasts, including this gold-devouring rat, will all be quietly accumulated for you. Lu Chong repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Though level 2 mutant beasts were dangerous, every part of them was precious and immensely valuable. An ordinary level 2 segment 1 mutant beast could be exchanged for 500 military merits, equivalent to about 50,000 Huaxia dollars. Returning to the fortress, Lu Chong went straight to rest, while Principal Fong took the assassin away for an overnight investigation. Early the next morning, Principal Fong found Lu Chong with a frustrated expression and said, we found nothing. We could only find that they were registered foreign bounty hunters who had previously engaged in murder and robbery out in the wilderness. But this time, the person who contacted them never showed their face. They only issued tasks and transferred money through an overseas virtual platform, making it impossible to trace the source. Lu Chong had already guessed as much. With those two assassins being so cautious, how could the mastermind behind them possibly surface so easily? Lu Chong turned to console Principal Fong, saying, it's alright, Teacher Fong. I'll just be more careful from now on. After becoming an official martial artist, I now have some ability to protect myself, Lu Chong said confidently. Principal Fong nodded. If you suspect anyone, feel free to tell me or Principal Wei. At least it's not foreign spies targeting you, they'd be far more ruthless in their methods. Avoid entering the wilderness alone during this period. Staying within our base is much safer, Principal Fong cautioned. Lu Chong nodded solemnly. Though a thorn remained in his heart, he knew he'd have to find a way to pluck it out eventually. On May 1st, the students continued their usual hunting in the wilderness. By the afternoon, news broke that another student from their batch had broken through to martial artist Xiang Yueya. The students buzzed with excitement. After all, it was incredibly rare for someone in the small Guanyin city to achieve the rank of martial artist before the college entrance exams. However, Lu Chong didn't pay much attention to it. Everyone's a martial artist these days. He was already a second-rank martial artist himself. Over the next few days, perhaps due to the special training taking effect or the students' accumulated efforts bearing fruit, multiple students successively achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation levels, including Lu Qingqing, who broke through to 7th rank martial apprentice on May 3rd, with her strength increasing significantly. May 5th, the day before the special training ended, another warrior emerged among the students, Xue Chang from 3rd high school. That very afternoon, the newly breakthrough warrior sought out Lu Chong, declaring his intention to challenge him. Chapter 57. The persistent classmate determined to hand over money. Afternoon, May 5th. The student training grounds. When Lu Chong learned that Xue Chang wanted to challenge him, he hurriedly excused himself from the squad leaders he was sparring with and rushed over. Such a kind classmate was clearly here to deliver military merits to him. How could he possibly refuse? Lu Chong, during the special training, I lost to you in accumulating military merits. A bet is a bet, all my merits belong to you now. Seeing Lu Chong appear, Xue Chang declared openly, you're too kind. We're all classmates here. While exchanging pleasantries, Lu Chong was calculating how many military merits Xue Chang had accumulated over the past month. Not bad at all. Second only to himself, Xue Chang had already amassed over 11,000 military merits. Converted to Huaxia currency, that would be more than 1 million. Although Lu Chang's monthly accumulation of military merits was indisputably first place, the vast majority had already been spent. His gaze shifted to Chief Instructor Cheng Dongye, who stood watching with cold indifference. Cheng Dongye knew exactly what the kid was thinking and spoke up. You can use his military merits to exchange for resources, but they won't accumulate towards your personal military honors. No problem, thank you, Instructor, Lu Chong replied with understanding. Military merits weren't just for exchanging resources, they also affected future honors and awards, so they had to be earned through one's own achievements. Lu Chong was perfectly content with being able to use Xue Chang's military merits to exchange for resources. Xue Chang's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, it was he who had confidently challenged Lu Chong, only to lose so decisively. Even his military merits worth over 1 million had been claimed by Lu Chong. But now, he was no longer the man he had been, no longer merely a 9th-level martial apprentice, but an officially recognized martial artist. Therefore, he intended to seize this opportunity to redeem his lost dignity. Lu Chong, do you dare to face me again in a fair and open rematch? In front of all the students and instructors, Xue Chang asked with overwhelming momentum. Lu Chong replied somewhat sheepishly, we're all classmates. Why let things turn hostile? Xue Chang scoffed dismissively, as if he knew Lu Chong all too well, and pressed aggressively, if I lose, I'll give you 500,000. If you lose, my condition still stands. Lu Chang's heart secretly swelled with delight. He knew this classmate was still quite reasonable. Yet, he couldn't help glancing at Xiang Yueya, who sat aloof nearby. This girl's charisma was formidable. Without lifting a finger from her secluded position, so many male classmates rushed to do her bidding. Did they not realize that simping till the end only leaves one with nothing? No matter, making money took precedence. Lu Chong had no time to pity these pathetic simps, let alone show interest in Xiang Yueya's pretentious aloofness. While marveling at Xue Chang's family wealth, Lu Chong gritted his teeth and said, fine then, I'll risk life and limb to keep you company. Go easy on me, classmate Xue. At that moment, Chang Dongye, who had been watching the commotion, suddenly spoke up. I forgot to inform everyone, Lu Chong from number 1 high school actually broke through to become an official martial artist over 10 days ago. So in the future, if any classmates have questions, they can also consult with Lu Chong. With that, Chang Dongye couldn't resist casting a triumphant glance at Lu Chong, thinking to himself, serves you right for tricking us. Finally managed to settle the score. The surrounding students burst into an uproar, especially those from first high school who knew Lu Chong. They felt as if they were dreaming. They clearly remembered that Lu Chong had only broken through from the 8th to the 9th stage of martial apprentice after arriving at the special training camp. How could he become an official martial artist just a few days later? Is this the kind of cultivation speed a normal human should have? But on second thought, Lu Chong didn't seem like a normal human anyway, able to work as an instructor in the military camp himself. Is that something a normal person could do? Lu Chong, caught out by Chang Dongye, didn't even blush. With shameless audacity, he said to Xue Chang, whose expression had darkened slightly, it was really just a fluke breakthrough. If you're scared, Xue, we can cancel our match. Hearing these words, Chang Dongye nearby could only nod in admiration at the skillful provocation. This kid's heart is truly black, resorting to taunts just to make some easy money. Sure enough, a hot-blooded Xue Chang couldn't withstand such provocation. Shaking his head immediately, he declared, no need. Since we're both certified martial artists now, it'll be a fair fight. What fair play? Lu Chang's already a second-level martial artist, Chang Dongye cursed inwardly. If the students didn't know better, how could he not recognize Lu Chang's capability? Not to mention the newly advanced martial artist Xue Chang. Even if Chang himself, a 7th-level martial artist, stepped into the ring now, he might still struggle to defeat Lu Chong. This is basically handing Lu Chong free money on a silver platter. However, Chang Dongye didn't push the matter further. If that money-grubbing kid decided to hold a grudge, he'd undoubtedly suffer for it later. Lu Chong was overjoyed. Since someone insisted on giving him money, it would be impolite to refuse. But outwardly, he remained composed and said, then I'll ask for your guidance. Xue Chang wasted no more words. The imposing aura of a true martial artist erupted from him, kicking up swirling clouds of dust underfoot. His body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, employing a martial technique not taught in any school curriculum. Evidently, given Xue Chang's family background, he had long been training in higher-grade martial arts at external dojos. Before the fist even arrived, a chilling wind swept across my face. Faced with Xue Chang's perfected high-grade fist technique, Lu Chong simply mobilized the strength of a first-rank martial artist and the low-tier human-grade boulder-cracking palm. Helpless, Lu Chong had to hold back a bit, afraid he might kill this generous benefactor with a single slap. Fist met palm, and both Lu Chong and Xue Chang were forced back 2 steps. Xue Chang was genuinely pushed back by Lu Chang's strength, while Lu Chong, of course, was merely pretending. Bullying was one thing, but some basic respect had to be shown to the generous benefactor. After all, he might come back with more money in the future. Xue Chang gritted his teeth, the bluestone beneath his feet cracking as he charged forward at an even greater speed, throwing a punch heavier than before. Lu Chong still countered with his boulder-splitting palm, merely increasing his force slightly. Boom! Back and forth they fought, colliding again and again in such a tightly contested battle that it was genuinely thrilling to watch. But in the eyes of insiders, especially those few instructors, Lu Chong was clearly just fooling around. From what they knew, Lu Chong should have won with just that first exchange. The two students weren't even on the same level. But Xue Chang didn't realize this. He still thought victory was within reach, that Lu Chong wasn't as invincible as imagined. Launching another attack, Xue Chang's heavy fist came again, but just before impact with Lu Chong, a bone-chilling coldness gathered within that fist, poised to strike. Quite interesting. Before they even made contact, Lu Chong could already sense it. This wasn't an ordinary human-rank martial skill. He could clearly feel that Xue Chang's fist carried a dense surge of vitality force, practically bursting at the seams. Boom! With a thunderous boom, the moment their fists and palms collided, an extreme cold energy erupted from Xue Cheng's fist, surging toward Lu Chang's palm. However, this punch that somewhat resembled a earth-tier martial skill resulted in Xue Cheng being the one sent flying backward instead, his entire striking arm hanging limp. His face changed dramatically as he looked up at Lu Chong. How could you possibly block my punch imbued with Gang Qi? Chapter 58, His potential is inferior to ours. In truth, Lu Chong had sensed something unusual about this punch the moment before Xue Cheng's fist was about to land. Unlike ordinary human-tier martial techniques, this punch contained genuine energy forged from qi and blood. Yet Lu Chong remained certain this wasn't a standard earth-tier technique either. Therefore, he didn't resort to other martial skills, merely increasing his strength slightly. Sure enough, the moment their fists and palms clashed, Lu Chong felt not just Xue Cheng's brute force, but also an ice-cold penetrating energy erupting through his palm and surging into his body. Had he never encountered earth-tier techniques before, Lu Chong might have truly been injured by this ox-penetrating mountain-style permeating energy. But Lu Chong, who sparred daily with those class monitors, was already intimately familiar with such Gang Qi circulation. So when Xue Cheng's Gang Qi erupted, he had already activated his internal blood energy, quietly neutralizing the attack. Xue Cheng's failed assault backfired. Lu Chang's suddenly amplified palm strike shattered his arm outright, instantly having his combat effectiveness. Though astonished at how Lu Chong countered his mastered Gang Qi technique, Xue Cheng still stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Before he could continue, Lu Chong had already taken the initiative to leap forward, pressing a palm against his forehead. You've conceded, Xue. Lu Chong withdrew his hand and retreated with composed restraint. Xue Cheng knew he was thoroughly defeated. No matter how unwilling he was at heart, he had nothing left to say. I'll transfer the money to you when we get back. Losing is losing. Xue Chen showed integrity by not holding on to the defeat. Instead, he took the initiative and spoke up. No rush, no rush. Lu Chong immediately broke into a smile, stepping forward to help Xue Cheng up and insisting on personally escorting him to the military infirmary. Cheng Dongye and the other instructors could barely watch. This kid really had dollar signs flashing in his eyes. After Lu Chong left with Xue Cheng, the students couldn't help but start buzzing with discussion. Warrior. During this special training session, 3 official martial artists unexpectedly emerged from their midst. In previous years, it was extremely rare among the Gaokao candidates of Guanyun City. Especially Lu Chong, after topping the last mock exam, continued to lead by a staggering margin. Not only did he successfully break through to martial artist level, but he also overcame Xue Cheng, who had a profound foundation. They had already begun to wonder whether the other martial arts student, Xiang Yueya, stood a chance against Lu Chong. Lu Qingqing watched Lu Chang's retreating figure, silently clenching her delicate hands in determination. You need to work harder, Qingqing, she encouraged herself, or you won't be able to keep up with him. Huang Junyan stood beside Xiang Yueya and asked softly, do you still feel confident about defeating him now? Xiang Yueya withdrew her gaze and pondered for a moment before replying, no. But it shouldn't be too hard either before or after the college entrance exams. Huang Junyan didn't question it at all, finding it perfectly natural. While no high school taught earth-tier martial arts techniques, with Xiang Yueya's privileged background, acquiring one at the Xiang family dojo wouldn't be difficult at all. Yet Lu Chong, lacking such powerful earth-tier martial arts, would eventually be left far behind by Xiang Yueya. Come the college entrance exams, who would emerge victorious remained anyone's guess. This is the importance of foundational resources. While it might not be very noticeable during the martial apprentice stage, the higher one climbs, the more significant the impact of resources becomes. So what if Lu Chong manages to break through to martial artist first? With his humble circumstances, can he even afford the resources required for a martial artist's cultivation? Does he have access to earth-grade martial techniques for training? Are there any renowned masters to guide him? Not to mention someone like Xiang Yueya. Even an ordinary rich second generation like Huang Junyan is convinced that Lu Chong will inevitably fall behind in the future. The path of martial arts is long, and this is only the beginning. What does the gain or loss of a single city or territory matter? Huang Junyan recalled his father's earnest teachings and found them profoundly wise. Both he and Xiang Yueya set their sights beyond the small confines of Guanyun City, aiming instead for the entire Hedong province, or even all of Huaxia and the wider world. That was the vast stage where heroes gathered and winds of change swept the land. How could a poverty-stricken orphan with mere scraps of talent possibly understand the importance of family background? As for Lu Chong, he personally escorted Xue Cheng to the military clinic, tending with utmost care to this defeated fortune-bringing lad whom he'd bested with his own hands. After Xue Cheng's arm was set and he regained some strength, Lu Chong asked with a kind smile, Xue, are you feeling better now? Xue Cheng shook his head and thanked Lu Chong, saying, Thank you for showing mercy and bringing me here for medical treatment, but I'll challenge you again when I get the chance. Not for Xian Yueya, but for myself, Xue Chang declared with conviction. Lu Chong immediately responded with a more sincere smile. You're welcome anytime. I just got lucky this time, it wasn't anything noteworthy. Seemingly moved by Lu Chang's humility and sincerity, Xue Chang rarely cracked a smile and inwardly felt greater approval towards him. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Lu Chong finally ventured to ask, Xue, I've got a question, though I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask. Xue Chang replied magnanimously, just ask away. We're not sworn enemies or anything. Only then did Lu Chong voice his burning doubt, feigning naivety as he questioned, that final fist technique you used, with that concealed aura transforming into vigor, could that actually belong to an Earth-tier martial art? Xue Chang let out a bitter laugh and said, of course it's not a genuine Earth-rank martial skill. I've only just broken through to the warrior level, how could I possibly master an Earth-rank technique? Actually, this is just a technique for exerting force. When executing a human-tier martial skill, you concentrate your vital energy at the point of contact to erupt it, disrupting your opponent's internal chi flow. Compared to authentic Earth-tier martial techniques, the explosive force and condensation level of the energy are far inferior, Xue Chang admitted honestly. Lu Chong finally realized there was actually such a technique. It seemed like a transition from human-tier martial arts to Earth-tier martial arts. Why hasn't Principal Fong or any of the instructors taught me this? Lu Chang's mind raced. With such techniques at his disposal, even the basic martial skills he'd mastered could see a dramatic boost in power. He didn't ask Xue Chang how he'd acquired this skill, as it likely involved private cultivation methods that weren't meant to be shared. He was confident Principal Fong and the instructors must know the core principles behind it, he'd simply go ask them for guidance. That evening, Lu Chong went to find Principal Fong. However, Principal Fong's response was that this technique had both advantages and disadvantages, so he didn't want Lu Chong to get involved with it. To put it simply, it's a shortcut method that easily fosters dependency and might even have side effects on your future cultivation of genuine Earth-tier martial techniques. Many people resort to such shortcuts precisely because they find cultivating Earth-tier martial techniques too difficult. But with your comprehension, mastering Earth-tier martial techniques is the right path. You shouldn't take such detours. Only then did Lu Chong begin to comprehend, yet he still insisted that Principal Fong teach him. As for whether it would affect his future cultivation of Earth-rank martial arts, Lu Chong wasn't worried. After all, his martial arts techniques could practice themselves, why would he be concerned about such trivial consequences? Chapter 59, Returning fully loaded with another martial art. May 6th, the final day of the students' special training. Instead of venturing into the wilderness or continuing martial arts practice, the students took the day to relax and rest. 7 instructors, along with the squad leaders and soldiers who had served as sparring partners over the past month, finally had a rare day off. They gathered for a banquet with the undergraduates, mingling freely. Besides this, there was also the medal ceremony honoring Lu Chong, top scorer on the military merits leaderboard. Colonel Huang personally came forward to confer upon Lu Chong the rank of second lieutenant, which naturally aroused the envy of his fellow students. Second lieutenant, you couldn't call it reaching the heavens in a single step, but at the very least, it was a remarkable rise for someone of humble origins. Even though 7 instructors were only second lieutenant platoon leaders, officers capable of commanding over 100 soldiers. Of course, Lu Chang's rank was purely honorary, carrying no real authority. But he was eligible to receive the base salary of a second lieutenant, 10,000 huaxia dollars per month, and this alone was enough to make Lu Chong beam with joy. For him, the most crucial aspect was that with a military rank, he could access a portion of the military's resources, particularly its martial arts heritage. It's no exaggeration to say that the military department possesses the most comprehensive and prioritized martial arts heritage in all of China. Of course, enjoying these resources comes at a cost. They can only be exchanged through military merits. Lu Chong was no exception. In recent years, the military had opened up certain honorary ranks precisely to attract talents from society. This way, even those free-spirited prodigies and masters who don't wish to enlist can still collaborate with the military, while making it easier to regulate them. The students were envious, but after all these days, they understood very well that Lu Chong had earned that right. Even the soldiers, not to mention the 7 instructors, were utterly in awe of Lu Chang's prowess, weren't they? In the military, without genuine skills, one can't earn the recognition of these seasoned veterans. Lu Chong, don't go easy on the college entrance exam. If you can bring home the title of provincial top scorer, we instructors will personally go to the city to throw you a victory banquet. At the farewell dinner, Cheng Dongye threw an arm around Lu Chang's neck and made the bold promise. Captain Lu, don't forget about us. After the college entrance exams, if there's a chance, we'll take you to the wilderness for some wild game. Some soldiers invited him sincerely, mostly those who had received martial arts guidance from Lu Chong. They felt both close to and deeply respectful of this student instructor. Lu Chong accepted each invitation graciously. He had to admit, these Chinese soldiers had always been the most admirable and pure-hearted people in his eyes. Without their protection, there would be no survival basis for the vast Chinese nation, let alone educational opportunities for students like them. The students only reluctantly boarded the military vehicles and were sent back to their respective schools at 3 o'clock that afternoon. As soon as Lu Chong returned to school, he was summoned to the principal's office by Principal Wei, where their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, was also waiting. "Well done, kid. You really didn't let First High School down this time." Upon seeing Lu Chong, Principal Wei immediately burst into hearty laughter. Wang Tong, standing by, didn't dare to interrupt, but his face was also beaming with a smile. For a student from an ordinary class to become a martial artist before the college entrance exams was something unheard of in the past. Moreover, Lu Chang's breakthrough wasn't just a simple matter of becoming a martial artist. According to news from the military camp, Lu Chong had pulled off several astonishing feats during the special training session, even earning the honorable rank of second lieutenant in the end. Wang Tong had come from the military, having served a full 10 years in the ranks before barely scraping together a lieutenant's commission as a platoon leader, and that was as far as his career would ever go. Who would have thought that his student, barely an adult, could already stand as his equal? Even without holding military authority, Wang Tong could still boast loudly to his old comrades when he saw them. From then on, would Li Chengjun ever dare to face him without taking a detour? At this thought, Wang Tong felt a surge of satisfaction, and the more he looked at Lu Chong, the more pleased he became. At this point, Principal Wei changed the subject with a serious tone and asked, "I heard you were targeted by an assassin during your special training? Do you have any suspects in mind?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tong's expression also turned cold. The nature of this incident was truly appalling. Who could be so cruel as to plot against an orphan still in high school, especially the most prodigious talent #1 high school had ever seen? Though Lu Chong had his suspicions, he had no concrete evidence. Hearing the question, he merely shook his head and replied, "I don't know. I don't think I've made any mortal enemies." The old principal nodded slightly, taking a sip of tea before saying, "For the time being, you'd better not go home. Stay at the faculty apartments instead." "Don't worry, I won't charge you, it's another place I own," Principal Wei added with a smile upon seeing Lu Chang's hesitation. He'd heard about how this young man had hustled quite a few people during the special training period, clinging to money as if his life depended on it. Lu Chang then grinned and said, "Thank you, Teacher Wei. These are trivial matters. Your safety is what truly matters," Principal Wei continued nonchalantly. "Besides, before the college entrance exams, I will personally teach you an earth-rank martial technique superior to the golden cicada armor. High schools indeed aren't supposed to teach earth-rank martial arts, but if I personally instruct you in my own name, no one would dare gossip," Principal Wei declared magnanimously. Just as Wang Tong was about to say something, Principal Wei interrupted first. "Don't pass the wind-cleaving axe to this kid for now. Your salary can't afford it anyway." Wang Tong was immediately speechless. He had indeed wanted to personally teach Lu Chong the earth-rank tornado axe technique. However, he'd also need to purchase the inheritance jade slip with his own savings. The price exceeding 1 million weighed heavily on him. Principal Wei continued, "Besides, weapons aren't permitted in the college entrance combat exams. Let Lu Chong wait until university to choose his own elective path." Finding this reasoning sound, Wang Tong reluctantly gave up the idea. Lu Chong felt grateful but didn't say much, merely keeping this teacher-student bond deep in his heart. "There's no need for you to feel any psychological burden about this. Taking the college entrance exams is ultimately bringing glory to our school after all. Now that you've broken through to warrior rank, we'll try our best to provide you with the same resources other students receive. But I must warn you, earth-grade martial arts aren't like the techniques you've practiced before. The difficulty level is significantly higher. I can't guarantee how much progress you'll make in your martial arts training before the Gaokao," Principal Wei said solemnly. At this point, the old principal suddenly remembered when he had passed down the golden cicada mantle technique to Lu Chong. He had said the exact same thing. "Does the so-called difficulty even pose a challenge for this kid?" "Yes, thank you, Teacher Wei. I'll do my best," Lu Chong replied with equal seriousness. The corresponding earth-rank martial skill for the golden cicada garment is called Golden Light Wave, a low-grade earth-rank technique. Not only does it possess protective effects, but it also has a certain passive counterforce ability. "Receive the inheritance here with me now." Principal Wei took out a jade slip and handed it directly to Lu Chong. Lu Chong accepted it respectfully, but inwardly he wondered what the difference was between this so-called golden light wave and his own golden bell shield. "After practicing the golden bell shield, can I continue to cultivate other techniques? Will they clash? This doubt has lingered in my heart for a long time, and today I can finally test it out. Chapter 60. The college entrance exam is a golden opportunity to make big money. The Golden Bell Shield and the Golden Light Wave harmonized well, merging and evolving into an Earth-rank mid-grade martial skill. When Lu Chong received the Golden Light Wave bestowed by Principal Wei, a melodious notification tone immediately echoed in his mind. This is... Lu Chong was both astonished and delighted. The Golden Bell technique has evolved again, leaping straight to mid-grade Earth tier. These two Earth tier low-grade martial techniques, both related to the Golden Cicada garment, not only didn't conflict but seamlessly fused and evolved into the far rarer and more precious mid-grade Earth tier. If ordinary Earth tier low-grade martial techniques were worth $1 million, then their mid-grade equivalent would at least double in value. Moreover, the Golden Bell Shield is an even rarer body-refining martial skill, standing out among Earth-tier techniques with a value of at least $5 million. Of course, martial skills shouldn't be measured merely by monetary value, and Lu Chong was never one to be greedy for wealth. But this at least serves as indirect proof of this martial skill's power and potential. Hastily checking his personal status panel, Lu Chong couldn't suppress another surge of private glee. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Artist Stage 3, 10%. Martial Techniques. Lower Grade Human Tier, 9 Shadow Steps, perfected. Heart-Piercing Kick, perfected. Middle Grade Human Tier, 7-Step Killing Fist, perfected. 3-Inch Palm, perfected. Human Rank Top Grade, Tiger's Roar Technique, perfected. Earth Rank Lower Grade, Wind Blade Kick, Minor Achievement, 30%. Swift Shadow Steps, Minor Achievement, 30%. Earth Rank Middle Grade, Golden Bell Armor, Major Achievement, 26%. His cultivation had naturally reached Martial Artist's 3rd stage. Lu Chong had broken through this barrier 3 days prior. His current focus was on the Golden Bell Shield skill that had just evolved to Earth Grade Mid-Tier. As expected, after evolving further, the Golden Bell Shield's potential increased while its mastery level dropped, reverting to the Great Accomplishment stage. However, Lu Chong knew this was actually beneficial for him. As long as there was potential, he was confident he could quickly advance it. Besides, the Golden Bell Shield at Earth Grade Mid-Tier Great Accomplishment was far more powerful than its previous microcosmic mastery. He also had a clear sense that not only could he deploy the evolved Golden Bell Shield, but he could also decompose it back into the Golden Light Wave and the original Golden Bell Shield. Moreover, mastering the perfection realm of the Golden Cicada armor was as effortless as child's play for Lu Chong. Alright, you should probably take a break now. Principal Wei noticed Lu Chang's dazed expression and reminded him. Today, Mr. Wang will take you to move the things you need over here. With the college entrance exams approaching, you should stop taking on private tutoring jobs outside, Principal Wei reminded again. I know you've earned quite a few military merits during special training that you haven't used yet, and even made a substantial sum of money, right? Lu Chong knew Principal Wei was referring to the military merits and 500,000 yuan he had won from Xue Chang, and couldn't help but smile sheepishly. There's nothing wrong with that. As a martial artist, you should compete. It's nothing to be ashamed of to support yourself with your own intelligence. Principal Wei also smiled, showing no intention of blaming Lu Chong. However, don't put the cart before the horse and let money blind you. 1 month before the college entrance exams, you should still dedicate all your time and energy to cultivation. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask, Principal Wei said with heartfelt sincerity. The college entrance exams represented the most crucial turning point in a student's life, especially for underprivileged scholars like Lu Chong. And as you should know, the college entrance exams are also an opportunity to gain substantial resources. Principal Wei glanced meaningfully at Lu Chong once more and said, if you seize this opportunity, you might not have to worry about money for all 4 years of university. Lu Chong nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. In truth, as his abilities advanced by leaps and bounds, his ambitions grew ever greater, pushing his college entrance exam goals further into the distance. If I can top the Guanyun City Gaokao rankings, both the Municipal Education Bureau and my alma mater will award me a hefty sum. Even some businesses or martial arts schools in the city would seize this opportunity to sponsor the top scorer, both to advertise themselves and to forge goodwill with promising students. And if one could become the top scorer of Hedong Province's base in the college entrance exam, not only would the city's rewards double, but the province would also offer significant prizes. But these rewards aren't truly substantial sums. Principal Wei clearly wasn't referring to this. The real opportunity for Lu Chong to make a fortune lies in the live combat demonstrations during the college entrance exam. Every year during the practical combat phase of the National College Entrance Exam, Gaokao, aside from the official live broadcasts, each examinee is assigned their own personal live streaming channel. Whether it's the official live streaming rooms or the examinee's personal channels, they are all broadcast to an audience of over 1 billion viewers across the nation. Is this live streaming system merely for nationwide supervision of the Gaokao, or to give examinees an opportunity to showcase themselves? Of course not. Since it's live streaming, it naturally generates traffic and simultaneously opens channels for viewer donations and incentives. Why? The Huaxia government certainly wasn't doing this for cheap publicity, but rather to use this nationwide attention as an opportunity to promote the martial spirit among the populace. At the same time, when citizens witness the performances of these students, they can selectively reward and encourage outstanding candidates or those they personally favor. This isn't about exploitation, but a genuine policy designed to deliver tangible benefits to students. All the rewards donated through the candidates' live streams will be fully disclosed and entirely handed over to the students after the exam, tax-free. The public often strongly supports this live streaming approach because everyone knows it's these outstanding students who, after graduation, step onto the battlefield in waves, securing the survival bases of Huaxia and ensuring their safety. Shouldn't these students be encouraged and rewarded? So, how could Lu Chong not be tempted? Isn't it fantastic to earn a fortune through one's own abilities in the live-streamed college entrance exam? He had even checked records of previous year's live exams, where some students netted tens of millions in incentive rewards during the 6-day practical assessment alone. For the privileged heirs of wealthy families, 10 million might be pocket change, but for Lu Chong, it represented the financial foundation for his future cultivation. A decisive comeback victory, and I won't have to worry about money for quite some time, Lu Chong thought with rising excitement. That very day, he brought his homeroom teacher back to his rather modest home, quickly packed up his belongings, and moved into the faculty apartment behind the school. Although Principal Wei left him only a one-bedroom apartment, it came with an underground training chamber. This training chamber was far inferior to Lu Qingqing's entire cultivation tower, but it still spanned over 100 square meters and was equipped with numerous training and testing apparatuses. It may be small as a sparrow, but it has all the vital organs. Lu Chong thought to himself that once he had money, he would also create such a private space for himself, somewhere convenient for daily living and cultivation. College entrance exams. Once I overcome this hurdle, the true vast world awaits. Lu Chong felt his fighting spirit surge as he prepared to face his first major test since arriving in this world. This was an exam that held the promise of soaring success. Chapter 61. The grand exam approaches, captivating the entire nation. 1 month remains until the college entrance exams. Senior year classes have actually become much more relaxed, with nearly half the time left entirely to students. This isn't to let students slack off, but to grant them space for autonomous study. Students with means could even skip classes to train intensively at external martial arts schools. Students from average families could stay at school, seeking guidance from teachers for last-minute preparations. There were also those who had already given up. The school no longer strictly monitored them, allowing them to come and go freely. Take Xin Yufei, for instance. The guy rarely showed up at school, spending most of his time at home playing all kinds of virtual war games. After all, he'd only just reached the 4th level of warrior apprentice. No matter how hard he crammed, passing the entrance exams for a martial arts university was out of the question. Getting into a regular comprehensive university would already be an achievement. However, this close friend of Lu Chong still found time every day to chat with him, reminiscing about their high school days, mainly about his one-sided love history. As for his dream girl Xiang Yueya, Chen Yufei had long since given up on her, or perhaps she had only ever existed in his fantasies. Aside from Chen Yufei, among his classmates, only Lu Qingqing would occasionally reach out to him asking for advice on both cultivation techniques and academic subjects. Other than that, Lu Chong hardly interacted with any students and rarely attended classes, spending most of his time cultivating in Principal Wei's apartment. It's worth mentioning that Xue Chang from No. 3 High School came to visit him once, specifically to hand over the 500,000 Huaxia coins. However, Xue Chang had learned his lesson this time and didn't propose a rematch with Lu Chong during the college entrance exams, which left Lu Chong feeling slightly disappointed. As for the military merits Xue Chang lost to Lu Chong, most of them were exchanged for medicinal baths and nutritional supplies, enough to last until the exams. So, Lu Chong finally managed to save up 500,000 yuan, which he could temporarily keep warm in his pocket for a while. As for Zhao Longfei, he hadn't caused any trouble for Lu Chong during this period. The students seemed to have vanished without a trace, even skipping school altogether. This left Lu Chong without any opportunity to test or provoke him. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already June. The atmosphere among senior high school students grew increasingly tense. It wasn't tension from studying or cultivation, but tension of the mind. Most students had begun to tighten their nerves. On the same day, June 4th, the official virtual platform finally activated personal accounts for every senior high school student. This account held immense significance for the students. It was their first virtual platform account in life, one that would accompany them throughout their entire lifetime. In other words, even after completing the college entrance exams, they could still use this account to post updates, including photos, videos, live streams, and more. It would become as ubiquitous as an ID card. Not to promote any internet celebrity, but to give everyone a voice and a platform to create personal value. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Warrior 3rd Stage, 88%. Martial Arts. Low-grade Mortal Tier, 9 Shadow Step perfected. Heart-piercing Kick perfected. Human Tier Medium Grade, 7-Step Killing Fist, perfect. 3-inch Palm, perfect. Human Tier Supreme Grade, Roaring Tiger Technique, perfect. Earth Tier Low Grade, Windblade Leg, Mastery 90%, Swift Wind Shadow Step, Mastery 90%. Earth Tier Medium Grade, Golden Bell Shield, Mastery 8%. In the underground training room, Lu Chong awoke from his cultivation session and checked his various stats, feeling relatively satisfied. It'll take 4 or 5 more days to break through again in cultivation, just about in time for the college entrance combat exam. Lu Chang's primary focus remained his cultivation level. Although he'd recently dedicated considerable time to actively practicing chi absorption technique, he still fell slightly short of breaking through to the 4th stage. As for Windblade Leg and Swift Shadow Step, both were just one final push away from reaching perfect mastery. I should be able to reach perfection by the time of the combat assessment. Golden Bell Shield has barely reached the microscopic level, and the cultivation speed has slowed down a bit, but it should be enough to handle the college entrance exams. For the upcoming major examination, Lu Chong was brimming with confidence, with only one goal in mind: to become the provincial top scorer. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete for the national top spot, he simply didn't have the means to do so. After all, China is vast, and it's impossible to fully standardize exams for students across all 34 domestic and overseas base provinces. Standardization might be achievable for cultural courses and basic martial arts assessments, but when it comes to the major practical combat examinations, there's no way to gather all candidates nationwide in a single hunting ground. With varying conditions in each province's hunting grounds and different competitive environments for examinees, complete standardization becomes naturally unattainable. Therefore, the college entrance exam, Gaokao, usually only recognizes provincial top scorers, not national champions. Want to dominate nationally? There will be plenty of opportunities once you enter university. There's no definitive ranking in literature, but in martial arts, the second place is just the first loser. Once you reach university, there will be platforms for proving your supremacy, or even aiming for global dominance across the entire blue planet. Lu Chong didn't let his thoughts wander further. Instead, with a hint of curiosity, he opened the official virtual platform called Elites of Huaxia. Lu Chong previously watched tutorials and battle footage from masters through this platform. Now, he essentially had his own personal verified account, with the label Current Examinee displayed after his username. How come over 200 people are already following me? Lu Chong was somewhat surprised. Could his social circle really be that extensive? With a casual tap, an ostentatious profile picture appeared, none other than Chen Yufei with the words "Fight for College Entrance Exams" wrapped around his forehead. Lu Chong ignored this flashy display and continued scrolling. School Principal Wei, Vice Principal Fong, Dean Huang, the homeroom teacher, along with 7 instructors from military camp training, over a dozen squad leaders, and more than 100 soldiers. There was also Lu Qingqing and 30-some classmates from Class 5. The only familiar face was Xuecheng from 3rd High School, whom he'd clashed with a few times before. Apart from that, Lu Chong spotted several unexpected figures who caught him off guard. Li Changjun, Xiang Yueya, Huang Junyan, and shockingly even Zhao Longfei. Lu Chong was slightly taken aback. Why were they keeping tabs on him? But Lu Chong didn't mind the attention, let them watch. If they wanted to tip him, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Platform transactions were voluntary, no debts existed between parties. Aside from these recognizable figures, another 20 or 30 followers were complete strangers to Lu Chong, leaving him puzzled about their interest in him. Several faces looked vaguely familiar though, likely Education Bureau officials from Guanyin City he'd glimpsed during school assemblies. There were quite a few people who had left him private messages, mostly with encouraging words like "good luck with the college entrance exams" and "may you pluck the laurels from the moon." Lu Chong noticed that among them was Xiang Yueya, the so-called school belle who had never had any direct interaction with him. Casually setting both his following and follower lists to private, Lu Chong didn't bother replying to each message individually. Instead, he thought, the small number of people just isn't enough. Forget about the whole country, even just within our Hadong province base's population of over 30 million, there's enormous potential to tap into. If only I could gather a group of people before the college entrance exams, I could earn a bit more. Chapter 62, Exam Begins, Popularity Soars. Unfortunately, before the exams, Lu Chong still didn't get the chance to do a promotional wave to rally supporters. The overwhelming personal promotions from various self-media outlets mostly required payment, and the fees weren't low at all. Lu Chong didn't want to see his modest savings go down the drain. Besides, he wasn't aiming to become an internet celebrity. There was no need to rush into establishing a public persona. Fortunately, Guanyin City's official media remained relatively impartial, releasing footage from previous mock exams along with student scores. This inadvertently boosted Lu Chang's popularity. But public memory is fleeting, especially on virtual platforms like these. So, even with the title of top scorer in the mock exams, Lu Chang's popularity still fell far behind those candidates who heavily promoted themselves. Take Xiang Yue, for example, who's known as the heir of the Xiang lineage. Her current popularity far surpasses Lu Chang's. A second-stage martial artist, the stunning school beauty, plus some eye-catching personal showcase videos, who wouldn't pay attention to someone like that? Xiang Yue's promotions didn't just reach Guanyun City with its 2 million residents. They spread across the entire province, amassing a massive following in just 2 short days. Mostly males. The night before the college entrance exams, Xiang Yue's follower count had already surpassed 2 million, making her the undisputed star of Guanyun City and the top favorite to win the provincial championship. Others whom Lu Chang was relatively familiar with, like Zhao Longfei, Huang Junyan, Shui Chang, and similar figures, had also leveraged media influence to garner hundreds of thousands of fans each. Even that guy Chen Yufei managed to accumulate over 100,000 followers in just 2 days. He didn't post any videos demonstrating martial arts techniques or actual combat practice. Instead, he shared some of his classic gameplay footage from virtual war strategy games. Damn! A lot of people are paying attention to this. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yufei also promoted Lu Chong on his own account, rallying his followers to support the soon-to-be provincial top scorer. This caused Lu Chang's popularity to rise slightly again, and by the night before the college entrance exams, it barely surpassed 100,000. Not much, but certainly not pitiful. The key issue was that most young people who discovered Lu Chong through Chen Yufei raised numerous questions under Lu Chang's only martial arts tutorial video. It looks pretty ordinary. Why would he have the confidence to compete for the provincial top scorer? Is this really a seeded contender? Aside from being handsome, his skills seem rather mediocre, honestly. Don't you dare talk like that. I just love his handsome and masculine face, and his figure is amazing. Total heartthrob. Faced with a chorus of doubts, Lu Chong couldn't be bothered to respond. When the national college entrance exam arrived, there would naturally be an opportunity to prove himself to these skeptics. On June 7th, the national college entrance examinations officially commenced. This grand academic marathon, lasting a full 8 days, would capture the attention of the entire nation. Even those powerful figures occupying society's upper echelons would observe the exams through virtual platforms. Why would students who already lacked for nothing spend fortunes on publicity campaigns to attract public attention? Unlike Lu Chong, who was aiming to earn a batch of cultivation resources, for these students, the primary goal was to catch the attention of certain influential figures. If they could be remembered and taken under the wing of one of these powerful individuals, it would truly be a meteoric rise to success. This wasn't just wishful thinking, it happened every single year. After all, those powerful masters also wanted to take disciples to pass on their legacy. The annual National Unified Examination was the perfect opportunity to find promising talents. The cultural exams on the 7th and 8th went relatively smoothly, drawing little attention from the public. On the night of the 8th, Lu Chang's cultural exam scores and ranking were released, just 35 points short of full marks. Lu Chong ranked first in the province for cultural subjects and 5th nationally. This achievement was directly displayed on his personal account, bringing him another wave of attention. Even official accounts from prestigious liberal arts, science, and engineering universities began recruiting him in the comments section, offering extremely favorable conditions. Lu Chong certainly didn't look down on these schools, but his ambitions lay elsewhere, so he didn't pay them much attention. As for those mixed fan comments, Lu Chong completely ignored them. Right now, he was only waiting for the live combat broadcast starting tomorrow that would be his true moment to shine. However, beginning tomorrow, all examinees would enter sealed examination halls where they'd remain for 6 full days without any access to their personal accounts. Hope there'll be a pleasant surprise waiting when I return from the Gokao. Lu Chong took a deep breath, steadying himself for the real challenge beginning on the 9th. He wouldn't underestimate any opponent, because judging from the information disclosed these past few days, there were already no fewer than 20 official martial artists among all the examinees in the province. There must still be those martial artist examinees unwilling to reveal themselves, all of whom were Lu Chang's competitors. Of course, Lu Chong wouldn't belittle himself either. His only goal now was to become the provincial champion. On the morning of June 9th, all examinees began their foundational martial arts assessment. It was also from this point that the entire nation's attention converged on the platform, closely monitoring the candidates' performances. National broadcast accounts, provincial broadcast accounts, municipal broadcast accounts, and numerous self-media outlets all began live-streaming the college entrance examination updates, presenting viewers with perspectives at various scales. Within moments, examinee parents, warriors of all ranks, and onlookers flooded in. Statistics show that starting from this day, the number of people across China entering the various levels of college entrance exam live platforms would exceed 600 million and remained persistently high. Some people watched the official livestream, while others followed individual candidates' personal platforms, and even more viewers multitasked across multiple screens simultaneously. When the morning's Martial Arts Foundation test results were released, traffic on the platforms began shifting dramatically, surging toward the personal accounts of exceptionally high-scoring students. At this moment, Lu Chong remained unaware that his account had already gained over 1 million new followers within an hour of his perfect score across all 4 foundation tests, and the numbers kept climbing. Everyone understood what achieving perfect scores in all 4 categories meant. This is the symbol of an official martial artist. The maximum score for the basic assessment is 400 points across 4 perfect scores. Even if you're a third-rank martial artist, your basic scores won't receive additional points. This arrangement actually serves to protect examinees' confidentiality and prevent their foundational data from being leaked. That same day, the official live broadcast from Hadong Province revealed this year's top-scoring exam candidates, totaling 51 perfect scorers. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the official host was still enthusiastically announcing, "They are this year's top provincial candidates for the championship title." Of course, there might also be dark horses who make breakthroughs during the actual combat exams. Let us wait and see who will ultimately claim the championship. After this wave of official exposure, Lu Chang's account once again saw a massive influx of followers, surpassing 3 million in total. It was also at this time that his personal livestream feed was connected, allowing people to clearly observe his every move during the upcoming combat assessment. Chapter 63, I'll leave them all in the dust. At 2 p.m. on the 9th, all examinees were randomly transported by specially assigned military vehicles to the provincial hunting grounds in Hadong Base. This provincial hunting ground was easily 5 times more expansive than the Guanyin City hunting grounds, spanning the Taiyuan mountain range that stretched north to south across Hadong Province. Nestled within this mountainous forest terrain, it was also known as the Taiyuan Hunting Reserve. The Taiyuan hunting ground, due to its terrain, also serves as a natural barrier and link, functioning as a buffer zone between the Hadong Province base and the battles with the foreign races. This was Lu Chang's first time leaving Guanyin City since arriving in this world. To be precise, even the original host body had never ventured beyond Guanyin City. Travel costs in this era were prohibitively high, as the wilderness between base cities teemed with endless waves of mutant beasts that could never be fully eradicated. Although powerful mutant beasts above level 4 rarely appeared within national borders, the journey still wasn't something ordinary people could undertake lightly. Therefore, traveling between base cities requires strong armed escorts, making the cost naturally very high. For examinees from Guanyin City heading to the Taiyuan hunting grounds now, military escorts are necessary, armed vehicles transporting people, with weapons deployed all around for protection. Naturally, numerous elite soldiers are mobilized for this operation. Even Colonel Huang is personally leading his guard company, and it's said 2 Wuzone-level masters have also been invited to oversee the mission. These students taking the college entrance exams cannot be compared to bounty hunters who voluntarily venture into the wilderness. Not the slightest mishap can be permitted to occur. If any powerful mutated beast should appear midway, the provincial military district will dispatch elite fighters, super experts, to provide backup, ensuring the examinee's performance remains unaffected. On the way, Lu Chong didn't converse with any fellow examinees. He simply gazed through the window at the wilderness's primitive scenery while observing his own status. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Artist 4th Tier, 1%. Martial Skills, Mortal Grade Lower Tier, 9 Shadow Steps, Perfected. Heart-Piercing Kick, Perfected. Human Rank Intermediate, 7-Step Killing Fist, Mastered. 3-Inch Palm, Mastered. Human Rank Supreme, Tiger's Roar Technique, Mastered. Earth Rank Junior, Windblade Leg, Mastered. Gale Shadow Step, Mastered. Earth Rank Intermediate, Golden Bell Shield, Ephemeral 18%. No surprise, I successfully broke through to Warrior 4th stage today. First was my cultivation base. Exactly 1 hour after completing this morning's test, I seamlessly advanced to Warrior 4th stage. Next were my 2 low-grade Earth-tier martial skills, Windblade Leg and Gale Phantom Step, which finally reached perfection just moments ago. As for the mid-grade Earth-tier Golden Bell Shield, progress slowed after achieving precise mastery. It still needs at least another month before reaching perfection. Lu Chong wasn't in a hurry. He believed that with his current cultivation level, martial skills, and the combat experience accumulated during special training, winning the provincial top scorer position in the college entrance exam shouldn't pose much difficulty. Although he had learned that several elite students from key high schools in the provincial capital had reached the 5th rank warrior level this year, with even some achieving the 6th rank. However, Lu Chong, who possessed several Earth rank martial skills, wasn't worried. What he needed most was simply to maintain his rhythm during the exam and not let others disrupt him. In the distance, the faint roar of a beast could be heard, likely a Tier 2 mutant creature. But Lu Chong noticed that before the beast could even emerge, military experts stationed on the perimeter swiftly eliminated it. Lu Chong remained utterly unfazed. By now he could practically be considered a minor expert, hardly a stranger to such situations. The journey proceeded without major incident, and in less than 2 hours, the students were transported to the southern boundary of the Taiyuan hunting grounds, the closest edge to Guanyin City. The military vehicles began dispersing along the border, dropping off each examinee one by one in isolation to await the opening of the hunting grounds. Each candidate had only one distress signal device and a protective amulet. The distress signal could display one's score and ranking, but most importantly, it was for calling for help. The amulet was a last resort life-saving item. Beyond these, the only company they had were the live-streaming drones hovering above every candidate's head. Of course, there were also the nutrient bars and drinking water, each carried just enough for 6 days, all thoroughly inspected to eliminate any possibility of cheating. I waited in place for half an hour, and it was nearly 4:30 p.m. when the alarm suddenly sounded. Attention all examinees, enter the hunting grounds for assessment within 10 minutes. After this period, the energy wall will reactivate, and entry will no longer be permitted. Repeat reminder to all examinees. Those who fail to enter the hunting grounds within 10 minutes will be deemed to have forfeited the exam. As the announcement echoed, the energy wall before Lu Chong swung open, revealing the mountainous hunting grounds within. Lu Chong didn't hesitate, taking a few steps inside. Only when the light wall reappeared after 10 minutes did he leave his original spot. It's finally begun. Lu Chong felt a slight excitement in his heart. This is the real grand examination, the one with the highest score waiting. Lu Chong glanced at the scoring rescue device. Of course, his current score was 0. But just within these 10 minutes, names of examinees and their scores had already begun appearing in batches on the top 100 leaderboard. Although the numbers were just sporadic single digits, Lu Chong understood that appearing on the leaderboard made it easier to be noticed by millions of viewers outside, thereby boosting the attention on his personal livestream. Because of this, many students would spare no effort in the beginning, even knowing they couldn't sustain it later, just to ride the wave of the leaderboard hype as much as possible. The longer you hold a spot on the leaderboard, the higher your rank, the greater the traffic you attract, and the more rewards you reap in return. Realizing this, Lu Chong hesitated no longer. His gaze locked onto the boundless northern forests, and without further delay, he activated swift wind steps and surged forward with a whoosh. He entered the Tian hunting ground from the southern route, so to reach the core area and compete for the locators of those high-level exotic beasts, he had to head straight north. This time, Lu Chong would no longer wait. He would leave everyone in the dust and dominate the college entrance exams. Not only him, at this very moment, along Yong'an hunting ground's sprawling perimeter, hundreds of thousands of examinees were advancing toward the core region. Through the aerial view of the official Hedong province broadcast, one could witness this spectacle: examinees converging toward the hunting grounds like countless rivers flowing into the sea, surging inward from all directions. It's starting! It's starting! The host in the official live broadcast room also began speaking excitedly, tugging at the heartstrings of tens of millions of viewers. It's reported that the preparations for this Tian hunting grounds are extremely thorough. Within the hunting grounds, there are not only territories of first-tier and second-tier magical beasts at various stages, but also in the innermost core area, 2 newly advanced third-tier ferocious beasts await examinees to explore and score points. However, level 3 exotic beasts are equivalent to human martial masters. Would any examinee really dare to venture there? At this moment, the host's camera switched to a nearby expert. The expert shook his head slightly. Extremely difficult, extremely difficult. As the audience should know, among this year's examinees in our Hedong province, the highest cultivation level any student has achieved is Warrior 6 star. From what I understand, this student's martial arts cultivation is quite decent, but at most, he can only make it through the territory of second-tier, 8th stage magical beasts. There's a slim hope he might attempt a breakthrough at the 9th stage. As for the core area with third-tier magical beasts, I'm afraid he stands no chance, the expert asserted confidently. The host couldn't help but ask again, but if that's the case, why did we still prepare a third-tier magical beast zone in the hunting grounds? Chapter 64. My student has the makings of a top scholar. The expert cleared his throat before responding. This is hope, the hope of our Hedong province. China has always been a land of exceptional talent. In recent years, top-tier bases, especially the capital base and Shanghai base, have witnessed college entrance examinees defeating Tier 3 mutated beasts before. Therefore, it is our sincere hope that our thriving Hedong base province, blessed with outstanding talents, will also produce such exceptional prodigies in the national college entrance examinations, catching up with the top-tier regions. What if 1 year such a dark horse really emerges, and we haven't prepared a third-level mutant beast in advance? Wouldn't that make us a laughingstock? The expert said half-jokingly. Not just in the official livestream, but at this very moment, discussions on the Heroes of China platform were already boiling over. It's starting! It's starting! Everyone, hurry and watch my son, he's already made it to the 90th spot on the top 100 list. A candidate's parent was recruiting viewers in the official livestream. I still think Longqing number 5 Heisli Qinzhong is the one to watch. As a 6th stage martial artist, he stands unrivaled. Who can compete with him? There were also unofficial experts at various levels acting as in-depth analysts in their own live streams, enjoying similarly high audience engagement. In Guanyin City's official live broadcast, besides the host, there were currently split-screen feeds of 3 examinees, precisely Lu Chong, Xiang Yue, and Shui Chang, the three certified martial artists. They represented Guanyun City's hopes for this year, promising seedlings capable of competing with counterparts from other municipal bases. Sitting beside the host was a gray-haired yet spirited elder, none other than Principal Wei Jiangwo of Guanyun No. 1 High School. Principal Wei, you dedicated over 30 years to teaching martial arts and nurturing students, having guided 21 batches of examinees through the college entrance exams. Surely, you must have unique insights regarding this year's candidates. Could you give us a rough prediction, especially regarding the final scores and rankings of the three examinees from our Guanyun city? The host asked Principal Wei with curiosity. Nearly 1 million viewers in the livestream were also commenting below, urging Principal Wei to give a prediction. Principal Wei set down his teacup with an air of serene composure before looking directly into the camera and declaring loudly, without a doubt, all three examinees from Guanyun City possess outstanding abilities. It's absolutely certain they'll secure positions in the top 100 rankings. Principal, you're just stating the obvious. Who doesn't know those three certified martial artists could break into the top 100 ranking? A spectator immediately quipped in the comments. Yet no one dared post insults about this veteran principal who had served Guanyun City for over 30 years. They didn't dare, nor did they want to, since most of them had been his students once. Ha ha, Principal Wei chuckled mischievously, stroking his beard. Just joking. Actually, I can tell you all with certainty. This year's provincial top scorer is already reserved for our Guanyun City. Boom. The comments section below instantly exploded with reactions. The old principal really dared to say that who could possibly aim for the province's highest academic honor? Never mind the other cities at the same level, but this statement clearly showed disdain for the provincial capital's educational base. You must understand that out of 51 martial arts examinees from the province, half are from the provincial capital Longqing alone, including several 5th-level martial artists and even one 6th-level practitioner. How can our tiny Guanyun city possibly compete? Even spectators from other cities have already begun provoking disputes, claiming the old principal was exaggerating to gain attention. Even the host nearby awkwardly interrupted the principal, saying, Principal Wei must be joking, though everyone surely understands, after all, this is just his way of expressing hope. Principal Wei, however, didn't take the polite out. Instead, he responded earnestly, I'm not joking, and I dare stake my own reputation on this. My prediction is almost certainly correct. The one I see as capable of topping the provincial exams is Lu Chong, a student from our No. 1 high school. Kid, this is all I can do for you. It might stir up some resentment, but at least it'll help you gain more popularity, Principal Wei thought to himself. But the audience below was growing increasingly restless. Principal Wei's demeanor, could he be serious? A martial grandmaster, and the principal of the school no less, vouching with his own reputation in such a public setting, this was no joking matter. Yet, no one could understand what made him so special. Principal Wei had instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. No way, we've got to check out this examinee named Lu Chong, see firsthand what makes him worthy of the principal's high praise. Meanwhile, viewers skeptical of Principal Wei's judgment had already clipped and circulated snippets of the broadcast. The principal of Yunqing No. 1 High School boasted shamelessly, claiming his students had the makings of top scholars. How laughable, truly overestimating themselves. A tiny high school from a 4th-tier garrison city dares to dream of dominating the entire province. Within just half an hour, the various comments and ridicule spread across all major platforms in Hedong province, truly attracting overwhelming attention for Lu Chong. Lu Chong had no idea that his personal livestream had already attracted over 1 million viewers, reaching a staggering 3 million. It seemed likely to surpass Xiang Yue's numbers soon. However, a large portion of these viewers were merely skeptical and hoping to see him fail. But when they truly started paying attention to Lu Chong, they couldn't help but be startled. Wasn't this examinee being excessively reckless? He'd already charged into territory inhabited by level 2 mutant beasts. How long had it been since the examinees entered the hunting grounds? Barely an hour had passed. Most examinees were still lingering in the territory of first-level mutant beasts, many likely to progress no further. Even those who had reached official warrior status only pushed into the domains of first-level 9th-tier beasts, pausing there temporarily. On one hand, they needed time to adapt to the Tian hunting grounds environment. On the other, with nightfall approaching, they chose to hunker down in relatively safer zones before venturing deeper. Yet Lu Chong, currently the focus of over 3 million viewers, charged forward without hesitation, already plunging headlong into second-level mutant beast territory. The first-level exotic beasts blocking his path posed no obstacle to him. Amidst the perilous mountain forests, he moved as effortlessly as walking on level ground, casually dispatching any beasts that attempted to ambush him along the way. Precisely because Lu Chong charged ahead without pause, his approach more like a fleeting glance than thorough engagement, the number of positioning devices he harvested wasn't particularly high. With merely 426 points to his name, he barely managed to make the leaderboard. But Lu Chong wasn't anxious, for this was where his true strength would shine. Having reached the 4th tier of martial prowess, Lu Chong had long since lost interest in those first-level exotic beasts. Only second-level creatures could ignite his fighting spirit now. Moreover, the points represented by second-level mystical beasts were entirely incomparable to those of first-level creatures. A level 2, stage 1 mutant beast is worth 500 points, stage 2 is 1000 points, and so on. A level 2, stage 9 mutant beast would be worth 12,800 points. Before setting off, the principal personally informed him that the Guanyun City Education Bureau had promised that for every point Lu Chong scored in the practical combat exam, the Bureau would multiply the reward by 10 times based on his total score. How could Lu Chong resist such a fantastic benefit? So, no one should even think of competing with him for the exotic beasts. Wait, no, for his money. Chapter 65, The Rash Reckless Bully. The incentive program launched by Guanyun City's Education Bureau wasn't specifically targeted at Lu Chong alone, it applied to all local students who could make it onto the provincial top 100 rankings. Lu Chong didn't care what the other two were thinking, his own game had to be played perfectly. As dusk deepened, the roars of beasts echoed through the mountainous forest, reverberating across all live broadcasts. Most students had already found relatively safe zones, some hiding in secluded caves, while others huddled together for protection, fearful of being ambushed and eliminated under cover of night. But Lu Chong had already pushed into the territory of second rank, first-tier exotic beasts. Instead of hiding, he stayed out in the open, deliberately risking a deadly siege as he pressed deeper in. At the same time, thanks to the tempering of his golden bell shield, his vision, hearing, and sense of smell far surpassed those of ordinary people, allowing him to keenly detect the movements of mutant beasts even at night. The hunting grounds here were completely different from those in Guanyun City. No longer dominated by a single species of mutant beasts, this area housed a mix of various mutated creatures, forming a small ecological chain. Lu Chong couldn't immediately identify every single one of them, but it didn't matter, he had full confidence in navigating this territory. Roar! A shadowy figure suddenly leaped out from a bush 3 meters away, carrying a wave of foul stench with it. Lu Chong had already caught the other's scent. Without even glancing, his right leg sprang up like a coiled spring, slicing through the night air. A scream rang out as the shadowy figure was flung backward even faster. Lu Chong swiftly followed, closing the distance to intercept the off-balance shadow midair, plucking the locator device from its body with surgical precision. Wild boar, a prime ingredient for drinks. Too bad I can't take it back with me. Lu Chong glanced at the shadowy figure that remained sprawled on the ground, incapable of rising even after the fall, muttered something under his breath, and hurried away. With those 500 points in hand, Lu Chang's total skyrocketed to 926, vaulting him straight to the 79th position on the leaderboard. However, this was merely the beginning. On the first night of the practical combat assessment, Lu Chang's fundamental goal was to claim the top spot. At this moment, not only was Guanyun City's livestream broadcasting Lu Chang's footage, but even the provincial official livestream subfeeds were transmitting his live footage. In an instant, the number of viewers in Lu Chang's personal livestream soared once again, surpassing 5 million and exceeding Xiang Yue's count. However, at present, there weren't many people tipping Lu Chong. Most remained skeptical, waiting to see his performance. After all, if Lu Chong was merely making a spectacle of himself by acting recklessly and got eliminated tonight, he wouldn't be worth continued attention. In reality, it wasn't that provincial authorities placed special importance on Lu Chong, it's just that very few examinees dared to venture into the level 2 mutant beast zone at night. Among the 3 official martial artist candidates from Guanyun City, only Lu Chong had come to the level 2 mutant beast zone. Across the entire Hadong province, only 6 martial artist candidates had entered this region so far. Aside from Lu Chong, the other 5 examinees all hail from the provincial capital's elite academies, each famously accomplished with 4 at martial artist tier 5 and 1 at tier 6. The appearance of these 5 examinees in the secondary mutated beast zone wasn't particularly surprising, given their established strength and reputation. But Lu Chong only had minor fame within Guanyun City. What gave him the audacity to venture into a secondary beast territory at night? However, experts quickly provided analysis in the livestream. This Lu Chong student from Guanyun City No. 1 High School actually possesses considerable capability. From my observations, he's currently a 4th-tier martial artist, and that wind-cutting kick he just performed has reached the exceptionally rare perfection realm. Only then did the audience realize that Lu Chong was far from being just a novice martial artist, his cultivation level was significantly advanced, trailing only slightly behind those 5 individuals. Moreover, mid-tier martial arts techniques that have reached the perfection realm are quite rare even in the top-ranked high schools of the provincial capital. At Guanyunqing High School, inside the teacher's dormitory, Wang Tong was also nervously watching both the official broadcast and Lu Chang's livestream. Hearing the expert's words, his face immediately lit up with joy. Grabbing his wife's arm, he proudly declared, "See that? That's one of my students. That kid actually broke through again, he's already a 4th-tier martial artist now." And that gale-splitting kick of his, I personally taught him that. His wife nearby was watching closely and immediately smiled at these words. She knew just how much her husband valued Lu Chong as his student. Yet just as the live stream audiences across various platforms had begun accepting the expert's explanation and re-evaluating Dark Horse Lu Chong, something seemed off. Lu Chong didn't linger in the Level 2 First Stage Mutant Beast Zone or seek opportunities to hunt them. Instead, he maintained his high-speed movement, charging straight north toward the second stage area. What's he trying to do? He's almost surrounded by mutant beasts. Does he dare go deeper? The live stream audience was stunned. Wasn't this too reckless? Nighttime was when abyssal beasts frequently emerged, yet Lu Chong dared to press deeper, provoking even stronger creatures. Within the hunting grounds, Lu Chong advanced straight ahead without pausing to deliberately search for beasts. Even so, his brazen movement through the territory attracted many nocturnal predators seeking prey. 1, 2, 3. Soon, 12 second-ranked Tier 1 mutated beasts were trailing behind him, relentlessly chasing after this delectable yet audacious prey. It wasn't until Lu Chong was nearly within the Tier 2 beast territory that he slowed his pace, waiting for the 12 beasts behind him to catch up. Good, that's efficient. Doesn't waste any time. Lu Chong muttered to himself, then turned abruptly and charged toward the snarling pack of beasts approaching from behind. Splitting palm, 9 shadow step, iron thread fist, piercing cloud finger, heart-piercing kick, all these martial techniques flowed seamlessly through Lu Chang's movements. No longer rigid routines, but adaptive combo moves tailored to the situation, striving to defeat aberrant beasts with maximum efficiency. The monstrous beasts before him didn't stand a chance. They fell one after another, each felled by a single strike. From beginning to end, Lu Chong never even needed to utilize mid-tier martial arts techniques or higher. Passing straight through the midst of the 12 exotic beasts, Lu Chong now held matching tracking devices in his hands. Not a single one escaped, and with his deliberate restraint, none of the beasts sustained serious injuries. This was of course Lu Chang's intentional move. If he were to kill or maim these creatures here, the pressure on other examinees would lessen, enabling them to compete for his own score. This first wave of nighttime harvest immediately multiplied his points several times over, skyrocketing to 6,926 and vaulting him straight to third place on the leaderboard. The two people ahead of him, Lu Chong didn't recognize either. One was namely Chen Zhong, the other Wang Shan. Their scores were 8,689 and 7,955 respectively. Sure enough, someone's snatching my money. Looks like I really have to hurry, Lu Chong thought bitterly before stepping without hesitation into the Level 2, second-tier mutant beast zone. Meanwhile, not only his personal account livestream, but also the two official streams broadcasting his fight had completely blown up with chatter. Chapter 66, The Grind Begins. Steely splitting palm, 9 shadow steps, iron wire fist, cloud-piercing finger, heart-piercing kick, and even the gale-cleaving leg I used earlier, all mastered flawless. In the provincial official live broadcast, the expert was astonished, his voice slightly hoarse. No wonder this Lu Chong student from Guanyin City No. 1 High School is so confident. With so many martial skills mastered to perfection, his strength was beyond doubt. Moving freely among these second-tier beasts was nothing more than child's play to him. At this moment, the host also spoke up excitedly, and precisely because of these perfectly mastered martial techniques, Lu Chong was able to exercise perfect control, retrieving the positioning device without seriously injuring any exotic beasts. One might say taking the enemy's head was as easy as reaching into a bag, truly demonstrating effortless mastery. As the host spoke, he turned to the expert beside him and asked, "Where do you think Lu Chang's current abilities stand, and how far can he go?" This time, the expert hesitated before carefully responding, "It's hard to say. I can confidently say there isn't a single student from any high school in the entire province who's mastered so many martial techniques to perfection simultaneously. But ultimately, these are all mid to low-tier human-grade techniques. Their actual combat effectiveness remains quite limited. They're highly effective against magical beasts weaker than myself, but encounters with more powerful creatures would be an entirely different matter. Take the top students from Dragon City 5th High for example, though they haven't perfected as many techniques. They've all trained in high-tier human-grade techniques, some even Earth-grade ones. And from what I hear, someone has already mastered an Earth-rank martial skill to perfection. Its power dwarfs any human-rank technique by comparison. So, just how far this Lu Chong can go depends entirely on whether he's mastered higher-grade martial techniques with greater power, the expert vowed confidently. Not only the provincial official livestream, but also Guanyin City's official broadcast and numerous self-media accounts were discussing Lu Chang's strength and potential. Especially in Lu Chang's personal live streaming account, the viewership had soared to a record high of 8 million people. These folks really seem energetic, staying up all night in the livestream to accompany the examinees across the city. I've been saying all along that Lu Chong from Yunqing No. 1 High is a dark horse. See, in no time at all, he's already surged to third place. No question about it, he deserves a reward. Well said. I too see great promise in this young man. He's surely destined to become one of our nation's future martial arts talents. bringing glory to our Guanyun city. However, with so many people watching Lu Chang's livestream, there were inevitably many skeptical voices. This is only the first day. What can you really tell? Besides, venturing deep into enemy territory at night is practically suicide. If they get surrounded by more powerful mutated beasts, how could they possibly survive? You still need strategy for the college entrance exams. I think this kid is just too reckless, hasn't seen much of the world, and won't get far. Only knows some human rank martial techniques. How can he compete with those students who've practiced earth rank techniques? Almost simultaneously, everyone who knew Lu Chong was watching his livestream. Principal Wei, Principal Fong, homeroom teacher Wang Tong, even Class 1's homeroom teacher Li Chengjun, they were all watching Lu Chong. Among the warriors escorting the students, a group of instructors and soldiers, led by Senior Colonel Huan, were also watching the live broadcast of Lu Chang's performance. Many warriors who had received martial arts guidance from Lu Chong voluntarily cheered him on during the broadcast. However, Lu Chong was naturally unaware of these discussions and supportive gestures at the moment. He was now fully focused on charging deeper, rampaging through the area of second-tier mutated beasts. Wherever he passed, hundreds of creatures roared and swarmed towards him. However, Lu Chang's speed was too fast, refusing to engage in prolonged battles. His strikes were as swift as lightning, making contact and withdrawing instantly, never lingering, and almost never missing. By the time Lu Chong charged past the second-tier mutated beast zone, he had seized 9 more tracking devices. With an additional 9,000 points, Lu Chang's combat score directly surpassed 10,000, reaching 15,926 points. His ranking naturally soared straight to the top spot, leaving Li Qianzhong in second place trailing by over 6,000 points. At this moment, he had already advanced into the level 2 3-stage mutated beast zone. It was already early morning on the 10th, a time when examinees should have been lying low, yet tonight many couldn't rest due to the shocking developments. Where the hell did this reckless rookie spring from, charging around at night? Doesn't he fear being eliminated by traveling in the dark? However, the vast majority of examinees only complained and envied for a while before moving on. They never had hopes of making the rankings in the first place, let alone contending for the top spot. As long as they could hold their own ground and avoid venturing into the Tier 2 mutant beast zones competing with Lu Chong, that was enough for them. But for those examinees who had reached official warrior status, they were completely bewildered. What kind of insane pace was this? It's supposed to be a time for lying low and regrouping. How can there already be exam candidates exploiting the opportunity to rack up points? And it's only the first day at that. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. So what if you took the top spot on the first day? Getting eliminated early will still leave you beneath me in the end. Some martial arts examinees quickly regained their composure, no longer paying attention to Lu Chong, who stood out from the crowd. Yet there were also some overconfident martial arts examinees who could no longer sit still. Especially those top students from Lunching No. 1 High School. How could they possibly tolerate such humiliation? No need to say more. They'd keep going at night. There was no way they'd let some candidate from a lower-tier city completely overshadow them. And so, over a dozen examinees who had reached the rank of apprentice warriors ceased their hesitation. They, too, began hunting at night, pushing into the territory of Tier 2 mutant beasts. True, nights were far more dangerous with no one to share the burden, but the prey was also far more plentiful. Provided you can hold your ground amidst the second-level mutated beasts without being eliminated too early, otherwise, the hunter becomes the hunted. Thus, the first night of the practical exam grew lively, particularly in the second-level mutated beast zones, where battles erupted continuously. This was probably what they called involution kicking into high gear. However, some martial examinees soon realized they'd been led astray, because nighttime in the hunting grounds was truly terrifying. Once you got entangled with one mutated beast, it would often draw out several more, sometimes even a dozen or 20 of them for a group assault. Lu Chong could move freely among the beasts, but that didn't mean other martial examinees could do the same. Even martial artists at the second or third dan level would find themselves completely immobilized when surrounded by over a dozen Tier 2 rank 1 mutant beasts. By the time dawn broke the next day, 2 martial apprentices at the second tier had unexpectedly been eliminated outright. 3 other martial apprentice candidates, though not forced to surrender, had sustained significant injuries and needed proper recovery time. Only then did they truly calm down. Not every martial apprentice candidate could perform like Lu Chong. They had utterly lost their bearings amid the sudden cutthroat competition among examinees, gaining nothing but losses for their troubles. By comparison, Lu Chang's popularity soared even higher, with his personal live stream viewership astonishingly surpassing the 10 million mark, making him the undisputed top examinee. His ranking naturally sat firmly at the top, with his score reaching 27,926. Although Li Qianzhong, who was hot on his heels, began accumulating points in the latter half of the night, he clearly couldn't match Lu Chang's efficiency and currently only had 16,689 points. As for the other examinees further down the list, Lu Chong had truly left them all in the dust, far outstripping every other candidate on the top 100 leaderboard. 270,000 Huaxia dollars. Earning this much in one night is definitely worth it. Chapter 67. I'll take them all down. By now, Lu Chong had already reached the level 2, Tier 4 mutant beast zone, where the number of creatures had noticeably decreased. But Lu Chong quickly calculated each beast in this area was worth 4,000 points, fewer in number but far more lucrative. Although he had been running relentlessly all night, Lu Chong remained full of energy, not feeling the slightest bit drowsy. Once one reaches the warrior realm, even going 3 days and nights without sleep wouldn't affect their mental state. Not to mention, Lu Chong had cultivated both the Golden Bell Shield and Tiger Roar technique. His physical and mental endurance were naturally exceptional. I'll start sweeping through here. Those beasts at the periphery should be able to hold off the other examinees for a while. Lu Chong pondered for a moment, then ceased his sudden advance. Instead, leveraging his heightened senses, he began actively tracking the traces of Tier 4 mutated beasts in this area. His plan was straightforward. Starting from here, he would round up all the mutated beasts, converting every last one into his personal score tally, or more accurately, into money lining his pockets. Once the mutated beasts in the hunting grounds depths were cleared out, he'd sweep through the periphery to round up those lower scoring but far more numerous specimens. This way, he could score and earn money more efficiently. The scene, broadcast across major live streams, finally allowed many nervously watching viewers to exhale in relief. They truly felt immersed in the moment, fearful that Lu Chong might charge recklessly deeper and get eliminated too soon. If that happened, it would truly disappoint the audience and waste all their passionate anticipation. It seems he has some self-awareness after all. A 4th-tier martial artist against a 2nd-level, 4th-tier mutant beast is quite an even match. Plus, it's broad daylight, so there's no worry about being surrounded by beasts of the same tier. This classmate Lu Chong has some brains after all. However, when the day ended, they realized they'd still underestimated Lu Chong. In the territory of 2nd-level, 4th-tier mutant beasts, this 4th-tier martial artist Lu Chong actually bulldozed through effortlessly, barely encountering an opponent that could last a single round. Percent. Moreover, no one knows how he did it, but he somehow managed to accurately locate most of the hidden mutant beasts in such a short time and defeat them. By nightfall on the 10th, Lu Chong had astonishingly collected 32 positioning devices, scoring at another 128,000 points. Total score, 155,926. Is this guy even human? How could Li Qinzhong, with only a little over 50,000 points behind, possibly compare? That same day, even the official Huaxia live broadcast took notice of Lu Chong and dedicated a separate camera feed to him. In no time, Lu Chang's live stream attracted a massive influx of viewers from other provinces, with the audience count soaring past 20 million. Wow! Even a high schooler from Hedong province can dominate. Could it be because the competition here is too weak? Audiences from other provinces began discussing, as earning 150,000 points in a single day was simply too staggering an achievement. Even when compared across all national examination centers, Lu Chang's current score would rank within the top 10. Though each province's examination environment and competition differed, combat scores still held objective reference value. Especially on the very first day, few examinees nationwide could accumulate such a high score so quickly. Even official accounts from top-tier martial arts universities had entered Lu Chang's personal livestream, keeping an eye on this prospective student who was about to submit his application. As soon as the college entrance exam ends, candidate scores will be released, and it will be time for universities to compete for top students. At that moment, Lu Chong did not linger any longer. Instead, as night fell, he headed straight for the 5th-tier mystical beast territory. Although he hadn't completely cleared the locators of the 4 mutated beasts, other examinees were already approaching. Lu Chong didn't want to confront them directly now, it would be a waste of time. There were also some peculiar creatures adept at burrowing underground. Since they didn't surface for a long time, Lu Chong had no patience to wait around. On the second night of the combat exam, he was determined to sweep through everything in his path. With the strength of a 4th-level martial artist, venturing into the territory of a 2nd-level 5th-stage mutated beast, and at night no less, Lu Chang's actions immediately sparked another heated discussion. Was this utterly insane? Did he really think the exotic beasts in the hunting grounds were mere decorations? The influx of many out-of-province spectators had gradually shifted local support in Lu Chang's favor, with most now rooting for him desperately. No one wanted to see him falter at this critical moment. Yet they could only watch helplessly as Lu Chong continued his reckless advance, left with no choice but to pray he wouldn't be eliminated. Howl! Lu Chong hadn't ventured far before a massive howling moon silver wolf blocked his path. Upon spotting him, the mutated beast attacked without hesitation, lunging forward with vicious fangs bared. Before the wolf's claws could reach him, the howling moon silver wolf had already unleashed a series of silver crescent arcs from its maw, slashing toward Lu Chong. This is the hallmark of a 2nd-level mutant beast, much like a formal martial adept among humans, capable of launching detached attacks akin to Earth-tier martial techniques. Though the mutated beasts had no understanding of martial techniques, they possessed innate bloodline abilities granted by their mutations. These powers lacked the sophistication of Earth-tier martial skills, yet their destructive potential was equally formidable. Faced with these arclights capable of shattering gold and severing jade, Lu Chong didn't confront them head-on. Instead, for the first time, he employed the perfected wind strike technique to deftly evade every single one of the radiant streaks. With a flicker of movement, he had already flashed above the Moonhowl Silver Wolf's head. A single sweeping kick came down like a blade of wind, forcefully slamming the airborne beast straight into the ground. So what if it's a 5-tier beast? When Lu Chong was in the military camp, he was only a 2nd-level martial artist, yet he could fight evenly with the 7th-level chief instructor, and that was without even using Earth-tier martial techniques. Before the Silver Wolf could regain his footing, Lu Chong had already effortlessly snatched away the locator on him, transforming into a gust of wind as he vanished without a trace. However, before he could get far, wolf howls began echoing from all directions. Not good. It's a pack of wolves. The spectators were more tense and alert than Lu Chong himself. Lu Chong let his guard down. Wolves are pack hunters that instinctively excel at tactics. He's walked right into an ambush. Defeating a Tier 2 5-stage silver wolf was barely manageable. But facing an encircling wolf pack ambush? How could Lu Chong possibly escape alive? Sigh, this is the downside of night operations. If there were other candidates here to share the pressure, it wouldn't have come to this. Meanwhile, Lu Chong was silently counting in his mind, 1 wolf, 2 wolves, 3 wolves, 80,000, 80,000, 80,000. A full 18 Howling Moon Silver Wolves, that meant 144,000 points, or 1.44 million Huaxia dollars. Fantastic, he truly loved this exhilarating feeling of counting money. Howl. With a howl, pairs of eyes glowing green emerged from all directions, fixed upon Lu Chong standing alone at the center. As the howl faded, the wolf pack seemed to receive a command. They collectively bared their fang-filled maws, releasing wave after wave of crescent-shaped energy beams that densely shrouded Lu Chong. From sky to ground, there wasn't the slightest gap for Lu Chong to escape. No matter how agile his movements were, there was no escaping the tight encirclement of the arc light's embrace. Many viewers in the live stream were already gasping in alarm, urging the officials to intervene quickly. Failing the exam was one thing, but if the examinee got eaten by an aberrant beast, that would be a full-blown disaster. Even with protective charms, they could only endure for a few minutes at most. But soon, these discussions came to an abrupt halt as millions of viewers stared incredulously at Lu Chong on the live broadcast screen. Chapter 68. Why hasn't he been eliminated yet? While the livestream audience watched with worry, mockery, or schadenfreude, Lu Chong in the hunting ground was already engulfed by a torrent of flashing arcs. How could a defenseless body withstand arcs as sharp as blades without protective weapons? Lu Chong soon provided an answer. Look, what's that? Protective Gang Chi. Is that an Earth-rank martial skill? A streak of golden light emerged amidst countless arcs, then radiated outward in rippling waves. Beneath this undulating golden glow, all the arcing lights were completely blocked, unable to advance an inch. When the arcing lights finally settled, revealing the figure shrouded in golden radiance, tens of millions of livestream viewers erupted in astonishment once more. That's truly an Earth-grade martial technique and one mastered to the subtle realm. Can anyone tell me which school this technique belongs to? Someone promptly responded below. This is the Earth-grade lower-tier martial technique Golden Lightwave focused on physical cultivation. Who would have thought that among this year's provincial examinees, someone could refine this technique to perfection? When it comes to martial technique mastery alone, Lu Chong undoubtedly deserves the title of provincial champion. It wasn't just the public, even the hosts, experts, and consultants across official live streams were discussing Lu Chang's first display of the Earth-grade body refining technique. In the official live broadcast studio of Guanyin City, the host excitedly turned to the beaming old principal, Principal Wei. You must know Lu Chong better than anyone. Could you tell us about this martial technique? At this moment, a considerable number of viewers had entered Guanyin City's live stream channel, with a large influx of out-of-town audiences drawn by Lu Chang's performance. By now, very few people still doubted the old principal's bold claims. At the very least, Lu Chong had firmly secured the top spot, and winning the provincial championship seemed only a matter of time. Principal Wei, appearing as if he'd anticipated everything all along, calmly yet smugly declared, "This Earth-rank lower-grade golden light wave technique was precisely what I personally passed down to Lu Chong. That kid really lived up to expectations, managing to refine it to the subtle realm before the college entrance exams." To speak of Lu Chang's innate comprehension in cultivating martial techniques, I must elaborate slowly. No matter how much the old principal boasted in the livestream, Lu Chong was indeed using an Earth-rank martial skill in the hunting ground at that moment. It wasn't the Earth-rank mid-grade Golden Bell Shield, but rather the Golden Light Wave derived from it. Though slightly less potent, blocking these Moonhowl Silver Wolf's crescent beams posed absolutely no problem. After blocking the wolf's crescent attacks with his Golden Light Wave, Lu Chong naturally wouldn't continue standing there taking hits. His body shimmering with rippling golden light, he charged fearlessly into the pack of wolves. The wolves showed no fear, claws, fangs, and tails came at him from all directions, attacking every vital point on his body. But the golden light wave at the insight realm was no trifling matter. Lu Chong didn't even need to dodge, he could directly use the rebounding force of the golden light waves to shatter the wolf's claws and fangs, allowing him to move through the pack as if entering an unguarded realm, completely unscathed. By the time Lu Chong had passed through the wolf pack, a trail of Moonhowl silver wolves lay dead behind him, and his clothes remained entirely intact. And this was without Lu Chong resorting to lethal force. Otherwise, these silver wolves, already at Tier 2 peak stage, wouldn't have recovered anytime soon. With this, Lu Chang's total score soared to 299,926, while the second-ranked Li Qianzhong had only just surpassed 80,000 points. Lu Chong remained far ahead, truly leaving all others in the dust. Yet he still wasn't satisfied, feeling the candidates behind him were closing in too fast. They were trying to steal his money, after all. So, as night deepened, Lu Chong ventured further inward. Meanwhile, in the territory of second-tier, third-stage exotic beasts, 3 candidates gathered in a hidden cave. Their expressions darkened as they watched the score fluctuations on the top 100 leaderboard. That kid hasn't been eliminated yet. If this keeps up, we won't get many points left to earn. One of the examinees, with a nose dotted with freckles, was utterly frustrated. His name was Chen Yuan, hailing from Longcheng No. 5 High School, a standout even among provincial elites, already at martial warrior 5th rank and currently ranked 4th. 2 other examinees outshone him, a young man and woman who ranked just below Lu Chong on the top 100 leaderboard, Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan, a 6th-level martial artist and a 5th-level martial artist. The 3 of them were from the same school, but during the college entrance exams, they were actually competitors. But over the past 2 days, they had genuinely been provoked by a candidate from some lower-tier city. If not for Lu Chong, the 3 of them might have gone their separate ways, competing to see who would ultimately claim the top spot. But Lu Chang's rapidly soaring scores and ranking were truly making them restless. After observing the fluctuations in Lu Chang's scores, they realized he had already reached the territory of 5th-level mutated beasts and was still advancing triumphantly. At this rate, if they don't change their tactics soon, the exotic beasts in the depths will all be wiped out by Lu Chong. They initially thought Lu Chong was advancing so recklessly that he'd soon be eliminated, allowing them to overtake him in due course. However, watching as Lu Chang's score continue to rise without even slowing down at night, how could the 3 of them possibly sit still any longer? Thus, these 3 candidates most likely to compete for the provincial champion title coincidentally gathered in the 3rd-tier magical beast zone. When someone dared to trespass and steal their prey, the trio still leaned toward uniting against the external threat. Wang Shan was a girl with ordinary features but an air of cool composure. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. We can't just sit around waiting to perish, nor can we keep hoping the others get eliminated. We should form a temporary team and seize the advantage to score first. After all, the deeper one ventured into the hunting grounds, the fewer the exotic beasts became. Whoever seized the initiative first could maintain their lead step by step. You're absolutely right, that's exactly what I was thinking too, Chen Yuan swiftly agreed. The 3 of us teaming up would ensure our safety even if we venture into areas with 5th or 6th tier beasts at night. This is the only way we can suppress him. After that, we'll go our separate ways and see who comes out on top. Li Qianzhong, what do you think? Chen Yuan and Wang Shan turned to look at Li Qianzhong. Li Qianzhong had the appearance of a prematurely matured youth, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a square-jawed face that exuded unyielding determination. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally nodded and said, "All right." 3 examinees from prestigious provincial high schools immediately teamed up and, no longer holding back, jointly ventured into the Tier 4 mutant beast zone. However, after 2 hours, the trio began to feel exhausted. Lu Chong, that bastard, is downright vicious, one of them grumbled. We've been fighting through this area for ages, defeating dozens of mutant beasts, and only found 3 locators. It's obvious that when Lu Chong confiscated the locators, he went easy on purpose just to make things difficult for us, Wang Shan said with relative composure. The 3 of them fought side by side in the Tier 4 mutant beast zone, engaging in chaotic battles with various creatures, only to end up almost empty-handed. Most of the beasts in the Tier 4 zone had already lost their locators, yet they retained nearly full combat strength, causing the trio no small amount of trouble. No use complaining about luck, this place isn't safe. We need to catch up with him as soon as possible. Li Qianzhong realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly spoke. If Lu Chong truly wiped out all the deeper tier exotic beasts, then even if they rushed ahead together, there would be no points left to compete for. Chapter 69, Chasing Empty Air. When the trio of Li Qianzhong entered the territory of 5th-tier exotic beasts, they were greeted by a pack of wolves, freshly beaten by Lu Chong, who had also stolen their locators. These Manhwa Silverwolves, having just suffered at Lu Chang's hands, were seething with pent-up rage. Upon spotting Li Qianzhong and his two companions, they immediately went berserk. The crucial point was that the trio noticed the wolves no longer had tracking collars around their necks. They had no intention of fighting the pack to the death, their sole focus was locating Lu Chang for an ambush. Thus, within the territory of 5th-level mutated beasts, those three treated their livestream audience of tens of millions to a spectacular chase sequence. With the wolf pack encircling and pursuing relentlessly, the trio desperately broke through encirclements in their frantic escape. With these three examinees' abilities, if they went all out, it wouldn't be impossible for them to fight the wolf pack to a standstill. The problem is it's not worth it, they can't even earn points from it. So why bring trouble upon themselves? Meanwhile, Lu Chang had already entered the territory of 6th-rank mutant beasts and was searching everywhere for them. A single second-tier 6th-rank mutant beast was worth 16,000 points. Lu Chang was practically bursting with motivation. The creatures in this area were no longer Manhwa Silverwolves, but rather ironclad yaks with extremely tough defenses. These beasts weren't particularly fast nor aggressive, but their entire bodies were covered in hair as hard and sharp as steel needles. When this fur hung loosely, it formed what appeared to be iron armor covering their entire bodies, the kind of thick, heavy plate armor. And when provoked, these ironclad yaks could make their fur detach like projectiles, scattering steel needles in all directions, making them exceptionally troublesome opponents. Lu Chang now faced a level 2, stage 6 iron-armored yak. No need for words, just fight. Moo! A deep, muffled bellow erupted as the iron-armored yak, enraged by this human intruder trespassing its territory, lowered its head with horns bared and charged straight toward him. Though it was a level 2, stage 6 creature, its speed was far too slow in Lu Chang's eyes. With a nimble 9 shadows step, Lu Chang effortlessly dodged the charging horns and sidestepped to the armored yak's flank. Seizing the moment, he delivered a single devastating boulder-splitting palm strike directly to the beast's neck. It wasn't that Lu Chang didn't want to retrieve the tracker from its body, the damned beast's fur was simply too long and dense, completely obscuring the device. For the moment, he couldn't locate it at all. The force of this palm strike was formidable, but Lu Chang realized he had still underestimated the beast's defensive power and sheer weight. A strike powerful enough to overturn a large truck merely caused the armored yak to stumble slightly, without even dislodging a single hair from its hide. Quite interesting. Again, Lu Chang's fighting spirit flared as he transformed his palm into a claw, his eagle claw technique aiming straight for the armored yak's throat. He wanted to take the opportunity to part the fur on the other's neck and locate the tracking device. But at that moment, the armored yak seemed utterly enraged. Its fur bristled all over, each strand standing on end like an arrow ready to be shot, each a foot long. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Lu Chang's eagle claws could strike, hundreds of hair strands on the yak's side shot out like streaks of light, piercing toward him. Ding ding. Lu Chang dared not be careless. He swiftly activated the golden light wave, enveloping his body in shimmering golden ripples while streams of radiant light swirled around his hands. The ironclad yak's fur couldn't pierce Lu Chang's golden wave aura, but the tremendous impact still forced him back several steps. Yet instead of panicking, Lu Chang felt elated, for he had finally spotted the tracking device on the ironclad yak's neck. Instead of confronting the armored yak head-on, Lu Chang once again employed the 9 shadows step, swiftly gliding past the beast as it prepared to charge once more. By the time the armored yak realized what had happened, Lu Chang had already absconded with the tracking device. The armored yak let out a deafening roar and galloped after him with thunderous hooves, but soon lost sight of Lu Chang. Over the following encounters, Lu Chang repeated his tactics with each armored yak, first provoking them to activate their defensive fur, then using his agile footwork to snatch the tracking devices without engaging these thick-skinned behemoths in direct combat. As daylight approached, Lu Chang finally swept clean the entire area of ironclad yaks. Checking his gains, 10 locators meant 160,000 points, adding to his previous score, elevating Lu Chang's total to a staggering 450,000 plus. Meanwhile, Li Qianzhong and his two companions had just broken free from the wolf pack's encirclement and arrived at the ironclad yak territory. Throughout the night, they had reaped almost no rewards. The hard-won alien beast had long lost its locator, making all their efforts futile despite their exhaustion. What awaited them next was the raging yak that Lu Chang had been toying with. Fortunately, they quickly realized the armored yaks no longer had their locators, sparing them from unnecessary fights. With all three going full speed, those armored yaks simply couldn't keep up with them. We're almost on him. Lu Chang must have already entered the level 2 7th phase mutant beast territory, Chen Yuan said with visible excitement. Even he couldn't explain his own excitement after chasing all night without results. They were completely exhausted. Wang Shan calmly interjected, "The 7th phase mutant beast zone is completely different from what we faced before. We'd have no guarantees if we entered." These words made Chen Yuan freeze. She was right, what could they possibly accomplish by chasing into 7th phase territory? Unable to defeat the beasts, there would only lead to early elimination. Given their strength, their primary targets should have been level 2, phase 4, 5, or 6 beasts, both manageable and efficient. But now, Lu Chong had nearly swept clean all the beast locators in those 3 regions, leaving them empty-handed after an entire night of pursuit. It truly matched that saying, chasing after nothing but emptiness. Now, even knowing Lu Chong had entered the 7th-tier mutant beast territory, what could we possibly do about it? Li Qianzhong calmly snorted, it's daytime now. With the 3 of us joining forces, handling a second-class 7th-tier mutant beast shouldn't be too difficult. Having lost our initial advantage 2 days ago, we must catch up at full speed now. At this point, Xin Yuan also realized, right, even if he entered the 7th realm mutant beast territory ahead of us, could he actually handle it? This is exactly our chance, Wang Shan chimed in. At this stage, only by pooling our strength as 3 can we hope to catch up with him. Having made their decision, the trio hesitated no longer and stepped firmly into the 7th realm mutant beast territory. Across all major livestream channels in Hadong province, the atmosphere was practically electric. In just 2 days, someone has already achieved the terrifying score of 450,000 points, making even the title of the number 1 on the top 100 list feel somewhat restrictive for this dark horse, Lu Chong. After all, the second place Li Qianzhong currently has less than 100,000 points, falling far behind. In previous years, Li Qianzhong's score would undoubtedly have secured the top spot at this stage. But this year's college entrance examination in Hadong province seems poised for a seismic shift. The expert from the provincial livestream room also minced no words. At this point, it's no longer about who will clinch the provincial top scholar title, but rather how far Lu Chong can go, whether he can truly compete with the national top scorers from every province. Chapter 70. Play it safe or push further. Truthfully, the safest strategy for Lu Chong right now isn't to push deeper into challenges, but to make the most of these remaining 4 days, securing victory through steady progress. Return to the area with low-level mutated beasts, score points quickly, and then he'll securely claim the title of provincial champion. Unlike the provincial live broadcast, the host in the official Guanyun City livestream had a completely different narrative. Her words resonated with the sentiments of many locals. They didn't want Lu Chong to compete against the champions from other provinces nationwide. They simply felt securing the provincial martial arts champion title first would be more than enough. For so many years of the martial arts examination, Guanyun City has never produced a provincial top scorer. This notion is particularly strong among the local government and education department leaders. After finishing his speech, the host then turned the camera to Wang Tong, who had just been invited over. As Lu Chang's homeroom teacher, what do you think, Mr. Wang? Principal Wei announced this morning that the outcome was already decided, then went home to rest, leaving the reluctant Wang Tong to face the cameras. Wang Tong, facing the live broadcast camera with millions of viewers, admitted with a hint of shyness, from what I know of Lu Chong, he's not the reckless type. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't keep pushing forward, Wang Tong asserted firmly. However, the livestream audience still harbored some doubts. Nowadays, few people spoke ill of Lu Chong. Most viewers regarded this dark horse with goodwill, offering remote advice or predicting the final exam's outcome across the screen. I actually agree with the host. If Lu Chong turns back now to clear the remaining unscanned areas, he can land safely and undoubtedly claim the title of provincial top scorer. But if he pushes forward to challenge stronger mutated beasts beyond his level, he risks getting eliminated early. In that case, those few rivals of his could very well use the remaining time to catch up to his score. After all, throughout the years, most provincial top scorers in the final combat exams have managed to surpass 500,000 points. Analysis flooded major and minor livestreams, including Lu Chang's personal broadcast room. Today being the 11th, viewership in Lu Chang's livestream remained exceptionally high, already surpassing 25 million. Among them, even 30% were viewers from outside Hadong province, drawn by Lu Chang's outstanding performance. However, how much in viewer donations Lu Chong actually received during this period has yet to be publicly tallied. In the hunting grounds, Lu Chong had already entered the territory of second-tier, 7th-stage beasts. The creatures here were scarcer and far more powerful. It was daytime, so Lu Chong still had to actively seek out the resting beasts. Through the forested mountains, Lu Chong strode forward, deliberately leaking his aura in hopes of provoking nearby beasts to attack. At one point, his nostrils twitched as a familiar sensation suddenly arose. This scent, a shadow cat? The moment an absurd thought about guessing exam questions flashed through Lu Chang's mind, a sudden warning surged in his heart as a blurred dark shadow descended from above, clawing straight toward his forehead. It was indeed a shadow cat, but far more powerful than the one he'd found in the hunting grounds of Guanyun City. First was its speed. This suddenly appearing shadow cat moved like lightning itself. One moment it was perched in the treetops, the next it was already right before Lu Chang's face. Then there were those slashing claws, sharp as honed blades, accompanied by bursts of icy phosphorescent light, the signature ability of the shadow cat bloodline. Lu Chong didn't even have time to raise his hand, merely activating the protective chi of golden light wave as the cat's claws descended. Screech! The piercing friction sound echoed through the mountain forest. The shadow cat's claws scraped across the golden light wave barrier, still failing to breach this earth-rank body-tempering martial technique. Although Lu Chong was only a 4th-ranking martial artist, his foundation was exceptionally solid, and his internal chi and blood were certainly no weaker than those of an ordinary 9th-ranking martial artist. Moreover, his golden light wave had reached the realm of perfection, making it effortless for him to block this 2nd-grade, 7th-rank Shadow Cat. However, the shockwave and rebounding force of the golden light wave couldn't break the Shadow Cat's claws or fangs. The two clashed and separated in an instant. By the time Lu Chong looked again, the Shadow Cat had already leaped onto another large tree, eyeing him warily. Only by executing the earth-rank swift shadow steps can I possibly catch up at this speed, Lu Chong mused with a slight frown. Though he wasn't afraid of this Shadow Cat, landing a counterattack or catching up to it would prove genuinely difficult. But Lu Chong didn't want to reveal his shadowless gale step in public. It wasn't that he was hiding his abilities, it was just that this martial technique evolved from the human rank gale step, making its origins hard to explain. But Lu Chong quickly thought of another solution. With a hint of provocation, he looked toward the Shadow Cat perched atop the tree and curled his finger in a beckoning gesture. Meow! The Shadow Cat, provoked, let out an angry roar and leaped down once more, its speed even faster than before, the edges of its claws gleaming sharper than ever. Lu Chong remained unfazed, channeling the protective aura of the golden light wave once again. Simultaneously, already prepared, Lu Chong pointed his fingers like a sword, unleashing the more concentrated piercing cloud finger technique. It shot forth like a piercing blade aimed at the Shadow Cat's belly. A flicker of disdain flashed in the Shadow Cat's eyes. Mid-air, it abruptly changed direction, scraping its claws across Lu Chang's shoulder before rebounding away, deliberately denying him a direct confrontation. Lu Chong sneered, his long-prepared momentum suddenly erupting. His abdomen contracted while his chest swelled high, unleashing a tiger-like roar that exploded like thunder in the Shadow Cat's ears. It's the Tiger Roar technique, a perfected tier human-grade martial art. It was this soul-shaking roar that froze the shadow-stalking cat mid-flight, its body about to spring away but instead pausing for a mere 0.1 seconds. And that split second was all Lu Chong needed. As if he'd predicted its landing point all along, he kept the fingers of his right hand extended while his left hand transformed into a blade, launching a full-force palm strike that struck the Shadow Cat within inches. The perfected 3-inch palm technique. Moreover, this wasn't just an ordinary human-rank martial skill like the 3-inch palm, but rather an inch palm enhanced with earth-rank combat biomechanics, unleashing surging energy the moment it made contact. The explosive force of this palm strike sent the Shadow Cat flying over 10 meters, slamming it violently against a tree trunk. Lu Chong pressed his advantage immediately, grasping the dazed Shadow Cat without hesitation and plucking the tracking device from its collar. 32,000 points, secured. With satisfaction, Lu Chong tossed the Shadow Cat aside and strode briskly away to hunt his next target. Beautiful. Did you all see that? Lu Chang's instant combo move just now was practically a classic. Across major live streaming platforms, the excitement boiled over once more. In Lu Chang's personal livestream, tips poured in like torrents, accompanied by waves of cheers. That's a masterful technique well worth the reward. Chapter 71, looks like we got robbed instead. Ha ha ha, this is my self-created Tiger Roar technique, the very one I personally taught to that kid Lu Chong. In the teacher's apartments of Yunqing 3rd High, Principal Fong finally saw Lu Chong using the martial technique he'd passed down, instantly becoming as happy as a child while completely forgetting that Xue Chang was actually a student from his own school. No wonder he was overjoyed. Major livestream platforms already had analytical experts specifically pointing out that this martial technique originated from none other than old Fong himself. The Shadow Cat moved swiftly, coming and going with complete freedom. Who would have thought that classmate Lu Chong could unleash the intimidating Tiger's Roar technique just as the Shadow Cat closed in? Everyone, pay attention, what matters most is his next move. The Shadow Cat's vulnerability lasts only a split second. If Lu Chong fails to capitalize on this fleeting opportunity, he'll still return empty-handed. But it's precisely here that Lu Chang's composure, anticipation skills, and explosive power in an instant are revealed. If I'm not mistaken, he had already predicted the Shadow Cat's landing point. No, wait, it wasn't just anticipation. That cloud-piercing finger technique, executed with fingers taut like a sword, was also crucial. It forced the Shadow Cat into hesitation, driving it exactly where he wanted. And then came the sudden shift, unleashing yet another martial technique specialized in explosive power, another perfected 3-inch palm strike. It was this perfectly timed palm strike, the finishing touch, that caused the Shadow Cat to lose the initiative, allowing Lu Chong to seize the upper hand. Had any single link in this chain faltered, none of us would have witnessed this deeply memorable moment. Within the hunting grounds, Lu Chong remained unaware that his brief duel had sparked so much discussion. In the heat of actual combat, truth be told, he'd had no time for contemplation. Every maneuver had simply been a split-second adaptation paired with near-instinctive reflexes. Of course, this was also thanks to his special training results in the military camp. If not for daily sparring with those battle-hardened soldiers, Lu Chong wouldn't have developed this kind of combat instinct. Though it couldn't be called miraculous skill, At least it made things much easier for him. After dealing with one shadow cat, Lu Chong continued searching around. The mock exam in Guanyun City had coincidentally predicted the actual test questions, giving Lu Chong a considerable advantage here. Having long memorized the habits and scent of shadow cats, finding these creatures that hid during daylight hours proved relatively easy for him. Sure enough, within half an hour, Lu Chong traced the scent to another second-rank 7th-stage shadow cat. Employing the same tactics, Lu Chong executed his combo martial technique with even greater proficiency this time, subduing the shadow cat in just 3 moves and securing its locator device. At this point, Lu Chang's score broke through 500,000, reaching 523,926, still far ahead in the lead. Converted using Lu Chang's method, these points translated to over 5 million Huaxia dollars. Whether in his past life or in this world, Lu Chong had never seen such an enormous sum of money, making him even more excited as he continued searching. However, when he found the third shadow cat, Lu Chong couldn't help but frown. Someone's already caught up, trying to steal my money. Lu Chong felt a sense of urgency rising within him. Indeed, the shadow cat before him was being besieged by 3 examinees. These 3 were precisely Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and Shen Yuan, who had been hot on Lu Chang's heels. Though Lu Chong hadn't met them before, he'd noticed these potential rivals in the pre-exam platform notifications, memorizing their appearances and cultivation levels. It's them. Lu Chong glanced at the scoring emergency device. Sure enough, the trio's total scores were also quite high, just behind his own, trailing by a mere 400,000 points. Looks like they've teamed up as a trio, trying to break my monopoly, Lu Chong thought with a pang of regret. This wouldn't do. They could have the points, but when it came to money, that was out of the question. At this moment, Li Qianzhong and his 2 companions had already exerted their utmost efforts. By combining Earth rank and human rank martial techniques, they managed to trap the agile and swift shadow cat amid them, leaving it with no escape. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the trio subdued this shadow cat. Lu Chong read this and thought, what the hell is this? Without another moment's hesitation to watch from the sidelines, he activated the golden light pulse and executed flowing wind steps at its perfected level, darting forward like a gust of wind. Li Qianzhong and his 2 companions were locked in fierce combat, each seeking an opportunity to severely wound the Shadow Panther and claim the locator device. Just as they were about to succeed, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from behind them. In the next instant, a golden glowing figure charged straight through the residual shockwaves of their martial techniques and breached their encirclement. By the time they realized what had happened, the Shadow Panther had vanished without a trace, long since carried away by that glowing figure. Did you see that? Who was it? Feels like we just got robbed instead. Shen Yuan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Drop the feels like part. What are we waiting for? We got jacked. Move. Wang Shan snapped angrily, immediately darting forward with agile footwork toward the fleeting golden silhouette. It's Lu Chong. Li Qianzhong's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and gave chase. Fighting among examinees is strictly prohibited during the Gaokao, but mutual prey snatching is tacitly permitted. Lu Chong didn't attack any of the 3, he merely snatched their nearly secured prey with lightning speed. No violation committed. Not only were the 3 of them stunned, but even the shadow leopard, which had been darting wildly moments ago, found itself utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? After the 3 rapid-fire questions, Shadowcat still hadn't glimpsed what creature held him when suddenly the golden silhouette hurled him backward, landing right before those 3 students. However, its neck felt cold. The detection locator implanted by that human was already gone. Li Qianzhong and his 2 companions had barely begun to rejoice at the shadow cat's return when they noticed the missing tracking device around its neck. Their hearts immediately clenched with dread. Is this something a human being would actually do? Now, even if they caught up with Lu Chong, it would be pointless. The moment the locator was removed, the points already belonged to him. Li Qianzhong's expression darkened as he said, Shen Yuan, you're the fastest. Go after him. No need to fight, just disrupt him so he can't keep scoring. Wang Shan and I will go look for other prey. Don't worry, we're a team now. We can split the points equally, Li Qianzhong emphasized. Shen Yuan sighed and had grit his teeth as he continued the pursuit. The Earth-grade martial technique he practiced excelled in speed, making this task perfectly suited for him. Damn it, what the hell is going on? We were planning to catch up with him and steal his prey, but who knew he'd get to us first? Shen Yuan was utterly exasperated and could bear it no longer. Channeling his full speed, he frantically chased after the traces of Lu Chang's aura. The dramatic scene in the hunting grounds, broadcast across various live streams, sparked another wave of astonishment. Isn't this Lu Chang too gutsy? Daring to snatch back from 3 examinees whose cultivation surpasses his own. Ha, those 3 teamed up against Lu Chang first, didn't they? This is what you call going for wool and coming home shorn. Good. Good. This is exactly what I enjoy watching. Other stuff just makes me sick. Chapter 72, this year's martial arts prodigy. The eyes of tens of millions of viewers in the livestream were sharp. Most didn't see anything wrong with what Lu Chong did. After all, the 3 top students from the provincial capital had formed a team specifically to suppress Lu Chong in the first place. Lu Chang's actions were just a minor counterattack. Besides, practical combat assessments should inherently have this competitive atmosphere. If not, they might as well set up straightforward human-beast duels. Why go through all this trouble? Moreover, since ancient times, people have always loved stories of underdogs rising to the top, and Lu Chong now embodied that role, poised to topple the favored champion, the scion of a prestigious family, before the exam even began. Though we can't see them fight head-on, watching them compete through these exotic beasts is quite entertaining too. This was the shared sentiment among many. In the hunting grounds, Lu Chong had just felled a shadow cat and was basking in his triumph when he heard the sound of rapid movement approaching from behind. Turning to look, he saw, lo and behold, it was one of the trio, catching up at a speed that surpassed his own. As for the other 2 examinees, there was no sign of them. After a moment's thought, Lu Chong realized the trio's plan. They intended to divide their forces, with one person specifically assigned to keep him busy and prevent him from scoring further. Meanwhile, the other 2 would seize the opportunity to claim the points in this zone. If this were nighttime, you wouldn't even stand a chance of catching me, Lu Chong mused to himself. Had it been nighttime when second-tier, 7th-ranked mutant beasts roamed freely, these 3 might not have been able to handle them at all. But now it's daytime, and they can handle lone 7th-level shadow cats just fine, so Lu Chong doesn't have much of an advantage. Moreover, Lu Chong could tell that this Qin Yuan behind him was incredibly fast. Without using his Gale Phantom Step, there was no shaking him off. Unless, of course, he could eliminate or scare this guy off first. With that thought, Lu Chong stopped running and turned around to face Qin Yuan coldly. "Fellow student, do you want to fight?" he asked. Qin Yuan quickly stopped and warily stood 10 meters away from Lu Chong, waving his hand as he said, "You're overthinking it. I'm just hunting for prey, certainly not breaking any rules." By now, Chen Yuan and the others had long realized that Lu Chang's true strength was certainly no weaker than their own. In a direct confrontation, Chen Yuan had not the slightest confidence. Lu Chang couldn't help feeling frustrated. This was turning into quite a predicament. If the other party strikes first, then it wouldn't count as me breaking the rules. Eliminating him in passing would be no big deal. But if I initiate the attack myself, getting penalized and deducted points is one thing. The points don't matter much anyway. The bigger issue is that Lu Chang genuinely cares about his viewers' emotions in the livestream. Acting rashly might very well invite backlash. Backlash and controversy aren't necessarily a problem, but they definitely take a huge bite out of his donation revenue. Should I give up on the mutants here and head straight for the Tier 8 zone? Lu Chang pondered. He was certain these 3 wouldn't stand a chance against Tier 8 mutants, might not even dare enter the area. Yet he couldn't quite bring himself to walk away. Forget it, he decided. Showing a fraction of my true power for cultivation resources is nothing to be ashamed of. Lu Chang sighed, then right before Chen Yuan's astonished gaze, broke into a sprint so fast it seemed like the wind itself propelled him forward. And indeed it was visible to the naked eye. Swirling gusts of energy coalesced beneath Lu Chang's feet, launching him forward at double his previous speed. That's right, the swift wind's vanishing steps, a perfected lower-grade Earth-tier movement technique. Holy shit! Chen Yuan stood frozen in disbelief. How the hell am I supposed to catch that? Both were Earth-tier lower-grade martial arts techniques specializing in speed, but while he had only reached the great accomplishment stage, Lu Chang had already achieved perfect completion. The gap between them was simply incomparable. There was no question of pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan couldn't even see the dust kicked up behind Lu Chang anymore. No use, I need to regroup with the other 2. This guy is truly untouchable. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan turned and fled. The difference was too vast. Forget restraining Lu Chang. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. This scene, broadcasted across major live streams, once again caused quite a stir. This student Lu Chang continues to surprise us. This is yet another Earth-tier martial art he's revealed, following the golden light wave at the microcosmic realm. And did everyone notice? Lu Chang has already mastered this incredibly fast Earth-tier martial art to its perfection level. Such martial arts comprehension, across all national examinees, you could count individuals like him on one hand. Let me count for everyone the martial techniques Lu Chang has mastered to perfection. 9 shadow step perfection, boulder splitting palm perfection, cloud piercing finger perfection, mountain clinging shoulder perfection, eagle claw technique perfection, iron wire fist perfection, heart piercing kick perfection. In other words, all 7 high school foundational martial techniques he's practiced have reached perfection. Then there are the mid-tier human grade techniques, swift wind step, wind splitting leg, 3-inch palm, all perfected as well, and one top-tier human grade technique, the Tiger's Roar skill, also perfected. Add to that the Golden Light Wave, an Earth-rank martial skill mastered to the microscopic level, and another Earth rank skill he just demonstrated at the perfection stage. Good heavens! By this calculation, Lu Chong has undoubtedly become the top martial skill cultivator among this year's examinees, and I mean nationwide. But this speed-focused martial skill, has anyone seen it before? At this point, the analytical experts sounded puzzled as they turned to consult the martial arts masters or theoretical specialists. The experts in the official livestream quickly provided an explanation. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Earth rank lower grade wind riding step, which is also the origin of the swift wind step. However, the wind riding step displayed by this fellow student Lu Chong seems slightly different from what I've seen before. In the official Guanyun City livestream, Principal Wei was invited once again, and the host posed the same question to him. The old principal now had a slight headache. Who knew when that kid had managed to master yet another Earth rank martial skill? As far as he knew, no one had taught him the wind-stepping martial technique. Moreover, Lu Chang's execution of wind-stepping was indeed somewhat different from the authentic wind-stepping. But with millions of viewers watching in the live stream, Principal Wei couldn't just pretend not to notice. So the old principal stroked his beard and began spinning a tale. This is indeed wind-stepping, though it does have slight variations from the original technique. It was actually Lu Chong who, after mastering the whirlwind steps to perfection, spontaneously gained insights. Following numerous discussions with me, we finally grasped this new application technique. Though essentially boasting on his own behalf, Principal Wei's words actually served to bail Lu Chong out of a tight spot. Otherwise, if someone were to immediately question the origin of this martial technique, Lu Chong could face accusations. The old principal was also thinking about quickly contacting the relevant officials to suppress this issue for Lu Chong's sake. Legitimate martial arts techniques must be formally registered on record, so Lu Chong had to clearly explain the origins of his wind striding skill. But the old principal thought that they would have to wait until after the college entrance exams to investigate further. They couldn't risk affecting Lu Chang's performance in the tests. That boy is so outstanding, it's downright worrisome, the old principal mused with a smile. Chapter 73, The Unreachable Top Rank. Now, I'm starting to look forward to seeing what other hidden abilities this Lu Chong has. The anticipated challenges, at least in the Level 2 Section 7 Mutant Beast Zone, never materialized. Then what about Level 2 Section 8 or even Section 9? Can he still sweep through them with unstoppable momentum like this? The heated discussions continued across major live streams as Lu Chong truly lived up to expectations, completely clearing out the Level 2 Section 7 Mutant Beast Zone with unstoppable force. From the moment he revealed his swift shadow steps, the Shadow Cats here were already doomed. There was no escape for them. Lu Chong didn't even need to use his Roaring Tiger technique anymore. As for the three-man squad led by Li Qianzhong, they were utterly left in the dust by Lu Chong. They couldn't even dream of snatching Lu Chang's prey. They couldn't even keep up with his shadow. When they did manage to spot a shadow cat, it was always one that had already been beaten up by Lu Chong, left in a frenzied, violent state. Just as Lu Chong resolutely entered the Level 2 8th rank mutated beast zone, the trio had no choice but to withdraw from the competition and hasten their retreat. Are we really giving up just like this? Chen Yuan still retained some unwillingness. Having suffered consecutive setbacks, Li Qianzhong quickly regained his composure and calmly analyzed, the mutated beasts in the 8th rank zone are beyond our capability to handle. Since we can't stop Lu Chong and risk early elimination, why persist needlessly? Exactly. Wang Shan agreed. Fortunately, he hasn't swept through the first 3 zones of exotic beasts yet. If we hurry back now, we can still make it. Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. That seems to be our only option. While others get to feast on meat, we're left with nothing but scraps. If we don't hurry, we won't even get scraps. Wang Shan snapped irritably. Leaving aside the trio turning back to compete with other martial examinees for the lesser prey, Lu Chong was currently checking his accumulated points. 8 Shadow Cats were found in the 7 segments, and his total score skyrocketed to 715,926 points. This was indeed a score that left others far behind. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Lu Chong chose to lounge around in the hunting grounds doing nothing from now on, he would still undoubtedly be the undisputed top scorer of the entire province. But Lu Chong wasn't satisfied yet. Every single point represented resources for his future cultivation. How could he stop here? The further he advanced in his cultivation, the more staggering the resources required became. Several 100,000 to even a few million might not be enough to sustain him until graduation. In the territory of Level 2, 8th-stage mutated beasts, each one represented 64,000 points. Lu Chong could practically see golden coins gleaming in his eyes. What worried him now was whether the Municipal Education Bureau could actually fulfill their promise and cough up this rather substantial sum of educational funding. Hiss, hiss. Before Lu Chong could carefully search, he spotted a massive green serpent coiled around a nearby tree. A second-tier, 8th-stage green flame python. Recognizing this mutated beast, Lu Chong didn't hesitate, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he charged forward. The golden radiance wasn't just in his eyes, his entire body pulsed with shimmering golden light. Facing a beast of this caliber, Lu Chong didn't dare underestimate it, immediately activating his golden light shield for protection. The emerald flame python, with a body thicker than a tree trunk and stretching over 10 meters long, flicked its forked tongue the moment it spotted Lu Chong, fixing its predatory gaze on him. Before Lu Chong could get close, the python opened its maw and spewed a torrent of scorching flames, covering over a dozen meters in an instant, straight toward him. These weren't ordinary flames, but blue fire infused with primordial energy, reaching temperatures of approximately 6,000 degrees Celsius. Before the fiery tongue could reach him, Lu Chong already felt the surrounding air beginning to distort. Instead of using his golden lightwave protective energy to confront the fiery tongue head-on, he once again executed Swift Wind Phantom Step, transforming into a whirlwind to evade the cyan flame. Immediately after, Lu Chong leaped into the air, preparing to engage the cyan fire python in close combat. To kill a snake, strike 7 inches from its head. The vital point Lu Chong sought was exactly at this position on the cyan fire python. Before he could close in, a black shadow descended from the sky. It was the emerald-scaled tail of the green fire python, whistling toward him like a whip. When it comes to close quarters combat, the green fire python is no pushover. Its tail lashes, its body coils, and its razor-sharp, superheated fangs are all deadly weapons. The python's twin fangs carry no conventional venom, but they can generate temperatures even higher than its emerald flames, injecting victims with scorching fire toxins. Lu Chong, suspended midair with no leverage to evade, took the full force of the whipping tail head-on. But the serpent's tail striking the golden light wave merely stirred slight ripples, failing to breach the protective aura shielding Lu Chong. Only its tremendous force sent him flying backward. Yet Lu Chong wasn't merely enduring the attack passively. Even as the serpent's tail struck him, his hands had already transformed into eagle talons, viciously clamping onto the green fire python's tail with fingertips sinking deep into its scaly hide. Now, it's my turn. Lu Chong landed, roots seeming to form beneath his feet as he exhaled sharply. With both hands gripping the python's tail like iron vices, surging power erupted from his core, somehow managing to wrench the colossal green fire python taut into a straight line. Lu Chong, who had cultivated the golden bell shield, feared no one when it came to explosive power. Even ordinary 9th-grade martial artists couldn't rival him. Crack, crack. The green flame python's upper body remained tightly coiled around the tree, but under Lu Chang's monstrous strength, it actually snapped the 20-meter-tall tree at its trunk section. The green fire python, finding no leverage, crashed to the ground and immediately coiled itself in an attempt to entangle Lu Chong. At this moment, having seized the initiative, Lu Chong wasn't about to let it have its way. With a mighty burst of strength, he grabbed the serpent's tail and spun it in a full circle. The rapid rotation forced the green fire python to stiffen straight as a board. Boom, boom. The 10-meter-long green fire python, dwarfed by its tiny assailant Lu Chong, was swung around like a whip, smashing into nearby rocks and towering trees with earth-shaking impacts. The azure flame serpent roared in agony, continuously spewing tons of fire, yet unable to reach Lu Chong at its center. After several dizzying spins, the serpent was thrown into complete disarray, crashing about until it nearly vomited its midday meal. Boom! Seizing the moment, Lu Chong suddenly darted along the serpent's tail toward its head, delivering a devastating 3-inch palm strike that grievously wounded the azure flame serpent, allowing him to effortlessly retrieve the locator device. At this point, Lu Chong could no longer hold back. If this green flame python still had some strength left and later teamed up with other beasts to surround him, he would still be at a disadvantage. Once again earning 64,000 points, Lu Chong didn't linger and sped off to find other mutated beasts. It was already past 3 p.m. on the 11th, nearing the evening of the 3rd day of the practical assessment. Lu Chong wanted to clear all the mutated beasts in this area before nightfall. The live stream remained as frenzied as ever. The excitement reached its peak when Lu Chong grabbed that green flame python and began whirling it around. So thrilling, absolutely savage. I'm falling for this. He's the real deal of a tough guy. Nothing more to say. Deserves a reward. Serves Lu Chong right for becoming the provincial champion. Just love seeing mortals trample mutated beasts. Can't get enough of it. Lu Chang's personal livestream was flooded with wave after wave of donations. Chapter 74, Leaving Us No Way Out. A single green fire python represented 64,000 points. By nightfall that day, Lu Chong had already hunted 5 blue flame pythons in the level 2, 8th tier beast zone. His total score finally broke through 1 million, reaching an astounding 1,035,926 points that left other students far behind. At this point, the practical assessment wasn't even halfway through, with 3 full days remaining. Yet whether it was the examinees in the hunting grounds or the audience in the live broadcast, everyone knew clearly, even if Lu Chong were eliminated now, he would still remain firmly at the top of the leaderboard. Li Qianzhong, currently in 2nd place, had barely surpassed 120,000 points. Even if he went without sleep for the remaining 3 days, he still wouldn't reach half of Lu Chang's score. Moreover, Lu Chong had nearly cleared out all the mutant beast zones above level 2 stage 3. The only remaining level 2 9-stage mutant beast in the high score zone, and even more terrifying, the level 3 beasts, would Li Qianzhong dare provoke them? Not to mention him, even if he could rally all the other martial examinees, they still might not dare to venture in. After all, at the end of the day, the examinees are fighting for their own points. No one wants to be cannon fodder charging into battle. Is he going to keep challenging the mutant beasts in the 9th rank zone? This question arose not only in various live streams but also among the remaining half of the examinees still in the hunting grounds. In truth, the examinees hoped Lu Chong would continue challenging even stronger mutants, since those points were never within their reach anyway. Moreover, if Lu Chong gets eliminated for overestimating his abilities, he wouldn't come back to compete with them for the low-scoring beasts. Meanwhile, the tens of millions of viewers following Lu Chang's livestream also hoped he would continue the challenge, because only then would it be worth watching, allowing him to compete head-to-head with the top scorers from every province's national college entrance exams. Across the nation, these top scorers weren't competing for points anymore, but rather for who could challenge the mightiest beasts. Lu Chong, currently at the Warrior 4th rank, has leaped 4 levels to defeat a Tier 2 8th rank mutated beast. This ability to triumph against higher tier opponents already surpasses more than half of the top provincial champions. If he continues and manages to defeat a Tier 2 9th rank mutated beast, he could rival the champions of the 5 premier bases. Even more astonishing if Lu Chong, still at Warrior 4th rank, could overcome a full major realm and defeat, or at least draw against, the strongest Tier 3 mutated beasts in the core zones, he would unquestionably become the uncrowned king of examinees nationwide. Even if another examinee could reach this level, they would still be overshadowed by Lu Chong, because the top scorers from other provinces currently surpassed Lu Chong in cultivation. For example, the 2 from Magic City Experimental High School and Capital No. 1 High School had already reached the 8th stage of Warrior. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see how he would choose. However, in the end, they were disappointed to find that Lu Chong did not act according to their wishes. As night fell that day, after Lu Chong had wiped out the area of 2nd tier, 8th stage magical beasts, he chose not to advance further. Instead, he immediately turned back, heading straight for the lower stage beast territory. Has he given up on continuing the challenge? It seems this year's Dark Horse has reached his limit. After all, with his current total score, he didn't really need to go back and fight for more points. Even if he failed in further challenges, it wouldn't affect his position as the undisputed champion. The livestream audience still felt a slight sense of disappointment, not because they thought Lu Chong was lacking, but because they wished he'd displayed more dominance. How could they possibly know that Lu Chong was now looking back precisely because he valued points? After all, the more points he earned, the greater the rewards from the city. What he pursued was the most efficient way to score. Since no other examinees dared enter the level 2, 9th stage mutant beast territory to steal his points, then turning back to take others' points was naturally the most efficient strategy. Otherwise, by the time he clears the last 2 levels, there won't be many points left in the lower tier area. This was Lu Chang's genuine mindset and the precise plan and objective he had set for this assessment. As for the exotic beasts in the 2nd tier, 9th stage area, and the innermost 3rd tier zone, he would naturally find time to test them by the final day of the evaluation. With 3 days still left, his cultivation in Golden Bell Shield could advance further, increasing his chances of success when the time came. The deepening night is the perfect time for me to make my move. Lu Chong surveyed the now completely darkened mountain forest. Moving as effortlessly as if traversing flat ground, he dashed through the woods and reached the territory of level 2, 3rd stage alien beasts in less than half an hour. This area spanned wider than the deeper zones, consequently hosting a greater number of alien beasts unlike the pitiful single-digit counts found in the innermost regions. Even on the 3rd night of the assessment, numerous alien beasts still lingered here, their locators yet to be claimed. Night fell again, and with monstrous beasts frequently appearing in this area, Lu Chong naturally showed no mercy. Each beast here represented 2,000 points, not an amount Lu Chong would turn his nose up at. Thus, on this night, other martial examinees lingering in the level 2, Tier 3 monstrous beast zone were once again taken aback by Lu Chang's whirlwind-like, leave no scraps behind approach. Is he insane? He's leaving his poor souls no room to survive, complained Qin Yuan, who was resting in the Tier 3 zone, nearly losing his mind. Originally, he, Li Qianzhong, and Wang Shan had returned here and gone their separate ways. Now they were relying on their own abilities to earn points. Who would have thought that in less than half a day, Lu Chong had already come charging back? Though he hadn't crossed paths with Lu Chong yet, the soaring scores on the leaderboard, leaping up by 2,000 points, made it clear to everyone what was happening. Shen Yuan now really wanted to challenge Lu Chong to a duel, but he knew deep down that he was no match for him. It would only end in humiliation. Moreover, after witnessing Lu Chang's speed, Sheng realized that even if he teamed up with Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan again, he probably still wouldn't be able to catch even a glimpse of Lu Cheng. That guy's grinding efficiency is ridiculously high. Doesn't he get tired after fighting non-stop for so long? As Lu Cheng's points kept ticking upward, Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Helpless, he had no choice but to reluctantly join the night hunting team. Whatever points he could scrape together counted. After all, he couldn't wait until morning with nothing to show for it. Not just him, Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and the 2 martial arts examinees who had entered the Tier 3 mutated beast area were all experiencing the same. By the time dawn broke, the chaotic Tier 3 mutated beast zone finally quieted down. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng had already moved on to the Tier 2 mutated beast area, continuing his rampant hunting spree there. Thus, the examinees in this zone shared the same tragic fate as Chen Yuan, watching helplessly as Lu Cheng single-handedly snatched away more than half of their prey. By the next morning, the 13th day, Lu Cheng had already swept through the Tier 2 Level 1 mutated beast zone and was preparing to enter the Tier 1 mutated beast area. The remaining martial examinees had no choice but to retreat to the first level mutant beast area, competing with the disciple-level examinees. Such intense competition among examinees was unprecedented in the history of Hadong Province's martial entrance exams. At this point, Lu Cheng's total score had already surpassed an astonishing 1.2 million points. He entered the level 1 9th tier mutated beast zone not only to continue grinding points but also with another purpose, to have a talk with a certain examinee. Chapter 75, A Nemesis Must Meet a Miserable End. Zhao Longfei was now truly panicked, so much so that he couldn't even perform at his normal level. By the 5th day of the combat assessment, he'd barely scraped together just over 1,000 points. For someone with 9th tier warrior apprentice cultivation, such a score could only be described as mediocre. Not to mention China's 3 top-tier universities or the 10 prestigious institutions, even gaining admission to the 36 key martial arts universities remained uncertain for him. It wasn't due to any lack of ability on his part, rather, ever since entering the examination hunting grounds, Zhao Longfei's mind had been unable to settle. He constantly monitored the top 100 ranking on his scoring device, fixated on that one name that filled him with dread. For the first half of the day, things had been manageable. The name had merely scraped onto the rankings and seemed no immediate cause for concern. But when night fell on the first day, Zhao Longfei's nightmare began. It was just like that time during the mock exams when his name skyrocketed to the top of the rankings overnight and never fell again after that. Yet this wasn't Guanyun City's mock exam, this was the grand provincial examination with 300,000 candidates gathered and millions of spectators watching. How could an originally mediocre orphan from a poor background possibly dominate this talent-laden grand examination, running rampant all this way? No matter how unwilling he was, he could only watch as that person's score skyrocketed, surpassing thresholds again and again, 10,000, 100,000, 500,000, until it finally broke through the million mark. Zhao Longfei felt an increasingly heavy weight pressing on his heart, suffocating him until he could hardly breathe. Against his will, he recalled the words his father had left with him not long ago. The assassins sent after Lu Cheng failed, one died on the spot, and the other was captured alive. But don't worry, they don't know who's behind it. So as long as we both take the secret to the grave, no one can trace it back to us. After that incident, Zhao Longfei practically stopped going to school, claiming he was in seclusion at home. In reality, Zhao Longfei was afraid of running into Lu Cheng, who had already become a martial artist, and accidentally revealing his involvement. Yet even so, Zhao Longfei couldn't shake off the psychological shadow Lu Cheng had cast over him, causing him to miss his final chance to break through as a martial artist before the college entrance exams. It wasn't until he actually entered the exam hall that Zhao Longfei, who had barely managed to steady his nerves, suffered Luo Chang's long-range strike on the very first day. Lu Chang's steadily rising scores were like hammer blows, one after another, each heavier than the last, striking deep into the core of his soul, filling him with both dread and bitter envy. Why? How can he be so outstanding, leaving me so far behind? With my father and family's support, I can surely catch up to him. I definitely can. Zhao Longfei had lost count of how many times he'd comforted himself like this. There's no reason to fear him. What's an unpolished genius anyway? Who knows when he might die out in the wilderness? Classmate Zhao, I've been looking everywhere for you. So you're here after all. Just as Zhao Longfei was lost in his reverie during the break, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly sounded beside his ear, ethereal as a ghostly whisper. It was already past 11 p.m. on the 13th, and Zhao Longfei was hiding in the concealed canopy of a tree within the 8th section zone. He never expected a voice to suddenly emerge from behind. The crucial point was that when he turned his head to look around, he couldn't spot a single soul. The voice seemed like an auditory hallucination, there one moment and gone the next, vanishing as abruptly as a night blooming Sirius. Just as he was starting to lower his guard, that icy, ghostly voice spoke again. You've brought me such misery. For helping you harm others, I was killed and abandoned in the wilderness, my body torn apart and devoured by beasts. It's you! The voice turned shrill with anguish. You're the one who left my body in pieces. Give me back my life. Zhao Longfei was nearly driven mad. In the pitch-black mountain forest, Such a voice suddenly appeared without the slightest trace of a figure. Barely an adult, how could he possibly withstand this fear? Compounded by his own guilty conscience and the psychological trauma Lu Chong had inflicted, leaving him in a state of perpetual dread, he now found himself utterly incapable of rational thought. At this moment, he was unaware that his every move, even every word he spoke, was being watched by tens of millions of viewers nationwide through live streaming platforms. It wasn't me, it was my father. He's the one who paid to hire you. You failed to kill Lu Chong yourselves, don't blame me for that. His face drained of color and terror, Zhao Longfei turned his head anxiously to look around, desperately trying to explain. This was like poking a hornet's nest. All live stream rooms witnessing this scene erupted in chaos. Assassinating a heaven's chosen genius, who is this guy? He must be severely punished. Dox him immediately. In the Zhao family of Guanyin City, Zhao Jingcheng knew disaster was imminent the moment he saw Lu Chong searching all the way into the 8th tier zone. Especially when Lu Chong found Zhao Longfei in the afternoon and began tailing him, Zhao Jingcheng grew even more concerned. He didn't know what Lu Chong intended to do. If he wanted to personally eliminate Zhao Longfei, why wait until nightfall instead of acting during the day? It wasn't until midnight, when Lu Chong appeared beside Zhao Longfei with his ghostly movement technique, that Zhao Jingcheng finally understood. Only then did he realize just how ruthless this junior, whom he had underestimated, truly was. This was clearly an attempt to play mystical tricks and coax words out of Zhao Longfei, using it as evidence to expose his assassination plot against Lu Chong before the entire nation. At this moment, Zhao Jingcheng still held on to hope, praying his son could stay composed. As long as Zhao Longfei clenched his teeth and endured during the college entrance exam, even Lu Chong couldn't do anything to him. At worst, he'd just be eliminated early. Zhao Jingcheng knew exactly which outcome carried greater consequences, but he never expected his own son to be so utterly disappointing. A 9th-level martial disciple, reduced to a raving lunatic by mere trickery, confessing everything without restraint. Zhao Jingcheng knew it was over not just for Zhao Longfei, but for himself, a distinguished martial master as well. This was a public confession before the entire nation. Even with Zhao Jingcheng's deep roots in Guanyin City for so many years, he couldn't possibly cover this up. During student training, hiring assassins to commit murder is an exceptionally severe crime. How could this barely adult teenager be so vicious? This is cutting the ground from under someone's feet, leaving no way out. Zhao Jingcheng stared with bloodshot eyes, dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. Bang! Before Zhao Jingcheng could devise a countermeasure or take remedial actions, his front door was forcibly broken open. A team of military police burst through the door, led by a martial arts instructor, and arrived before Zhao Jingcheng. Mr. Zhao, you are suspected of hiring assassins for murder. Please come with us. Meanwhile, not long after Zhao Longfei confessed, an examiner patrolling the sky descended directly to take him away. It wasn't until Zhao Longfei was escorted away that Lu Chong finally emerged from hiding, muttering to himself, "This kid really can't handle pressure, huh? Never expected it to go this smoothly." Then, he turned to the drone's live broadcast camera and gave a multi-angle fist and palm salute of thanks, saying, "Apologies, I didn't mean to take up public resources. But without doing this, the murderer wouldn't have been forced out. I just didn't want the murderer to roam free and harm more people." Lu Chang's personal livestream was instantly flooded with another wave of vocal support, along with continuously soaring tipping donations. Chapter 76. This doesn't even count as a challenge. In the livestream, some unfollowed, but even more began to follow and support Lu Chong. Some felt Lu Chang's approach was too aggressive, but the vast majority believed it embodied the true martial spirit, clear-cut in grievances and swift in retaliation. In an era where the nation encourages martial artists to compete, why should anyone grovel before a murder suspect? Moreover, Lu Chang's clever tactic of forcing out the suspect won him countless supporters. No matter how the outside world judged his actions, Lu Chong felt not the slightest psychological burden at the moment. A controversial probing maneuver had eliminated the hidden threat of Zhao family in Guanyin City, poised to harm him at any moment. By any measure, it was a winning move. Otherwise, with this family's ruthless methods, there's no telling how they might try to harm him in the future. An enemy hiding in the shadows is always more terrifying than one who stands openly against you. After dealing with Zhao Longfei, Lu Chong didn't continue hunting. Instead, he rested for the night, an unusual break, while safeguarding his score of over 1.2 million. From the start of the practical assessment until now, Lu Chong had been constantly on the move, not daring to stop for even a moment. Of course, he had no complaints about earning resources for himself. He just needed a good rest to adjust his state to the optimum, so he could face the toughest challenge on the final day. While Lu Chong finally took a break, the livestream audience, however, grew restless. "Student Lu Chong, are you going to lay back and enjoy the fruits of victory now? There are still 18 hours left, you could make one final push. Let's wait and see. Maybe he's preparing to challenge the deepest level." Voices buzzed with both doubts and praise, but most were still waiting for a miracle to unfold. Has anyone dared to challenge the final second-tier 9th stage exotic beast and the even more terrifying 3rd-tier exotic beasts? It all comes down to this last day. The wait lasted a full 6 hours. By 7 a.m. on the 14th, Lu Chong woke up right on time. Stretching lazily, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Looking at his personal panel, Lu Chong felt even more confident. Name, Lu Chong. Level, Martial Artist 4th tier, 5%. Martial Skills, Low tier Mortal Grade, 9 Shadow Step, perfected. Heart Piercing Kick, perfected. Mid-tier Mortal Grade, 7 Steps Killing Fist, perfected. 3-inch Palm, perfected. Peak tier Mortal Grade, Tiger's Roar Skill, perfected. Earth Class Lower Grade, Wind Blade Leg mastered. Swift Shadow Steps, mastered. Earth Class Middle Grade, Golden Bell Shield, profound, 21%. Although my cultivation and Golden Bell Shield haven't broken through again, I'm still stronger than a few days ago. Thinking this, Lu Chong hesitated no longer. He gazed toward the heart of the mountainous forest and resolutely set forth on his journey. It wasn't just him. The remaining 100,000 examinees in the hunting grounds all began taking action, each choosing to challenge their limits on this final day, striding to make one last gamble. For them, their limits didn't even constitute a starting point for Lu Chong. Thus, among everyone, Lu Chong alone remained the center of attention. The remaining martial arts examinees actually lost any desire to attempt challenges now. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they had no way to proceed. The entire Level 2 mutated beast zone, from 1st phase to 8th phase locators, had been completely cleared out. Now even if they attempt to challenge the limits, they won't gain any points. Lu Chong raced northward at full speed, darting through each zone like a whirlwind, soon arriving at the territory of Level 2, 9th rank exotic beasts. It's starting! Lu Chong is really going to push forward with the challenge. Look, even the Invigilator's plane has halted above Lu Chong. They're clearly prepped for emergency intervention at any moment. Of course, Lu Chong is now the treasure of our Hedong province. Even if he fails the challenge, not a single accident can be allowed to happen to him. Go, Lu Chong! Clear these last 2 hurdles, and you'll reach the national summit. Come on, I'm posting this as proof. If Lu Chong can conquer the final challenge, I'll tip 3 months' salary. How much do you make each month anyway? Not even 100,000, just over 3,000. The live streaming rooms were buzzing with activity, especially on Lu Chang's personal account, which was flooded with all sorts of playful banter. The national broadcast livestream gave Lu Chong the solo spotlight, with both the Hedong province and Guanyin city channels, even those of other provincial cities, devoting all their airtime exclusively to him. Hosts, experts, and advisors from all sides are analyzing the odds of victory in Lu Chang's current challenge. Level 2, 9th rank exotic beast is probably Lu Chang's limit. This was the judgment of the vast majority. Look, it's appearing, someone exclaimed, staring at the strange creature emerging in the livestream. What breed is this? It's an armor swallow mountain beast, mutated from a pangolin. This thing isn't easy to deal with. Without formidable attack power, you can't even make a dent in it. In the hunting grounds, Lu Chong stared at the short-legged, long-tailed exotic creature barely a meter long before him, immediately recognizing its species. This pangolin-mutated armor-swallowing mountain beast could truly burrow through earth and mountains, its iron stomach capable of grinding rocks to dust. This creature's scaly armor is extremely tough, offering defensive capabilities several times stronger than an ironclad yak of the same cultivation level. Though its scales can't detach for ranged attacks like an ironclad yak's, they can tilt upright to form razor-sharp, incredibly resilient blades tougher than alloy steel weapons. Apart from that, the Thornshell Mountain Devourer's long tongue was also an extraordinarily fearsome weapon. Its 1-meter-long body concealed a tongue coiled inside its mouth measuring over 2 meters, slender as a whip yet incredibly tough to break. At this moment, the Thornshell Mountain Devourer was also fixated on Lu Chong, highly alert with the lower half of its body buried in the soil, poised to flee at any instant. Once it burrows underground to escape, I'll have no way to catch it. So, it has to be a single lethal strike. Lu Chong internally strategized as he cautiously closed the distance between them step by step. PFT. Before Lu Chong could get within 3 meters, the Spine Mountain Devourer suddenly turned its head and burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. That's way too cautious, Lu Chong thought to himself. However, he remembered from textbooks that Spine Mountain Devourers were actually quite aggressive, they just had rather sneaky attack methods. So the creature hadn't fled, it was merely hiding underground, biding its time to strike. Sure enough, before Lu Chong could think further, a crimson whip suddenly pierced through the soil beneath his feet, swiftly wrapping around his ankles with lightning speed. It wasn't a whip, but the pangolin's elongated tongue. Afraid you wouldn't show up. Now that you've revealed yourself, it's time to die, Lu Chong muttered darkly. No longer holding back, he unleashed the Earth-rank low-grade wind blade leg technique, one he had never used during the assessment, with explosive force. A sharp burst of energy erupted beneath his feet, forcefully repelling the barbed mountain devourer's tongue. At the same time, Lu Chang's right foot stamped down fiercely, surging energy transmitting through the ground in a violent eruption. Boom! With a thunderous boom underfoot, earth exploded upward, revealing a 2-meter-deep crater where a stunned barbed mountain devourer lay sprawled at its base. As for Lu Chang, he'd already used that kick's recoil to leap clear of the pit, calmly waiting for the barbed mountain devourer to reveal itself. A perfected windblade kick isn't something to be trifled with. Even this thornback mountain swallower beast couldn't withstand a direct hit. A second-grade 9th-rank mutant beast barely qualified as a challenge for Lu Chang. At most, it would just take some extra time to flush out these cunning creatures from their hiding spots. Is that all? What move did Lu Chang just use? The live stream erupted in uproar once more. Chapter 77, looked down upon by a Tier 3 mutant beast. That was incredibly fast. A 4th-tier martial artist defeating a 2nd-tier, 9th-stage mutant beast with such ease. What's the principle behind this? And it's actually a spine-backed mountain devourer, adept at defense and burrowing. Aren't those supposed to be the hardest to hunt down? I can see it. The most crucial part was that stomping strike, a single decisive blow. I just can't recognize what martial technique that was. In the live stream room, the audience's enthusiasm remained high, with most heatedly discussing the new martial technique Lu Chang had employed. However, official stream analysts soon provided an answer. It appears to be the wind-cleaving axe technique evolved from wind-clearing leg, just executed without using weapons. But one thing is certain, Lu Chang has perfected this leg technique to its pinnacle as well. This is truly unbelievable, another Earth-grade martial skill mastered to perfection. Even the experts in various official live streams were stunned once again. In the Guanyun City broadcast room, Principal Wei took a sip of tea to steady his breath. Sigh, couldn't this kid have given me a heads up? Now I have to explain things all over again. Lu Chang's flawless Gale shadow steps from last time hadn't even been properly accounted for, and now he'd revealed yet another untraceable skill, the wind blade leg. The old principal was genuinely feeling the strain. It was an agony wrapped in joy. He couldn't even be bothered to respond in the livestream anymore. Truth be told, he'd run out of believable excuses. Ignoring the commotion in the livestream, Lu Chang had already sought out another spine mountain swallower beast. Employing his tornado kick technique once more, he finally managed to defeat it. Against such creatures with both formidable defense and superb camouflage, Lu Chang had to strike decisively with a single blow. There'd be almost no second chance. That's why he'd been forced to reveal his tornado kick technique. In terms of attacking power, the wind blade leg was undoubtedly the strongest technique he currently possessed. Earth-tier offensive methods are still somewhat limited. I'll have to find opportunities to expand my repertoire after entering university, Lu Chang thought with slight dissatisfaction. The Golden Bell Shield excelled at defense, the Swift Shadow Step specialized in speed, but only the wind blade leg was truly optimized for attack. As for the human-tier martial arts he had mastered, while their power was considerable, they still couldn't compare to these Earth-tier martial skills, falling more than a single level short in effectiveness. Like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, Lu Chang harvested a total of 4 locators after circling the area. Each positioning device represented 128,000 points, pushing his total score past 1.8 million, making him arguably the highest scorer in the history of Hadong Province's martial examinations. But Lu Chang did not stop there. After resting briefly on the spot, at precisely 1:10 p.m. that same day, he resolutely stepped into the territory of the 3rd-level mutated beasts. A single Tier 3 mutant beast represented 300,000 points. Even though there were only 2 of them, how could Lu Chang possibly let them slip away? Since there were only 5 hours left in the college entrance exam, he had to give it a try no matter what. This scene broadcasted across major live streams instantly sparked an unprecedented wave of excitement. A 4th-stage martial artist charging into a 3rd-level mutated beast's territory. This is the first candidate to do so in this year's exam. Though 2 students from Beijing No. 1 High School and Shanghai Experimental School have already passed through, both were 8th-stage martial artists. If Lu Chang succeeds, he'll undoubtedly go down in history. At the very least, his name will be etched in martial annals. Discussions flooded platforms large and small, with Lu Chang's personal live stream account surpassing 40 million viewers, outshining even the official broadcast of Hadong Province. The moment those 2 Tier 3 mutant beasts appeared, every livestream suddenly fell silent, eerily hushed. The decisive battle was finally upon them. In the hunting grounds, just as Lu Chang stepped into the 3rd-level beast area, he heard the sound of rushing water. Following the sound and an inexplicably powerful aura, Lu Chang skirted around a patch of trees and soon saw the source of the noise. Before him stood a 10-meter-high cliff, from which a silver waterfall cascaded down, its waters pooling into a pond below before disappearing to parts unknown. But what caught Liu Chang's attention most were the two towering aberrant beasts drinking and frolicking by the pond's edge. It's the Storm Force ape. Countless voices gasped before the live broadcast screen. Storm ape. Liu Chang fixed his gaze on the two beasts, his expression turning grave. The majestic and towering figure stood over 3 meters tall when upright, its entire body covered in lustrous, sleek blue-gray fur. It appeared quite human-like, yet this creature known as the Stormforce ape was actually an exceptionally powerful species. The Gale Finger monkey stands out for its remarkable movement speed and bloodline abilities. The character Force Strength in its name highlights this beast's innate Herculean power. Statistics show that Gale Finger monkeys of comparable cultivation levels surpass human martial practitioners in defense, speed, and strength. Coupled with their bloodline talents, they represent all-around excellence. Most martial practitioners at the same level would rather take detours than confront them. This simian variant also possesses considerable intelligence, making it truly challenging to deal with. Liu Chang spotted the other party at the same time as the two Stormwind apes became alert, halting their water play and turning their heads toward him in unison. Roar! One of the Stormwind apes opened its maw and roared at Liu Chang, as if telling him to scram, before turning back to frolic with its companion. Well now, seems like this is a loving pair right on schedule to start a family in the hunting grounds. Liu Chang could sense the two mutant beasts looking down on him, but he simply didn't care. This cunning mutated beast, fully aware of its predicament, knew human flesh couldn't be obtained within the hunting grounds. With that understanding, it simply couldn't be bothered to play along. Otherwise, they would have probably rushed over by now. Ahem! Clearing his throat, Liu Chang yelled loudly, "Can you two pause the PDA and fight me for a bit?" The two Stormwind apes shook their butts at him, clearly uninterested. "Is this a work strike? The hunting grounds feed you so well, yet you refuse to put in any effort?" Liu Chang said exasperatedly. One of the apes scratched its butt and reluctantly turned around, then curled a finger at him in open provocation. "Damn, this beast is almost gaining sentience," Liu Chang muttered under his breath, then activated his golden light barrier. With wind-swift steps carrying no shadow, he transformed into a streak of golden light, his speed skyrocketing as he charged toward the Stormforce ape that had provoked him. Roar! Seemingly intrigued by Liu Chang's sudden explosive aura, the Stormforce ape threw back its head with a thunderous roar, rose onto its hind legs, and beat its chest with booming strikes before launching a countercharge. As the Stormwind ape charged forward, swirling cyan winds rose beneath its feet, boosting its speed dramatically within a single breath before it collided with Liu Chang. Man and beast clashed without any fancy maneuvers. Amidst the explosive impact, Liu Chang's relatively smaller frame was sent flying, landing over a dozen meters away. After smashing through yet another large tree, he finally came to a stop. As for the Stormwind ape, it merely took a single step back before steadying its towering frame, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Chang in the distance. Liu Chang wasn't injured. Golden Lightwave's defense was no joke, but he was still shocked by the brute strength of the Stormwind ape. This thing really lives up to its reputation. Chapter 78, Liu Chang goes all out. A level 3 mutant beast's chi and blood far surpassed that of a level 2 ninth stage, and the same goes for all its other attributes. The Gale Force ape stood out as one of the best, with almost no weaknesses. Liu Chang had already come a long way by reaching this point, but defeating a third-level Gale Force ape was akin to scooping the moon from water. Liu Chang's only advantage was his array of perfected martial skills, but whether they stood a chance against a third-level Gale Force ape was truly doubtful. The live stream erupted with another wave of analysis. Some even pulled out concrete stats to compare, proving Liu Chang's inadequacies from every angle. Until Liu Chang rushed out again as if nothing had happened, the live stream finally quieted down. Boom! Another impact, and Liu Chang was sent flying once more. Again, the same result. Again. Time and again, Liu Chang clashed head-on with the Stormforce ape 15 or 16 times before finally stopping, panting heavily. He still hadn't managed to injure the Stormforce ape. Although the Stormforce ape sent him flying each time, it actually couldn't break through Liu Chang's golden light shield, so he wasn't truly harmed. Yet Liu Chang's seemingly futile collisions weren't entirely in vain. Through them, he'd already gauged the Stormforce ape's approximate defensive capabilities, speed, and strength. But precisely because of this, Liu Chang found himself somewhat helpless at the moment. The Gale Force ape stood like an impregnable mountain, impossible to shake. All the human-tier martial arts techniques he had mastered were utterly incapable of harming his opponent. His strikes couldn't even penetrate the creature's thick, shaggy fur. The only chance. Liu Chang fixed his gaze intently on the leisurely windstorm ape opposite him. Its throat, that's the target. He had noticed that with every collision, the windstorm ape consciously shielded its throat. That meant this must be its fatal weakness. With this realization, Lu Chong abandoned direct clashes. Instead, he activated his Gale Shadow Steps again, whirling like a cyclone around the Windstorm Ape, circling for the perfect opening to strike. Although the Hurricane Ape's speed was impressive, after several clashes, Lu Chong realized his swift shadow steps still held a slight advantage. So at this moment, the Storm Ape stood atop a massive boulder, remaining steadfast to counter infinite changes, making no move to pursue Lu Chong. Suddenly, Lu Chang's sprinting figure paused slightly as his right leg abruptly lifted and kicked outward. Instantly, a crescent-shaped wind blade shot forth, slicing toward the Storm Ape's chest. The Storm Ape had just turned around, but with lightning reflexes, it raised both arms to block Lu Chang's wind blade. Its arms were even wreathed in protective aura shields, guarding its prized fur from harm. The wind blade landed on the burst Storm Ape's long, thick arm but failed to penetrate. However, Lu Chang's second wind blade followed right behind, seamless and swifter, aiming straight for the Storm Ape's throat. The Storm Ape's arms had barely blocked one wind blade when another followed right behind, leaving it no time to react against Lu Chang's relentless assault. Just as Lu Chong was secretly pleased with himself, he suddenly noticed the Gale Force Ape opening its mouth. Roar! Accompanying this furious roar was a swirling gust of green wind that blasted forth, effortlessly sweeping away Lu Chang's wind blades and dissipating them midair. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight this? The Gale Force Ape's long-range bloodline ability is no joke either. Lu Chang's expression darkened, even his well-timed chi-infused wind blades had been rendered useless. Moreover, after this encounter, the Storm Ape had clearly become wary of him, making it even harder to attempt the same trick again. Giggle! The female Storm Ape beside them giggled and clapped her hands, seemingly mocking Lu Chong for overestimating himself while cheering on her mate. It's too difficult. The Storm Ape has almost no weaknesses. Lu Chang's cultivation is still too low. He can barely scratch its defenses. However, did you notice that even the Tempest Ape can't do anything to Lu Chong? With Golden Light Pulse and Swift Shadow Step at his disposal, Lu Chong was practically invincible. Continuing this stalemate will only end in a draw, but it's still a bit of a pity. Just one final push was missing. The discussions in the livestream were beyond Lu Chang's hearing as he continued to maneuver the Gale Shadow Step, dodging the whirlwinds spat out relentlessly by the Storm Force Ape. Though his earlier strike had failed to harm the creature, it wasn't entirely ineffective. At the very least, it had provoked the prideful old ape into fury. Relying on the Gale Shadow Step and his keen foresight, Lu Chong still danced effortlessly through the storm of wind blades. He could have tanked the attacks with Golden Light Wave, but that would have drained his stamina far too quickly. Great, you're angry. Otherwise, it'd be harder for me to find an opening. Faced with the furious Stormwind Ape, Lu Chong felt joy rather than fear, for only in its rage could he spot an opportunity to strike. For a moment, the pool area became a tempest of roaring winds and flying debris, yet Lu Chong weaved through effortlessly, untouched even by a single leaf. His perfected shadow wind steps allowed him to evade attacks of this caliber with ease. The Storm Force Ape also realized its wind vortex couldn't affect Lu Chong, so it erupted with several bursts of power, attempting to get close and smash him to death. But Lu Chang's speed and agility were simply too high, making it impossible for the Storm Force Ape to catch up. Human and ape chased each other around the pond's perimeter, thoroughly enjoying their game. While running, Lu Chong continuously taunted the old ape with provocations, driving the primate into an increasingly violent rage until its eyes burned crimson red. Come on, catch me if you're man enough. Thought you were so tough? Still can't do anything about me, can you? No matter how strong you are, you're still trapped here with no way out. Lu Chang's provocative voice flooded across multiple live streams, making countless viewers feel like they were in the Storm Force Ape's shoes, itching to grab Lu Chong and give him a good beating. The Storm Force Ape clearly understood Lu Chang's human speech and grew increasingly agitated. Lu Chang's laughter, like demonic whispers, ceaselessly reverberated. Though the level 3 Storm Force Ape indeed surpassed Lu Chong in vitality and stamina, its frenzied rampage in this berserk state would inevitably lead to exhaustion. After a full quarter hour of uninterrupted verbal assault while being chased, Lu Chong finally sensed the Storm Force Ape's breath becoming erratic. Now's the time. Lu Chong, who had been speeding past, suddenly executed a beautiful ground-level spin and slammed headfirst into the enraged charging Silverback. The Storm Force Silverback clearly didn't anticipate Lu Chong suddenly delivering himself to its doorstep. Before it could even attempt to change direction, it collided with Lu Chong. But the old ape showed no fear whatsoever when it came to head-on collisions. This human runt wasn't anything to be afraid of. An unforeseen turn occurred again, just as Lu Chong was about to collide. The force in his body shifted from rigid to supple. With a mountain-clinging lean, he curled his body up, slipping through the interlaced arms of the elder ape, before pressing his back against the Storm Force Ape's belly. Off you go! Lu Chang's next move followed without pause. His right leg sprang up as if stepping on a coiled spring, rising like a giant axe in an upward slash, the tip of his foot striking hard against the Storm Force Ape's throat. Wind Blade Kick. Ugh! The Storm Force Ape let out a muffled sound from its throat, its large eyes rolling back before its massive body collapsed backward with a thunderous crash. Roar! The other Coldite Storm Ape roared in fury and charged forward, seeking to avenge its fallen comrade. Chapter 79, Curtain Call, Records, and Cheers. They won, they really won. Just how did student Lu Chong do it? Why did he suddenly deliver that decisive winning blow? He actually did it. A 4th-level martial artist defeating a 3rd-level mutant beast. Has anyone ever achieved that in the history of the National College entrance exams? East River Province has produced a real monster this year. At the exact moment Lu Chong knocked out that Stormforce ape with a single kick, live streaming platforms exploded with excitement, as countless viewers cheered and celebrated. This was no ordinary exam performance anymore, it had shattered the record for defeating a higher-ranked mutant beast. Moreover, among this year's examinees, Lu Chang's total score and combat achievements firmly established him as the champion. His supremacy extended beyond Hadong Province, no one in the entire nation could surpass him. Although examination conditions varied across provinces, Lu Chong undoubtedly remained the uncrowned king. The match is already won, why hasn't Lu Chong voluntarily withdrawn? Does he intend to battle the second Stormforce ape to the very end? Someone in the livestream noticed the new development, and many viewers quickly turned their attention to it. In the hunting grounds, after Lu Chong defeated the Gale Storm ape, the remaining female ape immediately charged at him in fury. Reacting swiftly, Lu Chong snatched the locator device and swiftly retreated using his movement skill, dodging the female ape's vicious attack. From the viewer's perspective, the fact that Lu Chong had made it this far and defeated a level 3 mutated beast already marked a perfect outcome for the exam, even breaking records outright. His total score had already soared to rank 1st in the nation, and gaining a few more points wouldn't make much difference. But for Lu Chong, it was anything but that. 300,000 points meant a 3 million reward from the city. He couldn't give it up so easily. There were still more than 3 hours left before the end of the college entrance exam. Even if he had to grind it out, he swore he would wear down that she-ape. Of course, the battle with that Stormforce ape earlier had also taken a considerable toll on him. So now, he wolfed down half a high-grade nutrient bar, replenishing his energy while using his swift shadow steps to dodge the enraged mother ape. The mother ape's strength was noticeably weaker than the first one, giving Lu Chong a much-needed breathing space. After evading for a full half hour, Lu Chong had recovered about 70 to 80% of his strength and finally began his counterattack. This time, without much surprise, now equipped with combat experience, Lu Chong ultimately ended the female primate's life with his wind blade leg technique, successfully securing the locator. 2,352,000 plus points, this was Lu Chong's final score. This is over 20 million. Ha ha, Lu Chong felt exhilarated. Such rewards made his relentless days and nights of effort worth it. Without waiting for the national college entrance exams to conclude, Lu Chong signaled to the invigilator hovering midair and was promptly escorted out of the examination hall. The livestream was still buzzing with excitement, but none of that mattered to Lu Chong at the moment. Completely exhausted, all he wanted was to collapse into a deep sleep. Returning to the military camp accompanying the examinees from Guanyun City, Lu Chong spotted many familiar faces at once. One by one, they saluted him with admiring gazes, offering heartfelt congratulations. The 7 instructors from the special training camp, along with the squad leaders and soldiers he'd sparred with, all greeted him warmly, their pride in his achievements palpable. Even Colonel Huang stepped forward personally to welcome him back. "You've worked hard," he said. "Today, Guanyun City will undoubtedly take pride in Lieutenant Lu. Everyone, disperse now. Let Instructor Lu have some proper rest." Colonel Huang dismissed the enthusiastic soldiers and personally escorted Lu Chong into the camp, arranging a private tent for him. It wasn't that Colonel Huang was playing favorites, it's just that Lu Chang's merits this time were too significant. This held true both for Guanyun City and for Colonel Huang's own military unit. One could easily foresee that both national and provincial funding for Guanyun City's base would see substantial increases in the coming period. Colonel Huang understood better than Lu Chong that the educational fund awarded to Lu Chong was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the national funding. This was the reward Lu Chong rightfully deserved. After escorting Lu Chong into the tent, Colonel Huang stood guard alone outside, forbidding anyone from disturbing him. Of course, the most important thing was ensuring Lu Chang's safety. A record-breaking provincial champion, even the unofficial national king of this year's college entrance exams, deserved such special attention. In fact, Senior Colonel Huang had already received orders from above to specially dispatch a high-level martial master to escort Lu Chong back to Guanyun City's military base. Over the years, there have been numerous covert spies assassinating domestic geniuses, so Lu Chong absolutely cannot have any mishaps. Waking up, it was already 6 p.m. on the 14th. This year's college entrance exams had finally come to an end. All examinees quickly gathered and set off back to their respective city bases. Lu Chong didn't see any other examinees, as Principal Huang had arranged for him to be directly placed in an armored vehicle, accompanied only by an aloof, taciturn old man. Lu Chong didn't bother exchanging words with the other person, eager to return and log into his personal account to see how much reward money he'd accrued. The live streaming platform had already shut down, and the total amount of tips over the past few days would be tallied soon. This was what Lu Chong anticipated the most. Fortunately, the journey went smoothly. Within the country's borders, it was rare for exotic beasts or foreign spies to dare provoke regular troops. By the time they returned to Guanyun City, it was almost 8 in the evening. Lu Chong, come take a look. Colonel Huang woke Lu Chong, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, and pointed out the window. Lu Chong responded and leaned over to look out the window, only to startle in shock. Wow! The brightly lit streets were lined with crowds holding banners and glowsticks on both sides. The bold characters on the banners were impossible to miss. Congratulations to Lu Chong for clinching the provincial top scholar title. Pride of Guanyun City, Lu Chong breaks records again and again. Lu Chong classmates, I want to marry you. The one interrupting like this was a 20-year-old girl holding up a light sign. Many banners also bore the names of martial arts schools or companies in their signatures, a free wave of advertising neatly tucked into the occasion. The crowd packed both sides of the street, stretching all the way to the entrance of Yunqing First High School. How about it? Want to go out and say hi to everyone? Colonel Huang asked with a cheerful smile. Lu Chong quickly shook his head. No, thanks. I can't handle situations like this. The armored vehicle drove straight to the gate of number 1 high school, where it was also crowded with junior students eagerly awaiting Lu Chang's return. Even the elderly principal and a group of teachers were standing at the front of the crowd, craning their necks in anticipation. This is a bit too much, Lu Chong sighed as he stepped out of the armored vehicle, only to be immediately swarmed by the rushing students. Who's touching my butt? Lu Chong wailed in his heart, not daring to voice it out loud. Alright everyone, the school will organize a celebration gathering the day after tomorrow. Let's disperse for now. Principal Wei's voice quieted the lively crowd. Then, the old principal turned to Lu Chong and said, Come with me first, there are some matters I need to ask you about.